Chapter 1. The Young Lady of That Year. Sir, please assist me. The late autumn air carried a chill, and the dawn revealed a sparsely populated Qingzhou city. Yet, on the streets of the southern district, a yellow flag stood proudly, emblazoned with the words, "Only ferrying the fair maiden. Gentlemen, keep your distance." Beside the flag lay a long table, where Qingzhou, clad in a yellow robe, attended to clients. Gazing intently at the graceful young lady before him, he spoke softly. "My dear, do not panic first, release your hold. If you do not help me, I shall cling to you." She retorted, "I understand, but I insist you let go first, sir. You do not comprehend my life is a torment." I said, "Release me, let go." The fortune teller, feigning blindness, nearly roared, startling the woman into releasing his hand. "My apologies, sir, was unbecoming of me," she said, covering her face, her hands unsure of where to rest. Cough, cough. The fortune teller cleared his throat, stroking his beard with a faint smile. "No harm done, no harm done. Our meeting is fate, and I shall assist you in dispelling your worries." With that, he dipped his brush and, upon a blank page, inscribed a series of blue characters that materialized in the air. Name: Lu. Age: 23. Status: unblemished. Personal history: a native of Qingzhou, having endured a tumultuous life, sold by her parents to the Zhou family 5 years prior, and married to Zhou Laosan. However, Zhou Laosan is but a wooden man, half paralyzed. Her concerns: loneliness is unbearable. She yearns to experience the essence of womanhood. Solutions: 1. A rejuvenating pill to revive Zhou Laosan. Cost: 300 virtue points. 2. A packet of rat poison to dispose of Zhou Laosan, allowing her to remarry. Cost: 1 virtue point. 3. Sacrifice oneself to illuminate others, allowing Lu to escape. No cost. Qingzhou paused, contemplating the text before him, and then turning his gaze to the woman. In her 20s, she was in the prime of her life, yet her eyes held a haunting sorrow that invited sympathy. It was indeed an age filled with passion. No wonder her emotions ran deep. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, caught in a quandary. Sir Qingzhou was roused from his reverie, silently pondering. As the old adage goes, to dismantle 10 temples is easier than to ruin a single marriage. I am destined for greatness. How can I be swayed by feminine allure? With this thought, he made a decision, and without realizing it, a pill appeared in his palm, which he extended toward the lady. "My dear, take this medicine home, procure 3 shung of young boy's urine, and consume it. In less than a moment, your husband, Zhou, will be healed and rise again." Lu was taken aback, her large eyes shimmering with hope. She had not disclosed her husband's name or the particulars of her plight to the gentleman. He had unveiled everything with a mere stroke of his brush. She realized she had indeed encountered a true master. The prospect of her husband's recovery and the possibility of experiencing the warmth of intimacy ignited her excitement, rendering her speechless. "Thank you, esteemed master, for this remedy. Should it restore my husband, I shall, without hesitation, offer all I possess in gratitude for your immense kindness." Qingzhou, with a subtle flicker of his brow beneath the dark lenses, waved his hand dismissively. "To aid the world and fairy souls is my pursuit, devoid of fame or fortune. There is no need for thanks now. Go forth." Lu hastily rose, leaving behind 10 taels of silver, and departed in a rush. Qingzhou extended his hand, took the silver, weighed it in his palm, and smiled wryly. Money? Easily attainable. Congratulations, you have successfully alleviated Lu's worries. Reward triggered. You have acquired 400 points of benevolence. You have helped 10 maidens, earning an additional attribute point. Hearing the familiar and amiable notification, Qingzhou chuckled. Hee, truly delightful. The fortune teller, a faux blind man named Qingzhou, had serendipitously traversed into this realm known as the Howren world of cultivation a fortnight ago, and had awakened a system named alleviation of worries that, by assisting others in resolving their troubles, he could accumulate benevolence points, which were immensely powerful. They could kill, summon deities, or exchange for divine skills virtually limitless. Moreover, aiding 10 individuals consecutively would grant him an additional attribute point. However, this peculiar system had its quirks. It could only alleviate the worries of women, not those of men, and only once per day. To facilitate his endeavors, he assumed the guise of a fortune teller and pretended to be blind. Remarkably, this ruse proved effective, keeping him occupied for 10 consecutive days. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the attribute point he had long awaited. With a thought, he opened the system panel and perused it. Host, Qingzhou. Age, 18,100. Current realm, mortal. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Defense, 1. Mana, 1. Divine essence, 1. Intelligence, ominous. Benevolence points balance, 800 points. Enter alleviation of worries general store. System motto, you had no choice before, now I grant you the opportunity to be a good person. After a cursory glance, without any hesitation, he decisively allocated his solitary attribute point to strength. With strength, one can shatter myriad laws. Immense power yields miraculous results. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy erupting from his dantian, coursing through his entire being. He clenched his right fist, gathering strength, and struck forward. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. With a resounding crash, a wooden post, as thick as his fist, broke in response, and the canopy above collapsed with a thunderous roar. Just a moment later, a woman rushed out, witnessing the scene before her, one hand on her hip and the other wielding a kitchen knife, unleashing a torrent of curses. Qingzhou, do you wish to die? Qingzhou, well aware of his transgressions, covered his fist and fled swiftly down the long street. Do not be angry. Innkeeper, I shall bring you a hanging in due course, at no cost. As he glanced back at her furious figure, the innkeeper stamped her foot, her bosom heaving with indignation. Just you wait. The following day, a rumor spread throughout Qingzhou City. It was said that the crippled son of the old Zhou family, Zhou Laosan, had miraculously recovered. Insider reports suggested that the Zhou residents had been in turmoil throughout the night, a scene of chaos until dawn broke. Indeed, it was reminiscent of a pair of mandarin ducks finding solace in one another amidst a stormy night, or pear blossoms weighed down by the burden of begonia blooms. Ouch! Ouch! Gently push him away. One could hear the tremors in her voice, a slight flush of surprise rising. Upon hearing this news, Qingzhou felt a swell of pride. Another lonely woman has been pulled from the abyss of solitude by my hand. With the aid of yet another, he earned 300 benevolence points, closing shop early to indulge in a day of revelry at a tavern. 2 days later, Qingzhou arose early once more, as was his custom, setting up his stall in front of the restaurant, albeit the canopy from the previous day's mishap had yet to be repaired. Thus, a gentle drizzle fell upon the sky street, bringing a slight chill to the face. Not long after setting up his stall, Qingzhou was approached by Lu Shi, accompanied by a refined gentleman. Today's Lu Shi, with her flushed cheeks and radiant demeanor, seemed transformed. The pair expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Qingzhou, bowing and prostrating, leaving behind a substantial sum of 100 taels of silver. After a considerable time, they took their leave. Observing the two retreating into playful banter, Qingzhou felt a deep sense of reflection. He clicked his tongue, remarking, though the land is fertile, it still requires the toil of oxen. The land is indeed good, but the oxen are merely average. As he mumbled, a shadow fell over him, and upon lifting his gaze, he was greeted by a vivid red oiled paper umbrella. Beneath it stood a young woman, adorned in red attire. For a fleeting moment, Qingzhou was entranced and smiled, inquiring, might I ask if the young lady seeks fortune or wishes to avert misfortune? Her bright eyes, framed by long lashes, fluttered as she spoke softly, her pearly white teeth glimmering. Such beauty was rare in the world, and her voice was like celestial music. Master, it is raining, do take care not to catch a chill. Instead of a response, Qingzhou received an unexpected concern that piqued his interest. It is nothing to worry about the rain, it is but a trifling matter, a mere test of endurance. Upon hearing this, the young woman raised an eyebrow and cast her gaze toward the yellow banner behind him, contemplating for a few moments. I have heard tales of a remarkable fortune teller who has come to the main street of the North City. Rumor has it that he can alleviate the sorrows of all the maidens, dispel their worries, heal ailments, and save lives, drawing many to seek him out, though one cannot be certain of the truth. Qingzhou chuckled. Such is but a hollow reputation, however. The woes of women in this world I am capable of addressing. The tribulations and afflictions faced by women, I can indeed remove. Pray tell, what does the young lady seek? Upon hearing this, she turned her gaze back to him, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes. Her delicate lips parted to reveal a singular digit. Can the anguish of yearning be alleviated? Chapter 2. A promise by the little river. Master, save me. Gazing into the beautiful face of the young woman, whose large eyes brimmed with sorrow, Qingzhou felt a twinge of melancholy mingling with the autumn breeze. Among the myriad ailments of the world, the pain of longing is the one that cannot be cured. The young woman sighed softly upon hearing this, her jade hand gripping the oiled paper umbrella, trembling slightly. Indeed, is there truly no remedy for longing? Then I shall not impose further upon the master. As she spoke, she prepared to turn away, but Qingzhou hastily called out to her. Do not be hasty, my lady, though I cannot remedy the universal sorrow of yearning. I do possess a means to cure your specific affliction. Her elegant brows slightly furrowed. I failed to comprehend the master's words. With a graceful flourish, Qingzhou raised his handheld fan, pointing toward the yellow banner behind him with an air of confidence. As I stated, the sorrows of all maidens can be alleviated. While longing may be unsolvable, if it is your sorrow, then it can indeed be resolved. Is that truly so? Since you have come, why not give it a try? The genuine cannot disguise itself as false, and the false cannot be made genuine. Please have a seat. Though she did not fully understand Qingzhou's actions, there was a certain logic to his words. The young woman, though skeptical, wiped the droplets of water from her sleeve and took a seat upon the bamboo stool, holding her umbrella. Kindly extend your right hand, if you please. The young woman tilted her head, her expression calm, yet tinged with hesitation. Qingzhou began to explain. Whether I am healing the sick or alleviating misfortunes, it is essential to first examine the palm lines, as they offer remarkable accuracy. She did not linger on her thoughts any longer, reasoning that since the blind man could not see, it was acceptable to feel the lines of her palm, and she placed her hand upon the table. Qingzhou expertly began to explore, his fingers gliding over her delicate skin, which was as smooth as silk and exuded an exquisite sensation, remaining remarkably supple even in the midst of late autumn. How firm it is, it seems she is a trained individual. He mused inwardly. Perhaps he lingered a touch too long, for the young lady visibly grew displeased, her brows knitting together, and her voice took on a colder tone. Master, how much longer will you continue? Cough, cough, that will suffice. Qingzhou, feeling a bit awkward, released her jade-like hand and turned to a rather antiquated book before him. The pages were devoid of text, blank as freshly fallen snow. He grasped a nearby brush, yet did not dip it in ink. Instead, he swept it across the pages with grand flourish. The young lady regarded him with an expression of skepticism, her curiosity intensifying. This book was a system-provided tome for dispelling worries whenever a woman harbored a desire. Qingzhou merely needed to touch her hand and then make a stroke in the book. All information about the seeker, including their wishes and the methods to resolve them, would manifest within its pages. That, of course, this was visible only to Qingzhou. To an ordinary person, it appeared as merely a blank sheet. Thus, a simple touch of her hand would ease her worries. Qingzhou relished this arrangement. After all, who could resist the charm of touching a young lady's hand, especially when he could do so anew each day? To clarify, he was neither a lecherous man nor one to take advantage. He merely wished to assist the young women of the world. As the brush touched the page, ink began to coalesce, and Qingzhou felt a surge of excitement. Why are the characters purple? In previous instances, the ink had always formed blue characters. This unexpected purple hue caught him off guard. He then communicated through thought. Adoptive father, what is the meaning of this? Responding to the host's inquiry, with countless individuals in the world, their worries and desires naturally vary, making resolutions differ in complexity. Distinguishing the intensity by the color of the characters is a more convenient method. As you have previously observed, blue indicates the lowest level of concern, easily resolved with mere effort, while purple represents a more advanced tier, surpassing blue in difficulty. However, hosts need not worry, the rewards will be significantly greater. Qingzhou understood instantly and turned his gaze back to the Book of Worries. Name, Lin Shuang, age, 20. Realm, second stage of innate realm. Status, initial kiss lost, yet her maidenhood intact. Personal information. Daughter of the city lord of Qingzhou City, the foremost beauty of Qingzhou City, possessing a superior water element spiritual root, favored by the heavens. She has a childhood companion named Jian Lintian, with whom she shares a bond since childhood. At the age of 15, they shared a kiss by a small river outside the city, pledging their lives to one another. However, Jian Lintian sought the path of enlightenment, joining an extreme sect without farewell, leaving Lin Shuang'er to endure 5 years of longing, consumed by unrequited love, her desire, to alleviate this heartache of yearning. The solutions are as follows. 1. A cup of forgetfulness, allowing one to cast aside this sorrow. Consumption. 1,000 points of virtue. 2. Summon a sword of golden light to swiftly end Lin Shuang'er's suffering, facilitating her rebirth as a human. Consumption. 1,000 points of virtue. 3. Heal her with your love. Commence a fervent pursuit, ensnaring her in the depths of affection, soothing the pain within her heart. No consumption, yet it is time-consuming and laborious, with no guarantee of success. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. This system was indeed formidable. However, he had long grown accustomed to it. For every seeker, the system would present 3 potential solutions, which he summarized as fundamentally 3 options. First, perpetually compel oneself to consume. Second, eliminate the source of the problem regardless of who it may be, although this was the first time he had encountered the option of eradicating the seeker themselves. Third, embody sincerity, causing no consumption, sacrificing oneself for another's benefit. Each time he beheld a beautiful maiden, the third option stirred profound emotions within him, yet he was acutely aware that choosing this path would lead to his own suffering. The affections of a devoted admirer are those who understand know well. While he maintained confidence in his own appearance, this maiden was a practitioner. It was a gamble he could not afford. As for the second option, he dismissed it. He was a confidant to the ladies, and it would be inappropriate to extract their innermost feelings. Thus, he was left with the first option, though parting with 1,000 points of virtue was indeed painful. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his pen, touched the false beard he had affixed, and spoke solemnly. Jian Lintian has ascended to the extremity path sect, pursuing the teachings of eternal life. It is likely he shall never return to this mundane realm. Why then should you, dear maiden, endure the torment of waiting for a mere promise made at 15? It is not worth the anguish. Lin Shuang'er trembled at his words, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had initially believed she had encountered yet another charlatan, yet was taken aback that he could articulate her innermost concerns. Tito mentioned Jian Lintian was not surprising. That boy had entered the innate realm by the age of 10, making a name for himself in the world of Tianshuan. By 15, his brilliance was indeed unparalleled. However, the promise he made, known only to her, had never been spoken of to another. How did the master know? She inquired. I have stated, I can read palms, Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. Lin Shuang'er was momentarily stunned, lowering her gaze. Then how is he? Qingzhou answered with indifference. Whether he is well or ill has no bearing on me, nor on you. It has been 5 years without a word. Even if he still walks the earth, what significance does it hold? Lin Shuang'er, perplexed, questioned, what does the master mean? I do not comprehend. Qingzhou fanned himself with an elegant hand. As the saying goes, love can transcend mountains and seas. If the affection is genuine, one would not depart without a word. 5 years of silence, Miss Lin. You are an intelligent woman, surely you understand. So why deceive yourself? In her eyes, disappointment and pain danced in a tragic duet. The oiled paper umbrella in her grasp slipped quietly to the long street. Gazing skyward, she allowed the gentle rain to strike her face, its chill unable to compare to the frost within her heart. Indeed, 5 years have passed. If he truly remembered the promises made, how could he not have sent word? I have remained here all along, she murmured softly, her gaze tinged with melancholy, echoing the somber hues of late autumn. Master, what should I do? Chapter 3. The Forgetfulness Pavilion in the southern city. If the young lady wishes to alleviate the torment of longing, she must relinquish that cherished memory. Are you willing to forget him? Qingzhou retorted. The young lady hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. Naturally, if it were possible to forget, she would willingly do so, but how could one simply erase such memories? With a flicker of thought, Su Qingzhou produced a jade vial that rested in the palm of his hand. I have promised it can heal. Thus, it shall heal. I have stated it can induce forgetfulness. Therefore, forgetfulness will follow. As he placed the vial before Lin Shuang, he continued, this elixir is known as the forgetfulness water. Once consumed, it will cleanse you of 15 years of past, 5 years of yearning and sorrow. He will vanish entirely from your memory, and thus your longing can be resolved. If you have made up your mind, take it. Lin Shuang's expression faltered once more as her conflicted gaze fixated upon the jade vial. Such a miraculous substance exists in this world. How was I unaware? Su Qingzhou smiled lightly, feigning an air of mystery. The world is vast, exceeding mere thousands of miles. The cosmos is boundless, and there lies much that Miss Lin remains unaware of. Take, for example, this magnificent continent where countless noble sons reside. Why should you confine yourself to one alone? Venture forth into the world. Do not linger, and fret not over the uncertainty of finding kindred spirits. Who in this realm does not recognize your worth? His words ensnared Lin Shuang in contemplation, her eyes momentarily glazing over. Fret not over the uncertainty of finding kindred spirits. Who in this realm does not recognize your worth? She murmured softly. Indeed, the master is wise. I understand now. Thank you, esteemed master. In that moment, she resolved to take action, reaching for the vial upon the table, rising to bow respectfully to Su Qingzhou. How much does this potion cost? Please, esteemed master, name your price, and I shall have someone deliver it upon my return home. Su Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. To relieve the young lady's burdens is my lifelong aspiration. Let us not speak of money, but of fate. Should Miss Lin insist on offering something, a mere token will suffice. Ha ha ha. The glimmer in Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled as she ultimately removed the coin purse from her waist, placing its entirety upon the table. She then expressed her gratitude once more, bowing deeply. I am grateful to the master. Should I forget? Lin Shuang shall not forget today as kindness. With that, she picked up her fallen oiled paper umbrella and turned to leave. As he gazed at her slender figure, a vibrant red blooming against the long street, Su Qingzhou felt compelled to remind her. Miss Lin, upon drinking the forgetfulness water, all shall be forgotten, and memories shall never return. You must consider this carefully. Lin Shuang did not turn back, but extended her hand, as if to grasp the fallen raindrop stars. The air has grown cooler. My heart has grown cold. It is time to conclude this. Without hesitation, she chose to consume the forgetfulness water in one swift motion. A gradual smile began to blossom upon her melancholic visage. Am I blind? How intriguing this person truly is. She chuckled softly as she gradually faded into the distance, disappearing at the end of the long street. Watching the crimson, oiled paper umbrella vanish, Su Qingzhou lamented with a teasing remark. It appears that even a beauty of such grace bears the burdens of mortal sorrow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated Lin Shuang's worries. Ding! Reward triggered. You have gained 800 points of benevolence. Ding! Reward triggered. You have acquired the heavenly grade sword technique, falling wild geese on the sand. Listening to the familiar system prompt, Su Qingzhou's face lit up with joy. The air conditioning system had not deceived him. Overall, although he had lost 200 charitable points, this extraordinary reward was a first for him. Eagerly, he opened the sword technique and skimmed through it. Not bad. Soon I too shall be able to speak boldly. However, it was evident that the stronger the girl seeking solace, the greater the rewards she could obtain. Time to close up. At that moment, the shopkeeper's wife began to open for business. Observing Su Qingzhou once again closing up, she promptly inquired, Su, are you shutting down again? Upon hearing this, Su removed his dark glasses and flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. One divination a day. An extra is not counted, such is my rule. Really? Can you sustain yourself with that? She teased, weighing the coin pouch in her hand. Guess, he replied, turning away and striding towards the far end of the long street. You know not. It is the late autumn, the intoxication of deep autumn, a jar of wine among the flowers. Where does one soak in the melancholy? Ha! The shopkeeper's wife gazed at his retreating figure and murmured softly, "Truly amusing." "Sister, what is so amusing?" "It is nothing but that blind Qingzhou. Never mind him. You should hurry and focus on your studies." Time flew like an arrow, fleeting as a white horse passing a crevice. Late autumn quickly faded. The wild geese flew south, and winter had arrived. On South Street of Qingzhou City, a new establishment had opened, named the Wanyu Pavilion. The entrance displayed an inscription, with characters flowing like dragons and snakes, robust and powerful, clearly crafted by a master. On the right, it read, "The maiden bears both worries and sorrows." On the left, "I shall free the maiden from her worries." The horizontal inscription, "Su Qing, free of worries." Though the words were simple and somewhat cliché, lacking the rigor of historical texts or the elegance of fine literature, they were straightforward and easily understood, ensuring even the common woman could grasp their meaning. An approach aimed at being approachable and relatable. In the depths of winter, the sky was heavy with snow, blanketing Qingzhou City for several days without respite. It appeared as though the city had donned a gown of silver. The streets were mostly deserted, yet curiously, a long queue formed in front of the Wanyu Pavilion amidst the snow. Upon closer inspection, the line was composed entirely of women, young and old alike. Though it was early morning, the coldest hour, the throng buzzed with lively chatter. They had all come, without exception, seeking the pavilion's master to alleviate their inner worries. "Madam, what a coincidence! We meet again. Oh, is that not the Zhang family's girl? How many days have you been here without a draw?" "Don't mention it, madam. I've been here for 6 days and haven't drawn even once." "6 days? I've nearly been here for 10. Look how the crowd keeps growing. The chances of drawing are dwindling. How strange, this Mr. Su. Only one person is resolved each day. The gentleman's actions are undoubtedly grounded in reason, for he is a celestial being descended to earth, capable of alleviating any sorrow and dispelling any calamity. As snowflakes gracefully drift down, time elapses swiftly, and the door of the worry-free pavilion swings open amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Soon, a young scholar, aged around 7 or 8, emerges, cradling a box. "Look, the scholar is here. It is about to begin," they exclaim. "May the Buddha bless me. Let me be fortunate today." The little scholar, lifting his head proudly, ascends the wooden platform beside the door and calls out in a tender voice, "The master has declared that there are 300 spots today. Once they are filled, the master will announce the lucky numbers, and the chosen ladies shall find solace." As he sets the box down, a throng of eager women rushes forward, resembling a pack of wolves. "Hey, don't jostle. Let me go first. Oh dear, you touch my chest. What of it? We are all women here. Who hasn't experienced that? But it's different. Yours are grapes, while mine are watermelons." The scene descends into chaos, and the little scholar is momentarily engulfed by the sea of women, struggling mightily to extricate himself. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glances back and mutters, "Were it not for the generous rewards from the master, I wouldn't bother with this task. One misstep, and I could be trampled to death." In no time, the paper slips within the box are snatched away. There are 300 slips, yet the number of participants far exceeds that. Many who arrived late found themselves empty-handed, sighing in dismay. Those who succeeded clutched their paper slips tightly, some praying fervently, others kneeling in supplication to their ancestors. The little scholar returns indoors, bowing respectfully before the master. "Sir, the draw is complete." Qingzhou yawns, evidently just awakening, his hair disheveled. He casually grabs a pen from the table and scribbles a few strokes on the paper. "Take this," he says. As the little scholar examines the paper closely, he beams. "The numbers you selected today are more auspicious than yesterday's, sir." Chapter 4. The fortunate maiden and the unfortunate beggar today's lucky number is 88. A melodious child's voice reverberates through the long street, dislodging a few flakes of falling snow. 87, alas, so close, yet so far. Why is it not me again? How many times must I endure this torment? Sigh, never mind. I shall return tomorrow. In front of the door, the crowd sighs heavily, lamenting and wringing their hands in despair. Since Qingzhou gained a modicum of fame in this frosty city, numerous women have flocked to seek his counsel. With the money he earned, he took the liberty of renting a small shop along the southern street. naming it Worry-Free Pavilion. As more and more women came seeking relief from their troubles and ailments, Qingzhou's reputation blossomed in Frosty City. In just over 2 months, from the elderly matriarchs to the toddlers in the 8 alleys of the southern city, everyone respectfully referred to him as Mr. Worry-Free. The once blind street vendor transformed into the most esteemed gentleman in Frosty City, revered by countless women. Naturally, the number of those seeking solace grew increasingly. Not only within the city, but also from the outskirts, people began to arrive. However, due to system constraints, Qingzhou could only attend to one person's worries each day. To secure this singular opportunity, competition among the women was inevitable, often leading to hair-pulling altercations at his doorstep. To prevent such disturbances, he devised a clever solution. Subsequently, the brawls ceased. Instead, every morning, a bustling line formed outside the Worry-Free Pavilion. Though many expressed confusion over his daily limitation, and some harbored grievances, none could diminish Qingzhou's authentic abilities. He could not only dispel familial misfortunes, but also heal the ailments of the world. Even a gravely ill old woman, on the brink of death, miraculously rejuvenated under his care, running out of his establishment with newfound vigor after being carried in. Rumor has it that just a few days ago, during the winter solstice, that same elderly lady took a plunge into the Luo River for a winter swim. Furthermore, a girl from the southern street, troubled by her appearance, was transformed into a beauty resembling tofu, she's sure, after he merely glanced at her palm. Her once neglected stall now rivaled the business of the Worry-Free Pavilion. Such occurrences, combined with his distinctive style, have led to increasingly fantastical tales about him. Some claim he is an immortal descended to experience life on Earth. Others insist he is a reincarnated living Buddha, come to alleviate the suffering of women. In any case, the tales surrounding Mr. Worry-Free have spread far and wide. Who is number 88? After a prolonged silence, the young scribe called out once more. Amidst the crowd, a small figure was striving to push through. "Excuse me, please make way." "Thank you." "Just a moment." "Thank you very much." Before long, a ragged little beggar emerged from the throng. What a child this is! How filthy! Whose little brat is this? Coming to stir up trouble. Can one truly distinguish between the genders? Perhaps it is merely a boy. The women who had not yet departed pointed and whispered disdainfully at her, their eyes reflecting a mixture of contempt, envy, and jealousy. They scorned the shabby appearance of the little beggar, while envying the scrap of paper she clutched. As for jealousy, the little beggar kept her head bowed, meek and timid. Despite the heavy snowfall, she was clad in only a tattered, thin garment that hung loosely on her frail frame. Her small feet were bare, reddened by the cold. With great caution, she lifted the paper in her hand and spoke softly, I am number 88. The young scholar scrutinized her, glancing at the number on the paper before calmly stating, "Very well, you may come in with me. The rest of you, disperse and return tomorrow." Though she seemed an inconspicuous little beggar, the master had declared that before the gates of the Worry-Free Pavilion, there would be no distinction between rich and poor. Just then, a corpulent woman unexpectedly emerged from the crowd, snatching the paper from the little beggar's grasp and shoving her aside with great force. "Give it to me. You filthy beggar. Do you think you are worthy to hold this note?" The little beggar, already frail and stiff from the cold, lost her balance and fell heavily onto the steps, striking her head and causing blood to flow profusely from the wound, staining the pristine snow crimson. Yet, she did not cry out. Instead, she clutched her head and struggled to rise, gazing at the woman with a pale, bloodless face. "Why did you take my things?" "That is my paper," she weakly questioned. "Bah!" The heavy-set woman spat at the little beggar, raising the paper high above her head with a look of utter disdain. "You claim it is yours, but who can prove it? This is clearly mine. You, an unwanted wild child, do not even comprehend where you are. Hurry and scram, or I shall have you beaten to death." "You lie. This is undoubtedly mine. Everyone saw it," the little beggar retorted, biting her lip. The wealthy woman, upon hearing this, placed her hands on her hips and surveyed the crowd. Who saw it? Dare anyone step forward? The surrounding women lowered their heads, and those who met her gaze instinctively recoiled. The portly woman was well known. She was the sister of the esteemed Zhang, a prominent figure in Qingzhou City. The Zhang family was not only affluent, but also held a reputable status, making it unwise for common folk to provoke them. She thrived on her connections. And in Qingzhou City, though not entirely lawless, she was undeniably imperious, a notorious shrew. It was said that on particularly bad days, she would even catch passing mice just to slap them. At this moment, no one was willing to offend such a formidable presence for the sake of a mere beggar. Did you see that? No one saw anything. This paper is mine, and you dare to slander me? Fortunately for you, I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let you off this time. Her eyes sparkled with triumph, revealing the countenance of a small-minded individual reveling in her moment of victory. The sight of that flabby face evoked a profound sense of revulsion. A small beggar girl bit her lip, and a solitary tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye. Summoning every ounce of courage she had ever possessed, she charged toward the aristocratic woman and clung tightly to her feet. You must return it to me. It is mine, give it back. The noble woman, taken aback by the audacity of the child, began to stomp her feet in a frenzy, attempting to shake her off. However, her own cumbersome body and heavy attire soon left her breathless. What a wild child, she exclaimed in exasperation, shouting toward a corner. You useless louts. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and remove her. Upon hearing her command, several attendants quickly rushed from the street corner and began to manhandle the small beggar. Let me go. That is mine. It belongs to me. The girl struggled with all her might, but being merely 5 or 6 years old and famished, she stood no chance against the robust attendants, who subdued her in mere moments. The noblewoman, lifting her skirts, glared menacingly. You wretched little creature, unworthy of even a pig or dog, how dare you soil my garments? I shall see to it that you pay dearly for this. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding blows fell mercilessly upon the girl's delicate face, leaving crimson imprints in their wake. After delivering more than a dozen strikes, the exhausted noblewoman finally ceased, while blood streamed from the girl's mouth, nose, and ears. Please, return it to me, it is mine. The surrounding women looked on in horror, their expressions filled with pity, some even discreetly wiping away tears, yet none dared to intervene. Even Su Qingzhou's young scribe cowered behind a pillar, trembling in fear. You think that you can have Master Wang worry alleviate your troubles? Dream on, get lost, and don't obstruct my path. The noblewoman spat, her voice laced with contempt. With that, the little girl was tossed aside into a snowdrift, remaining motionless as the cold wind assaulted her frail form. I warn you all, should anyone dare to save her, you will incur my wrath. Zhang Mailan does not forgive easily. After delivering her warning, she adjusted her clothing, wiped the blood from her hands, and donned a beguiling smile before striding toward the Wang Worry Pavilion. Wang Er, wide-eyed and fearful, dared not to obstruct her, pretending he did not see. As she pushed open the door, a flurry of wind and snow accompanied her entrance, and she made sure to close the door behind her. I am Zhang Guilin, here to meet Master Wang Worry. Many sighed in despair, lamenting the unfortunate state of affairs, reflecting on the fact that even the Wang Worry Pavilion was not a sanctuary. Casting a glance at the small beggar, lying nearly lifeless in the snow, they felt a sense of helplessness. Just as they prepared to leave, a commotion from within the building captured their attention. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the Wang Worry Pavilion shattered, and they beheld a massive shadow hurtling out, followed by a piercing scream. It landed heavily, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Snow cascaded from the eaves surrounding the house, falling in a harmonious yet chaotic flurry. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the rotund figure, whose hefty form sent forth 1,000 shimmering snowflakes as he landed. Inside, Su Qingzhou flexed his palms, raising an eyebrow slightly while clicking his tongue, remarking, indeed, a 200-pound individual sent flying over 10 meters with a single punch. It seems my efforts to enhance my strength were not in vain. I dare say my prowess has reached the level of a postnatal first stage. Chapter 5, My Domain. My rule the north wind howled as the heavens shed their snow. In front of the small, forgetting worries pavilion, despite the throngs of people, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the whispering wind and the wailing of Zhang Mailan. Oh dear, my waist, it's broken, it's broken. The onlookers remained mute, while the two servants took a moment to react, hastily rushing to assist their mistress. Yet, being a hefty individual, and with the ground slick with snow, it required all their strength to manage to help her sit upright. Zhang Milan had taken quite a beating, and her fall was no gentle one. The fur on her coat and her hair were tainted with white snow, presenting a rather disheveled sight. Her plump visage contorted in pain. Trembling, she pointed a finger towards the shattered wooden door. "How dare you strike me? How dare you?" At that moment, a young man emerged. "Look, it's Master Wang Wuri." He was a refined youth, clad in a white crane robe, holding a fan adorned with landscapes, his appearance unparalleled. Though his hair was somewhat tousled, it inadvertently added an air of nonchalance. He first glanced at the little one sprawled in the snow, then directed his gaze toward Zhang Milan, his eyes filled with disdain, disgust, and fury. Impatiently, he exclaimed, "It's early morning, and you're making such a racket. It's utterly vexing. My brother is Zhang. You're finished. I will not let this go. Just wait. I shall have my brother deal with you." Despite being in such a pitiful state due to Su Qingzhou's actions, Zhang Milan remained arrogant, issuing threats. Su Qingzhou, utterly speaking, reflected on his status as the esteemed master of Forgetting Worry's pavilion, the dream of countless young maidens. How could he stoop to appease the powerful? He mockingly retorted, "What is wrong with hitting you? You think it's permissible for you to intimidate others while forbidding retaliation? What kind of logic is that? Moreover," he pointed at the couplet at the door, "are you illiterate? Take a good look. This Forgetting Worry's pavilion only welcomes maidens, not swine, especially not a hefty pig like you." The insult was not only mild in harm, but deeply scathing in its derision, each word piercing to the heart, each sentence a blow. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Around them, women murmured in astonishment. Some stifled laughter, others widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhang Milan's mind went blank. For a moment, she forgot her pain, pointing at Su Qingzhou and stammering, You call to a pig?" Su Qingzhou, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I'm speaking of you. Is it not obvious? With such a rotund face, why don't you just disappear? It's not the foul language that frightens one, but the truth that stings." Zhang Milan was utterly shattered, having never faced such humiliation, especially not in public. She trembled with rage, her body quaking, her face flushed. You. Su Qingzhou, widening his eyes, continued to ridicule. "What do you mean you? Is it a crime to speak the truth?" Zhang Milan gasped for breath, her eyes darting around, feeling the world spin. Suddenly, she was unable to catch her breath, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk escaping his lips, feeling quite satisfied. Once again, his gaze fell upon the two burly men accompanying him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and remove this pig. Do not disturb my impeccable feng shui." As he spoke, he flicked his folding fan, unleashing a wave of energy that manifested as a shooting star, slicing through the air. In its wake, the falling snow was severed, and a stone pillar by the roadside was astonishingly cleaved in two. With a sly glint in his narrowed eyes, he remarked, "If you dare to loiter in front of my pavilion, you shall meet the same fate as that stone." Such a display startled everyone present. Initially, they had been reveling in Zhang Milan's misfortune, but their expressions froze in shock, replaced by sheer astonishment. It was common knowledge that Mr. Wang Yu from the Wang Yu Pavilion was no ordinary man, yet none had witnessed his prowess until now, and they were profoundly shaken. Although most of these women lacked knowledge of martial arts or mystical techniques, the ability to conjure wind and sever stone was far beyond what a mere mortal could achieve in their understanding. The two attendants, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not linger any longer. They were merely workers seeking to earn a living. They could not afford to provoke such power. Understood. We shall leave at once," they exclaimed, hastily dragging away the hefty figure as they fled the scene. Su Qingzhou shook his sleeves, exuding confidence and composure under the scrutiny of onlookers. He picked up a fallen note from the ground and approached the small figure lying in the snow. The little beggar, in a daze, sensed a shadow enveloping her. She strained to open her eyes and managed only a narrow slit. Through that opening, an overwhelming sense of despair and panic surged forth. "Please, stop. I will give you whatever you want, she whimpered, her pain palpable, instinctively filled with fear, yearning to escape further suffering. Su Qingzhou observed the bloodied child on the ground, frail and trembling, and his brow furrowed slightly. He was acutely aware that such scenes were tragically commonplace in this world, while they were often unseen from within the confines of his pavilion. Witnessing such suffering up close stirred a tumult of emotions within him, awakening a profound sense of compassion tinged with guilt. He thought to himself, the world is harsh and unyielding. Self-preservation is a difficult path. With so much injustice, how can I possibly intervene? Yet, he resolved, since this matter arises from my presence, I shall spare your life. Slowly he bent down, gently brushing aside the strands of hair from the beggar's forehead, revealing her pale, trembling face. As his hand descended, the little beggar instinctively curled up once more, tightly shutting her eyes. However, instead of the anticipated blows, she felt a warm hand resting gently on her forehead. This warmth was akin to a fire on a frigid winter's night, instantly igniting her battered spirit. She opened her eyes in disbelief, gazing intently at the figure before her. It was a strikingly handsome face, adorned with a smile as warm as the spring breeze, and she found herself murmuring within, "Is this a celestial being?" It felt somewhat overwhelming. Su Qingzhou, however, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the little beggar's gaze. He murmured softly to himself, then effortlessly removed his outer garment to envelop the small beggar, gently lifting her into his embrace. "Do not fear. Your injuries are not severe. You shall not perish." He spoke tenderly. Rising to his feet, he addressed the gathered maidens. "Since the fortunate one has been chosen, let us conclude our gathering for today. We shall reconvene another day." With that, he turned and strode into the Forgetting Worries pavilion, casually tossing over his shoulder, "Wang Er, go fetch Carpenter Li to repair the door." "Understood, sir," came the reply. The little beggar, nestled in Su Qingzhou's warm embrace, felt as though she were caught in a dream. Everything around her seemed so unreal. She had long forgotten how long it had been since the world had shown her any kindness. Yet, at the moment she was lifted, reality struck her with undeniable force. His words, "Do not fear," seemed to possess a unique enchantment, soothing her battered spirit and calming her troubled mind. As her eyes grew misty and reddened, perhaps it was the warmth that lulled her into a peaceful slumber, or perhaps she simply succumbed to her exhaustion, for she was truly famished and weary. Was she truly on the brink of death? Yet it felt so warm, dying seemed far from terrifying. As Su Qingzhou entered the room, the crowd began to disperse in small groups, gossiping as they walked away. Mr. Forgetting Worries is truly remarkable. He is not only handsome, but also gentle. Indeed, even his reprimands are so eloquent that they left that vile woman faint with rage. Ha ha ha! I always knew he was no ordinary man, but a celestial being, a living bodhisattva, saving even a little beggar. He truly values the bond of fate. I shall return tomorrow. I will too. But I wonder if that wicked woman will make things difficult for Mr. Forgetting Worries. Mr. Forgetting Worries is a divine being. What does he have to fear from a mere Zhang Jiren? That may not be so certain. I hear that Zhang Jiren is quite protective of his own. In the second-floor loft of the Forgetting Worries pavilion, Su Qingzhou laid the little beggar upon the bed and kindled the hearth. He then exchanged for a foundational elixir to administer to the fragile child, to safeguard her flickering life. "This old fellow is truly ruthless, morally bankrupt," he muttered as he fed the beggar the medicine, while also tending to the charcoal on the hearth. The charcoal crackled and popped, sending forth a few sparks into the air. Seated on the floor, Su Qingzhou retrieved the Book of Worries with his mind, taking a deep breath as he traced a symbol in the air with his fingertip. "Come forth. Let me discern your name, your heart's burdens, and the trials fate has in store for you." Chapter 6. The woes of gold. As his fingertips brushed the surface, the ink of the Forgetting Woes book coalesced. Suddenly, a golden light surged forth from the pale white rice paper, ascending to the heavens. The brilliance was so intense that Su Qingzhou had a squint. The small room illuminated in a dazzling glow. His brows furrowed in surprise. He exclaimed, "What on earth?" The system had previously stated that the varying colors of the text presented by the Forgetting Woes book indicated the strength of the subject's worries. Ranging from weak to strong, blue, purple, green, yellow, black, red, and gold. 7 colors in total, referred to as the 7 colors of woe. Until now, he had only encountered blue, with the exception of the deeply pained Lin Shuang, who was represented in purple. Yet today, this unremarkable little beggar bore the highest level of golden woe. This signified that the girl before him either harbored tremendous worries or possessed exceptional strength. After a brief moment of shock, he gradually regained his composure as the golden letters dimmed, casting a mysterious aura over his languid features. He discerned the information that appeared on the Forgetting Woes book. Name, nameless, little beggar. Age, 6 realm. None condition. Child S body detailed information. A little beggar from Tianshuang City, who has wandered here for 3 years. Surviving by begging, with unknown parents and no kin. Despite her tender age, she has endured the hardships of the world and the coldness of society. Having faced death multiple times, her robust fate has allowed her to cling to life until now. Special reminder, this girl is not an ordinary person. Her bones are extraordinary. Her soul's power remarkable, and she possesses an uncanny insight, suspected to be a reincarnation of a great being. Her heart's desire, 3 meals a day, a life of simplicity, half a bowl of clear soup, half a steam bun, content with mere sustenance. Solutions. 1. Grant her 1,000 taels of silver, ensuring wealth for this lifetime. No merit value required. 2. Seek a good guardian for her, providing warmth in her life, where she can experience not only wealth but also the warmth of the world. A list of suitable adoptive candidates can be provided. Costs 300 merit points. 3. Take her as an apprentice. Good things are never shared. Nurturing a good girl from a young age. No cost. Gasping as he read the lines, Qingzhou felt a chill run through him. His expressions shifting between contemplation and astonishment. Initially startled by the golden glow, he then felt deeply moved by the tragic experience of the little one, ultimately rendered speechless by her humble desires. The mere existence of these 3 solutions left him with a sense of unreality. Is the system truly serious about this golden woe? These solutions seemed almost too easy for him, even less challenging than the more troublesome blue woes. He reread the information, confirming its accuracy, and his gaze instinctively turned to the still sleeping little beggar. Rubbing his chin, he pondered if this child is indeed a reincarnation of a great being. Wouldn't he, raising her, ensure my own protection? This transaction seems quite advantageous. Once again, he considered the third option. After all, the little girl was only 6 years old, merely desiring daily meals. He could easily provide for her, and he, too, was in need of a little assistant. Although he already had Wang Er, that little fellow was somewhat lazy and timid, not particularly endearing. As he pondered, he licked his parched lips. Very well, he thought, upon her awakening. He would inquire about her thoughts before making any plans. Given the extent of her injuries and hidden ailments, it was unlikely that even with the consumption of elixirs, she would awaken any time soon. Rising from his seat, he descended the stairs. By noon, the shattered door had been mended, costing him a tael of silver. Qingzhou, as was his custom, perused the tomes of this world, seeking to glean all knowledge pertaining to his surroundings. Abruptly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The new wooden door swung open, and a gust of frigid wind swept in, accompanied by a flurry of white snowflakes. Qingzhou instinctively looked up to see a young woman, bundled up snugly against the cold, entering. In her hands, she carried a large food box, diligently brushing off the snow that clung to her attire. Qingzhou, is this door newly replaced? It appears quite fresh, she remarked. The newcomer was Wang Dong, the proprietress of the Southern City restaurant, and Qingzhou's first friend in this realm. When he had first arrived in this world, starved and desperate, it was to Wang Dong's establishment he had fled, savoring his first meal, an extravagant feast that he initially feared would lead to a beating. To his surprise, the young woman not only refrained from punishing him, but also took pity on him, offering him shelter. It was at her doorstep that he had set up his fortune-telling stall, leading to the person he had become today. Wang Donger could be considered his angel investor. To the first person who had shown him kindness in this world, Su Qingzhou vowed to express his gratitude. He had intended to alleviate some of her burdens, yet she obstinately refused to allow him to touch her hand. Now, having achieved a modicum of success, he made it a point to patronize her establishment for all his meals, paying extra as a means of repaying her past generosity. Upon encountering this kind-hearted young woman, he promptly set aside his book and greeted her with a smile. "Ah, why have you come personally today, proprietress? Is the restaurant business not keeping you busy?" Wang Donger entered the room unhurriedly, shutting the door behind her, causing the wind to settle. She removed her hat, allowing her silken tresses to cascade down, framing a face adorned with exquisite beauty. With the snow falling, there are hardly any patrons on the street. I took a break and sent my staff home, so I thought I'd personally deliver your meal, she explained, moving to a nearby table. She opened a food box, producing 3 small dishes and a bowl of soup, and from her cloak, retrieved a flask of warmed wine. "Now, eat while it's hot, or it will cool down soon," she urged. Su Qingzhou sprang to his feet, glancing at the array of dishes, all to his liking. Indeed, he felt quite hungry. Wang Donger shot him a playful glance. "It's barely noon. I see you've become somewhat of a celebrity. Perhaps you should hire a cook to prepare your meals, so you can eat whenever you please, rather than waiting for me to deliver." No. I am rather particular. I only eat meals prepared by beautiful young women," Su Qingzhou replied, offering her a compliment while praising her culinary skills. As a humble woman from a modest background, how could I ever compare myself to others, let alone consider myself a beauty? Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou smiled subtly, feigning profoundness. This woman, who cannot even see her toes when she looks down, is deemed a rare beauty. And yet, someone like the proprietress, unable to see the ground beneath her feet, what do you think? Women naturally delight in compliments, especially from those they hold dear. Wang Donger smiled radiantly, like a flourishing mountain flower. She cast a playful glare at Su Qingzhou, remarking, "Your flattery is as sweet as honey. I wonder how many young ladies you've deceived with your honeyed words. One must not speak carelessly. I am a person of integrity." With that, he took the wine jug without hesitation, inhaling its scent with a blissful expression. "Ah, this is the flavor, the fragrance of winter. Be careful, or I shall strike you," he said, raising his fist as if to threaten. No, I was mistaken. Truly, you're not one to jest lightly." Yet in his heart, he mused, "This Miss Wang is indeed remarkable. She cooks splendidly, is beautiful, and quite capable. By the way, proprietress, please do not leave just yet. I have a small favor to ask." "What favor?" "Please assist me in changing my attire upstairs." You scoundrel, what are you thinking?" Chapter 7. What is speed? After elucidating the matter to Miss Wang, he escorted her upstairs to meet the little beggar, thereby resolving the misunderstandings between them. Although the other party was merely a 6-year-old child, the distinction between genders prevented Su Qingzhou from overstepping boundaries. Wang Donger prepared a basin of warm water and gently cleaned the wounds on the little beggar's body, subsequently finding a set of clean clothes belonging to Wang Er for her to change into. As she gazed at the small figure lying on the bed, her fingers delicately brushed aside the strands of hair from the child's forehead as she took hold of her hand, which bore numerous cracks and fresh wounds intertwined with old scars. She murmured softly, "Such a delicate appearance, yet unfortunate in fate, having endured much suffering." After covering the child with a blanket, Miss Wang descended the stairs, fortuitously encountering Su Qingzhou, who was still indulging in his drink, and took a seat opposite him. "Is everything taken care of?" Su Qingzhou asked after taking a sip of his drink. Yes, I cleaned her up, and the wounds have been treated. What do you plan to do next?" "What else can be done? Every encounter is a form of fate. Since she drew the lucky number, it means we are destined. If she is willing, then let her stay. Having an extra hand for chores is not a bad thing," he replied, somewhat evasively. Miss Wang, hearing this, displayed a hint of urgency on her face as she placed her hands on the table and leaned towards Su Qingzhou. "I'm not inquiring about that girl. I am asking how you intend to address the situation with Zhang Milin. What is your plan?" Su Qingzhou, puzzled, regarded her beautiful face with suspicion but carelessly replied, "As long as she does not provoke me, I have no reason to hold her accountable. What is my status compared to hers? I would not stoop to her level. Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor and teasing tone, Miss Wang's temper flared, and she stood up, hands on her hips, chastising him in frustration. How can you be so dense? Am I jesting with you? Do you know who Zhang Milan's brother is? Zhang the respected scholar, a tyrant of Qingzhou City, who is fiercely protective of his own. You have struck his sister, and he will not let this matter rest easily. I have heard that his family employs experts of innate prowess. Killing you would be as simple as child's play. Do you understand? Observing her anxious demeanor and listening to her admonishments, Su Qingzhou felt no resentment. Instead, he was slightly touched, realizing that Wang Dong'er spoke these words out of concern for him. He offered reassurance. Do not worry, under the broad daylight. He would not dare to harm me. It's not a significant issue, but he is a favored individual in the eyes of the city lord. How could he not dare? You may have some renown now, but do you not understand the principle that the common people do not contend with officials? Miss Wang continued, pacing the room, her concern for Su Qingzhou evident. In my opinion, it would be wise to pay a visit and apologize. I happen to know the steward of the Zhang family. I should be able to communicate with him. Let us spend a little money to visit them, extend a proper apology, and compensate generously. We can diffuse the situation, turning a major issue into a minor one and a minor one into nothing. What do you think? She gazed at Su Qingzhou, her eyes reflecting a hint of supplication, yet her words approached the tone of a command. Perhaps this was the only means she, as a woman, could conceive to resolve the matter. Su Qingzhou rested his chin on one hand while the other cradled a wine goblet, which he occasionally swirled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, remaining silent, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Observing his continued indifference, Miss Wang furrowed her elegant brows and seized the cup from his grasp, placing it heavily before herself. What are you staring at? Speak up, will you? Is it possible or not? Su Qingzhou sighed in resignation. Alas, such fine wine wasted, what a pity. You may not yet comprehend my capabilities. Do not speak of Zhang Jiren, nor of any innate realm. They would do well to recognize the situation and refrain from troubling me. Or else, his words trailed off as he reclaimed the cup that had been snatched away, downing its precious contents in one gulp. A shadow of coldness flickered in his eyes as he continued with a smile. I shall ensure that from this day forth, the Zhang family no longer exists in Qingzhou City. Miss Wang instinctively froze, meeting Su Qingzhou's gaze, which was as dark and profound as a deep pool. A suffocating chill surged from her heart, engulfing her entirely in an instant. In that moment, the Su Qingzhou before her seemed transformed. The wicked charm at his lips and the pallor in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. Her eyes remained dazed, and she was momentarily speechless. Su Qingzhou, noticing her unease, quickly reassured her, "Fear not. I am well aware of my intentions. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with you. Take care of yourself," she retorted, shaking her head as she abruptly departed from the Wanyu Pavilion. Battling the swirling snow, her footsteps remained swift. She muttered curses under her breath. "Selfish and arrogant fellow, you shall inevitably face consequences. I have no obligation to you. We are not connected." Though her lips uttered such words, her heart was far from aligned. The worry and sorrow etched upon her brow spoke volumes. Su Qingzhou, listening to her receding footsteps, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "Such character I admire." He squinted, permitting the cold winds and snow to sweep into the room, appearing oblivious to the elements. He poured himself another cup from the wine jug on the table, addressing the empty expanse outside. "Since you have arrived, why not join me for a drink?" As his words echoed, a few flakes of snow cascaded from the eaves. Moments later, a figure descended from the rooftop, traversing the snowy street, and approached the door. Su Qingzhou lifted his gaze, and before him stood a man clad in a black velvet coat, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, as he stood at the entrance. The vast room dimmed by a third. Half of his face was obscured by the brim, the exposed chin rugged and stubbled, exuding an air of weariness. He held a 3-foot-long sword in hand, still sheathed yet exuding a palpable chill. Mr. Wang Yu is indeed not merely a name. It is quite surprising that you could sense my presence. The newcomer spoke in a low, resonant voice, fraught with danger and imbued with a hint of menace. Qingzhou chuckled lightly. Ah, you flatter me. Since you have been discovered, I shall speak frankly. You have offended an individual you ought not to have, and thus I dare to implore you to alleviate my troubles, to borrow a moment of your intellect. Qingzhou set down his cup, gazing intently at the other, his eyes still gleaming with a playful irreverence. It is well known throughout Qingzhou City that my Wuyo pavilion caters exclusively to young ladies, not to gentlemen. Therefore I cannot, nor do I wish to, resolve your grievances. The cloaked figure, lowering his head, raised it slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he resolved that if this were the case, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Just as he prepared to draw his blade, Qingzhou's voice interrupted him. When friends arrive, fine wine is at hand. When wolves approach, fists are raised. You, a mere first-stage, innate practitioner, would do well to refrain from unsheathing your sword, lest the consequences be beyond your capacity to bear. The cloaked man paused, visibly taken aback, his hand halting its ascent. Confusion and doubt flickered in his eyes as he re-evaluated Qingzhou before him, despite the apparent absence of any fluctuation in his cultivation. Suggesting he was merely a postnatal physique cultivator, the ability to perceive his own existence was already remarkable. Now, it seemed he could even discern his realm. Could it be that his cultivation surpassed that of the other? After repeated contemplation, he concluded that Qingzhou possessed no martial prowess. Surely, it was merely a coincidence. After all, he had encountered many scholars like Qingzhou who, in their arrogance, enjoyed posturing. With a cold snort, he bent slightly, again adopting a stance to draw his sword. Entrusted by others, I shall fulfill my duty. Fear not, my sword will be swift and painless. As he spoke, he unsheathed his blade, the chilling light reflecting a dazzling gleam. Qingzhou, without a moment's hesitation, raised his right hand, which had been resting at his waist, revealing a dark object grasped within. In the blink of an eye, sparks erupted from his palm. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through the surroundings. The assailant's sword slipped from his grasp, blood staining the snow beneath the eaves as he collapsed with a resounding thud. Qingzhou casually lifted his right hand to his lips, exhaling a breath. Was that swift? Indeed, death came quicker than I. His eyes brimmed with disdain as he sneered. Beyond 7 paces, I am invincible. Chapter 8. A few strokes to call forth thunder. As a traveler from another realm, Qingzhou found it entirely reasonable to possess a firearm. In this world, where one could cultivate immortality, there existed the realms of postnatal and innate, followed by the foundational stage. The postnatal realm primarily focuses on the refinement of the body, while the innate realm harnesses vital energy to manifest myriad forms. Nevertheless, both remain within the realm of mortal capabilities, although the swordsman clad in black was at the first level of the innate realm. He stood no chance of survival when caught off guard and shot at close range. Alas, if one must compel me to act, it becomes quite difficult, he mused, rising to drag the corpse to the side of the alley, casually burying it under the snow and concealing the bloodstains along the way. Sweeping away the snow from before the door, Qingzhou was not overly concerned about slaying the swordsman. In a world where morality decays and life holds little value, the death of a few individuals was merely commonplace. Moreover, this swordsman had sought his own demise. How could he remain idle? If one offends me, I shall kill. If one deceives me, I shall kill. If one insults me, I shall kill. I shall eradicate all the ruffians of the world. Who dares to cry out against me? Kill! 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 He returned indoors, wiping the blood from his hands and sitting at his desk. Taking out the book of worries, he grasped a brush, furrowing his brow in concentration. Zhang since you wish to kill me, I shall strike first. He whispered, his eyes glinting with cold light. With a flourish of his brush, the 2 characters manifested upon the page. It read, Thunder Punishment. As the brush fell, the white paper crackled with electricity, swirling within the confines of the book. A chilling metallic voice resonated in his ears. Detected host request to summon Thunder Punishment. The target for this summoning requires a consumption of 2,000 points of virtue. Please confirm. Confirmed. Confirmation complete. Commencing summoning of thunder punishment. Coordinates set to Qingzhou City. Zhang residence. Target identified as Zhang. Locked in. Thunder will strike in 3 seconds, and the target shall perish. Qingzhou set down the brush, his gaze fixed upon the window. After 3 breaths, a bolt of violet lightning tore through the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout Qingzhou. A streak of lightning descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial dragon, nearly splitting the sky in 2. With a resounding boom, the white light was blinding yet fleeting. The entire city of Qingzhou trembled. The rare phenomenon of snow and thunder was a spectacle seldom witnessed. Many citizens either ventured onto the long streets or peered out their windows, discussing the scene unfolding in the snow-laden world, where a plume of black smoke billowed upwards. What is happening? Where did this thunder come from? It is rather terrifying. It seems like the thunder god is enraged. What a strange occurrence to have violet lightning on a snowy day. Lin Shuang'er stood atop the city walls, sword in hand, gazing towards the direction of the black smoke, her hair dancing in the wind from all directions. Her elegant brows knitted together as she murmured softly, "That direction seems to be the Zhang family's residence." Within mere moments, the Zhang family's estate echoed with cries of despair. "Master, how could you leave us? Heaven, why are you so blind?" Qingzhou stroked his chin, observing the scene outside the window, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence and composure. All is well, truly deserving of the term divine retribution. The 2,000 merits expended have been most gratifying. He closed the Book of Solace and stretched lazily. A yawn escaped him, having dined and imbibed to his heart as content. Coinciding with the gentle snowfall, his spirits soared, prompting him to indulge in a refreshing slumber. The Tome of Solace serves not only to alleviate the worries of young maidens, but also to ease some of Qingzhou's own concerns. For instance, what transpired moments ago was but one of many such instances. It could lead to death, yet the price would be those hard-earned merits. As long as he harbored thoughts of someone's demise, and that individual resided within 100 miles, he merely needed to silently utter their name and inscribe a method of demise in the book. The tome would then alleviate his burdens, with the merits consumed correlating to the strength of the intended victim. This particular scholar, though somewhat influential, was ultimately just a commoner, and 1,000 merits would suffice. Thus, it was assured, let it be deemed as ridding the populace of a menace. Truly, I am a good person. This time, the call was for thunder, yet others could be summoned as well. Given that this scholar had committed numerous wrongdoings, oppressing the common folk, his demise beneath heavenly thunder seemed rather just. Before nightfall, the news of Zhang Er's demise by lightning spread like wildfire throughout the city of Qingzhou. In an instant, the hearts of the affluent trembled, restless and sleepless. Meanwhile, the common folk rejoiced, savoring their sweet slumber. This event naturally became a popular topic of conversation during tea breaks and in taverns. Have you heard? That scholar, Zhang was struck by lightning at noon in his own home. Indeed, I heard. How peculiar for thunder to strike on a snowy day, especially targeting the Zhang residence. I heard that at the time, Scholar Zhang was in his study. With a thunderous boom, he was reduced to ashes, not a trace left behind. How tragic. Deservedly so. This is heaven's justice, specifically sending down this divine punishment to obliterate that wretched creature. I concur. An elderly gentleman, sipping hot tea in a tea house, exuded an aura of ethereal wisdom as he stroked his long beard. The wheel of karma turns, and does the heavens spare anyone? After sleeping for thousands of years, is it awakening now? Ha ha ha. The storyteller, keenly aware of the audience, fanned himself and spoke eloquently. In the end, good and evil will be repaid. The righteous path is fraught with trials. They say this thunder on a snowy day is a celestial anomaly rarely witnessed in a millennium. Whispers and rumors spread, each version differing yet converging on a singular point. Those who commit numerous evils provoke heavenly wrath. The surviving members of the Zhang family, however, were filled with trepidation. Only they knew whom their master had offended. In the early morning, the master's sister was sent flying by the palm of the Lord of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. She reported the incident to her brother, sending someone to seek redress. Yet that person had not returned, followed by the master suffering divine retribution, reduced to mere ashes. Such coincidences were too uncanny to dismiss. Zhang Er's only son was anxious and restless. It must be the forgetting worries master's doing. It's all my aunt's fault. Quickly, prepare gifts. Tomorrow morning, we shall visit the forgetting worries master. Compared to his father, the son displayed far greater composure and awareness of the situation. With his suspicions brewing, he leaned towards believing them, fearful that he might be the next victim of misfortune. Thus, accompanied by his beloved sister-in-law, he arrived before the forgetting worries pavilion long before dawn. They awaited in silence, observing the young women lining up for the day, their faces filled with confusion as they whispered among themselves. Isn't that the son of Scholar Zhang, Zhang Sanfan? Indeed, and look at that stout figure beside him. Could it be Zhang Milan, the troublemaker from yesterday? Who would have thought she'd dare to return? I heard that her father was struck by lightning yesterday. Shouldn't she be in mourning at home instead of coming to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion? What? Scholar Zhang was struck by lightning? You weren't aware? Yesterday, a fierce bolt of lightning fell upon the Zhang family, and it just so happened to strike Scholar Zhang. They say nothing remained of him. After a brief moment, the door of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion finally swung open. A young attendant peeked out, and, upon spotting Zhang Sanfan and Zhang Milan standing at the entrance, immediately recoiled in alarm. Qingzhou, seated at the desk, noticed the commotion and inquired, Wang Er, what is the matter? Wang Er hurriedly approached Qingzhou, a look of panic etched on his face as he replied, Sir, it is dire. That woman from yesterday has returned, and she has brought accomplices waiting right at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou's forehead creased with worry, contemplating the woman's audacity. I spared your life out of kindness, and now that your brother is dead, you still have not learned your lesson. He rose abruptly, his sleeves billowing as he strode to the door, his eyes icy with resolve. How outrageous! He reached the entrance in 3 swift strides and flung the door open, his gaze fixed on Zhang Milan, ready to admonish her. You vile! Yet before he could finish his sentence, the handsome young man beside Zhang Milan suddenly knelt in the snow before the door, his voice resonating with sincerity. I, the younger Zhang Sanfan, have come today to seek forgiveness from Master Forgetting Worries. Chapter 9. The young descendants of a Zhang family possess grand aspirations. In that moment of kneeling, the world fell into silence. Even the howling northern wind paused in its hurried course. Qingzhou's voice faltered, his eyes wide with astonishment, his expression shifting in confusion. Zhang Sanfan, he silently repeated the name in his mind, a name both familiar and nostalgic. The onlookers mirrored his astonishment, their eyes wide with a blend of bewilderment, confusion, and disbelief, though the expressions on their faces conveyed a singular sentiment. A child who had recently lost his father, instead of mourning in solitude, donned the garb of grief and unexpectedly came to kneel before Mr. Wanyu. They could not comprehend this act, nor could they fathom its significance. A bold thought flickered through the minds of the crowd. Could this young scholar, struck by lightning, have any connection to Mr. Wanyu? Do we know each other? Qingzhou's voice, steeped in uncertainty, broke the stillness. At this, Zhang Sanfan straightened, his palms clasped in front of him as he offered a respectful nod to Qingzhou. My father, Zhang Er, I have heard that my aunt offended you yesterday. Hence, I have brought her here today to apologize on her behalf. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. With that, he tugged at Zhang Galan beside him, whispering, Aunt, hurry and apologize to the gentleman. Zhang Milan, already haunted by her encounter with Qingzhou, still felt the pain in her ribs from the blow she had received. Once, she had basked in the glory of her brother's reputation, harboring thoughts of revenge against Qingzhou, vowing he would pay dearly. Yet, with her brother now reduced to ashes by that fateful lightning strike, she felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Realizing she had crossed paths with a formidable adversary, she recognized the gravity of her misstep that had led to this calamity. Gone was her previous arrogance. She now resembled a frightened mouse, trembling and meek. With a resounding thud, she knelt in the snow, bowing her head fervently, tears mingling with her words. I was blind to your greatness and acted rashly. I beseech you, great sir, to forgive my transgressions this time. Su Qingzhou's cheek twitched slightly. The defiance she once displayed, vowing he would meet a dire fate, now transformed into a humble plea for mercy. The sudden reversal was unforeseen, and everything seemed to be a mere coincidence. Yet, he could not help but steal another glance at the youth, Zhang Sanfeng. According to his usual expectations, should the young man not seek vengeance for his brother's demise? Even if it was but a figment of suspicion. Yet, this lad seemed to defy convention, approaching him instead to offer apologies, which struck Su Qingzhou as rather intriguing. He found it hard to believe that the young master of the Zhang family had genuinely repented. He suspected the boy had surmised the connection between the lightning and himself. Thus, he recognized the child's vision and ambition were indeed considerable. His antics had spared him from retribution. Very well, Su Qingzhou mused. He was not a malevolent person and had no intention of bringing harm to the innocent. With this thought, he resolved to let the matter rest. With a light cough, a graceful wave of his sleeve, he raised his head, straightened his chest, and, with an air of emphasis, declared, "Since yesterday's events are now behind us, and considering your sincere repentance, let us put it to rest. I am not one who harbors grudges, but henceforth do not engage in any unjust actions. For the heavens shall surely exact retribution upon you." His voice was steady, his words clear, exuding an expansive demeanor that evoked admiration and respect from those who listened. The two individuals promptly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I shall remember your kindness. Thank you for your grace. Now rise," he continued. Zhang Milan, feeling a mix of trepidation and haste, stood up and retreated to the side, keeping her head lowered. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanfeng produced a wooden box from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands before Su Qingzhou. "Sir, this is a small token of my sincere regard. I hope you will graciously accept it as a gesture of my apology." The offering was indeed a thoughtful gesture. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, adhering to the principle of not rejecting a gift, as it would be foolish to pass up an opportunity, and accepted the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a rolled parchment secured with a vibrant red ribbon, strikingly vivid against the snowy backdrop. "Zhang Gongzi, this is..." Su's inquiry was met with a reply. "This is the deed to this establishment, sir. From today forth, this property belongs to you." Su Qingzhou drew in a sharp breath. The value of this street-facing two-story shop was considerable. "Zhang Gongzi, this may not be entirely appropriate. One should not receive rewards for unearned merit." To be honest, he felt somewhat guilty, having previously dispatched one of Zhang's hired hands and struck down his father with a bolt of lightning. Accepting a building from him felt morally incongruous. "I have long heard of your esteemed name and wish to make your acquaintance. To befriend you is a blessing for me and a fortune for my family. Moreover, as my aunt has wronged you, and you have chosen to forgive, please do not refuse this deed." Seeing the earnestness in his words, Su Qingzhou dismissed any lingering concerns regarding propriety or morality. Such notions were of little consequence to him. "Ha, Zhang Gongzi, your eloquence is commendable. Since you offer it with sincerity, I shall not decline. I accept it with gratitude." They exchanged pleasantries and a few grandiloquent remarks before parting ways. "Sir, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall not trouble you further. I bid you farewell and shall visit again soon." Su Qingzhou, observing the cultured Zhang Sanfeng, patted him on the shoulder, his expression turning somber. "I have heard of your father's situation. Please accept my condolences and take care of your health. Thank you for your concern. This minor setback is something I can endure," Zhang Sanfeng replied, steadying himself and wiping away the sweat that had formed on his brow. After bidding farewell, he hurried away with his aunt and a group of attendants. Despite the chill of winter, beads of sweat had already begun to trickle down Zhang Sanfeng's forehead. As he turned the corner, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was swiftly supported by Zhang Milan. "Xiao-san, are you all right?" Zhang Sanfeng regained his balance, wiped his sweat, and weakly replied, "I'm fine, just fine." Then turning his head, he looked at Zhang Milan, his aunt, and implored, "Promise me one thing. No matter what, do not seek further trouble with Mr. Wang Yu." "Xiao-san, what has brought this on? Why do you suddenly say such a thing?" Zhang San bit his lip, his eyes filled with trepidation. "I just glimpsed through the crack of the door and saw Uncle Lu's sword." Zhang Milan's eyes widened in alarm. She understood all too well what that implied. Uncle Liu was a revered protector of the Zhang family, a master of the first level of innate strength. The Zhang family's achievements in Qingzhou City were largely due to his contributions. A swordsman is never far from his sword, and with the sword present, it was clear that its owner had perished. "It's all your fault, Aunt. You are the reason for my father's demise," she wept. "Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Please do not grieve, for those who remain must live on, mustn't they? At the very least, Mr. Wang, you will no longer pose a threat to us, and that should suffice." Yes, Xiao-san, your aunt will heed your words." Meanwhile, Su Qingzhou toyed with the wooden box in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the narratives penned in novels diverged from reality. The villains of this world were not so foolish, but rather quite astute. "All right, Wang Er, commence the drawing of lots." "Understood, sir." He turned and entered the room, intrigued by Zhang San. The foolish wander through life until they lose their path, whereas the wise find their way broadened. Zhang San was undoubtedly among the latter. "The sir has instructed to commence the drawing. Today, we shall draw for 350 individuals, adhering to the usual rules. Let's begin." Chapter 10. May your future be worry-free indeed. Mr. Worry-Free is formidable. Who would have thought that the Zhang family would concede? Is this not an obvious statement? With Zhang Er's demise, does the Zhang family remain unchanged? This assertion holds merit, and the young master of the Zhang family demonstrates a keen sense of propriety. Undoubtedly a person of substance. Do you think that Zhang Er's death might be connected to Mr. Worry-Free? It would be unwise to speculate, for Mr. Worry-Free is indeed a benevolent soul. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Look, the drawing of lots has commenced. As the lot drawing began, the women cast aside the recent events, wholly engrossed in the box brimming with slips of paper. In a whirlwind of excitement, akin to swirling snowflakes, 350 paper balls were swiftly snatched away. With hearts filled with trepidation and exhilaration, the women anxiously awaited the announcement of the results. The gentleman proclaimed, "Today's lucky number is 136. Ah!" A piercing scream rent the air. "I've won. I've won." Amidst the envy of others, a jubilant peasant woman stepped into Worry-Free Pavilion. The rest, however, could only depart in disappointment, their spirits as low as a disheartened middle-aged man. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated the worries of the Jiang family. Reward triggered. You have gained 100 points of benevolence." Su Qingzhou stretched languidly, observing the receding figures, and sighed contemplatively. Paychecks arrived. It was time to clock out. Noon arrived, and the wind and snow outside suddenly ceased as sunlight pierced through the thick cloud cover, casting its rare warmth upon Qingzhou City. A gentle warmth graced this frigid winter. The snowfall has finally halted. Su Qingzhou murmured, peering through the paper-thin window at the world outside. The soft golden sunlight filtered through, bathing the room in a warm glow. A delicate cough drew Su Qingzhou's attention, and as he turned, he beheld the little beggar rising, half of her body emerging from the bedding. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. The former appeared flustered, clutching the blanket and retreating into the corner, while the latter smiled warmly and inquired gently, "You're awake." The familiar smile, illuminated by the scattered light beyond the window, was undeniably comforting. The little beggar was certain she had encountered this face before. The soft gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. Her throat quivered slightly, and her furtive glances surveyed her surroundings, quietly observing everything: the grand house, the older brother, and the soft, expansive quilt. Everything felt authentic yet surreal, at least to her. After a prolonged silence, she mustered her courage to ask, "Where is this?" "Worry-Free Pavilion," Su Qingzhou replied. "And who are you?" "I am Su Qingzhou, though others call me Mr. Worry-Free." The little beggar's eyes widened in realization as she quickly scrambled out of the bedding and off the bed, attempting a somewhat unrefined bow towards Su Qingzhou. "I have met Mr. Worry-Free. Thank you for rescuing me." Indeed, she may have been a beggar, but she was not devoid of wits. The events of the previous day flickered through her mind, vivid and clear. The fact that she was still alive was undoubtedly due to Mr. Worry-Free's intervention. Su Qingzhou settled into a nearby mat and continued to speak. "There is no need for gratitude. It is merely fate, and it is meant to be. His languid voice lingered in the air, leaving the young beggar feeling somewhat bewildered, compelled to express her thanks repeatedly. I shall repay your kindness, sir, once I grow up. Now, I will take my leave and not disturb your rest. The timid child prepared to exit the room. Though she was a beggar, she understood one principle: never become a burden to others, no matter the circumstances. Su Qingzhou had saved her. Now that she was awake, it was time to depart, lest she continue to trouble him. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow slightly, clearly surprised that a 6-year-old child could possess such maturity. Perhaps it would be more fitting to say she was wise beyond her years in conversation. She bore no semblance of a child her age. She exuded an air of distinction that suggested a maturity more akin to that of a young lady of 17 or 18. "Wait, where are you going?" he called out, halting the small girl who had already placed one foot outside the door. The girl, clutching the hem of her garment, turned back with a respectful yet soft reply. I'm going home." However, her peripheral vision caught sight of the oversized scholar's robe she was wearing, and she quickly added, "Do not worry, sir. I will wash the clothes and return them to you." Such a young age, yet she navigated her life with utmost caution. One could hardly imagine the trial she had endured. Su Qingzhou felt a pang of sympathy, but maintained a serious tone, asking, "I did not inquire about the clothes. Rather, I ask you this. You mentioned going home. Do you have a home?" She lifted her gaze, her large eyes flickering with uncertainty, and found herself unable to utter a single word. Indeed, home. What home did she have to return to? She fell silent, unwilling to deceive her savior. "Come here, step closer." Su Qingzhou beckoned. At first, she hesitated, biting her lip tightly, but gradually approached him. When she stood a few meters away, she tensed her small frame, clutching her garment tightly, head bowed, silent. It was unclear whether she was afraid, insecure, or perhaps guilty. Su Qingzhou took a deep breath, steering straight to the point. "I see great potential in you. Would you care to become my disciple?" She suddenly looked up, her eyes wide in astonishment. "Oh, what? Do you refuse?" Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Naughty. She began, nodding at first before shaking her head vigorously, her expression shifting between joy and fear, urgency and confusion. Her words stumbled forth in a chaotic rush. Her mind was a whirlwind. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that this all came too suddenly, catching her off guard. She pondered, is this real? Why? Could it be a dream? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Qingzhou couldn't help but let a faint smile escape his lips. The words carried a hint of playful curiosity. "So, do you truly wish to take me as your master?" Aye. Can I really?" Su Qingzhou straightened her posture, her expression turning solemn as she fixed her gaze upon the other's eyes and spoke earnestly, naturally, sensing the fervor and respect within Su Qingzhou's gaze. The little beggar seemed to resolve herself at that moment and nodded emphatically. "I'm willing to call you my master." Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I know you have no name, so from now on, you shall bear my surname, Su, and be called Su Wuyo, meaning carefree and untroubled. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the little beggar bowed her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. One could faintly hear the sounds of her sobbing. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, plopping onto the wooden planks and gradually soaking them. "What is it? Do you not like it?" The little one vigorously wiped her face with her sleeve, and when she raised her head once more, her delicate features were adorned with tears, yet she smiled radiantly. Her voice choked with emotion. "No, I adore it. I truly love it. I absolutely cherish it." As she spoke, she knelt on the ground and bowed deeply 3 times to Su Qingzhou. "I have a name now. I am Su Wuyo, and I have bowed to my master." Chapter 11. The worry-free grocery store. Su Qingzhou looked at the little one with tear-streaked cheeks and felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. He could not bear to see others weep, especially children. "Well, since you're my disciple now, there are a few rules I must impart to you. Please listen closely." Xiao Wuyo straightened her small frame, responding earnestly, "Master, I shall remember your words." Her tiny face, though obedient, still bore traces of her recent sobs. Su Qingzhou rose and extended a finger, waving it gently before Xiao Wuyo. The first rule is this: no matter what happens, do not cry. You are Su Wuyo, and as your name suggests, you should be without worry and without sorrow. Hence, there is no reason for tears. He wiped his face and the corners of his eyes with the broad sleeve of his robe. You must listen to your master and refrain from crying in the future. Yes, master, I will not cry, the little one affirmed, her resolve evident. Pleased, Su Qingzhou nodded, adopting a demeanor befitting a master as he raised another finger. As for the second rule, once a disciple, always a child of the master, you must heed my guidance. Understood. I will listen to you, master, Xiao Wuyo replied earnestly. And the third. Su Qingzhou mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the ceiling. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. I have yet to ponder this, so let us speak of it later. Xiao Wuyo blinked in surprise, but still nodded dutifully. Very well. I shall wait for you to decide, master. Being a first-time teacher, Su Qingzhou felt somewhat inexperienced. Now, go downstairs and fetch a basin of warm water to wash your face. I do not fancy a kitten with a soiled visage. Yes, I shall do that right away. With that, the little one scrambled to her feet and dashed toward the door, her bare feet pattering swiftly against the floor as if fearing that any delay might cause Su Qingzhou to abandon her. However, her prolonged hunger had rendered her weak, and just before exiting, she stumbled and fell heavily. Ouch! Su Qingzhou's brow furrowed with concern. Are you all right? The little one quickly picked herself up, turning her head with a beaming smile. I'm fine, master. It doesn't hurt at all. I'm just going to wash my face. With a slight limp, she made her way downstairs. Hearing her receding footsteps, Su Qingzhou shook his head, a hint of sympathy in his expression. Even after falling and bleeding, she claims to be unhurt. What a wretched child. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated Su Wuyo's worries. Ding! Reward triggered. 5,000 points of benevolence. Ding! Reward triggered. Weapon, Qingzhou sword. Ding! Reward triggered. Celestial level sword technique. A sword in deep autumn. Ding! Side quest activated. The growth of Su Wuyo. For details, check the system panel. Ding! You have completed a 10-day streak, earning an additional reward of 1 attribute point. The cold, mechanical notifications rang out in succession, devoid of any emotion or sentiment. Yet, they stirred a tempest of thoughts within Su Qingzhou's heart. A side quest? Overwhelmed by the generous rewards from the system, he found his entire focus drawn to this so-called side quest. Is it a hidden feature? I must take a closer look. Regarding the Solace system, although I have possessed it for several months, my understanding remains rather limited. It is merely known that the Solace book can alleviate both my concerns and those of others, complemented by a remarkably modern all-purpose shop. Upon accessing the Solace system, I immediately discovered the location of the side quest. Side quest triggered. The growth of Su Wuyo. Quest requirement. Accompany her as she matures until she reigns supreme. Hint. Su Wuyo will undoubtedly face numerous adversaries in the future, perhaps thousands or tens of thousands, or possibly the entire realm of Howren. Quest progress. 1. Reward. Unknown. Gazing at the lines of text within the system, Su Qingzhou found himself engulfed in confusion. He murmured to himself, must I oppose the entire world? Who were you in your past life? Or rather, who are you in this existence? His brow furrowed increasingly tighter, his gaze growing heavier with contemplation. After a prolonged period of reflection, he remained lost in thought. The text in the book states, in a vast realm of Howren, encompassing 10 continents, 8 desolations, and 4 seas, the territory stretches far beyond mere thousands of miles, and the multitude of living beings exceeds trillions. If one were truly to stand against this world, it is difficult to fathom the grandeur and tragic splendor that would ensue. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. What purpose does it serve to ponder on matters yet to unfold? With the disciple already taken under his wing and her worries alleviated, the quest had been activated, and there was no turning back. Furthermore, he found a genuine fondness for this young girl. Thus, let it be, he decided. He would move forth with an open heart, embracing the journey ahead. Closing the quest panel, he retrieved the Qingzhou sword to admire it. The blade measured 3 feet, its azure gleam enveloping the sword's body, emanating an icy brilliance. Merely gripping it, the cold aura manifested within a 3-meter radius upon drawing it from its sheath. The craftsmanship of the system indeed promised excellence. It was a truly fine sword, bringing him great solace. The sword embodied the youthful romanticism within him, a longing of the heart. As Qingzhou grasped the sword, he felt as though he could sense the sword's energy traversing 30,000 miles, the resounding chill of its blade echoing across 14 states. Setting the sword aside, he took out the sword technique. A leaf of late autumn, a cursory glance brought him immense joy. Remarkable. The sword was exceptional, and the technique was divine. At this moment, Qingzhou could not help but borrow a clitch from someone. From now on, I shall not let this sky obscure my vision. After a brief moment of delight, he stowed away the sword technique and, as before, allocated his attribute points to strength. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. A glance revealed his strength had risen to a commendable 7 points. He flexed his fingers, now confident that he could contend with a first-tier innate practitioner without much difficulty. With a slight smile, he casually opened the Solace General Store. He had just received 5,000 points of benevolence value and resolved to make a purchase today. Solace General Store, balance, 5,900 benevolence points. Items for cultivation. Item, Howren Sword Chi Technique, Confucianism Supreme Knowledge, price, 100,000 benevolence points. Item, Suin, Medical Supreme Knowledge, price, 100,000 benevolence points. Item, Immortal Elixir price, 10,000 benevolence points. Item, 5 Elements Flag, artifact, price, 100,000 good deeds points. Item, Chi Supplement Pill price, 1,000 good deeds points. Item, Soul Returning Pill price, 500 good deeds points. Item, Modern Goods. Item, 6 Flavor Romania Pills, 1 bottle, price, 5,000 good deeds points. Item, AK-47 Rifle, 1, price, 50,000 good deeds points. Item, Instant Noodles, 1 pack, White Elephant price, 3,000 good deeds points. Item, High Explosive Grenade, 1 price, 10,000 good deeds points. Item, Nuclear Bomb, 1 price, 1,000 good deeds points. Item, Purple Cloud Cigarette price, sold individually at 1,000 good deeds points. Whole box, 15,000 good deeds points. Warm reminder, acquiring modern goods requires traversing the 3 rivers of time, space, and years, thus the exorbitant prices. Earning is not easy. Please consume rationally. Upon reopening the worry-free grocery store, Qingzhou's heart remained tumultuous, particularly when confronted with the outrageous prices in the modern shop. He could not help but curse the unscrupulous merchants. I will only buy once, and then I shall refrain from further indulgence. This is my final act of recklessness. Contemplating this, he addressed the dialogue system. Foster father, I desire this. System, apologies, host, insufficient balance detected. Qingzhou roared, I want one, just one, not a pack. System, understood, you'll spend 1,000 good deeds points to purchase 1 Purple Cloud cigarette. Welcome to shop again. TSK Chapter 12. How could the world turn against me? Qingzhou strolled to the window and with a creak, pushed it open. Skillfully, he produced a fire talisman and chanted an incantation. With a whoosh, the paper talisman ignited in the chill wind, releasing an enchanting flame. He drew it close to his lips, inhaling deeply. Nonchalantly, he discarded the remaining half of the talisman, allowing it to dance away with the breeze. A cloud of mist billowed from his mouth and nose, ethereal and intangible. Qingzhou appeared entranced, the incoming wind carrying a slight chill. His hair brushed against his face, gently lifting. He took another deep breath, feeling invigorated. Raising his gaze, inspiration struck him, and he proclaimed aloud, leaning on the railing, I consume the clouds and smoke. Half enters the gentle breeze, half mingles with the roar. Even the gentle breeze is tinged with worldly sorrow. Gazing into the vast sky, His eyes became dreamy. Ah, what a familiar sensation. Warm reminder. The above passage pays homage to the many smokers. Please refrain from criticism if you dislike it, as there will be no further similar scenes. To criticize this would be unjust to the author. Disclaimer. Smoking is harmful to health. The worry-free grocery store is a feature of the system. As you can see, Qingzhou can purchase anything he desires within its confines, from nuclear bombs and aircraft carriers to something as trivial as a lollipop. As long as you possess wealth, your wishes can materialize. He alleviates others' worries, speaking of fate, while the system alleviates his pertaining to cause. The cultivation version is acceptable. Although Qingzhou does not fully comprehend it, most items are reasonably priced. However, this modern version is purely a money-making scheme. A single cigarette costs $1,500. An AK, $47,050. Simply unaffordable. Even that Browning pistol was a stroke of luck from 2 lottery draws the system granted him. Once, he drew a pistol, another time a grenade. That is all. Moreover, the pistol contains only 10 rounds. Once depleted, he can purchase more, starting at 1,000 per bullet. It could easily be stolen, yet it is sold instead, accompanied by a multitude of excuses, invoking 3 major planes, which Qingzhou dismisses as nonsense. He believes it is purely a matter of luck. If one draws it, they are fortunate. If not, it is simply fate. However, the cultivation version is quite appealing, affordable, and worthy of consideration. His relentless determination to alleviate the worries of young women stems from 3 reasons. First, to hold a young lady's hand. Second, to earn full attendance attribute points for strength. Third, for the sake of benevolence, to attain divine beasts, divine weapons, and divine knowledge, to disdain the common populace and become unparalleled in the world. Master, a beautiful sister has come, bringing you food. Qingzhou snapped back to reality, carefully extinguishing the remaining cigarette. He took out a handkerchief, meticulously wrapping it layer upon layer, and placed it in his bosom before turning around. The earlier melancholy dissipated, replaced by a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. With a lift of his elegant brows, he declared, "Let us go. It's time to eat." Having said that, he swept past Xiao Wuyo and descended the stairs. Xiao Wuyo remained rooted in place, gazing adoringly at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with admiration, softly murmuring, "Master truly is a celestial being." He breathed smoke for his nose. How impressive. Without concern, she hastily descended. "I'm coming, Master," replied Wu Yu. Wang Donger had brought lunch, and, taking little Wu Yu's hand, they began to chat animatedly, their rapport evident as they laughed radiantly. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though they were the true companions, relegating Qingzhou to the role of an outsider. However, it wasn't long before she had to depart. The day was clear, and she mentioned that the shop was rather busy. Little Wu Yu insisted that she could fetch her own meals in the future, wishing to spare Wang Donger the trouble. Wang Donger, however, refused, citing concern for the cold and the possibility of Wu Yu catching a chill. Wu Yu retorted that she was not afraid of the cold. Yet Wang Donger maintained her stance, warning of unsavory characters on the streets, claiming it was unsafe. Yet, the distance from Wu Yu Pavilion to her restaurant was merely half a mile along the main street. Before Wu Yu could further argue, Wang Donger hurried off. Wu Yu watched her retreating figure, pondering as she touched her little head. "I beg on this street daily, and have yet to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals." Though her voice was soft, Qingzhou caught her words and couldn't help but smile. "All right, little Wu Yu, come over for a meal." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu set her hands down, turning to stand respectfully, smiling sweetly. "Wu Yu is not hungry. I shall eat after Master is finished." Qingzhou, catching a glimpse of her, noticed the little one's throat moving, easily discerning her hidden thoughts. The dishes will grow cold soon. To his surprise, little Wu Yu tilted her head, lost in contemplation, and innocently inquired, "Master, aren't the dishes cold by nature?" Qingzhou was taken aback, his raised cup pausing midair as he stared at the small child before him. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener comprehended deeply. Indeed, a beggar so young would be accustomed to consuming leftovers, food that others had discarded. For her, wouldn't the food naturally be cold? A wave of emotion surged in Qingzhou's heart, causing his nose to tingle. He set down the cup and looked sternly at Su Wuyu. Come here. Master insists that you must dine with me every day from now on. Wuyu hesitated for a moment, but then scampered over. She dared not disobey her master, even if she felt it was somewhat against the rules. Yet she had promised her master that she would heed his words. Seated at the table, she gazed at the feast laid before her, the tantalizing aroma igniting her appetite, her eyes widening as she struggled to suppress her salivation. Children will always be children. At merely 6 years old, despite her maturity, her inherent childlike nature could not be concealed. Don't just stare, you should eat. Master is already full. He feigned seriousness, adding, no wasting allowed. Little Wuyu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, Wuyu will not waste. With that, she picked up her bowl and began to eat. Large mouthfuls of rice mixed with vegetables filled her small mouth, and soon her cheeks puffed up like a chipmunk's, an endearing yet somewhat poignant sight. Despite appearing somewhat ravenous, it was evident that she maintained a commendable decorum, carefully selecting her food and eating with restrained silence. Su Qingzhou observed her quietly, the wine in his hand, yet to touch his lips. His mind wandered back to the earlier side quest, nurturing her growth until she ascended to greatness. Unbeknownst to him, a softness crept into his gaze. Xiao Wuyo lifted her head, inadvertently meeting Su Qingzhou's eyes. Master, it smells delightful. Wuyo loves this, she exclaimed. Hee, silly child, take your time and don't choke. There will be plenty to eat every day. At his words, Wuyo valiantly swallowed the mouthful of rice, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, having a master is wonderful. I will never go hungry again, hee. Ahem, indeed. Wuyo continued her meal, while Su Qingzhou resumed sipping his wine, the warmth of the charcoal fire intensifying in the small room. Breaking the tranquility once more, Su Qingzhou gazed earnestly at the little one and posed a serious question. Wuyo, what if, in the future, the people of this world stand against you? What would you do? Wuyo, holding her bowl, looked at Su Qingzhou with earnestness, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Master, why would the people of this world oppose me? How could they possibly do so? Su Qingzhou surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drifting to the wine in his cup. Indeed, why would the people of this world oppose her? He pondered in silence, unable to grasp the reasoning, and drained his cup in one go. Stretching languidly, he rose and made his way to the upstairs room. Masters would take a nap. Once you finish eating, don't wander off. This afternoon, I'll take you to buy some clothes, as these are too large and ill-fitting. No need, Master. There is no need to waste money. I can wear this. I really like it. Then it is settled. Oh, Chapter 13. System upgrade. Unadorned yet profound. Awakening from a dream, in the stillness of the small window, spring is heralded by the sound of flowers being sold. As the first rays of morning sunlight gracefully seep through the crevice of the window and gently ascend to the head of the bed, Su Qingzhou stirs awake. As is customary, he approaches the window, giving it a gentle push, and is greeted by the refreshing breeze, the lively sounds, and the bustling vibrancy of the market. He inhales deeply, feeling a sense of elation. Ah, spring is truly delightful. Even the wind carries a sweetness. He proceeds to wash up and descends the stairs. Although it is morning, the entire room has been meticulously tidied by the 6-year-old Wuyu, devoid of any dust. Master, you are awake. The tea is ready for you. Right on the table, she chirps. Ah, splendid. Su Qingzhou replies, shall we begin now? With his consent, Wuyu takes small steps, opens the door, and carries the wooden box from the corner outside. Beyond the door, 2 long lines have already formed, stretching all the way to the corner of the street. Today, little Wuyu is clad in a white scholar's robe. Her hair, dark as night, is styled into 2 long braids. Her cheeks are rosy, and her eyes sparkle with joy as she somewhat laboriously places the wooden box upon the wooden platform. Dear ladies, esteemed guests, sisters, and mothers, the signing begins today. We have 400 tokens available. Please queue up orderly, one by one. No cutting in line, she sweetly announces. Upon hearing her words, the women begin to take their tokens in an orderly fashion. Aunt Zhang, you arrived a bit early today. Please draw your token, and may luck be on your side. Wuyu encourages. Haha, this little girl, your words are so sweet. I'm growing fonder of you. Aunt Zhang replies. Hee, and is just joking, Wuyu giggles. Aunt Lu, little Wuyu Today, S opening is a bit later than yesterday. With crescent-shaped eyes, Wu Yu patiently explains, Master was unwell last night, hence the delay. I apologize for making you wait. No, I was merely teasing you. Aunt Lu laughs. Qingzhou rests his chin on one hand, smiling as he watches the busy little figure outside, his affection evident in his eyes. It is quite strange, the front of Forgetting Worries Pavilion, during previous token distributions, resembled a chaotic market scene akin to buying discounted eggs. However, since Wu Yu's arrival, everything has changed. Everyone now queues patiently and draws their tokens in an orderly manner. Wu Yu is truly blended in with the crowd, surpassing even Wang Air by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the little one is exceptionally considerate, keeping the household spick and span. Such a disciple is indeed cherished by Qingzhou. Furthermore, since the day he took her as his apprentice, her small face has always been adorned with a smile. Regardless of the turbulence one may harbor within, the sight of those bright, joyful eyes is sure to uplift one's spirits. After a considerable time, once the token distribution concludes, Wu Yu dashes back in and respectfully performs a gesture of reverence towards Qingzhou. Master, the token distribution has finished. Today we have 400 tokens. Please inform me of today's number. Qingzhou lightly taps his fingers on the table, the sound echoing a rhythmic thud. Looking at Wu Yu, he says, Today, let this number be chosen by you. Little Wu Yu gasped, quickly waving her hand. Master, this is not permissible. Qingzhou furrowed his brow, feigning a semblance of solemnity. If the master permits it, then Wu Yu may choose. Today, this number must be selected by Wu Yu. Little Wu Yu, somewhat taken aback by the attention, could only acquiesce. After much contemplation, she asked, May I choose 128? Pray tell, why 128? Because I met the master on December 8th. It is my lucky number, she replied sweetly, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her clear gaze piercing the heart. Qingzhou, with a face full of indulgence, nodded slightly. Very well, then, let it be 128. Off you go. I'm all right. Sir has declared that today's lucky number is 128. As a woman entered the room, Qingzhou took up his brush and marked the number on the Jiao scroll, a blue light shimmering forth. The worries of the woman before him materialized. Name, Hao Chunhua. Age, 21. Status, a wife and a mother. Introduction, a resident of Qingzhou City, married at 16 to Li Chengwen with a son and daughter. Request, for her husband's ailment to be cured. Solution. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and chose option 1, spending 50 benevolence points to exchange for a healing elixir, which he placed in Hao Chunhua's hands. He patiently instructed, this medicine requires 3 sheng of a young boy's urine to be taken. In less than a moment, your husband shall recover. Hao Chunhua hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Sir, thank you. She then left, having given him a couple of taels of silver. Outside, the voices of women discussing could be heard. How is it? Can it be cured? Yes, the sir said that with 3 sheng of young boy's urine, it will work. Again with the boy's urine. Why does Master Wang Yu always require it for treating men's ailments? I don't know, just do as instructed. The master surely has his reasons. Qingzhou, having absorbed every word, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, a mischievous glint evident in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully alleviating Hao Chunhua's worries. Ding! Reward triggered, gaining 200 benevolence points. Ding! You have accumulated 100 alleviations. The Wang Yu system has upgraded to level 2, unlocking hidden rewards that double, granting 1 opportunity for a lottery draw at the Jiao General Store. Ding! You have clocked in for 10 consecutive days, earning 1 attribute point. At last. An upgrade. Excellent. The Jiao system's potential for enhancement promised greater rewards, and it was rumored that reaching level 5 could trigger lottery point exchanges and grant discounts on goods. Qingzhou was not entirely certain about the specifics, but that system's sprite had mentioned it. He eagerly opened the system panel, eyes gleaming at the prospect of the level 2 system. The level 2 functions had not changed much, merely adding a doubling effect for rewards. However, he soon furrowed his brows in concern. To ascend from level 2 to level 3, One must complete 300 alleviations? Must it truly be doubled? He muttered a complaint, though it was somewhat to be expected. Much like in gaming, as one ascends in level, it is only natural for the experience required to increase. It is hardly surprising. The road is arduous and long, yet perseverance will lead to success. As long as one does not falter, the future holds promise. Patience is essential. Invincibility is a remarkable pursuit, and being remarkable is a lifelong endeavor. Life itself is an enduring journey that cannot be rushed. As before, he allocated his solitary attribute point to strength. With a resounding boom, a surge of energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his entire being. The impact resonated, creating a profound hum. Qingzhou found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he experienced the transformation within him. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration enveloped every pore of his body. Within his dantian, he sensed a shackle that had long restrained him, and in that instant, he felt it shatter. Could it be that he has broken through? Chapter 14. The arrival of the master has arrived. Feeling the surge of power and the shattering of the shackles within his dantian, Qingzhou eagerly opened the system panel to examine its contents. Name: Qingzhou. Age: 18110. Current realm: acquired realm. First layer: Strength: 15. Agility: 3. Defense: 5. Magic power: 1. Divine essence: 1. Intelligence: not detected. Good deed points: 5,300. Enter the worry-free general store here. The phrase acquired realm. First layer caught his eye, and Qingzhou could hardly contain his excitement. He had not anticipated that allocating points could elevate his realm. This revelation made arduous training seem unnecessary. Observing the overall increase in attributes lifted his spirits immensely. Furthermore, he discovered that not only had his attributes improved, but his lifespan had also extended by 10 years. Previously, he had harbored concerns that this system would solely enhance attributes without imparting wisdom. Lacking knowledge of the cultivation path, he had feared that he might meet his demise a century hence. However, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded. With the ability to allocate points to elevate his realm, his dream of longevity seemed attainable. A smile crept across his face, and he felt a profound sense of relief. He then clicked on the hidden lottery panel. Worry-free lucky draw. Remaining chances: 1. Dear host, you currently possess 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and resolutely declared, draw. Drawing in progress. Please wait. As he watched the frantic scrolling of item icons on the panel, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursed through him. He rubbed his hands together to alleviate his trepidation, muttering to himself, "May fortune smile upon me. Grant me a nuclear bomb. If not, bestow upon me a supreme secret art or a divine skill. I am not picky." Ding. You have used 1 lottery opportunity and obtained the item. RPG, 7 rocket launcher, complete with 3 missiles. Oh, another firearm? His lips twitched as he gazed at the rocket launcher resting in the system space, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, it was still a viable option. Given his current low realm, employing celestial magic might prove less effective than this modern weapon, allowing for a strategic surprise. Item: RPG, 7 rocket launcher. Description: the RPG, 7 rocket launcher, a modern weapon designed for anti-tank combat, can automatically lock onto enemies and deliver precise strikes. Capable of obliterating all human targets below the Foundation establishment realm when caught off guard. Remaining ammunition: 3 rounds. Targets below the Foundation establishment realm could even include those at the innate 10th level, easily vanquished by a single shot. Although he did not acquire the artifact he had envisioned, the RPG was undeniably superior to the high explosive grenades and pistol obtained previously. Moreover, he currently resided in Qingzhou City, a mortal realm predominantly occupied by human dynasties, where Foundation establishment practitioners were relatively scarce. Even if they existed, they would likely be reclusive individuals, avoiding conflict, and he would probably encounter only those who were reasonable. However, dealing with those innate and acquired warriors is more than sufficient. Closing the panel, he took a deep breath, then rose, his face adorned with a smile. Spring, indeed, is a delightful season, haha. Looking up at the sky with a laugh, he called out, "Wuyo, let's go dine." "Coming, master." With spring now upon them and the weather clear, Su Qingzhou decided against having Miss Wang send a meal. He preferred dining in, mingling with a variety of people, listening to diverse melodies, and most importantly, engaging in conversation, basking in admiration and respect, relishing in the compliments, often referred to as flattery. That feeling was profoundly enchanting, a sensation he had never experienced before, a blissful harmony of body and mind. As he stepped outside with Wuyo, passers-by greeted him with bows, addressing him as Mr. Wangyu. Su Qingzhou would invariably wave in acknowledgement. While they offered greetings, he returned their salutes with a smile. There was a palpable aura reminiscent of an emperor traveling south to understand the populace. Passerby, "Hey, good morning, Mr. Wangyu." Su Qingzhou, "Haha, good morning." Passerby B, "Mr. Wangyu, are you off to dine?" Su Qingzhou, "Indeed. Would you care to join for a drink?" Passerby C, "Mr. Wangyu, this is freshly picked spring tea. Would you like to take some home to try? Your kind intentions are appreciated, yet I am not fond of tea, only enamored with wine." "Oh dear, Mr. Wangyu, calling someone over 40 a girl is rather inappropriate." Su Qingzhou replied with solemnity, "What of being 40? In my eyes, a woman exists in but two categories, those under 18 and those who are 18 or above." As he traversed the market streets, it was as if a gentle spring breeze swept through a sea of blossoms, stirring fragrant aromas all around. The young maidens, matronly aunts, and even the elderly vegetable vendor, though not flowers themselves, smiled brighter than any bloom. "Such splendid wildflowers, all thanks to your kind words, sir." Many young ladies of noble birth awaited daily in this locale, eager for a glimpse of Mr. Wangyu's charm. A pair of youthful maidens, adorned in delicate pink gowns, stood at the street corner, whispering as they watched Su Qingzhou's retreating figure. "Mr. Wangyu is indeed quite handsome, exuding an effortless charm." "Indeed, sister, and see that young girl by his side? I hear she is his disciple. Isn't she just adorable?" Absolutely giggles. From a four-wheeled carriage, a delicate hand lifted the window curtain, tilting her head to gaze at Su Qingzhou, her eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation and playful reproach. "Ah, when will I draw that lucky lot, and have Su Lang free me from this unrequited love?" Miss Wang's establishment is named Wang's Cuisine. Nestled in a corner of South Tianshuang City, it is not particularly bustling, yet even in the early morning, the modest restaurant bustled with patrons, every seat occupied. Only one table at the back remained empty, reserved exclusively for Su Qingzhou. A group of wealthy gentlemen, affluent youths, and traveling merchants ordered a modest selection of dishes and a pot of warm wine, eagerly awaiting, gazing out at the long street, like maidens anticipating the return of a general. The moment has arrived. Mr. Wangyu is here. At the entrance, an unknown voice called out, instantly amplifying the already bustling atmosphere within the shop, stirring waves of excitement. One by one, patrons simultaneously laid down their cups and chopsticks, rising to greet him, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm and exhilaration. Su Qingzhou stepped inside, and the crowd bowed in reverence. "We have met the gentleman. He is well." Su Qingzhou, elegantly fanning himself, nodded to the assembly, his smile subtle yet gracious, exuding composure and poise, a stark contrast to the fortune-teller of 3 months prior. It was as if a charlatan had transformed into a figure of respect and admiration. He gracefully maneuvered through the throng, taking a seat at the innermost table, while Xiao Wuyo skipped off to the kitchen. "Master, I shall place the order." Yes, go ahead." At that moment, the gentleman hurried over, presenting Su Qingzhou with a fine jug of daughter's red wine and pouring him a glass. "Sir, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your presence." Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou clasped his fists and surveyed the room. "My apologies for the delay. I appreciate your patience." "Not all, sir. Surely you had pressing matters to attend to," came the chorus of responses. "Indeed, it is of no consequence. What is a little weight among friends?" The others readily concurred. "Brotherly speaks wisely. It is our fortune that the gentleman could join us. How could we ever complain of his tardiness?" Amidst the repeated address of Sir, Su Qingzhou nearly lost himself in the flattery, a promising youth whose smile radiated charm. He seized the wine from the table and drank deeply, savoring the moment before setting down his cup and addressing the crowd. Shall we commence? Excellent, splendid indeed. Chapter 15. The tale is lengthy. Let us elaborate in the winding streets and alleys. Children gathered in small clusters, exuberantly racing towards the Wang family restaurant. Don, hurry up. Mister, Wang Yu has already begun. Brother, wait for me. I haven't even finished wiping. Senhua, why aren't you wearing pants? Aren't you ashamed? I just woke up and didn't have time to change. Hurry, or we'll miss it. In the blink of an eye, as Su Qingzhou stepped into the restaurant, the entrance of the Wang family restaurant became a throng of eager onlookers, both men and women, young and old. Some jostled at the door, craning their necks, while others perched on the windowsills, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. Inside the grand hall, Su Qingzhou elegantly closed his folding fan, commanding attention with his presence, and began to speak with poise. His resonant voice rang out like the morning bell and evening drum, echoing far and wide. Let us resume our tale from where we left off. In those days, Cao Cao seized Qingzhou without shedding blood and hastily constructed the Copper Sparrow platform. He assembled 1,000,000 troops to march on Chibi, determined to annihilate the Eastern Wu and claim to Qiao and Xiao Qiao for himself. These sisters were extraordinary, not only possessing breathtaking beauty, but also excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, truly rare talents, particularly Xiao Qiao, who was of remarkable prowess. Su Qingzhou spoke with fervor, and the audience listened intently. His impassioned narrative stirred feelings of indignation among the listeners. Since the advent of spring, Su Qingzhou had been captivating audiences at the Wang family restaurant with his storytelling, enthralling countless admirers with his unique tales and charismatic presence, overshadowing nearly all other storytellers in Tianshuang. Notably, his portrayal of the villain Cao Cao incited ire among the young women of Tianshuang, while the men seethed with jealousy. Even 3-year-old children on the streets could be heard exclaiming, "Cao Cao, do not escape, or release that girl. Let me go first, or at least leave your name behind." Of course, the valiant Guan Yu, the intrepid Zhao Yun, the resourceful Zhuge Liang, and the reckless Zhang Yida were also part of his riveting tales. Most captivating, however, were the enchanting women he spoke of, akin to Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji, rendering listeners utterly spellbound. Thus, early each day, devoted fans gathered eagerly, hoping to secure a seat to hear Su Qingzhou's narratives. Meanwhile, those who were less fortunate, who arose late or lacked funds, could only squat at the entrance or lean against the windows to listen in. Unbeknownst to them, the Wang family restaurant had become the most popular establishment in Tianshuang. Miss Wang was quite pleased with this turn of events, not only waiving Su Qingzhou's meals, but also considering sharing profits with him, though he graciously declined. In his own words, a true gentleman, born into this world, ought not to languish beneath others for long. Oh no, how could one accept the food offered by others? Bah, that Cao Cao is truly despicable, always stealing other people's wives. When will your master put an end to him? Wang Yu. Miss Wang fumed in the kitchen, stirring the dishes while venting her frustrations. Little Wu Yo held her notebook, documenting the steps of cooking in her unique manner, and cheerfully replied, "Sister Wang, if Cao Cao were to die, the story would come to an end. Without the tale, there would be no one left to tell it." Miss Wang contemplated and agreed, "You have a point. It would be better for him to live a bit longer. However, it is truly detestable, Wu Yo. When you grow up, keep your distance from such men. Do you understand? You must never take a liking to someone like Cao Cao, who disrupts families and flits from one to another. He deserves to be punished in the afterlife." I understand. Wu Yo doesn't want to like any other man. She giggled. As noon approached, the parched Su Qingzhou clapped his hands on the wooden block. With a resounding smack, he proclaimed, "If the east wind does not favor Zhoulang, the copper bird will remain locked away from the two Qiaos. To know what follows, one must await the next tale." As today's story concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet each was left with a lingering sense of longing. This Qiao thief truly deserves his fate. Does he not deserve to be burned? Indeed, the two Qiaos are magical maidens. How dare he touch them? Regardless, I do not care. These ladies should belong to me. You, my boy, have a promising future. Oh, how it vexes me to wait until tomorrow to learn what happens next. So frustrating. Come early tomorrow, haha. Have you noticed how Master Wan Yu is indeed an extraordinary person? Not only can he alleviate the worries of women, but he also spins such vivid tales. It is said that Master Wan Yu has grand connections. Do not doubt it, for he is surely a celestial being. After lunch and packing dinner, Su Qingzhou returned to Wan Yu Pavilion with little Wu Yo. Days passed in a tranquil and leisurely manner. Su Qingzhou's reputation once again soared to unprecedented heights in this frost city. Numerous officials and gentry sought to befriend him, arriving repeatedly with gifts, leading to Wan Yu Pavilion becoming increasingly bustling. However, Su Qingzhou declined them all. Wealth is but an external possession. As long as it suffices, he had no desire to entangle himself with others, especially those who brought gifts. Accepting them would obligate him to assist them in the future. Thus, he preferred to have no ties at all. Consequently, he offended quite a few people, with some labeling him as arrogant and others claiming he was dismissive. Nonetheless, there were more admirers than detractors, as the critics were but a minority. Even so, no one dared to provoke him, for Su Qingzhou posed no threat to them, nor engaged in business that might encroach upon others' interests. No one would be foolish enough to offend such a respected figure. The following day, Su Qingzhou entrusted someone to enroll Wu Yo in school. How could his apprentice not be literate? Although he was indeed her master, teaching and nurturing was a labor-intensive and mentally exhausting endeavor. Why not spend a little money to hire a teacher? For professional matters, it is best to leave them to professionals. He could rest assured and worry less. Thus, Wu Yo happily set off for school. On yet another morning, as per usual, a lengthy queue lingered before the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Wu Yo rose promptly, tidied up, and took charge of the lottery draws, while Su Qingzhou had also fulfilled his designated tasks and was preparing to head to the restaurant to meet his loyal admirers. However, before he could step outside, a minor incident occurred. A fierce and menacing man forcefully kicked open the door of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion and swaggered into the room, leaving both Su Qingzhou and Su Wu Yo in a state of bewilderment. Upon entering, the man bellowed, "Who is Mr. Forgetting Worries? Step forward and meet me." His voice was thunderous, causing Su Qingzhou to experience a slight ringing in his ears. The man's arrogance was palpable as he continued to cast sidelong glances at those around him, exuding a demeanor that was utterly uncouth. Su Qingzhou, taken aback, inquired with surprise, "Do we know each other, good sir?" Yet, the hulking figure paid him no mind and retorted, Are you the one they call Mr. Forgetting Worries?" Su Qingzhou could not help but internally scoff, "You insolent fool, and your entire family of fools." Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade and responded in a slightly subdued tone. "Indeed, I am Mr. Forgetting Worries. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Chapter 16. A sword in deep autumn, the newcomer stood with arms crossed defiantly and declared, "My master wishes to see you. Come with me." His tone suggested an unquestionable authority. Yet Su Qingzhou gazed at him in bewilderment, repeatedly scanning the imposing figure before him from top to bottom. "Brother, are you unwell?" Su Qingzhou inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The man paused for a moment, then retorted with coarse language. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am perfectly fine. Even if you are well, why should I accompany you? We are hardly acquainted," Su Qingzhou replied, rolling his eyes dismissively. The man was taken aback, his irritation mounting as he glared menacingly. "Do you know who my master is?" "I do not, nor do I wish to," Su Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, unfurling his folding fan and waving it casually, causing a few strands of hair to flutter. Little Wu Yo instinctively moved to Su Qingzhou's side. Her large eyes filled with concern as she cautiously observed the burly man. Sensing the disdain and indifference in Su Qingzhou's gaze, the man seethed with rage. Thinking to himself that a mere insignificant cultivator of the postnatal realm dared to act so arrogantly before him, a practitioner of the innate realm, he cracked his knuckles ominously, his eyes glinting with malice. "People call you sir, and you truly believe yourself worthy of such respect? Very well, since you refuse to accompany me. Do not blame me for what follows." Having long lost his moral compass, he viewed all humans as mere targets, categorizing them into those he could kill and those he could not. Su Qingzhou stood before him as someone he could kill, yet he had not received orders to strike. Su Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling a stir of unease. He was certain that the man truly intended to harm him. Maintaining a languid tone, he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Huh. If you refuse to go back, I shall cripple you and drag you back instead. I advise you to consider the consequences of your actions," Su Qingzhou warned, closing his fan with a more serious demeanor. "Threatening me? Huh. How laughable. A mere scholar daring to raise his voice at me. You seek death," the man sneered, his icy demeanor intensifying as he unleashed his murderous intent. Lunging forward with a punch that cut through the air, Su Qingzhou gritted his teeth, instinctively shielding little Wuyo behind him. "Close your eyes, Wuyo," he instructed. The girl, in her panic, tightly shut her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Su Qingzhou also clenched his fist and charged forward to meet the incoming attack. The man, seeing Su Qingzhou's intention to take his punch head-on, looked on with derision. You overestimate yourself." In the next instant, they collided with a resounding thud, a tremendous force emanating from their encounter, sending turbulent winds swirling around them. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a tingling shockwave reverberate through his arm, staring incredulously at the still composed Su Qingzhou before him. How is this possible? How could a postnatal realm cultivator withstand my punch? This was a notion that defied his understanding. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, relieved that he had managed to endure the man's blow. The frog at the bottom of the well cannot fathom the vastness of the mountains and oceans. There is an abundance of knowledge that eludes you in this world, such as the imminent approach of death. With a sudden surge of strength, Su Qingzhou's arm erupted with renewed vigor. With a resounding crash, the man was jolted back, stumbling 7 or 8 steps. Regaining his composure amidst his astonishment, he disregarded the pain in his hand and grasped the hilt of his knife, preparing to engage in battle. Su Qingzhou warned, "Retreat now, and you may yet live." The burly man, seemingly affronted, was filled with reckless rage. His eyes burned crimson as he unsheathed his long knife, its glint flashing ominously before him. The last individual who dared to speak to him in such a manner had long since met his demise. Su Qingzhou sighed with resignation. "Then do not blame me." With a flourish, the man aimed to strike. At that moment, Su Qingzhou surged forward like a gust of wind, brandishing a deep blue Qingfeng sword that had appeared in his hand. He focused intently, feeling the cold wind sweep over him, followed by a flash of icy light that pierced the sky. In the autumn's deepening chill, the leaves had all but fallen. In an instant, Su Qingzhou found himself behind the man, the sword's blade still shimmering with a frigid sharpness, rendering one breathless. "How audacious of you to be so brazen, mere brute." With a clang, the long knife clattered to the ground. The giant clutched his neck, his eyes bulging, his face twisting into a grimace as his pupils dilated. Then he collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless, as crimson blood pooled and stained the floor. Su Qingzhou licked his lips, attempting to ease the tension of his first kill with a cold weapon. Yet he pondered to himself, "This sword is indeed remarkable. My swordsmanship is formidable, and with my innate strength at the first level, defeating someone at the second level was rather effortless." In truth, Su Qingzhou possessed another ability. He could intuitively comprehend the skills directly rewarded by the system without the need for study. Once rewarded, he could wield them with a mere thought. He wondered if he could obtain such rewards through the untroubled grocery store as well. He summoned the Qingzhou sword back to the system's space, and then slowly approached Xiao Wuyo. The little girl remained tightly shut-eyed, her small hands clutching her clothing, her body trembling involuntarily. Anxiety was inevitable. After all, she was only 6 years old. Su Qingzhou gently extended his hand, intending to stroke the child's head, but halfway through, he hesitated, withdrawing his hand instead. Clearing his throat, he softly said, "Wuyo, you may open your eyes now." Upon hearing her master's voice, the little girl's startled heart calmed instantly, and even her tightly clenched hands relaxed. She slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a chaotic scene of overturned furniture, books scattered across the table, and a deep scar etched into the doorframe. Additionally, there lay a lifeless body in a pool of darkening blood. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she instinctively recoiled 2 steps, beads of sweat trickling down her small forehead. She swallowed hard, easing her anxiety, and looked up at her master, whose features remained stern yet composed. "Are you afraid?" Little Wuyo hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. With her master by her side, she felt no fear. Qingzhou nodded slightly and continued in a gentle tone. "Today, I shall impart your first lesson. Remember, whenever someone harbors ill intent towards you without cause, if you have the means to eliminate them, you must do so, regardless of their gender or age. Never show mercy, do you understand?" In little Wuyo's eyes, emotions flickered, initially fear and surprise, which later transformed into confusion and incomprehension. She was still young and did not grasp the complexities of right and wrong in this world. Yet, she listened to her master's words. Her gaze gradually solidified with determination, and she nodded firmly. Yes, she understood her master's intention and recognized the harshness of reality. The world was inherently cruel, governed by the law of the jungle. If her master did not strike first, he would surely be the one to perish. There was no fault in his reasoning. An orphan who had wandered for 3 years, she had endured the sufferings of humanity, witnessing death, those who starved and froze to death. Yet, this was her first encounter with a murder, which understandably instilled a measure of fear in her, though it was not true terror, for as she asserted, as long as her master was present, she felt safe. He was her sanctuary, her towering shield against the storm. "Very well, go to the street and summon Officer Zhang, informing him that someone has committed a crime within." "I shall do so." With that, she took small, deliberate steps towards the exit, instinctively distancing herself from the lifeless body on the ground despite her claim of fearlessness. Observing her small, somewhat flustered figure, Qingzhou's profound gaze was tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Wuyo, do not blame your master for being harsh. It is for your own good. After all, your future, He wished to shield Wuyo's eyes from the sight of his violent act, for she was but 6 years old. Yet, he also wanted her to open her eyes to the reality of their world, where many choices were stripped away, regardless of her tender age. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, a flicker of compassion crossed Qingzhou's eyes as he murmured softly, "I offered you a chance." Chapter 17. A visit to the magistrate's office. Though the realm of Qingzhou City is fraught with unrest, and death is a frequent visitor, those who perish in plain sight must still undergo a formal process. Captain Zhang was summoned by the young Miss Wuyo to conduct an inspection, pose a few inquiries, and make a record. "Sir, given that a death has occurred at the Wanyu Pavilion, it is imperative that you accompany me to the magistrate's office to clarify the circumstances," Captain Zhang stated. Qingzhou, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience, readily agreed. "As a member of Qingzhou City, I shall naturally cooperate with Captain Zhang's duties. I shall accompany you at once." Captain Zhang bowed repeatedly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, sir, thank you. I apologize for the trouble." "Not at all. It is of no consequence," Qingzhou replied, reassuring Miss Wuyo to proceed to the academy as usual. He then followed Captain Zhang toward the magistrate's office. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, and upon seeing Qingzhou escorted by the constable, they instinctively parted to create a path. Each individual wore an expression of concern, filled with curiosity. Not long after Qingzhou departed, 2 constables emerged carrying a stretcher, draped with a white cloth, from which a bloodied hand dangled perilously. The onlookers realized immediately that a death had occurred. "Look, someone has indeed died," exclaimed one. "What transpired? How could someone die here?" "It is said that Master Wanyu has committed murder. This is a grave matter," another added, astonished. "Who would have thought that such a genteel figure as Master Wanyu could resort to murder? What nonsense! Let us go to the magistrate's office and ascertain the truth of the matter," another voice chimed in. As the throng dispersed with the departure of the constables, Miss Wuyo found herself devoid of the desire to attend school, her eyes clouded with worry. Nevertheless, she dared not disregard her master's instructions. Caught in a dilemma, she ultimately clenched her teeth and hastily departed. The news of Master Wanyu's alleged murder and subsequent apprehension swiftly spread from the Wanyu Pavilion to Wang's restaurant. Upon hearing of the death at Wanyu Pavilion, the patrons waiting anxiously were instantly struck with disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. Particularly, Wang Donger rushed from the kitchen, brandishing a cleaver, and seized the collar of the messenger. Repeat that. What has happened to Master Wang Yu? Master Wang Yu has committed murder and has been taken to the magistrate's office by Captain Zhang, the messenger stammered. How can that be? Even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would never dare to speak ill of him, she retorted, pushing the messenger aside and hastening toward the magistrate's office. The remaining onlookers rose in unison, declaring, Let's go and see. Indeed, such momentous news. Someone has died at Wang Yu Pavilion, and Master has been apprehended by Captain Zhang. Children in the marketplace cried out loudly. Passers-by halted in their tracks. What? Master Wang Yu has killed someone? Captured by Constable Zhang? What? Master Wang Yu has committed murder? Imprisoned? What? Master Wang Yu has killed someone? Is he to be executed? In an age rife with rumors, the spread of news invariably relied on word of mouth. Although swift, the words spoken by one person, passed to another, transform into an entirely new narrative. A dog has perished in the street, and by the time the tale reaches the corner, it is likely that the deceased is none other than the legendary celestial dog of Erlang Shun. Such is the nature of rumors, elusive and exaggerated, they abound. Qingzhou, after all, holds a significant reputation in Qingzhou City. News of his alleged crime spread rapidly, albeit distorted. What was a mere dismissal became sensationalized as a public execution at the Woman Gate. Should Qingzhou become aware, he would likely find the absurdity of it all quite amusing. The magistrate of the southern city, having risen early with a buoyant spirit, was enjoying a leisurely stroll with his dog, only to be summoned to the court due to the murder attributed to Qingzhou, extinguishing his good cheer. He was well aware of the moniker Mr. Forget-Worry, a figure renowned throughout Qingzhou City, given the gravity of the situation and its connection to a murder case. He could not afford to be negligent. Donning his official robes, he made his way to the court, lamenting that scholars throughout history have never found peace. And this morning's commotion had ruined his mood. Has Mr. Forget-Worry been brought in? He inquired, reporting to the magistrate. He is currently awaiting you in the court, replied the scribe respectfully. Very well, take me to him. Before he could take more than a few steps, a constable rushed in with urgency. The already irritable magistrate, burdened with unspent frustration, scolded the newcomer. What is the meaning of this disarray? Forgive me, my lord, I was in the wrong, the constable stammered. The magistrate, his blue official robe swirling, glared and demanded, Speak. What is it? Reporting to the magistrate. Lord Li from a southern district has sent word through a messenger, stating that Qingzhou is his close friend. He cannot believe that Mr. Forget-Worry would commit such an act and insist that the magistrate thoroughly investigate to avoid wrongfully accusing him. Upon hearing the report, the magistrate's brows twitched in surprise. Lord Li from the Santai army? Indeed, my lord, came the reply. Realization dawned upon the magistrate, who waved his sleeve dismissively. You may leave. He was astute enough to perceive the underlying intent of the messenger's words, an implicit protection for Qingzhou. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qingzhou was connected to military figures. It seemed that Mr. Forget-Worry had powerful allies. Observing the situation, the scribe interjected, My lord, it would be prudent to minimize the significance of this matter, perhaps to resolve it quietly. Allow me to handle it in the court shortly. Do as you wish. The magistrate replied with a wave of his hand, granting his consent. Your grace, please. It was merely a matter involving a couple of lives. There was no need to offend others. One must navigate the treacherous waters of officialdom with caution. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Those who are attuned to the times are the ones who can wear their official hats with ease. Yet, after taking a few more steps, another constable blocked his path. What is it now? Reporting to the magistrate, the scribe from the governor's office has sent a handwritten letter for your perusal. Upon hearing that it was a letter from his superior, the magistrate dared not delay. He accepted it with both hands and began to read. As he unfolded the document, he found it contained only a few terse lines. Mr. Wang Yu, may you remain untroubled, unscathed, and unoffended. It is imperative not to uncover the truth, lest we tarnish Mr. Wang Yu's innocence. This seemingly simple line sent a shiver down the magistrate's spine, causing beads of sweat to form in the palms of his hands during this early spring season. How could there be any talk of innocence in a case he had yet to investigate? Was this not a blatant message that he must not convict under any circumstances? How did Su Qingzhou come to know the governor? The clerk replied, I have heard it said that the governor's mother's ailment was treated by Mr. Wang Yu. A gasp escaped him. Such a connection was unexpected. The magistrate was taken aback. The debt of saving a mother loomed heavy indeed. Do not panic, my lord. Since the governor has provided an answer, we shall simply transcribe it. Yes, yes, let us hasten, lest we encounter unforeseen complications. His sole desire was to expedite Su Qingzhou's departure from the southern city office. Any mishap would be beyond his capacity to bear. Report, my lord. General Wang has sent a handwritten letter. The magistrate stumbled, nearly losing his footing. More trouble was on the horizon. Chapter 18. A 3-minute trial, the gentle murmur of a stream, the shade of winding paths, and the refreshing morning breeze. Yet the magistrate's brow was drenched in perspiration, and his handkerchief was nearly soaked through. Though he had traversed less than 300 meters towards the Grand Hall, a quarter of an hour had already elapsed amidst his hesitant strides. His hands trembled as he clutched a scroll, the 9th missive he bore for the enigmatic Mr. Wang Yu. This particular document was of paramount importance, originating from the second-in-command of Tianshuang City, penned by the city lord's chief steward himself. He was acutely aware of its weighty significance. The magistrate's heart raced with trepidation as he fervently wiped away the sweat that streamed from his anxious visage. Mr. Wang Yu possessed an imposing stature, one that he could ill afford to offend. Beside him, the scribe had shed his usual composure, clearly taken aback by the unfolding circumstances. Which indiscreet officer had brought this venerable figure back to him? The magistrate cursed under his breath, fearing for his own safety. The scribe, with a hint of sarcasm, interjected, Sir, it is of utmost urgency that we expedite this trial and bring it to a swift conclusion. Indeed, let us not keep Mr. Wang Yu waiting too long. The magistrate replied, hurrying his pace while clutching his official robe. For the first time, the adjudicator seemed more anxious than the accused, his heart racing and thoughts in disarray. This was not surprising, for although Su Qingzhou adhered to his own principles, employing a lottery system to ensure fairness and impartiality towards all women in the realm, true equity had always eluded humanity. Mountains rise and fall, rivers vary in depth, and social hierarchies exist. Where, then, is the promise of fairness? Even Su Qingzhou's considerations were quite reasonable. Yet, as the saying goes, policies at the top are often met with countermeasures below. Wealthy individuals, seeking relief, often resort to enlisting others to queue at dawn, drawing lots with the hope of securing one of the limited spots. The odds could be manipulated, increasing their chances significantly. Money has the power to sway even the most stubborn of obstacles, and for the affluent, the likelihood of success was markedly higher. Although 100 individuals might have been granted respite over 100 days, the truly fortunate among them rarely exceeded 30%. The remainder were simply those with connections. Of course, such maneuvers did not escape Su Qingzhou's notice. He merely chose to turn a blind eye. Once the rules were established, as long as others operated within those boundaries, their machinations were of no concern to him. He simply needed to clock in daily, adhering to the routine. Yet, there existed a modicum of self-interest. The wealthier patrons tended to be more generous with their offerings. Su Qingzhou was, after all, but a mortal man, striving to provide for his family. Those who sought favors on his behalf were undoubtedly indebted to him in some way. Now that Su Qingzhou had been apprehended, was this not the perfect opportunity to repay those debts? Even in the absence of a direct connection, why should one not extend a helping hand? After all, who could possibly resist extending an olive branch to a remarkable figure like Mr. Wang Yu? Everything unfolds within the realm of reason. Upon entering the grand hall through the back door, the clamor resonated in his ears. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the scene outside the hall of the Nanjing government office, where throngs of people gathered in concentric circles, a veritable sea of humanity, their voices rising to the heavens. The county magistrate hesitated for a moment, his leg poised to step forward as he surveyed the spectacle outside, plunging him into a brief bout of self-doubt. Having served as an assistant and then as magistrate for a decade, presiding over countless cases, he had never encountered such a vast assembly of citizens eager to witness the proceedings. For a moment, he lost his composure, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, his assistant roused him from his reverie, prompting him to hastily approach the platform beneath the glaring light. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced around the hall. There stood a gentleman, a paragon of refinement, fanning himself with a folding fan, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an aura of cultured intellect. Though the hall was flanked by numerous constables wielding intimidating batons, this gentleman remained unperturbed, even wearing a smile reminiscent of spring's gentle awakening. The magistrate recognized that this was none other than Mr. Wang Yu, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. His imposing presence and candid demeanor marked him as a true talent, explaining the formidable aura he projected. "Look, the magistrate has arrived. The proceedings are about to commence. Shoo! Let's all remain silent and listen to what the magistrate has to say." Despite his trepidation in the presence of such a multitude, the magistrate feigned composure. Standing tall and clearing his throat, he then took the gavel and gently placed it on the table. "Court is now in session. Silence." With the sound of the gavel striking the ground, the surrounding tumult vanished, replaced by an eerie quiet as the crowd held its breath in anticipation. What matter would be adjudicated today? "Your Honor, today we are here to address the case of a violent intrusion at Wang Yu Pavilion on a small street in Nanjing," replied Head Constable Zhang respectfully. "Oh, where's the perpetrator?" "The perpetrator is deceased." "Who was responsible for the act?" "It was Mr. Wang Yu, the owner of the pavilion." Then he reported the incident. "It was also Mr. Wang Yu." Through the magistrate's inquiry and the constable's responses, the details of the case gradually crystallized. Even those outside the hall, who had been in the dark, began to murmur in understanding. So, it was a case of a violent intrusion, and Mr. Wang Yu had acted in self-defense. That makes sense. I always thought Mr. Wang Yu could not possibly kill without reason. He is of such kind disposition. Indeed, it is all quite reasonable. At this moment, the magistrate stroked his beard, glanced at the case files on the table, and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Mr. Wang Yu, have you arrived?" Hearing this, Qingzhou stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Honor, that would be me." His bow was not particularly remarkable. However, as he performed the gesture, the county magistrate instinctively felt compelled to rise, momentarily losing his composure. Though he maintained an outward calmness that concealed his inner turmoil, his heart raced with anxiety. This bow was more than he could bear. Nevertheless, he managed to inquire, "May I ask your surname and given name?" "Sir Forget-Worry?" "My surname is Su, and my given name is Qingzhou," came the reply. "Very well, Sir Forget-Worry. According to this report, it states that an intruder armed with a knife entered your residence to commit robbery, only to be confronted by you. In a fit of rage, the assailant attempted to silence you, and in your desperate attempt to evade him, he inadvertently stumbled and fatally injured himself with his own weapon. Is this account accurate?" The magistrate read the serious statement, yet Qingzhou appeared utterly bewildered, instinctively glancing at Captain Zhang, who was responsible for documenting the case. To his surprise, he found Captain Zhang equally perplexed, both men exchanging astonished looks, caught in a moment of mutual confusion. The report Qingzhou had observed Captain Zhang writing bore no resemblance to the magistrate's account. It was fundamentally different, presenting two contradictory narratives. The deceased had been unjustly accused, and the notion of suicide was entirely misplaced. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou realized that it had no bearing on him whatsoever. Understanding that there was more to this than met the eye, Qingzhou intelligently remarked, "Your Honor, everything stated is indeed accurate." The magistrate nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that the evidence was conclusive, the perpetrator had not succeeded in his murderous intent and had succumbed to his own folly, absolving Sir Forget-Worry of any wrongdoing. With the assailant now deceased, there would be no charges pressed, and the body would be discarded in the wilderness as a form of punishment. Thus, the matter was concluded. Clerk dismissed the case. Understood. Qingzhou was left in a state of bewilderment. Was that truly the end? "Sir Forget-Worry, I apologize for the trouble you have endured." The magistrate said, "Ah, it was nothing, Your Honor. May I take my leave now?" The magistrate squinted, his smile appearing somewhat forced yet radiant. "Of course, Captain Zhang. Please ensure Sir Forget-Worry returns safely to the Forget-Worry Pavilion." Do not let there be any mishaps. I will hold you accountable. Captain Zhang, still dazed, replied yes. The inexplicable proceedings concluded abruptly. A murder trial that lasted less than 3 minutes had come to an end. Sir Forget Worry was exonerated, leaving Su Qingzhou bewildered, Captain Zhang astonished, and the distant townsfolk in utter disarray. Is it truly over? The notion of suicide. How foolish of the actual perpetrator. As anticipated, the minor county magistrate could not lay blame on Sir Forget Worry. What a remarkable outcome. I always believed this matter had no connection to Sir Forget Worry. This is splendid news. The gavel struck once more, this time signaling the court's adjournment. The magistrate, visibly relieved, hurriedly departed, inwardly grateful for his diplomatic handling of the situation. Thank goodness, I managed to navigate this perilous episode. Now, I must indulge in a hearty meal to replenish my spirits. Bring forth the kitchen staff. Chapter 19. Safe and sound having taken a life and made a brief visit to the magistrate's office, Su Qingzhou emerged with little more than a fleeting presence. The distance from the grand hall of the courthouse to its entrance was but a few steps, yet the sides were teeming with people. Captain Zhang walked alongside Su Qingzhou, periodically calling out to clear the way. Make way, the gentleman is coming. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a broad path in this already bustling place. Su Qingzhou sauntered through, engaging in lively conversation, a quintessential scholar with a fan in hand, exuding charm. Sir, are you still heading to the Wang family restaurant to tell stories today? Well done. Sir, sir. The repeated calls of Sir echoed through the air, each one a testament to his reputation. Su Qingzhou responded with fist bumps and warm smiles, occasionally laughing heartily. Thank you all for your concern. I appreciate it. Farewell, farewell. Surrounded by the throng, akin to vibrant blossoms in full bloom, the atmosphere was undeniably lively. Su Qingzhou was acutely aware that today's events were likely already common knowledge, and it was certain that someone had discreetly conveyed messages to the county magistrate, exchanging favors. Naturally, this also incurred debts of gratitude. Captain Zhang, you may go about your business. I can manage the rest of the journey alone. Sir, that's not permissible. The magistrate has entrusted me with the task of ensuring your safe return. Should anything go awry, my head would surely be at stake, Captain Zhang replied, his tone filled with concern. In the hall earlier, he had felt the intensity of the magistrate's gaze, fully aware that he had stirred up trouble. Beyond the confines of the law, there existed a realm of reason and other matters. Hastily bringing back the esteemed Su Qingzhou was indeed a lapse in judgment. Now, all that could be done was to ensure his safe passage, without the slightest misstep. Su Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. Captain Zhang, in broad daylight under the clear skies. Who could possibly harm me? It's all right. You need not accompany me further. Very well then. Take care, sir. Captain Zhang bowed respectfully. Su Qingzhou repeatedly declined the offer, his displeasure evident upon his brow. He could not afford to offend the magistrate, nor could he slight the esteemed Su Qingzhou, so he relented. After bidding farewell to Captain Zhang, Su Qingzhou walked a few more steps and entered a narrow alley. Before him appeared 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in white, one tall and the other petite, harmonizing beautifully with the blue skies and the red-tiled roofs of the surroundings, creating a unique charm. Upon closer inspection, Su Qingzhou recognized the smaller figure in white as Wu Yu, while the taller one in red was none other than Lin Shuang, the one who had captivated his thoughts. Master, are you all right? Wu Yu inquired. Sir, Lin Shuang exclaimed, feigning anger. Su Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the bashful Wu Yu, who lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. Turning his gaze to Lin Shuang, his mock fury dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile. It is my fault for not instructing my disciple properly. I apologize for the disturbance, Miss Lin. Lin Shuang gently lowered her head as a gesture of respect, slowly responding, Sir, your words are too kind for me to bear. You are a person of great fortune, and even if I were to ignore it, nothing would go amiss. If I were to take it upon myself, it would merely be a fortunate coincidence, repaying a fraction of your kindness, which would bring me a measure of comfort. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, observing, It seems Miss Lin does not wish to owe me any favors. Of course not. Healing and saving lives, alleviating misfortune, has always been my lifelong pursuit. The fact that you sought me out is fate, and assisting you is also part of that destiny. Where is the question of favors? Furthermore, you kindly compensated me the other day, so we are already even. In fact, it is I who now owes you a debt of gratitude. Before Lin Shuang'er could respond, Su Qingzhou turned to Xiao Wuyo and called out, "Wuyo." "Here," came the eager reply. "Why are you still not in class?" Upon hearing this, Wuyo promptly responded, "Master, please don't be angry. I will go right away." With that, he dashed into the bustling street, glancing back with a smile that radiated joy, undeterred by his master's reprimand. As long as his master was well, Wuyo felt no worries. At the end of the long street, the crowd that had followed remained at a distance, watching intently. They leaned in to listen carefully. Though the words were indistinct, they dared not approach. In that vibrant red attire, who in Qingzhou City could be unaware of Lin Shuang'er, the daughter of the city lord, a paragon of beauty and talent? Thus, they refrained from intruding. To their astonishment, Mr. Wang Yu recognized Miss Lin. No wonder the magistrate hastily concluded the case. Indeed, Miss Lin was renowned as the frost goddess, famously aloof. In Qingzhou City, aside from the city lord, only Mr. When you dare to draw near. That is not entirely accurate. Once upon a time, Jin Lin Tian was inseparable from Miss Lin, someone interjected. Why dwell on the past? I speak of the present. Wang Donger, amidst the crowd, observed the scene with a mixture of emotions. Madam, what brings you here? Someone remarked. This is your territory. Why meddle so? Disperse, disperse. You won't hear the rest of this tale today. Our Mr. Wang Yu has already been captivated by Miss Lin. A young man laughed. Please make way. Good dogs do not block the path, Wang Donger said, attempting to leave. Why is the proprietress leaving again? Meanwhile, having concluded their pleasantries, Su Qingzhou prepared to depart when Lin Shuang'er called out to him. Sir, do you have further matters, miss? Lin Shuang'er hesitated, her eyes reflecting a hint of desolation and confusion. In a subdued voice, she asked, If you're not busy, might you accompany me for a stroll? I have some thoughts I wish to share. Su Qingzhou pondered for a moment, then gestured with his fan. Please, after you. Thank you, sir. Thus, the two walked side by side towards the outskirts of the city, gradually fading from view amidst the gazes of onlookers in the empty streets. Suddenly, a breeze arose, adding a touch of sentiment to the scene. Were it to be captured by an artist's brush, this would epitomize the picturesque moment. A landscape of unparalleled beauty, featuring a youth clad in white and a maiden adorned in striking red. Meanwhile, at an official post outside the city, a formidable fortress stood, enveloping the outpost in armor of bronze and iron. Within the courtyard, a woman sat, her hair adorned with golden ornaments, dressed in resplendent attire. Surrounded by a retinue of over a dozen maidservants, she savored delicacies and sipped tea, her gaze fixed on the peach blossoms at the entrance as they gently fell. Suddenly, a figure hurried into the courtyard from outside, approaching with haste and bowing deeply. Madam, trouble has arisen. The woman, who had moments ago been radiant with joy, her countenance brighter than the very blossoms, transformed instantly upon hearing this news. A chill swept over her, and her attendants, now filled with trepidation, lowered their heads further and bent their waists deeper, their previously steady legs beginning to tremble. The tea, once so delightful, was hastily pushed aside from her crimson lips. Speak. The envoy sent to summon Master Wuyo's guest has been slain by him. Chapter 20. The Beauty of Women in the World. Every woman in the world possesses beauty. The noble and elegant visage bore no superfluous emotion. Delicate fingers toyed with the cup, and a chill emanated from her eyes, seemingly dusting her lashes with frost. Once more, please. The words slipped from her lips, and the cup met her crimson mouth, the fragrant essence filling her lungs. The woman continued, This time, you shall go in person. As you command. The man rose, bowing slightly as he retreated 6 or 7 steps before striding outward. You all shall follow me. Yes. A total of 13 riders emerged from the official post, galloping along the main road towards the frosty city. The woman stood and remarked, I am weary. Let us put away. Without a backward glance, she entered the station, a red carpet laid upon the ground. Her attendants, moving with utmost decorum, Such grandeur was rare in this frosty city. To the south of Frosty City, by the banks of the Luo River, atop the lofty walls, the breeze wafted gently, offering a view of the vast, undulating plains. The grass bent under the wind's caress, and the flowers, stripped of their fragrance, surrendered to the breeze, which swept from the outskirts into the city. On these high walls stood two figures, a man and a woman. The man, with his hair elegantly tied back, donned a white robe like a painting, his fan dancing in the air, his features strikingly handsome, his smile as warm as spring, evoking shyness in those who beheld him. The woman, clad in red, with cascading black tresses, bore a long sword, her beauty capable of enchanting nations, yet her eyes held a shadow of melancholy. At first glance, they appeared a match made in heaven. Upon closer inspection, they seemed a perfect pair. However, this was but an illusion, leaving one to sigh and lament. What a pity. Miss Lin, now that we are here, it is time to speak, is it not? Su Qingzhou broke the silence. Having grown increasingly perplexed by Lin Shuang'er's silence throughout their journey, from empty alleys to long streets, culminating at the city walls, he internally mused, "What idle whim led me to accompany you? Sir, how long have you been in this frosty city?" Lin Shuang'er inquired, her questions seemingly sidestepping the topic at hand. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, gesturing toward a locust tree outside the city. "Have you seen that locust tree, Miss Lin?" "Yes. When I arrived, I picked the last locust leaf." Lin Shuang'er contemplated, noting that although he had only been here for half a year, he had already witnessed 3 seasons of Frosty City's beauty, arriving in late autumn and now in the depths of spring. Indeed, Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, not contesting her observation. "Do you find the scenery of Frosty City beautiful? Autumn is too chilly, winter too frigid, and spring too brief. It is rather mediocre. I suppose summer will be similar, but—" He paused slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "The women of Frosty City are undoubtedly far more beautiful than those from my homeland, and I am quite taken with them." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang'er's melancholic eyes flickered with a rare brightness, adorned with a hint of an elusive smile. "You are truly, how shall I put it, unconventional and distinct," she remarked, seemingly at a loss for words, settling for a couple of phrases to express her thoughts. With a hearty laugh, Su Qingzhou remarked, "To live is to follow one's true heart. To like is simply to like, to love what one loves. I take pleasure in admiring beautiful maidens. It is merely an appreciation, and there is no shame in expressing it. The enchanting maidens leave me utterly entranced." Lin Shuang'er paused for a moment, contemplating his words. Indeed, one should pursue their heart's desires, free from the shackles of societal conventions. Engage in what you love and shun what you do not. Speak your mind or remain silent as you wish. Much like the enigmatic Mr. Wang Yu before her, who relished in the sight of lovely maidens. Thus he sought to alleviate their worries. At least in her eyes, that was his intent. She smiled gently, turning to Su Qingzhou, and curiously inquired, "Which maiden in Tianshuang City do you find most beautiful?" Su Qingzhou pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. Every maiden possesses her own unique beauty. They cannot be compared, nor should they be. Some beauties are visible, as is the case with Miss Lin, whose exquisite form is universally admired, often compared to a willow's grace. To receive compliments is a joyous occasion, especially when such praise comes from a dashing young man, and particularly when expressed in refined words. Despite Lin Shuang'er being distinct from ordinary maidens, she could not help but smile softly, her eyes shimmering like the moon. "You say I am beautiful, yet I must humbly reply, 'tis flattery." After a pause, she asked, "And what of the other kind?" "The other kind is intangible. Perhaps it resides in the kind-hearted, whose demeanor is gentle and whose heart is pure. Or perhaps it belongs to the skilled, with delicate hands weaving silken threads in harmonious colors. However, these qualities require a discerning eye and a subtle appreciation, for the world is often mundane, lacking in understanding, awareness, and depth." Su Qingzhou's words stirred something within Lin Shuang'er, and after a long silence, she asked, "Do you truly believe this, sir?" "Indeed," Su Qingzhou replied without hesitation. "Thus, you find all women beautiful, and you harbor affection for them all?" He responded firmly, "As long as they are not wicked or malevolent, I hold them in fondness. Lin Shuang'er fell silent, her long eyelashes brushing against her darkened gaze. You are truly a remarkable person, able to find delight in so many. Yet, is it not customary for one to devote their affections to but one? Can such a disposition truly bring happiness? She found herself puzzled, the man before her growing ever more enigmatic and elusive. Su Qingzhou sensed her confusion and replied, Miss Lin, you seem to have misunderstood my words. I merely stated that I appreciate all maidens. I did not claim that I would love them all. Lin Shuang'er shook her head in bewilderment. Is there truly a distinction between liking and loving? She asked, perplexed. Su Qingzhou suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and replied, There is indeed a distinction, one as vast as the heavens and the earth. Liking is but a feeling. It is akin to liking flowers, grass, or the phoenix tree. You may like the wind, the moon, and the stars. This is the essence of affection. One can harbor fondness for numerous things, and naturally, one can also cherish many individuals. For instance, I hold a particular admiration for Miss Wang, whose culinary skills are nothing short of exquisite. I am fond of Wuyo, for her demeanor is both obedient and amiable. Additionally, I find myself captivated by Miss Lin, for her beauty is truly a visual delight. However, love transcends mere liking. It is an emotion that can sway your joys and sorrows, inflicting pain, evoking laughter, provoking tears, and instilling melancholy. It resembles the capricious nature of the wind and clouds, with seasons that cycle through their changes and a moon that waxes and wanes. Love embodies both joy and sorrow, yet despite its complexities, one willingly embraces it, which is the essence of love, indescribable, elusive, and intricate beyond comprehension. In that moment, Lin Shuang'er felt as though a window to a new world had been opened. She finally grasped the meaning behind Su Qingzhou's words. Yet, she realized her own shallowness in misunderstanding him. Su Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that it was of little consequence. He inquired what Miss Lin truly wished to convey, stating that if she remained silent, he would take his leave. While Miss Lin was indeed a feast for the eyes, she could not satiate one's hunger. Chapter 21. Where to seek immortality, where to seek immortality. Lin Shuang'er smiled faintly. You are indeed quite amusing, sir. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Su Qingzhou to the expanse beyond the city. The clouds drifted lazily, and her voice resonated softly in the wind, tinged with a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of their first encounter. Shuang'er directly expressed her desire for guidance. I hope you will enlighten me. Speak freely. I hold nothing back, for knowledge should be shared, he replied. Su Qingzhou found the scenery of Qingzhou City rather ordinary. However, having spent 2 decades there, he had savored its beauty through the seasons. To him, Qingzhou City was a place where spring blooms and autumn moons coexisted, where summer breezes and winter snows graced the land. If one could cast aside trivial worries, it was indeed a splendid time to be alive. After a brief pause, he continued, in the past, I awaited someone lamenting how swiftly time passes. Now, that anticipation has faded, only to give birth to new hopes. I yearn to cultivate immortality, to seek the path of eternal life. Yet the vastness of the world leaves me uncertain of whether to journey east, south, west, or north. I am aware of your esteemed background and vast knowledge, so I seek your counsel on where to embark on the quest for immortality. Su Qingyu understood. Lin Shuang'er longed for adventure, but felt lost regarding her path, seeking an answer. Yet, he recognized that she was merely in her 20s. He waved his fan thoughtfully, recalling tales of the celestial realm. In the heavens lies the Jade Capital with its 12 cities and 5 towers. There, immortals bestow longevity upon those who seek it. Shuang'er gazed upward, her large eyes reflecting the vast, cloud-filled sky. Are you suggesting I ascend to the heavens in search of immortals to grant me eternal life? Su Qingzhou shook his head, directing his fan towards the horizon. What I mean is, Miss Lin, you may ascend at your leisure. Ascend? Su Qingzhou feigned profundity. The path of cultivation is a struggle against heaven, earth, and all beings. The pursuit of immortality is a long and arduous journey, seeking the ultimate truth. Heaven represents elevation, grandeur, and expansiveness. Miss Lin, simply gaze upward and seek. Regardless of the direction, east, south, west, or north, first, step beyond Tianshuang, then venture forth from this mundane realm and explore the vast cosmos to behold the endless sky and traverse the starry rivers. One day, you shall attain immortality. You should not ask me where to go. What you must do is begin your journey. A journey of 1,000 miles starts beneath one's feet. The pinnacle of the path to immortality is attainable. Just ride the winds and do not look back. Lin Shuang'er pondered, her long eyelashes fluttering. Su Qingzhou's words always seemed profound, their true essence eluding her grasp. Yet, she understood the underlying message. To proceed forward, just as he had said, if you love something, pursue it. Only through action can one attain results and find answers. Indeed, you are like an immortal, descending from the heavens, Shuang'er realized, bowing respectfully to Su Qingzhou. He, however, felt unworthy of such reverence and quickly returned the gesture, concealing the fleeting sense of inadequacy that had crossed his mind. As for the question of where to seek the path of immortality, he was uncertain. Had he known, he would not still reside in Tianshuang City, but would have long since embarked on that journey. Yet Lin Shuang'er had asked. His book of alleviation can only resolve the worries of the same maiden throughout his lifetime. Having eased Lin Shuang'er's heartache of longing, he finds himself unable to dispel the sorrow of eternal life. One cannot claim ignorance, hence he spoke at length. Although his words were somewhat pretentious and overly pedantic, they were not entirely devoid of substance. Su Qingzhou, though not a celestial being, is a modern individual. Despite lacking in celestial cultivation, he has perused countless fantastical novels. While much of the content is mere nonsense, one truth remains. To grow stronger, one must embark on exploration, to witness the lofty mountains and vast seas, the myriad stars in the heavens. There are indeed adversaries among mortals and deities alike, as well as foes from the heavens and beyond. Ultimately, as long as one perseveres and transcends each limit, immortality is destined. Whether one can reach that stage varies from person to person. He is not merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Do not mention thanks, Miss Lin. The path belongs to you, and how it unfolds is contingent upon your choices. As for the possibility of traversing it, that too rests upon you. I cannot be of assistance, but I can only encourage you, he chuckled lightly. Such wit, sir. I only regret that I recognized you too late, having wandered for 5 additional years. What lament? For a cultivator, 5 years is but a fleeting moment. It is insignificant. Miss Lin possesses exceptional talent. It is not too late for her to begin now. What Lin Shuang'er remains unaware of, Su Qingzhou knows all too well. He recalls their first encounter, when her information appeared in the Book of Alleviation. With outstanding spiritual roots, born of cultivation, she is a favored child of heaven and earth. Once she emerges from this frost, it is merely a matter of time before she transforms from a dragon in the sea to a true dragon soaring in the skies. Lin Shuang'er nodded, her eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Yes, I believe in you, sir. Su Qingzhou remained silent, merely smiling serenely while fanning himself with a folding fan. Lin Shuang'er delicately extended her slender hand from the red sleeve, gently caressing the air before her, fingers slightly curled as if to grasp the fleeting breeze. Slowly, she murmured, the wind has risen. Su Qingzhou pao set, purpa. Huh, what I mean is I must take my leave. Just as Lin Shuang'er finished speaking, a mysterious radiance emanated from her, abruptly interrupting Su Qingzhou's thoughts. The words he had intended to utter were swallowed back. He gazed in astonishment at the circle of black light swirling around Lin Shuang. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misperceived the scene. What is happening? Has she darkened? He exclaimed inwardly, as the spectacle before him was too bizarre. Surely, it must relate to the Book of Alleviation. He was certain that this black light materialized the instant Lin Shuang mentioned her departure, and she seemed oblivious, still gazing into the distance. Or perhaps she simply could not see it. The only thought that crossed Su Qingzhou's mind was that this incident might be connected to the Book of Alleviation. Without further hesitation, he redirected his astonished gaze and connected to the system. Indeed, as anticipated, within the systems panel, a prominent black exclamation mark appeared in the section pertaining to the Book of Alleviation, standing out starkly among the text and data. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingzhou clicked on the exclamation mark, and then the Book of Troubles was presented by the system. As he began to turn the pages, he noticed that this time, they were turning backward. The women he had once helped flickered by, one after another, until they eventually settled on the name Lin Shuang'er. This was another function of the Book of Troubles. Every woman he had assisted would be recorded and preserved here for his perusal at any time. Previously, Qingzhou had been unaware of its significance or the value of such records. However, today's unusual scene sent a jolt through him, instilling a sense of foreboding that something significant was about to unfold. As the information page pertaining to Lin Shuang'er lingered in his view, the answer emerged before him. This had it actually changed? Chapter 22. The gift of a sword. The text upon the white background with black characters had long since transformed from its previous state. Qingzhou, uncertain, flipped through the pages again and again. The others retained their blue font, while Xiao Wuyo continued to shine in gold. Yet, Lin Shuang'er's name had undeniably shifted from its former purple to a now stark black. How curious, he mused quietly. He scrutinized it with a blend of curiosity and confusion. Name, Lin Shuang'er, age, 20, realm, second layer of innate stage, previously relieved of worries, love deep as bone. Description, of a resident of Qingzhou City, possessing a supreme ice-type spiritual root, a favored child of heaven. Her resolve now firm, she seeks the path to immortality. Should she not perish on this journey, she is destined to achieve greatness, becoming a significant figure in this world. Note, due to Lin Shuang'er being influenced by the host, her innate quality has elevated from purple to black, triggering the system's function. Angel investment. Would you like to invest immediately in Lin Shuang'er's dream of immortality? Please confirm, host. Qingzhou inhaled sharply. His composure shattered as the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. Is this really possible? To his surprise, his idle chatter with Lin Shuang'er had inadvertently activated the system's hidden function, angel investment. Though he was uncertain of its intricacies, the term was quite self-explanatory, investment. However, the specifics of how to invest and the potential benefits remained a mystery to him, yet he was eager to know more. He communicated his thoughts. Foster father, what does angel investment mean? Please elaborate in detail. Angel investment is one of the welfare programs of this system. When the subject relieved of worries by the host undergoes certain changes due to the host's influence, it alters their future trajectory, thereby triggering a color upgrade and subsequently activating different angel investments. At that point, the host simply needs to participate in the investment, and they will receive substantial rewards and returns along the growth path of the subject relieved of worries. Note, the triggering of angel investment is contingent on randomness and various factors such as mindset, constitution, or aptitude. This system will not elaborate further. Qingzhou swallowed hard, the implications dawning upon him. In simple terms, he had acquired yet another avenue to earn benefits from the system. Tell me quickly, how do I invest? I wish to invest. As an opportunist, Qingzhou understood that any hesitation would be a disservice to the experience of a traveler. In accordance with the principle that investment carries risks and requires caution, the system cannot provide answers to the host. Apologies. Speak plainly. In simpler terms, the nature of the investment task varies, requiring different inputs from a host. I am unaware of how to invest in Lin Shuang'er's dream of immortality. But after the host accepts the task, this information will be revealed. You are truly useless. Detected that the host has insulted this system sprite. The sprite is now displeased and requires a minute to self-soothe. Please do not disturb. Thank you. Qingzhou exhibited little reaction to the situation, merely scoffing, as it was evident that such dialogues and scenarios were far from novel to him. He was indifferent, preoccupied instead with accepting an investment task. After all, he reasoned, it was worth observing. If it proved unfeasible, he could simply refrain from investing. The task did not mandate investment. It was merely about opening an account, which in essence would incur no costs. As he clicked to confirm his acceptance, the familiar notification sound from his system resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the angel investment task. Lin Shuang'er as path to immortality. Please proceed to the task panel to confirm your investment. With a mere thought, he focused on the newly created angel investment panel within his consciousness. There, a task line lay quietly awaiting his attention. Eagerly, Qingzhou began to delve into its details. Angel Investment Task 1. Lin Shuang'er's Path to Immortality. Product Declaration. A single investment, lifelong returns. Detailed introduction. Before Lin Shuang'er departs from Tianshuang City, bestow upon her any item as the principal investment. As Lin Shuang'er advances through significant realms in her growth journey, the host will receive corresponding generous rewards. In essence, the higher Lin Shuang'er's realm ascends, the greater the host returns, culminating when she becomes an emperor, at which point the investment will conclude. The investment returns are contingent upon the value of the item gifted. The more precious the item, the more substantial the rewards received. Investment advertisement. What you purchase is what you profit. Do not miss this opportunity. Host, invest in her. Risk warning. Should the investor, Lin Shuang'er, meet her demise, the investment contract will automatically terminate, and the system will not compensate the host for any losses. Please proceed with caution. As Qingzhou perused the lines of text, his lips twitched involuntarily once more. One could only commend the system for its professionalism, as it momentarily led him to believe he was purchasing a financial product. Particularly striking was the final clause, the risk warning, which not only displayed expertise but also meticulous attention to detail. At that very moment, while Qingzhou was lost in his thoughts, immersed in his consciousness, Lin Shuang'er gazed at him in astonishment. Ever since she had declared her intention to leave, he had fallen silent, and when she turned to look back at him, her expression was one of bewilderment. The Qingzhou she once knew seemed to have vanished. The current Qingzhou exhibited a whirlwind of emotions: joy, anger, frenzy, and sorrow. His facial expressions were nothing short of captivating. Observing him in such a state, she could not help but audaciously ponder, could it be that the gentleman is reluctant to see me go? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. After all, they had only met a few times. How could he possibly feel such attachment? Even if she possessed a beauty that could captivate and enchant, he was not an ordinary man of the world. So what was truly amiss? She softly called out, "Sir, sir." Upon hearing Lin Shuang'er's call, Qingzhou hastily returned to reality, aware that he had momentarily lost composure. He swiftly restored his usual demeanor and inquired, "What is it, Miss Shuang'er? Sir, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit lost in thought." "No, it is merely that the words of the young lady reminded me of an old acquaintance, causing me to momentarily lose my focus. I apologize." He smiled subtly, crafting a reason to deflect the inquiry. Although Lin Shuang'er remained somewhat skeptical, she refrained from pressing further. The matter of old acquaintances was personal to Qingzhou, and to inquire would be to breach propriety. "Thank you very much for your teachings today, sir. I am immensely grateful. However, I am just an ordinary woman with nothing of worth to offer you in return. I can only keep your kindness in my heart. If I ever attain the path of immortality, I shall certainly repay you when we meet again." Qingzhou responded with a serene smile. "The journey stretches on like mountains and rivers. In this vast world, we are bound to meet again." As he spoke, he drew a sword of deep azure from his waist, holding it firmly in his hand. The path ahead is long, and the pursuit of immortality is fraught with peril. Among cultivators, deceit abounds, and conflict over opportunities is unending. While I cannot offer you my assistance, I shall bestow upon you this sword for your protection. Chapter 23. The Transaction. The sword, measuring 3 feet in length, boasted an exquisitely crafted hilt, seemingly weightless, while its scabbard shimmered with a deep azure glow. Although it remained sheathed, a chilling aura emanated within a 3-meter radius, rendering the gentle spring breeze subdued and casting a shadow of melancholy. Lin Shuang'er's pupils gradually dilated, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. Though it was her first encounter with this sword, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her being, resonating with the blade. A voice echoed in her mind, "Seize it." Lin Shuang'er understood that this sword was no ordinary weapon. Yet, she refrained from reaching for it. despite an inexplicable yearning within her body. In her astonishment and trepidation, she was equally perplexed as to why the gentleman before her would bestow such a precious sword upon her, especially one of such exceptional quality. "Sir, this is far too valuable. It cannot be accepted. It truly cannot," she hastily declined, instinctively retreating 2 steps, her gaze unwillingly shifting away from the sword in Su Qingzhou's hand, a futile attempt to suppress her body's primal desire. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on the Qingzhou sword in his grasp, his eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. It was a reluctant expression, for this was indeed a remarkable sword, the only formidable weapon he possessed. Its true worth in the realm of cultivation was beyond the mundane measure of currency, even if exchanged for rare spirit stones. It would amount to an astronomical figure. To part with it was a struggle, yet angelic investments hinge upon high stakes and high returns. As the old adage goes, one must be willing to part with the child to catch the wolf, take a gamble, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Should one invest, let it be a substantial venture. Provided Lin Shuang'er as fortune does not falter with her innate talent, her future prospects are boundless. Merely attaining the golden core or nascent soul realms would guarantee a substantial return, if not a great profit. Should fortune favor her, and she ascends to the realm of emperors, becoming a formidable figure, the returns on this investment would be beyond measure. Thus, even in his reluctance, he willingly offered this sword to Lin Shuang'er, betting on a future filled with prosperity. This sword, 3 feet in length, is forged from celestial cold iron, a treasure I acquired during my travels. Its name is Qingzhou, and as fate would have it, your name, Miss Lin, also contains the character for frost. I, Su, have always believed in the significance of fate. Our paths have crossed, and this sword is destined for you. It is a divine decree, and this sword shall truly shine in your hands. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Lin Shuang'er, presenting the sword with one hand. He continued, "Qingzhou seeks its master. I, Su, sincerely wish to gift this sword. Such generosity is difficult to refuse. I hope, Miss Lin, that you do not decline, lest we disrupt this moment of elegance and the bond of fate." Lin Shuang'er found herself at a loss, her gaze wavering, momentarily unable to formulate a coherent response, her words stumbling forth in a flurry of hesitation. "But sir, this is far too precious. I feel unworthy of such a gift, and I cannot accept it." The swordsman, how could he not cherish the sword? Especially when it is a rare and divine weapon that harmonizes perfectly with his spiritual roots and practices. Lin Shuang'er yearned for it, yet its value was truly extravagant. Su Qingzhou, perceiving her thoughts, offered a subtle smile, his lips curving gently like a spring breeze. "If Miss Lin feels uneasy about receiving it, how about we strike a deal?" Lin Shuang'er tilted her head in confusion, her flowing black hair cascading to one side. "What kind of deal?" "I shall exchange this sword for a promise from you." Lin Shuang'er was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingzhou continued, speaking as if to himself, "You are embarking on a long journey in search of immortality, fraught with challenges ahead. A good sword for self-defense is essential. I bestow this sword upon you, and should you one day attain the path to immortality, you shall fulfill a task for me." Fearing that Lin Shuang'er might misunderstand, Su Qingzhou paused for a moment before adding, "Rest assured, the promise I seek will not conflict with your true desires." Gazing at Su Qingzhou's handsome visage, Lin Shuang'er found herself entranced, pondering the nature of such a man. The depths of his character eluded her, shrouded in mystery. To trade a fine sword for an ethereal promise seemed an irrational choice, and she expressed her thoughts in a subdued tone. Yet Su Qingzhou remained unfazed. It is said that a swordsman's word is as weighty as a mountain, as profound as the sea. Only a swordsman remains loyal to their word. "Miss Lin, as a swordsman, I trust your promise implicitly. Moreover, I have faith in you. I believe you are destined to ascend to great heights, to traverse the vast expanse of the universe. To secure a promise from such a person as you is indeed a privilege for me." His tone was earnest and calm, not as if he were dreaming of the future, but rather recounting a reality that already existed. To him, it seemed as though Lin Shuang'er was destined to reach that pinnacle, It was a trust without any apparent reason. This very trust left Lin Shuang'er astonished. With her head held high, her eyes shimmering with fascination, she asked, "Do you truly believe that I can?" "Of course. Take the sword." Su Qingzhou exerted force, releasing the sword, which arced gracefully through the air towards Lin Shuang'er. Instinctively, she caught the sword, gripping it tightly with both hands. It was a magnificent blade, surprisingly light. Yet, at that moment, as it rested in her grasp, it felt exceptionally weighty, instilling within her a sense of trepidation and confusion. After a brief moment, Lin Shuang'er's expression transformed into one of focus and seriousness as she looked at Su Qingzhou. "Your kindness is overwhelming. Thus, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Should the day come when you require my assistance, I will be there, regardless of the time or task. I will repay your kindness and goodwill." Su Qingzhou smiled lightly, his refined demeanor shining through his eyes as he gazed back at Lin Shuang'er, bowing respectfully in return. In this moment, Su Mao extends his heartfelt wishes to the young lady as she embarks on the path of eternal life, akin to the steadfastness of the moon, the longevity of the southern mountains, and the flourishing of pine and cypress. May she swiftly attain the road to immortality and ultimately realize her dreams of everlasting life. With these words, Su Qingzhou rises, unfurling his folding fan, and without awaiting Lin Shuang'er's farewell, he turns and departs alone, leaving her adrift in the wind. Parting is an inevitable aspect of life, often falling short of our desires. Such a hasty farewell is, perhaps, fortuitous and fitting. As Lin Shuang'er watches Su Qingzhou's silhouette recede into the distance, nearing the edge of the city, she hastens a few steps forward, calling out, "Sir, wait." In pursuit of the fleeting moments, where spring mountains await in the endless expanse, we shall surely meet again. If the lady has words to share, let them wait for another occasion. Lin Shuang'er halts, gazing at the scholar's retreating figure, her ears echoing with the sounds of farewell that resonate in the spring breeze, as if they were eternal. Gazing at the sword in her hand, the image of the young man resurfaces in her heart, stirring the tender feelings of youth once more. She bites her crimson lip, her large eyes shimmering with a dance of emotions. After what feels like an eternity, when Su Qingzhou is no longer in sight, she gently draws her sword. Just a fraction of its emergence elicits a melodious chime, the blade reflecting the vibrant hue of her red attire, strikingly vivid. The air around her grows frigid, as if frozen in time. Yet within her heart, a raging fire ignites, her very blood surging like tumultuous waves, unyielding and relentless. She sheathes her sword and strolls to the edge of the city wall, placing her hands beside her face, and calls out towards the direction where Su Qingzhou vanished. Her voice resounding, "Sir, travel safely. Sir, take care. Sir, until we meet again." Her clear voice rings like a chorus of orioles amidst the branches, echoing through Qingzhou City. Passers-by cannot help but pause, looking up to seek the source of the enchanting sound. Su Qingzhou, walking along the long street, hears her words distinctly and smiles with a crooked grin. All is well. Lin Shuang'er feels an unprecedented sense of ease. It is the first time in her life she has shouted so boldly. She turns, leaps into the air, descending from the city wall, as if she has resolved upon a momentous decision. Rest assured, sir, upon the path of immortality, Shuang'er fears nothing and shall not let you down. Chapter 24. Under the moonlight beneath the luminous moon, the night sky is adorned with sparse stars. Su Qingzhou leisurely sits by the window, raising his cup to drink, the candlelight flickering softly, and he is already 3 parts intoxicated. In youth, one ought to strive for excellence, much like the bright moon reigning over the vast land. Mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, cultivating one's character, and indulging in poetry and wine without a care. Without a care, how does this poem fare, master? Wu Yu, with eyes like the moon and a face resembling a crescent, gently shakes her head and smiles. Naturally, master's poetry is exquisite, but it's getting late, and you ought to rest. You little girl, very well. I shall heed your advice and retire. Su Qingzhou responds, chuckling. Wu Yu beams even brighter, dashes a few steps, and gathers the wine jug and cup before him into her embrace. Master is truly wonderful, she exclaims. Oh, do tell. In what way is Master wonderful? Su Qingzhou teases. Wu tilts her head, pondering for a while, then replies with a grin, Master listens to advice. Having said this, she scampers away with her spoils, calling back, good night. Master. Su Qingzhou shakes his head in resignation, thinking to himself that he has not acquired a disciple, but rather has found a nagging mother who fusses over him daily. Yet, he still cautions, run slowly, don't fall. I know all. Are you all right? Master, I'm fine. You should sleep. Staying up late is not good for your health. As you say. Su Qingzhou shares a knowing smile, amused by the little girl. He extinguishes the candlelight and, with a quiet step, vanishes into the night like a fleeting shadow, leaping out of the window and onto the rooftop. Swift as the wind, he distances himself from the forget-worry pavilion by several hundred meters, finally coming to a halt in a deserted alley, where tranquility reigns and human presence is scarce. Straightening the creases in his trousers, the mirth fades from his face, and the tipsiness dissipates, replaced by a solemn demeanor, as if he is transformed into a different person altogether. His eyes, without his notice, now carry a hint of chill, and he softly addresses the empty alley. There is no one left. You have waited all day. You may emerge now. At the end of the night, before the echo of his words has dissipated, a figure appears, bowing respectfully to Su Qingzhou from a few meters away. I am Ning Feng. Honored to meet you, Master Wang Yu. Su Qingzhou casts a glance at the other, responding with indifference. Ning Feng. Indeed, you are far more courteous than that brash fellow from this morning. You are not so disagreeable. Your praise is unwarranted, Ning Feng replies. Pray tell, why have you waited for me at the forget-worry pavilion all day, yet remained hidden? Not long after bidding farewell to Lin Shuang, Su Qingzhou had discerned this person's presence through the system. Moreover, it was not merely him. A total of over 10 auras had been following closely around him, with Ning Feng's aura being the most profound, suggesting he was the leader of this group. He could easily surmise their intentions. They were undoubtedly connected to the ruffian he had dispatched earlier in the day. What puzzled him, however, was why this individual had trailed him all day without revealing himself. Out of personal inclination, he did not wish to trouble Wu Yu further, so he had chosen to ignore it, waiting until darkness fell. Hence, he voiced his confusion. In response, Ning Feng spoke in a calm tone during the day. I observed that you were preoccupied, and as you had company, I did not wish to intrude or add to your burdens, hence my silence. Xu Qingzhou could not help but furrow his brow. The individual before him possessed the formidable strength of a 9th-tier innate realm practitioner, a pinnacle expert beneath the Foundation establishment. Such a presence was indeed exceptional in this frost-laden world. To maintain such prowess without arrogance and to exhibit such courtesy towards oneself inevitably garnered Su Qingzhou's admiration. This Ning Feng was no ordinary figure, and certainly not one to be compared to mere commoners of the past. You truly understand the essence of courtesy. I am impressed. Su Qingzhou generously praised once more. He then flicked his sleeve and continued, in light of your politeness, I shall extend you the courtesy of accompanying you to meet your master. Upon Su Qingzhou's declaration, the man was momentarily taken aback. The chiseled features obscured by the night seemed to pause, his eyes reflecting surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated Su Qingzhou's agreement to accompany him to see his superior before a formal invitation was extended. The sudden turn of events left him feeling quite flattered and bewildered. Do you not have any questions for me? Su Qingzhou inched closer, his voice steady. What difference would it make to inquire? Ning Feng found himself increasingly perplexed by Su Qingzhou's retort. Are you not afraid that I might bring harm to you? At this moment, Su Qingzhou had unconsciously closed the distance between them, their heights aligned, allowing for a direct gaze. Su Qingzhou, displaying nonchalance, replied, Harm me? You are merely a messenger. What reason would you have to do so? You cannot harm me. He flashed a knowing smile, a glimmer of cunning passing through his eyes. Even if you could, you would not be able to inflict any injury upon me. Why should I harbor any fear? His confidence and flamboyance shone through. His calm demeanor strikingly serene, which caused Ning Feng to tremble slightly. As he regarded Su Qingzhou, the gravity in his expression intensified, now mingled with traces of respect. This admiration stemmed from the youthful courage and audacity displayed by the young man before him. Yet, the seriousness in his demeanor also arose from the same source of courage and audacity. A boy of merely the first tier of the acquired realm, who had just begun his journey into cultivation, and who appeared as fragile as a scholar, had spoken with such confidence before a ninth-tier innate realm practitioner. One must recognize that the chasm between them, though not as vast as the moon compared to a firefly, was nevertheless akin to a towering tree compared to delicate grass, a divide that seemed insurmountable. However, Ningfeng dared not to underestimate Su Qingzhou. Not only did he have a cautionary tale of a second-tier innate practitioner meeting an untimely demise at the hands of this young man, but he also felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Su Qingzhou. He was not one to be recklessly oblivious to danger. Thus, he pondered whether Su Qingzhou was either a concealed powerhouse or possessed some hidden trump card, enabling him to maintain such composure. "Sir, you are indeed an extraordinary individual," Ningfeng remarked with respect. "I would be honored if you would accompany me." "Very well, let us proceed," Su Qingzhou responded amiably. The two of them stepped out from the shadows of the alley, one following the other. For Su Qingzhou, there was little to fear in this situation. Since the other party has repeatedly sent envoys to request my presence, it is evident that they have matters of importance to discuss with me. Should I decline once more, as I have done previously, it would only serve to complicate matters further. Thus, it would be more prudent to meet this individual directly. If evasion is impossible, why not confront the situation? There is nothing to fear. With the aid of the system, I can alleviate their troubles, earning their gratitude and rendering them useful to me. I can rely on my own two sword techniques, a tome for resolving distress, and other hidden cards to annihilate any threats. Let not be said that I fear even the ninth level of the innate realm. Even if they possess a foundational cultivator as a protector, I am undaunted. A single RPG can dispatch them, and if necessary, I shall invoke the wrath of thunder to turn them to ash. "Master Ning?" you inquire. "Is it far?" "Then outside the city is a mere 10 miles from here," he replies. Su Qingzhou raises an eyebrow slightly. "Outside the city? That seems rather distant. Walking there would be quite exhausting." He feels a twinge of regret. It truly is too far. "Master, there are horses available, and we can reach our destination swiftly," Ningfeng hastens to assure him. Su Qingzhou's expression turns troubled. "I do not know how to ride a horse." Chapter 25. The tale beneath the ethereal glow of the moon, in a realm devoid of human sounds, where only the whispers of trees accompany the serene night. Two riders traverse the path illuminated by the silvery light. One leads a horse and wields a long sword at his waist, while the other, perched atop the steed, gazes into the vastness of the starry sky. As they proceed at a leisurely pace, the rhythmic clatter of hooves harmonizes with the croaking of frogs, creating a symphony of nature, leaving their conversations silent and unspoken. The journey stretches endlessly, and Su Qingzhou, feeling a wave of ennui, initiates a dialogue. "Ningfeng, what troubles you?" Ningfeng, momentarily taken aback, turns to Su Qingzhou with a puzzled expression and inquires, "What do you mean by salary?" "Salary refers to the compensation your master provides you each month," Su Qingzhou clarifies, intrigued by the response. Ningfeng's lips curl into a faint grimace. Barely visible in the moonlight, though Su Qingzhou remains unaware. "You jest, sir. For cultivators like us, the mundane metal and gold of this world hold no value. They neither enhance our cultivation nor procure elixirs. They serve merely for sustenance and clothing, and we, as practitioners, need not worry about such trivialities. The presence or absence of remuneration is of little consequence." Su Qingzhou absent-mindedly strokes his chin, pondering whether this reflects the adage of viewing wealth as mere refuse. He muses upon his own perceived materialistic tendencies. "Ah, if gold and silver are worthless, why then do you serve your master? Does she offer something else, perhaps spirit stones?" Ningfeng shakes his head. "Spirit stones are rare and precious, scarce among common folk. If they existed in abundance, they would reside with those who have attained foundational cultivation. Among the 10 states, Fanzhou is the most impoverished, lacking in spirit stones, and my master cannot afford such luxuries." As he speaks, Su Qingzhou listens attentively. Recalling the text he has perused about this world, known as Hauran, which is vast and divided into 10 states, 8 wastelands, and 4 seas. The 10 states belong to the human race. The 8 wastelands are dominated by ferocious beasts, and the 4 seas are the realm of water spirits. Legends whisper of deities dwelling in the depths of the seas, though their existence remains shrouded in mystery. Among the 10 states, Fanzhou stands as the most desolate due to its thin spiritual energy, making the path to enlightenment arduous. Consequently, the lack of spiritual resources has rendered the state devoid of a reputable sect. Yet, this very desolation has birthed 3 grand dynasties and numerous lords and city rulers. In comparison to the other 9 states, Fanzhou proves more suitable for ordinary lives. If spirit stones are non-existent and gold and silver are disregarded, why then serve them? Why not seek the path of cultivation independently within this realm? Ning Feng, still leading the horse, responds calmly. Some pursue power, others seek fame, and some act out of gratitude. Each individual has their own choices and reasons for their actions, often compelled by circumstances beyond their control. Life in the world of rivers and lakes, amidst the misty halls of power, leaves one with little autonomy. And you? What drives you? Is it fame, power, or perhaps gratitude? As for me, I shall not conceal it, sir. It is for a single word. Su Qingzhou's curiosity is piqued further. What word? Ning Feng came to a halt, and so did the horse, while the croaking of frogs continued to resonate in his ears. Turning his body with earnestness, he fixed his gaze upon Su Qingzhou and uttered a singular word: live. It was a declaration of the necessity to survive in this world. Su Qingzhou's brows knitted ever more deeply, sensing that the man before him, Ning Feng, was a person with a tale to tell. The light flickering in his eyes revealed his rebellious spirit, yet it seemed that some unseen force had clipped his wings. The melancholy and discontent within him burned fiercely, like an unquenchable fire. He yearned for freedom, craved it, and Su Qingzhou recognized that longing in his gaze, a gaze he had encountered too often, one akin to Ning Feng's. To live? Did this imply being bound by others? This was the extent of Su Qingzhou's interpretation. Aware of Su Qingzhou's penetrating look, Ning Feng realized he had spoken too openly and quickly added with a laugh, "What am I saying to you, sir? We must focus on our journey." He tugged at the reins and continued onward, yet he kept his head bowed, unsure why he had shared such thoughts with Su Qingzhou. Deep down, however, he understood that it was not mere coincidence. Perhaps he secretly hoped this peculiar gentleman could alleviate his burdens. Yet, the so-called forget worries gentleman, despite his name, could only ease the troubles of women and not grant solace to men. What a pity, what a pity. Clearing his throat, Su Qingzhou spoke with a languid tone. Do you know why I am called forget worries gentleman? It is because I have the ability to relieve the women of this world from their anxieties and ailments. Thus, the people of Qingzhou City refer to me as forget worries gentleman. It was for this reason that my wife sought me out, hoping to alleviate the sorrows that burden her heart. Ning Feng replied, a slight smile gracing Su Qingzhou's lips, filled with confidence and tranquility. You are quite correct. Yet the world knows only of my capacity to soothe women's worries, unaware that I can also dispel the sorrows of men. Ning Feng paused mid-stride, turning his head once more to regard Su Qingzhou. Are you truly not jesting, sir? The glimmer of anticipation in Ning Feng's eyes was unmistakable, even under the moonlight. Su Qingzhou recognized that he had ensnared the man's interest. With one hand resting upon the saddle and the other stroking his chin, he squinted slightly, speaking with a playful tone. I assure you, I am not joking. I know that you, Ning brother, are a man with a story. Alas, I have no wine, but the night is delightful and the surroundings are tranquil. To be candid, I wish to hear your tale. If you would be so kind as to share it with me, it might serve to relieve my fatigue. Ning Feng offered a wry smile. You jest, sir. What stories could I possibly have? My life has been spent in servitude to others, engaging in unsavory dealings. To share such tales would surely tarnish your ears. Though bamboo may be unintentional, it can still give rise to complications. The lotus, though it has holes, emerges from mud without being tainted. My heart is unblemished. and I do not judge others by appearances or by the distinctions of good and evil, Su Qingzhou replied, his tone deepening. In my view, every story is valid, provided it has a cause. Thus, I wish to hear Ning brother's tale. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Ning Feng found himself captivated by the enigmatic Mr. Wang Yu, who perpetually uttered phrases that eluded his comprehension, either words he had never encountered or profound truths that seemed to transcend the ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, he sensed that beneath the frail exterior of this scholarly figure resided a remarkable soul, evoking both reverence and intrigue. After a brief hesitation, he clenched his teeth and sighed. Very well, since we still have some time before reaching the inn, I am honored by your regard, esteemed sir. If you wish to listen, I shall share a tale. Splendid, splendid. The story is lengthy, so please, take your time in recounting it. I shall savor it at my own pace, he chuckled heartily. Chapter 26. What is evil? What is in the tale is lengthy, and I shall narrate it slowly. The road is not short, and we shall traverse it at a leisurely pace. From beginning to end, Ning Feng's life was brief, perhaps even shorter than this night. The evening breeze continues to blow, and the echoes of words linger in solitude, while memories resonate in harmony, composing a symphony of tumultuous highs and lows, stirring the soul. In the empire of Zhanyue, there are 106 cities, among which Qingzhou is one, and Linfeng is another. Ning Feng hails from Linfeng City. It is said that the master of Linfeng City has nurtured a group of assassins, individuals who were brought into the city at a young age and trained through exceptionally cruel methods. Upon reaching maturity, their duty became the execution of unspeakable deeds. Ning Feng was one among them. He rose amidst the bloodshed, surviving through relentless killings, ultimately breaking through to the 9th level of the innate realm. In the first half of his life, the sole word that defined his existence was kill. He killed to survive. Initially, he took the lives of his companions, later those of his enemies, and now, he kills whomever his master commands, obeying without question. The Ning Feng of this narrative is not the same as the Ning Feng known to Su Qingzhou, who embodies etiquette and understanding. Instead, he is a quintessentially cold-blooded assassin. Yet, to Su Qingzhou, he appears merely as a pitiable soul, a being devoid of spirit. There's a saying that one must be able to control their own body to master their own life. Clearly, he cannot. From a young age, they were subjected to a curse, one that requires regular and precise doses of an antidote. Without it, they would endure the excruciating agony of heart-devouring flames. A fate worse than death. Su Qingzhou understands now why there is a perpetual melancholy in Ning Feng's eyes. It is likely due to this plight. Ultimately, Ning Feng has earned Su Qingzhou's respect, a blood-soaked killer, a deity of death, who can so remarkably temper his own ferocity and bloodlust. Such restraint is rare and indicative of profound character. Otherwise, he might have lost himself long ago, much like that man from this morning, who, upon a slight disagreement, unsheathed his blade, leading to his demise. What a pity it is, a promising young man reduced to such a fate due to the machinations of power. Born into such a world, one truly finds themselves at the mercy of circumstance. He cannot help but feel a pang of compassion within. As Ning Feng's voice gradually faded, he finally gazed up at the luminous moon above, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, transparent as the moonlight itself. His somber words rose with the wind. Had I any choice back then, I believe I would have chosen to be a good person. Yet ultimately, there was no choice to be made and no what-ifs to ponder. This sentiment struck a chord deep within Su Qingzhou. Observing Ning Feng's silhouette, he spoke softly, perhaps. Had you wished to be a good person, you might not have lived to see this moment. Ning Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say such a thing, sir?" Su Qingzhou smiled faintly, because good people do not often enjoy longevity. In such a world, it is difficult to be virtuous, and even more so to remain alive as a good person. Ning Feng furrowed his brow, refraining from contradiction, for Su Qingzhou's words rang true. Though simple, the truth held profound weight. If he were indeed a good person, would he have reached this point in life? He found himself lost in contemplation. "Do you think I am evil, sir?" he asked. "That question should not be posed to me. It ought to be directed towards yourself. Perhaps I am indeed wicked. Why do you think so? Ningfeng replied with a bitter smile. Because many claim that I am malevolent. Who are those people? Those I have slain? Regrettably. They are all deceased. Su Qingzhou was left speechless. If that is your reasoning, it is not surprising. Do you believe they are correct? Ningfeng inquired. You should not ask me. You must question yourself. If you were to be murdered, would you consider the one who killed you to be good or evil? Su Qingzhou once again returned the query. Ningfeng lowered his gaze, pondering deeply. If someone were to kill me, I would believe they must possess a compelling reason to do so, just as I have my reasons for killing them. To me, this does not equate to malevolence. Perhaps they too had no choice. Then you're not evil, Su Qingzhou asserted with conviction. Do you think I'm guilty of murder? Su Qingzhou fell silent, contemplating the essence of guilt. What constitutes guilt? It depends on who establishes the law. I do not comprehend your meaning, sir, Ningfeng responded. First comes the law, then comes guilt. Whoever defines the law holds the authority. A glimmer flickered in Ningfeng's eyes as he mischievously remarked. So, akin to good and evil. Do you deem me blameless? Su Qingzhou shook his head, his expression growing more earnest. No. In my view, you are indeed guilty. Ningfeng grasped the reins tightly, gazing intently at Su Qingzhou, bewildered. What sin do you believe I have committed? Su Qingzhou feigned solemnity, sitting upright as he articulated slowly. Your crime, Ningfeng, can be encapsulated in a single word. What word? Weakness. Ningfeng was taken aback, his confusion deepening. Weakness? Su Qingzhou gracefully adjusted his robe, resting his hands on his waist, and remarked with a soft chuckle, Indeed, it is weakness. You are far too weak, and thus you bear guilt. Ningfeng felt as if his mind was entangled in chaos, grappling with this revelation. The echo of Su Qingzhou's word weakness reverberated in his thoughts. In my view, there exists but one sin, that of being weak. The strong set the rules, while the weak abide by them. The powerful act without restraint, while the feeble bow in submission. If you merely survive, your weakness is your original sin, just as those you have slain fell victim to their own frailty. Their demise was preordained. Their weakness rendered them prey. Their deaths can ultimately be traced back to that singular word, weakness. Take you, Ningfeng, for instance. Why do you find yourself subjugated, bowing in servitude? Why are you a puppet, manipulated by others? It is because you are too weak, and thus, you too are guilty. All that you despise and resent cannot be blamed on others. The fault lies solely within your own weakness. Weakness is the original sin. Survival of the fittest is the natural law, which inherently permits violence. If, as you believe, the act of killing is inherently guilty, then is there anyone in this world without sin? If man killing man is guilty, what of man killing all else? Is that not guilt? The tiger slays the deer, and the deer consumes the grass. Does this not also constitute a form of killing? The world is intrinsically governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail over the weak. To exist is to adhere to this primordial natural order. Of course, one may choose to reason as I do. Yet, Su Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and smiled broadly. It is imperative that you possess strength akin to mine, for I assert that only the powerful can establish the rules. It is the strong whose reasoning commands respect and belief. When the weak attempt to reason with the strong, it is but an act of self-deprecation. Su Qingzhou's words struck Ningfeng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. The roar of these revelations echoed in his ears, a deafening sound that stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such reasoning, yet it resonated deeply within him. The strong dictate the rules, while the weak abide by them. Survival of the fittest. There exists but one sin in this world, weakness. Each statement was profoundly shocking and utterly irrefutable. Had he himself not been guilty of this? After a full 60 breaths, Ningfeng finally regained his senses, and in that instant his gaze transformed. The reins slipped from his hands as he clasped his fists together and bowed deeply before Su Qingzhou. Truly, you are a remarkable sage. Your words resonate like thunder, illuminating my understanding. I am grateful for your teachings. I bow in appreciation. In this fantastical realm, one must not impose contemporary civility upon it. The author merely expresses that weakness is the original sin. I have observed some readers misconstrue this as a narrative of victim culpability, which is erroneous. Even in today's society, the weak are often subjected to bullying, be it among nations, individuals, or within the natural world. The principle of the strong devouring the weak remains an immutable truth, one that laws cannot eradicate. The protagonist has also stated that one may engage in reasoning, but the prerequisite is strength. The reason we can articulate our thoughts is that we reside in a powerful nation where the strong have established a foundation for discourse. It is those great strong individuals who uphold the sky above us, negating any notion of victim culpability. This narrative pertains to the worldview depicted within a fantastical setting, portraying the natural law of survival of the fittest. Chapter 27. A plea for salvation. Qingzhou remained composed, accepting a deep bow with a sense of tranquility. He humbly replied, "There is no need for thanks. It was merely a casual conversation. I am undeserving of such reverence." After a slight pause, Qingzhou, seemingly lost in thought, continued, "However, I cannot simply listen to your tale without offering assistance. Perhaps I could attempt to alleviate the sorrow that weighs on your heart." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with determination. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and earnestly implored, "I beseech you, kind sir, guide me towards a path of clarity." Ning Feng understood that the seemingly unassuming Qingzhou was far from ordinary, should he choose to intervene. Ning Feng could undoubtedly escape the current predicament. The abruptness of Ning Feng's kneeling caught Qingzhou off guard. He quickly dismounted, grasped Ning Feng's shoulders, and attempted to lift him up. "Ning brother, what are you doing? Please rise, please rise." Ning Feng, a practitioner at the 9th level of innate strength, far surpassed Qingzhou in pure power. Kneeling as he was, he refused to rise, rendering Qingzhou unable to lift him. With his head held high, eyes filled with earnest supplication, he spoke resolutely, "I recognize that you are no ordinary individual, possessing profound and unparalleled abilities. Please, I implore you to save me." Qingzhou withdrew his hands, feigning reluctance as he furrowed his brow. After a moment, he shook his head and spoke calmly, "Very well, please rise and converse with me." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you," Ning Feng responded. His demeanor transformed from one of decisive authority to that of a humble farmer who had just encountered a fortuitous turn of fate. Qingzhou, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued, "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Allow me to finish speaking before you express your thanks." "Please go ahead, sir." "I am listening," Ning Feng replied attentively. Qingzhou tilted his head slightly, gazing at the cosmic expanse above, a hint of gravity reflecting in his eyes. In this world, events unfold according to a predetermined order. If you seek to gain something, you're destined to lose something else. I can assist you in alleviating your troubles. Yet this relief comes at a cost. I wonder, are you prepared to bear such a price? Faced with this inquiry, Ning Feng bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before looking resolutely back at Qingzhou. "To be frank, I have long suffered from this life. If you can indeed liberate me from my constraints and restore my freedom, I am willing to accept any price." "Are you certain?" Qingzhou inquired. "Yes, sir. I am fully aware," Ning Feng affirmed. Qingzhou nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In response to Ning Feng's bewilderment, he mounted his steed. "Enough talk. We must be on our way." Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to speak. "Sir, just lead the way," Qingzhou interjected. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you." Ning Feng bowed once more, acknowledging his own abruptness. "Forgive my rudeness, sir." With that, he fell silent and resumed their journey, trusting that Qingzhou had his reasons for such actions, for he had no alternative but to place his faith in him. Gazing at Ning Feng's receding figure, Qingzhou shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. He was acutely aware that the only one capable of rescuing Ning Feng was none other than Ning Feng himself. Freedom is never bestowed by others. It is a pursuit one must undertake alone. Even if he were to save Ning Feng, could he truly claim freedom for himself? Perhaps not. Nevertheless, since he had already made a promise, it would be no burden to assist him on this journey, especially given their shared affinity. At this tender age, one naturally follows their heart, acts with spontaneity, and finds joy in helping others. Extending kindness to oneself through the aid of agreeable companions is merely delightful. As night deepened, they continued their journey, traversing another half-hour until, at the end of the official road, a faint yellow light materialized. The illumination grew brighter and clearer as they approached. Ningfeng transformed back into the person he once was, pointing ahead and exclaiming, "Sir, we have arrived. The lady awaits us at this inn." Qingzhou nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After walking a few hundred steps, they approached the inn, only to find soldiers barring their way. "Halt! This area is off-limits. Seek another path," one of them commanded. "Have you lost your sight? Do you not recognize who I am?" Ningfeng retorted sharply. The soldier, drawing closer with a torch, quickly discerned Ningfeng's frostbitten visage, and immediately, in a state of trepidation, bowed and said, "I have the honor of meeting you, Ning Head. This is Master Wang Yu, a distinguished guest summoned by the lady. Do not delay her affairs. You know the consequences." At the mention of the lady, several soldiers exhibited visible signs of alarm, with one even trembling. They hastily stepped aside. "Ning Head, please proceed." With a confident grasp on the reins, Ningfeng strode into the inn. The soldiers watched as the figures faded from view, then began to whisper among themselves. This Master Wang Yu possesses quite the presence, compelling Ning Head to personally lead his horse. Indeed, did anyone catch a glimpse of what that gentleman looked like? No, the night was too dark at first, and later, I dare not look. In any case, it is said that Master Wang Yu is no ordinary individual, possessing an aura of the extraordinary. I never expected Ning Head to have truly invited him. Of course, who is Ning Head? If he cannot summon someone, then surely no one else could. Upon entering the courtyard, Qingzhou dismounted, following Ningfeng into the inn. As they walked into the brightly lit hall, Qingzhou noticed the absence of the expected attendants and servants. Instead, every 10 paces there stood waiting maids, quietly poised and ready, despite the late hour. Not to mention the number of soldiers present. It seemed there were at least 100 handmaidens. Qingzhou couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the lady Ningfeng spoke of. If what Ningfeng said was true, that she was merely the concubine of the lord of Linfeng City, one would hardly guess it from the scale of this outing. It appeared more akin to that of an imperial favorite. One must concede, she was a person of refined taste and appreciation. Upon entering the grand hall, Ningfeng first invited Qingzhou to take a seat, then turned to a nearby maidservant and instructed, "Go and inform the mistress that Master Wang Yu has returned." However, the maid, upon hearing his command, showed no intention of moving. Instead, she lowered her head, her hands anxiously fidgeting with her silk garment, her body trembling slightly, which left Qingzhou feeling somewhat perplexed. "Is it that you did not hear my words?" Ningfeng inquired, his tone tinged with annoyance. Yet, this slight elevation in his voice caused the maid to suddenly collapse to the ground, kneeling and pleading in a quivering voice, "Please spare me, Master Ning. The mistress has just fallen asleep, and I would not dare disturb her tranquil dreams." Observing her genuine fear, Ningfeng furrowed his brow and sighed. "You may rise. I shall go and summon her myself." "Thank you, Master Ning. Thank you, Master Ning. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Qingzhou offered a subtle smile, nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the previously distressed maid, still pale with fear, prompting her to silently ponder. It seems this mistress is quite formidable. Otherwise, why would the maidservants be so terrified of her? I must tread carefully. Chapter 28. An initial encounter at the post station. Within the vast post station, nearly 100 individuals occupied the space, yet an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the faintest sounds of shallow breathing. Even outside, not a single croak of a frog could be heard, creating an inexplicably unsettling atmosphere. What constitutes the tranquility of the night? Qingzhou pondered. This indeed epitomized the stillness of the night, yet he felt an inexplicable restlessness. While no one truly dislikes silence, such profound quietude breeds anxiety. Nonetheless, Qingzhou did not remain idle. Instead, he utilized the system to probe the unusual auras surrounding him. It appeared that there were no fewer than 20 individuals at the innate stage, along with nearly 100 at the acquired stage. The visible and the invisible alike lay in ambush around the post station, with numerous guards even atop the 3-story roof. Such a scale was something Qingzhou had never witnessed in Qingzhou City, heightening his vigilance. Fortunately, it seemed that the strongest among them was merely Ningfeng, which alleviated his concerns. Moments later, light footsteps echoed from the upper floor. As the sound drew nearer, both the maidservants and eunuchs instinctively lowered their heads. Qingzhou turned in the direction of the sound, just in time to see a group of individuals reach the corner of the staircase on the second floor. The most prominent among them was a woman at the forefront, draped in a dark golden robe, her long black hair cascading down to her waist like a verdant waterfall. Though he merely caught a distant glimpse, not yet seeing her face, Qingzhou was nonetheless enveloped by an aura of nobility. As she turned towards him, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her presence. Each gesture and smile radiated opulence, grace, and dignity, as if revealing the true essence of a well-known idiom, elegance and grandeur. The woman's complexion resembled fine jade, her lips a delicate pink, her features perfectly balanced, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. Her tranquil eyes, calm as still water yet profound as a hidden pool, led Qingzhou to conclude that she was not conventionally beautiful, lacking the allure to ensnare souls. Yet, for reasons unknown, her inner radiance captured his gaze, as if she were destined to be the focal point of the crowd. Simple yet undeniably extraordinary, Qingzhou mused that she must indeed possess the demeanor of a born queen. As she descended the stairs, her crimson lips parted, exuding a soft, ethereal tone that flowed like water, steady and substantial. "Mr. Wang Yu, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Qingzhou reflected on his past life on Earth. Having encountered countless short videos and heard innumerable voices of authoritative women, yet none compared to hers, he instinctively rose, tensing his posture as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Embodying refinement as he slowly spoke, "I am Su, honored to meet you, madam." The lady approached, extending a jade-like hand from beneath her dark golden robe, her fingertips gesturing towards the chair. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat." Qingzhou, emulating her, replied, "Madam, please." The two sat across from each other, exchanging smiles, yet Qingzhou remained silent, his gaze intentionally and unintentionally assessing the enigmatic figure before him. Strange, indeed, is the essence of the word strange. The woman, unfazed by Qingzhou's scrutiny, exuded an air of grace and confidence. She inquired, "Sir, your journey must have been arduous. Servants, do hasten to offer tea to our esteemed guest." "Certainly," Qingzhou replied with a gentle smile. "It is no trouble at all. Having Brother Ning accompany me has rendered the journey quite delightful." Upon hearing this, the woman turned to glance at the attentive Ningfeng, remarking, "It seems our guest holds you in high regard. You have executed this task admirably." Gratified by her praise, Ningfeng bowed respectfully. Soon, tea was served, and Qingzhou, feeling somewhat parched, took a sip. The woman, delicately lifting a cup with her elegant fingers, brought it to her lips and blew gently upon it. "If you wish to observe, why not do so openly? I am unperturbed by your gaze. There is no need for you to shy away." Her voice, though soft, struck a chord within Qingzhou, causing his expression to stiffen with a hint of embarrassment. He hastily set down his cup and sought to amend the situation. "Madam, please do not take offense. I assure you I have exercised restraint, yet your beauty is simply too captivating, making it difficult to look away. As the saying goes, one should not gaze upon that which is improper. I beg your pardon." The woman took a small sip of tea, then gently placed the cup down, adjusting her sleeves as she sat upright, facing Qingzhou directly. Unfazed, she inquired, "I am aware of my own appearance, and no, I cannot compare to a true beauty. What is it that you find so beautiful in me?" Without hesitation, Qingzhou responded, "It is your aura." "Aura?" she echoed. "Indeed, it is precisely that," he affirmed. Pausing briefly before elaborating, "Beauty in this world exists in two forms, inner beauty and outer beauty. So, you imply that I possess inner beauty? The woman's expression was enigmatic as she posed a question that could prove perilous. Even Ning Feng furrowed his brow, sensing her unpredictable temperament. Should Su Qingzhou err in his response, the consequences were uncertain. The surrounding maidens seemed to hold their breath, their expressions a mix of fear and anticipation, rendering Su Qingzhou to remark on the exaggeration of the moment. He shook his head and smiled serenely. No, madam, your beauty embodies a third kind. Oh, might you elaborate? The woman's interest was piqued by Su Qingzhou's words, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, Su Qingzhou offered, Madam, your beauty is the embodiment of aura. The inner beauty of an ordinary person resides within, yet yours radiates outward, palpable even from several meters away. It is precisely for this reason that I found myself unable to resist stealing a few glances. Your beauty, madam, is akin to the celestial peach blossoms, transcending mere earthly flowers. In that moment, the woman appeared momentarily entranced, her gaze distant. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, yet simultaneously recognized Su Qingzhou's eloquence. Observing the shift in his lady's demeanor, Ning Feng relaxed his brow, silently acknowledging, indeed, he is a remarkable man. After a brief span of 3 or 4 breaths, the woman finally regained her composure and, with utmost seriousness, inquired of Su Qingzhou, do you truly feel this way, sir? Indeed, madam. Let us not forget that I am a confidant to women across the realm, having encountered countless young ladies. Were you to be an ordinary woman, merely a common beauty, would I truly be unable to resist the temptation to steal a glance? His reasoning was both sound and persuasive, easily winning the trust of those present, including the lady before him. A subtle smile graced her lips, and she could not help but laugh softly. What you say, sir, I find quite reasonable. As she laughed, Su Qingzhou perceived the moment as rather mundane. However, the surrounding maidservants appeared utterly bewildered, their expressions akin to those who had encountered ghosts, being the lady's personal attendants. They were acutely aware of more than Su Qingzhou, and in their memories, the lady had never smiled at a man, save for the ailing city lord. Even then, her smiles had been mere facades. Yet, today, she had laughed aloud at Su Qingzhou. Su Qingzhou felt a quiet relief wash over him, as he smiled in return, indicating all was well. He then remarked, now that you have smiled, madam, shall we discuss the matter at hand? Your repeated invitations suggest it is not merely for a cup of tea that you have summoned me. Chapter 29. I want Ning Feng. The woman reined in her smile, adopting a demeanor as composed as when they first met. In this world, what do women seek from a gentleman? As she spoke, she retrieved the purple clay teapot, pouring a cup of hot tea for Su Qingzhou. The soothing sound of tea cascading into the cup accompanied her words. Naturally, she had come to alleviate her worries and sorrows. Su Qingzhou tapped his index finger against the table, his eyes narrowing slightly as he responded with a single word, yes. The woman paused, surprised, and inquired, you do not ask for details, yet you simply say yes? Are you not concerned that I might remain troubled? Since you have sought me out, I assume you have already heard of my reputation from others. There is no need for me to reiterate. You need not doubt my affirmation. Su Qingzhou smiled lightly, exuding confidence. Indeed, you are an extraordinary person. Such self-assurance suggests that the rumors are not unfounded, she remarked. Su Qingzhou appeared unconcerned, gently rotating the celadon cup with his right hand, the rich aroma of the tea wafting upwards. Whether it was true or false, the lady would soon discern for herself. He took a sip, savoring the robust flavor, and added, however, before we proceed, I have an ungracious request that I hope you will grant. The woman adjusted her black-sleeved gown, her calm eyes brimming with curiosity. Please do tell. Su Qingzhou set down the cup, deliberately glancing at Ning Feng, who stood behind him, before continuing, traditionally, I offer my services to women without expectation of reward. Whatever is given is at the discretion of others. If the offering is generous, I graciously accept. If it is modest, I do not begrudge it. It is all quite casual, and under normal circumstances, I would not dare to voice a request to you. However, today is different. I have sought you out, rather than the other way around. Thus the connection is initiated by me, which is why I must request some form of compensation. I trust you will understand. He had circled around the point without revealing the crux of his request, merely rationalizing why he felt justified in making a demand. The lady, wearing a half-smile, narrowed her eyes slightly as she regarded Su Qingzhou. Your reasoning is sound, and I fully concur. Therefore, what is it that you desire? Please state it plainly. I do not appreciate convoluted discourse. Very well, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I shall dispense with the preamble. I wish to request a person from you. Whom do you seek? Su Qingzhou raised his hand, his gaze and fingertip aligning with Ning Feng. I want him, Ning Feng. Ning Feng's expression froze in astonishment, his heart soaring with unexpected joy. He had not anticipated that this gentleman, renowned for dispelling worries, would indeed fulfill his promise. Whether the matter would reach fruition remained to be seen. But he had undeniably taken action. He steadied his breath, lowering his head slightly while stealing glances at his mistress, keenly observing her reaction. He was filled with anticipation, anxiously hoping that she would acquiesce to his desires, even though he had already conceived the answer in his heart. One finds oneself merely a dispensable pawn, at best somewhat more effective than others. The lady has traveled a great distance in search of this Mr. Worry-Free, undoubtedly for a matter of great significance. Hence, the nature of this transaction, whether to proceed or not, is evident to any discerning observer. The mere thought of the liberty he has long yearned for approaching renders him somewhat flustered. Of course, knowing his mistress as he does, it is clear that she will not concede easily. The lady cast a fleeting glance at Ning Feng before shifting her gaze, one hand supporting her delicate cheek. Her expression troubled, and with a tone tinged with melancholy, she remarked, "Here, we are never lacking in people, yet you have chosen the finest. It seems, Mr. Worry-Free, you indeed have a preference for Ning Feng. Is the lady reluctant to part with him?" Su Qingzhou teased, having seen through a ruse. One cannot deceive the eyes of another, even though the lady before him appeared profoundly inscrutable, concealing her emotions well. Her gaze revealed to Su Qingzhou that Ning Feng had value, albeit not substantial, particularly when juxtaposed with what the lady seeks to acquire. With a slight arch of her inky brows, her tone shifted to a more somber note. Of course, I am reluctant. Ning Feng is a cultivator of the 9th level of innate ability, my most prized subordinate. If he were to be taken by you, who would then protect me? Su Qingzhou, unfazed, straightened his posture, shook his long sleeves, and gazed intently at the lady, unabashedly declaring, "What? Does the lady wish to deny my request and seek to take advantage of me? Certainly not. Perhaps you would prefer something else, gold, jewels, or even beautiful courtesans. Perhaps even all of the above would suffice." The lady was probing, testing whether Su Qingzhou would maintain his stance. As a shrewd woman, she was always rational, her subconscious driven by the maximization of profit. Ning Feng may not be essential, yet he held value that surpassed the mundane treasure she mentioned. She continued to observe Su Qingzhou's expression closely. Meanwhile, Ning Feng subtly raised his head, glancing at Su Qingzhou, uncertain whether this chance acquaintance would stand firm for him, even though he could find no convincing rationale to support such hope. With a flourish, Su Qingzhou opened his fan, leaning back with an air of audacity. "I shall have Ning Feng. If the lady is unwilling to part with him, then it seems we are fated to be strangers. If that is the case, I kindly suggest the lady seek out someone more capable." The weight of his words plunged the room into a brief silence, the atmosphere growing inexplicably oppressive, as if the surrounding candle flames had dimmed in that moment. The maidservants stood in trepidation, alarmed by Su Qingzhou's audacity. After all, the last individual who dared to speak to the lady in such a manner had long since departed this world. They could only wonder if Mr. Worry-Free would be the next to meet a tragic fate. Meanwhile, Ning Feng's gaze darkened. In this peculiar ambience, his hand instinctively tightened around his sword. The lady's cunning was anticipated, yet Mr. Worry-Free's resolve was entirely unexpected. In the serendipitous meeting, their conversation lasted until the midnight hour, traversing 10 miles of mountainous terrain. Yet, Su Qingzhou's unwavering resolve was solely for his own sake, leaving no room for retreat in his words. His tone conveyed a clear message, Today, he would claim Ning Feng, and if not, he would not alleviate your troubles. The question of Ning Feng's worthiness to receive such favoritism from the gentleman weighed heavily on him, and he silently vowed that should the lady confront the gentleman today, he would stake his very name to ensure the gentleman's safety. The lady's demeanor darkened, her gaze shifting with a spectrum of emotions, yet she spoke in a subdued tone, embodying the essence of a host, far removed from the initial light-hearted banter and polite exchanges. Sir, let us not forget, it was you who sought the services of a humble servant. Her underlying message was clear. This is my domain, and certain matters are beyond your jurisdiction. Qingzhou, perceptive as ever, recognized the implication. Maintaining his composure, he leisurely waved his folding fan, his expression unperturbed and eyes devoid of alarm, instead adorned with a hint of playful amusement, exuding an air of ease. Might I interpret the lady's words as a subtle threat directed towards me? Chapter 30. The ladies compromised the woman, with unmasked composure, replied, Sir, you jest. I merely wish to offer you a kind reminder. With the intentions laid bare, Qingzhou chose to abandon pretense. He snapped his folding fan shut, the sharp sound echoing with a force that caused the flames around them to flicker in response. As gazes converged, a subtle chill glimmered in his eyes. Yet, he maintained a facade of levity, stating, I, Su, have never taken kindly to threats, especially from those weaker than myself. Since I have the audacity to enter boldly, I can depart with equal confidence. A mere 1,000 men do not intimidate me. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, his cold gaze sweeping over the potential for bloodshed or the possibility of erecting 1,000 solitary graves in this place. A scholar at heart, Su valued reason, capable of articulating his thoughts or expressing them through force. His lady, the choice was hers. His tone was steady and powerful, resonating like a distant bell, leaving an echo in the ears of those who listened. The assertion of raising 1,000 graves exuded such audacity that even the battle-hardened Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. The warriors lurking in the shadows grew solemn, for this seemingly carefree gentleman, though merely a scholar of the first tier, emanated an inexplicable pressure that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Fear crept into their hearts. Stealing glances at him felt akin to observing a slumbering beast, ready to unleash a torrent of devastation upon awakening. The ordinary maidservants trembled in terror, their minds consumed with thoughts of escape from this place of turmoil. The lady's expression became increasingly grave, her eyes betraying a mix of astonishment. The presence of this gentleman, Qingzhou, commanded her respect, overshadowing her own authority and leaving her momentarily indecisive. Yet, even if she suspected Su of mere bravado, she would not wager on it. As Ning Feng had surmised, the value of his life paled in comparison to the greater picture. She would not risk the larger scheme for the sake of a minor pawn like Ning Feng. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before the woman made her choice, or perhaps it was a decision she had prepared from the outset. Though you are but a scholar, you are indeed a true hero, and I hold you in high regard. She began with flattery, seeking to ease the tense atmosphere before calling out to Ning Feng. Ning Feng. Upon hearing his name, Ning Feng loosened his grip slightly and clasped his hands in response. Madam, how may I serve you? Since Mr. Wang Yu has specifically called for you, you shall accompany him from this moment onward and heed his words. Do you understand? Though his heart soared with joy, the trials of 30 years in the tumultuous world of swords and martial arts had forged in him a calm demeanor. He remained unshaken, as composed as ever. Ning Feng, I shall obey. With that, he stepped forward from the lady's side, positioning himself beside Qingzhou. The woman turned to Qingzhou. Her tone softened. Sir, do you find this agreeable? Qingzhou gently fanned himself with an elegant hand fan, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze in the deep of night. However, it must be stated clearly, should the gentleman fail to alleviate the sorrows residing within me, he must not blame me for turning hostile. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, responding, Madam, it appears you shall have no opportunity to turn hostile. Seeing Qingzhou's unwavering confidence, The woman chose to remain silent and instructed those present, "You may all withdraw." Yes. Ning Feng, however, showed no inclination to leave, instinctively glancing at Su Qingzhou. Upon receiving Su Qingzhou's nod of approval, he respectfully clasped his fists in salute and slowly retreated, turning to exit the inn like a servant or maid. This scene did not escape the woman's notice. She shook her head slightly and sighed. Ah, such a dog that cannot be nurtured. Having changed masters, he has forgotten his original one. Su Qingzhou, hearing this, could not resist a playful retort. It seems the lady has not cared for him with much diligence. After all, one cannot compare a person to a mere dog. With your vast knowledge and eloquence, I cannot contend with you, dear sir. So, may we commence? Su Qingzhou glanced out at the moonlight. The hour had passed. With a flourish of his sleeve, as if performing a magic trick, a hefty tome descended onto the table, slowly unfurling to reveal pristine white rice paper. "Madam, please extend your hand." The woman hesitated not at all, although propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in physical contact. She had journeyed a great distance from Linfeng City to Tianshuang City to seek out Su Qingzhou. Thus, she was well aware of his customs. Prior to alleviating her worries, a hand must be offered, a customary procedure. She rolled up her wide sleeves, revealing hands as white as freshly fallen snow, and extended them towards Su Qingzhou. "Please, sir." Su Qingzhou smiled knowingly. It seemed the other party had come prepared. Without further thought or hesitation, he reached out to touch her hand, but merely grazed it briefly before withdrawing. After all, this woman was capricious and ruthless. He had no desire to complicate matters further. Moreover, as a gentleman, he could not engage in the despicable act of taking advantage. However, his swift action left the woman somewhat bewildered. Her eyes widened as she uncertainly inquired, "Is that all?" It was not that she doubted Su Qingzhou, but the speed of it all was astonishing. How could he possibly discern anything substantial in such a fleeting moment? It was natural for her to harbor doubts. Su Qingzhou, however, remained unfazed and affirmed, indeed. At this, the woman slowly retracted her hand, concealing it once more within the dark golden sleeves of her robe, her gaze flickering uncertainly towards Su Qingzhou. If he had truly gleaned something from merely brushing against her palm, she could hardly believe it. Surely, there must be another method at play. She even pondered whether Su Qingzhou's touch was merely a guise, a simple indulgence for his own peculiar desires. However, upon further reflection, it becomes apparent that Su Qingzhou, aside from his extraordinary abilities, possesses a grace and eloquence that is truly refined, and his appearance is nothing short of remarkable. With a harmonious blend of talent, capability, and attractiveness, he is certainly not lacking in the admiration of women. Thus, one can only conclude that he is indeed remarkable, perceptive to the core, almost ethereal. Su Qingzhou is indifferent to the woman's thoughts. His sole focus is to swiftly execute his intentions, aiming to astonish her to the point of disbelief, and to see if she dares to feign indifference any longer. With a flick of his fingertip, he stirs the tea, and then glides it across the pages of the book, conjuring a gentle breeze. "Come forth, let me unveil the worries that have traveled such a distance." Chapter 31. Emotion seeks a child. As Su Qingzhou's fingertips glided across the surface of the Forgetting Worries book, a shimmering light danced upon it, and lines of text blossomed amidst the flickering candlelight of the night, presenting a verdant spectacle. Su Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting his lack of cultivation. How peculiar it was that he felt a sense of green melancholy. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Seated opposite him, the woman observed Su Qingzhou with curiosity, her confusion deepening with each of his gestures. The book appeared to be void of any text at first glance, seemingly nothing more than blank paper. Yet, the earnestness etched upon Su Qingzhou's face was unmistakable, his demeanor now entirely different, as if he were lost in a trance. Gazing intently at the blank pages, she pondered, could this book truly be an unreadable tome? Her intrigue regarding Su Qingzhou intensified unbeknownst to her. Meanwhile, Su Qingzhou remained oblivious, engrossed in the information presented in the Forgetting Worries book. Name, Imo Xinga. Age, 35 years, status, a woman yet to bear children, devoid of cultivation. Personal history, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, the foremost among the three great clans of Linfeng City. At the age of 18, she wed the current city lord, Lin Shuo, and has been married for 17 years. Well-read since childhood, she possesses profound knowledge and is astute and capable, her strategies rivaling those of men. A year ago, her husband, Lin Shuo, was grievously injured during a hunting expedition in the Xishan Mountains. Although his life was spared, he succumbed to a serious illness. With little time left, even with medicinal care, he is unlikely to survive until this winter solstice. A year prior, all matters of the city were entrusted to Mo Xingge, who wielded considerable power. However, the absence of an heir poses a significant threat. Should Lin Shuo pass away, chaos would ensue in the city. Despite her power, her authority remains unrecognized, giving rise to rumors. The reason for their childlessness, Lin Shuo's infertility. Her concerns, the anxiety of wielding power. Her desire to conceive Lin Shuo's child before his demise, thus ensuring her continued authority. Proposed solutions. 1. Use the 9 turns pill, requiring only one to restore Lin Shuo's vigor for a night, but at the cost of his life, requiring a consumption of 2,000 virtue points. 2. An alternative plan with no expenditure. Lin Shuo has a half-brother, the illegitimate son of the former city lord, who is 25 this year. He could be sought for his seed. Bloodline verification poses no issue, but acquiring this information would cost 50 virtue points. Advantages: economical. Disadvantages: unethical. 3. This woman is quite arrogant and maintains a poor attitude towards the host. This displeases me greatly. Furthermore, she is cunning and ruthless, having previously murdered her own brother, making it likely she would eliminate anyone who threatens her secrets. Thus, this system proposes to directly eliminate Mo Xingge, a decisive solution that would consume 3,000 virtue points, ensuring the host's safe withdrawal. Advantages: direct and satisfying. Disadvantages: the host would face relentless pursuit throughout Linfeng City, with significant side effects. Contemplating this unprecedented glimmer of green light and the lady's desires before him, Su Qingzhou felt a tinge of anxiety, causing him to furrow his brow further. It is evident that this is a power struggle. If he were to lend a hand, he would inevitably become embroiled in the turmoil of Linfeng City. To be frank, he detests the deceit and treachery that pervade the court. It is indeed vexing. However, upon discovering a potential solution, he found himself both amused and perplexed. The first and second options, while somewhat expensive and inexpensive respectively, were at least understandable and reasonable. Yet the third option, one could only say that the system is both ruthless and reliable. It truly delivers when needed. Nevertheless, the cost is significant. Firstly, 3,000 merit points are not trivial. Secondly, should he truly eliminate Mo Xingge, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Linfeng City, making it impossible for him to remain in Tianshuang City. To be honest, he is reluctant to part with the reputation he has painstakingly built in this place. Each accolade has been earned drop by drop, and leaving would mean losing everything. He had envisioned spending several centuries in comfort in Tianshuang City, waiting until he became invincible before venturing out. However, the system's logic does hold merit. If he were to employ the first or second methods, he could very well find himself silenced. Particularly with the first option, if Lin Shuo were to perish, Mo Xingge would certainly keep that a secret, at least until her child was visibly evident. To prevent any information from leaking, what measures might she take? It stands to reason that a woman of her caliber would believe that only death could safeguard a secret. As for the second option, it goes without saying that it would yield similar results. Thus, today brings about his first true worry. If he were to assist in this matter, he could only hope that Mo Xingge would prove to be a virtuous individual, one who would not turn against him. However, the likelihood of this is rather slim, given that Mo Xingge is hardly a paragon of virtue. Should he choose not to help and instead eliminate her, he would need to prepare for relocation the following day. Who knows if there are formidable figures in Linfeng City, or if a vast army might descend upon him. He would be no match for even a single charge. Risky endeavors are best avoided. Indeed, It can be said that every path forward is fraught with peril, and retreat is equally treacherous. Such dilemmas weigh heavily upon him. Observing Su Qingzhou's fluctuating expressions, at times troubled, at times pensive, Imo could not help but call out, "Sir, sir." Su Qingzhou snapped back to reality, gazing blankly at Imo, his countenance still marred by gravity. Imo's gaze flitted between the worry-relieving book and Su Qingzhou, inquiring, "Sir, do you comprehend my concerns?" Upon hearing her words, Su Qingzhou sighed, shaking his head slightly. His hand brushed over the table, dissipating the azure light, as the worry-relieving book vanished from sight, seemingly never having existed. Noticing that Su Qingzhou merely sighed without uttering a word, Imo lowered her brow and softened her tone. "What does your sigh signify, sir? Is it ignorance or an inability to comprehend? Might you provide me with a definitive answer?" Su Qingzhou shook his head repeatedly, sighing, "I understand your concerns, and they can indeed be resolved," but he hesitated, ultimately refraining from uttering anything further. Imo's expression had already begun to reflect a trace of displeasure. She assumed that Su Qingzhou was merely stalling due to ignorance, and, with a piercing glare, coldly remarked, "If you have something to say, please do so outright. Since it can be resolved, how shall it be done? If it cannot be resolved, do not forget the words you just spoke." Feeling the chill in her words, Su Qingzhou's heart tightened. Indeed, this woman could turn hostile faster than one could turn a page in a book. When she found him useful, she treated him with utmost respect, yet the moment he withheld information, she harbored murderous intent. Her capricious emotions, venomous heart, stood in stark contrast to her dignified and noble demeanor. Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze upon her. "Madame Mo, are you certain you wish for me to speak now?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes, indicating the surroundings of the room, and then narrowed his eyes into a thin line, coldly continuing, "Are you truly unafraid of these guards overhearing? Matters of power within a city are not to be trifled with." Chapter 32. Borrowing listening to Su Qingzhou's words and perceiving the enigmatic glimmer in his eyes, Imo was momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen for an instant. Gradually, she diverted her gaze from Su Qingzhou, instinctively glancing at the seemingly lukewarm tea on the table. "He truly understands," she silently mused. She was acutely aware of what Su Qingzhou was alluding to, and a sense of anticipation filled her heart, alleviating much of her earlier sorrow. For Su Qingzhou had assured her that there was a solution. However, as a woman wielding the power of life and death over a city, she refrained from displaying the exuberance or anxiety characteristic of frivolous individuals. Instead, she merely touched the teacup, finding that the residual warmth within was already eclipsed by the heat of her own hand. "Everyone withdraw. No one is to remain within 300 meters. Those who defy this order shall be executed." She spoke with a voice as delicate as an orchid yet firm in authority. Soon, faint sounds echoed from the rooftop, reminiscent of a night owl flitting about. Outside the hall, a commanding officer bellowed, "Lady S orders. All personnel retreat 300 meters. Those who defy will be executed. Withdraw." The synchronized footsteps gradually faded into the distance until they were no longer audible. The entire establishment fell into an unusual silence, with not a soul present outside the hall. Imo unceremoniously poured out the lukewarm tea from her cup, refilling it for herself and taking a delicate sip, seemingly attempting to mask something hidden within. "Sir, you may now speak," she urged. Su Qingzhou straightened in his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, whether to advance or retreat, to resolve or to eliminate. Ultimately, the decision lay with him. However, before proceeding, he wished to explore if there existed a third possibility to mitigate the risks involved. With a cautious disposition, he began, "Madame S. concerns could be alleviated with relative ease. I possess 2 methods to do so, albeit with certain risks. But prior to that, I would like to inquire, if I could restore your husband, Lin Shuo, to his former state, how would you feel about that?" Imo's willow-like brows knitted together as she set down her cup, sitting upright with renewed composure, her gaze once again fixed on Su Qingzhou. Suddenly, A gentle smile graced her lips as she replied, "Yet, sir, that is not what I desire." Though she did not provide Su Qingzhou with a direct answer, her meaning was unmistakable. She was unwilling. Even if she could save Lin Shaw, her aspirations lay elsewhere. She sought the position of lord over Lin Feng City, intent on bearing a son to govern, ensuring that Lin Feng City remained firmly within her grasp. Su Qingzhou chuckled softly, realizing the futility of nurturing such misplaced hopes. Perhaps it was foolish of him to pose such a question. If she truly wished to save, her concern should rightfully be for her own salvation. Very well. As you wish, I shall present these two methods to you, and the choice shall be yours. Please do enlighten me, sir, she resumed her polite demeanor, embodying the grace of a noble lady and the virtues of a devoted wife. What the lady sought was merely a child of exceptional lineage, preferably of the Lin family bloodline, was it not? Mo Xing's serene countenance flickered slightly as she nodded in quiet acknowledgement. The gentleman is indeed extraordinary. Yes. Su Qingzhou waved his hand, stating that it was not difficult. The first method involves providing the lady with a pill. As long as Lord Lin consumes it, he would be capable of enjoying a night of bliss, and the lady would surely conceive a Qilin child. However, his voice paused slightly, the weight of his words increasing. I must caution that this potion is exceedingly potent. Lord Lin's constitution is frail, and his time is nearly at an end. Once he ingests it, the matter is settled, and he shall perish. The last three words were emphasized with particular gravity. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingge exhibited little outward reaction. Yet her gaze revealed a mind at work. She seemed indifferent to the fate of the Lord, already contemplating her next steps to ensure absolute certainty. After a considerable pause, she inquired with a soft gaze, "Sir, does such a potion truly exist?" The physician had mentioned. Her sentence trailed off, but Su Qingzhou interjected directly. In this vast world, wonders abound. The lady is merely an ordinary mortal, unable to gaze at the heavens above or measure the expanse of the earth below. Lin Feng City, when compared to the universe, is but a speck of dust. Do not think that just because your husband is unable to bear children, even if both genders were incapable of procreation, one could still create life. Do you believe this, my lady? Mo Xingge, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, saying, "Sir, you are indeed extraordinary, and I believe your words." The fact that Lin Shuo was unable to conceive was known to none. The outside world merely believed that it was she, Mo Xingge, who could not bear children. Consequently, Lin Shuo refused to take concubines, and the world spoke of him as a devoted lover. But who knew that she silently bore this burden? After all, if outsiders were to discover that the lord of a city could not procreate, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in Lin Feng City. Just as it is now, if not for her, Lin Feng City would have long been thrown into disarray, perhaps even changed hands. She carried the stigma of infertility and endured scorn from many within the city. Some labeled her a fox spirit, beguiling Lin Shuo, while others deemed her a harbinger of disaster, wishing for the extinction of the Lin family. After all, it was common knowledge that the Lin family had passed down for 3 generations without daughters, and yet she monopolized Lin Shaw. It was one thing to possess him, but another to be unable to bear offspring, inviting countless rumors and slander. Thus, Mo Xingge harbored resentment towards Lin Shuo. She had reached this point in her life solely because she married him, a union she had never desired. However, born into such circumstances, into the Mo family, she had no choice. Everything had to be executed according to the plans laid out by others, as if from birth to death. She was destined to be a puppet controlled by another. Consequently, she yearned for power. She sought to seize control, to act according to her whims, and to dominate others. She vowed that in this life and the next, she would no longer be subject to anyone as control. Who claims that women are inferior to men? She refused to accept such a notion. And Su Qingzhou not only articulated his thoughts, but also discerned Lin Heng's infertility. Was he not a divine being? What could there be to doubt in his words? She was merely contemplating whether a better choice still lay before her. Thus, she inquired again, "Sir, you mentioned 2 methods. May I ask what the second one is?" Su Qingzhou did not keep her in suspense and plainly stated 5 words. borrow another seed. What? Quite literally. Since Lin Shuo could not conceive, surely others could. After Su Qingzhou finished speaking, he picked up the porcelain teapot from the table and poured himself a cup of tea. As one often does when the conversation has lingered long enough to leave one feeling somewhat parched, Mo Xingge offered a faint smile, remarking, "You truly have a knack for jesting, sir. Surely you are aware that the bloodline of a city's lord can be verified, and should such a farce be attempted, I fear it would not only cost me my life, but also lead to my body being cast into the depths of the pond." Su Qingzhou took a sip of his tea, smacking his lips nonchalantly as he replied, "Naturally, I understand it is merely a trick of the spiritual array to test blood. One could simply borrow from the Lin family." Mo Xingge sighed, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. "You see, sir, the Lin family now consists solely of my husband, Lin Shuo. Otherwise, I would not have delayed matters to this extent, nor would I have sought your assistance." She had indeed considered alternatives, but with the Lin family diminished, where could she turn for aid? Who claimed that the Lin family consists of only your husband, Lin Shuo? Mo Xingge was taken aback by his words. Her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean, sir?" Chapter 33. Striking, Su Qingzhou set down the cup in his hand, his gaze unwavering as it lingered on Mo Xingge, who smiled and remarked, "Lin Shuo's father has an illegitimate son, 25 years of age, in the prime of life, yet this remains a well-guarded secret." Upon hearing this, Mo Xingge lost her previous composure. A shadow of gravity crossed her delicate brows as she urgently inquired, "Is what you say true?" Su Qingzhou, puzzled, thought it curious that someone of her temperament would display such uncharacteristic agitation upon learning of Lin Shuo's brother. Her eyes betrayed an intense desire for confirmation. He chose not to dwell on it. The decision lay with Mo Xingge, and should she opt for the second path, it would conveniently spare him a portion of his benevolent merits. "Such matters are not to be trifled with, madam," he replied. "I would not jest about them." Mo Xingge fell silent, her gaze lowered. The Lin family had always been singular in lineage. If the former city lord had sired a child out of wedlock, why had he not brought him home? This enigma perplexed her. After all, with the Lin bloodline so tenuous, the addition of a branch would be a tremendous blessing for such a family. Why then the secrecy, the concealment all these years? This is likely unknown to all, otherwise whispers would have emerged. "I am quite curious. How did you come by this knowledge?" Her voice was melodious, her eyes lifting once more to meet Su Qingzhou's. "This is a matter of celestial secrets, not to be divulged or questioned. All you need to know, madam, is that I speak the truth. The hour grows late. You should hasten your choice." In response to Su Qingzhou's words, the once solemn Mo Xingge suddenly erupted into laughter, an unsettling, almost frenzied sound. Her countenance, once regal, twisted into something grotesque, and the surrounding silence amplified the eerie atmosphere. Her laughter shook her delicate frame, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes, yet the depths of her gaze revealed a darkness Su Qingzhou had never witnessed before. It was as if, in that moment, she had been ignited by some unseen force, her demeanor darkening instantaneously. Su Qingzhou felt a chill creep into his heart. The woman seemed unhinged. Was there some hidden significance to this illegitimate son, or perhaps an unspeakable connection between her and the former city lord? His mind raced with wild conjectures, but he refrained from interrupting Mo Xingge, allowing her to continue her manic laughter, her mirth spiraling into madness. He remained composed at the table, observing the unfolding spectacle. After an extended period, Mo Xingge's laughter subsided, tears still glistening in her eyes, though they were not born of sorrow. Lin Shuo, who would have thought you had a brother? This is fortuitous. I shall use your brother's lineage to claim your inheritance, ensuring your final days are fraught with agony." She spoke to herself, her tone colder than the biting winter wind. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her crimson eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and malice as she gazed at Su Qingzhou. "Sir, I shall choose the second option. Please tell me how to find this person." Su Qingzhou's lips twitched slightly, pondering to himself, "This woman is truly ruthless." Initially, he thought there might be a tale underlying this, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Mo Xingga's manic laughter was merely a reflection of her exhilaration. It was difficult for him to fathom just how much she must despise her husband to entertain such thoughts. The notion of killing with intent was evident, and it seemed Lin Shua's fate was sealed, betrayed by his own brother. Merely imagining such a scene was already unbearable. Since the lady had made her decision, Su would comply with her wishes. He had no desire to linger. This madwoman instilled a sense of dread in him, and he wished to avoid entanglement. With a thought, he selected the second option provided by the solution system. A line of text then appeared before his eyes. Su skimmed it briefly, committing it to memory, then returned to the moment at hand, dipping his fingers into a rich tea to inscribe a line upon the table. After a pause, he inquired, "Madam, have you memorized it?" Mo Xingga gazed intently, then smiled wickedly. "I have remembered." With a flick of his sleeve, Su swept across the table, erasing the bold characters without a trace. Mo Xingga looked at Su in astonishment, asking, "Here we are, just you and I. Why must you go to such lengths?" Su straightened his posture, hands resting on his knees, and calmly replied, "Now that your worries are alleviated, I hope tonight's events will vanish like the words on this table, as if they had never occurred." Mo Xingga was momentarily taken aback, her previously sinister smile faltering. She understood Su Qingzhou's implication. He feared she might secretly resort to violence. She couldn't help but admire his peculiar, yet cautiously astute nature. She did not deny that she had entertained such thoughts. After all, such secrets were not meant for others to know. With a sigh, Mo Xingga quickly reassured him, "Sir, you think I harbor ill intentions? Rest assured, I hold nothing but gratitude towards you." Su Qingzhou found her words laughable. They seemed almost a jest, as if one were to speak to a ghost who would not believe. Whether her gratitude was genuine or not was beside the point. If she could truly adhere to her words, it would suffice. If not, he would not hesitate to bid her farewell. However, to prevent any malicious thoughts from taking root in this woman, he lowered his brow, his tone shifting from gentle to sharp and authoritative. "I believe you are mistaken, madam. What I imply is not that I will keep your secret, but rather, you must keep mine." The sudden shift in atmosphere and Su's inexplicable words left Mo Xingga bewildered. Her smile entirely vanished as she gazed at him with a dazed expression. "Sir, I do not understand. The concerns you harbor are far from ordinary. I have alleviated your worries, altering your fate, but it is not solely your life at stake. Countless others are entangled in this matter. Altering destinies is akin to challenging the heavens for fortune, and such actions will inevitably attract celestial scrutiny. Given your nature, it is likely that many will perish in Lin Fengsheng as a consequence of this affair. From the perspective of the celestial realm, all these matters can indeed be associated with Su." Thus, pausing momentarily, his tone grew weighty, and a gleam of coldness gathered in his eyes. "I implore you, madam, to exercise caution with your words. It would be best to consider that all of this has transpired in oblivion. Should I discover that this is a matter of third-party knowledge, do not blame Su for lacking reason. It shall surely leave you in a state of utter disarray." This unabashed threat served as a stark warning. Yet, to Mo Xingga, it felt as though such words ought to have originated from her own lips. However, for reasons unknown, this Mr. Wang Yu had overshadowed her. In that fleeting moment, she found herself truly lost in thought, bewildered and unaware, as Su Qingzhou's words continued to reverberate in her ears, resonating within her mind like thunder. Despite her inability to fully comprehend Su Qingzhou's sentiments, she grasped the essence of his message. The unknown equated to fear, and fear manifested as trepidation. After remaining in a daze for a considerable span, she turned, gradually rising to her feet, and performed a respectful bow towards Su Qingzhou. "Rest assured, sir, that all of this shall be regarded as if it never occurred. Mo Xingga has never encountered you." Chapter 34. What to Contemplate. Su Qingzhou rose gracefully, clad in a flowing white robe, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. With a folding fan in hand, he clasped his fists. "I beseech you, madam, to remember your words as well as those of Su." He began, then snapped the fan open with a crisp sound and began to gently sway it, his voice languid. "It is well known that I, Su Qingzhou, am destined to serve but one woman in my lifetime, to alleviate but one sorrow. Once that sorrow is dispelled, our fates shall part, and we shall bid farewell, never to meet again. With that, he turned with an elegant flourish and stepped towards a door. Only Qingzhou remained, perplexed and rooted in place, her gaze following the retreating figure of the young man in white. Suddenly recalling something, she called out, "Sir, please wait." Qingzhou paused in his stride, not turning back, his fan still in motion. "If you have something to say, be swift," he urged. Qingzhou hastily produced a jade vial from her sleeve, cradling it delicately in her hands. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Sir, you have forgotten to take this. Without it, even if Ningfeng were to take his leave, it would be of no use." A subtle smile curled at the corners of Qingzhou's lips as he shook his fan dismissively. "A mere curse can be easily dispelled with a flick of my fingers. There is no need for your remedy. It would be best if you kept it for yourself." He laughed, then continued on without a moment's hesitation. The moonlight was bright and ethereal. As Qingzhou watched Qingzhou's silhouette fade into the distance, she finally withdrew her gaze. She returned to her previous spot, her brow furrowed, staring at the jade vial in her hand, her expression somber and unusually grave. A mere boy, a scholarly youth, yet also a formidable figure. He could articulate profound truths while perceiving what others could not. Before him, even when she thought she had concealed her true self, he had seen through her entirely. Such strength was indeed formidable, and a source of genuine fear. What an extraordinary being he was, a celestial spirit lost in the mortal realm. "Oh, Master Wang Yu, I hope you do not deceive me." Qingzhou exited the inn's main hall, beckoning Ningfeng to follow as he strode confidently through the front door. Leaving amidst the gaze of hundreds, heading towards Tianshuang City. Ningfeng had truly departed. What a relief it was to follow this master of forgetfulness, freeing them from their perilous existence. May Ningfeng find peace. Why ponder such matters? This is our fate, and we cannot claim the fortune that Ningfeng possesses. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek my path through its depths. Qingzhou remained seated upon his horse, while Ningfeng quietly led the steed. The return journey mirrored the path they had taken to arrive, yet for Ningfeng, it felt somewhat lighter. Qingzhou, however, was quietly searching for a remedy to alleviate Ningfeng's curse at the worry-free grocery. It was not that he was foolish to reject the lady's remedy. Rather, he was determined to procure it himself, willing to spend his own coin. He needed Qingzhou to recognize his strength, his enigma, his omnipotence. Only then would she regard him with trepidation, wary of harboring any inappropriate thoughts. It is said, only women and petty men are difficult to guard against. Qingzhou, though a woman, exhibited traits akin to those of a petty person. As for why I would assist her, I've stated before, all young women deserve equal treatment. Since she has come to me, I shall offer my help. The troubles of the Azure Realm must bear considerable reward. How could one refuse money that is presented at their doorstep? Furthermore, I have promised Ningfeng that I would save him. A gentleman's word carries the weight of 1,000 gold pieces. Given Qingzhou's capabilities, I fear that by dawn, this person will be found, and at that time, my reward will be secured. Suddenly, Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with realization, and he thought to himself, I have found it. Thankfully, this item is not expensive. He chuckled inwardly and thought of purchasing it. Host, do you wish to spend 700 benevolence points to acquire a Wanjiao elimination pill? Confirmed. Purchase successful. 700 benevolence points deducted. Remaining benevolence points, 6,200. Item has been issued to the host storage bag. Qingzhou gazed at the reminder of his remaining balance. A hint of melancholy surfacing in his eyes. Alas, when will I surpass 10,000? It is indeed true that the path of virtue is fraught with difficulties. Earning money is no easy task, and my benevolence points are stagnating. They say alleviating worries can earn benevolence points, yet some worries require a significant expenditure of these points. Some burdens cost little, allowing for profit, while others demand more, resulting in a loss. When calculated, by the end of the month, the earnings are truly meager. It is merely the steadfast attribute points that continue to support my efforts. I can only hope that this reward will be substantial, having traveled such a distance. I I cannot afford to incur further losses. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, and a pill, roughly the size of a fingernail, appeared in his hand. Ning Feng, hold on a moment. With a sigh, Ning Feng promptly halted his horse and turned to inquire, Sir, what is it? Qingzhou dismounted, awkwardly twisting his waist. The ride had been rather jarring. The road is indeed somewhat uneven. Qingzhou smiled gently. Let us walk and converse. Very well, Ning Feng replied. As they walked, Qingzhou inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Ning Feng pondered for a moment. I have not considered it. Do you have any places you wish to visit or things you wish to do? Qingzhou continued. Ning Feng shook his head, looking utterly bewildered. He had never contemplated these matters. He yearned for freedom, but had never thought about what to do after achieving it. Do you truly have no thoughts at all? Ning Feng offered a wry smile. Please do not mock me, sir. In the past, I dare not dream. I simply wished to escape that dark, dreary place. Anywhere but that would suffice. Yet, as you know, leaving is no simple task. Without your assistance, it would have remained a mere fantasy. As for what to do or where to go, long ago, I considered it, but dwelling on such thoughts only made life feel slower and more arduous. Consequently, I ceased to ponder. Qingzhou shook his head. Indeed, what is the purpose of contemplating the impossible? As a killer, one must remain rational. A life of hardship, indeed. Suddenly, Qingzhou came to a halt, causing Ning Feng to stop as well. The former turned to face the latter, meeting his gaze with a serene smile. As gentle as a spring breeze. In the future, one may ponder. Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. What did the teacher say? Qingzhou suddenly grasped Ning Feng's hand, gently placing the elixir that she had been holding into the palm of his hand. Ning Feng's eyes were filled with confusion, his gaze oscillating between Qingzhou and the elixir resting in his palm. Teacher, this is... Qingzhou released Ning Feng's hand, nodding earnestly. Indeed, once you consume it, you will truly be free. Ning Feng's hand trembled uncontrollably. Although he understood that the teacher would indeed provide for him, the moment he held it felt surreal. The fervor within him was indescribable, as a grown man found his eyes gradually welling with tears. He clutched the elixir tightly, lifting his gaze to Qingzhou. Teacher, countless words of gratitude danced on the tip of his tongue. Yet at that moment, all that emerged was a simple teacher. Just that solitary utterance. Teacher. Chapter 35. Do not inquire about the future. Do not inquire about the future, for it bears no relation to matters of love and fate. It is merely a long, endless night. Observing the hesitant expression on Ning Feng's face, which bore a hint of feminine delicacy, Qingzhou promptly interjected. Enough with the emotional rhetoric. There is no need for excessive sentimentality between men. Some truths remain more profound when left unspoken. Feeling the goodwill emanating from the scholarly figure before him, Ning Feng stifled his tears and nodded earnestly. Ning Feng will heed your counsel. Then consume it and observe the outcome. Very well. No longer plagued by indecision, Ning Feng placed the elixir in his mouth, swallowing it as his throat convulsed. Instantly, he felt a warm current surging from his dantian, coursing throughout his body, and soon, the curse that had long held him captive began to dissolve. He raised his right hand, rolling up the sleeve of his ornate robe, as the black line, a mark that had accompanied him for most of his life, vanished at a visibly accelerating pace. This heralded the disappearance of the nightmare that had relentlessly haunted him. The black line resembled a shackle. With its removal, Ning Feng was truly liberated. Qingzhou observed this transformation with keen interest, a deeper mirth illuminating his gaze. It appears to be effective, Ning Feng mused, transfixed by the vanishing black line. His eyes fixated on his own palm. Has it truly come to an end? Uncertain of how to express his gratitude towards Qingzhou, he recalled the earlier conversation they had during their journey. Qingzhou had mentioned that he could alleviate Ning Feng's troubles, albeit at a price. Now that Qingzhou had fulfilled his promise, it was time for Ning Feng to render his due. He withdrew his hand and directed his gaze back to Qingzhou, regaining his composure. You have saved me, sir. What would you have me do? Qingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Anything you desire? Indeed, anything, Ning Feng replied resolutely, conviction gleaming in his eyes. Even murder? Qingzhou inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze as he scrutinized him. Ning Feng momentarily faltered. Murder was a commonplace occurrence for him, yet at this moment he hesitated. However, it was but a fleeting moment, and he soon nodded. Who shall I kill? Provide a name, and it shall be done. Su Qingzhou flicked his fan, a knowing look in his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing into a faint smile. You made a part. What? Ning Feng's pupils constricted, as if he had misheard. However, Su Qingzhou continued, undeterred. If I were to instruct you to commit murder, you would merely revert to the Ning Feng of old, and I would be no different from Mo Xingge. In that case, you would remain unchanged, merely exchanging masters. How then could I claim to have alleviated your burdens? You are liberated. You are yourself, no longer bound to live for anyone else. This is the gift I bestow upon you, to share your tales, a token of gratitude from Su. For a fleeting moment, Ning Feng was lost in thought. Su Qingzhou's words always struck a chord within him, evoking an involuntary resonance. Sir, no more words. I have told you to leave, and you must depart. With a slight pause, Su Qingzhou stepped toward the horse, and under Ning Feng's watchful gaze, mounted swiftly, grasping the reins firmly. Let us venture to Jiangnan. Ning Feng, bewildered, gazed up at Su Qingzhou. The verdant hills are cloaked in mist, rivers stretch endlessly. Autumn has waned, yet the grass in Jiangnan remains unwithering. As he spoke, he looked at Ning Feng, his eyes brimming with mirth. You cannot be unaware of your destination. Why not journey to Jiangnan? The books extol the beauty of Jiangnan, and travelers sing its praises. The azure waters rival the heavens. Painted boats rest in the snow's embrace, and by the shore, the maidens shine like the moon, their fair wrists glistening like frost. If we set forth now, we shall arrive by summer, just in time to witness the lush greenery at its peak. In Ning Feng's eyes, emotions flickered like glimmering waves. Initially, he had not envisioned Su Qingzhou would rescue him, and now he was astonished that Su Qingzhou would allow him to depart so readily. Sir, am I truly not required to do anything for you? He had intended to, yet now he felt disinclined. Why this, when you seek nothing, yet offer your assistance without cause? Su Qingzhou shook his head and replied meaningfully, I am not aiding you, Ning Feng, but the young soul yearning for freedom. This vast world, each youth ought to explore. Ning Feng did not comprehend Su Qingzhou's words. After a moment of silence, he bowed his head. Su Qingzhou continued with a smile. Simply do good deeds, without questioning the future. Each mountain has its own undulations. I have my own rhythm. With this, Su Qingzhou clasped his fists and added, I wish you, Ning brother, a journey through the years where you may discover your passions and encounter those you wish to meet. May the remainder of your life flow freely like the wind. This horse I shall part with. Farewell for now, until we meet again. Having said that, he tugged at the reins and slowly ventured down the path ahead. Go on, Ning brother, do not follow me. Our paths are destined to diverge. Seek your own way. His steady, resonant voice echoed in the moonlight. Ning Feng paused, gazing at the receding figure of the youth under the moon, his heart a tempest of thoughts. Sir, shall we meet again? A leaf floats back to the sea. Where in life do we not cross paths? If fate permits, we shall reunite. If not, we shall still bask in the sun and moon. As long as you do not forget Su, whether we meet or not is inconsequential. Ning Feng etched the words into his memory. Sir, travel safely. Su Qingzhou raised his right hand, waving it towards the vast sky. The moonlight was bright, and the cicadas chirped softly, the youth reveling in his freedom. Su Qingzhou was not adept at riding. Fortunately, the horse knew the way. He patted his waist, a flask of apricot blossom wine in hand, uncorked it, and the rich aroma wafted forth. After taking a sip, feeling the evening breeze flow through his fingertips, Su Qingzhou's spirits soared, and he tilted his head back, raising the flask high, proclaiming aloud, Do not heed the sound of leaves rustling in the forest. Where shall we wander, singing and strolling? With a bamboo staff and straw sandals, I traverse lightly, unburdened by the weight of a horse. Who dares to fear? A rain-soaked cape shall accompany me through life's journey. The brisk spring breeze stirs, rousing me from my inebriation, a slight chill in the air. The sun casts its slanting rays upon the mountaintop, welcoming me. The resounding voice of the gallant reverberates, embodying the spirit of the rivers and lakes, filled with an exuberance that soars beyond the heavens. As the tranquil night descends, sounds arise, stirring the thoughts within my heart. Ningfeng stands still for a long while, until the echoes fade and the wilderness returns to silence. Before he regains his composure, his gaze turns towards the south of the Yangtze River, pondering for an extended moment. Ah, Jiangnan, since the esteemed gentleman has spoken, I shall venture forth to behold the landscapes that have garnered his admiration. He departs, casting aside the sword of death, leaving this place behind, bidding farewell to Linfeng, to Tianshuang, and likewise to his past. Ningfeng is destined to be transformed by the arrival of Qingzhou, no longer the same Ningfeng he once was. Do good deeds without concern for the future. The gentleman's words resonate in Ningfeng's mind. Note, the verses referenced are classical poetry. The protagonist does not plagiarize, for the matters of scholars are better expressed as borrowed. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Malice. In the stillness of a spring night, silence enveloped the atmosphere, only to be pierced by the crowing of roosters heralding dawn. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. However, today, the esteemed Mr. Wang had taken a leave of absence. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, bearing the inscription, "Due to personal matters, the gentleman is not at home today. Should you seek solace, please return tomorrow." It was indeed surprising that the gentleman was absent today. Alas, it is likely that yesterday's events had disturbed him. We must wait until tomorrow to return. Given the gravity of recent occurrences, it is only reasonable for him to take a day of rest. Thus, the closure of Qingzhou's Wangyu Pavilion, the first of its kind, naturally stirred a considerable commotion. Nevertheless, the tragic event that transpired yesterday had become common knowledge, and the public could empathize with the gentleman's need for respite. After all, a life had been lost. It was only fitting that he took a day off. Today, Qingzhou chose not to venture outside, opting instead to catch up on sleep. After all, he had returned to Tianshuang City at the break of dawn, having endured a long night of turmoil, and fatigue had taken its toll. Meanwhile, patrons of Wang's restaurant found themselves waiting in vain, having heard no continuation of the tale for 2 consecutive days. Each lamented, their hearts heavy with unfulfilled anticipation, akin to being pricked by the claws of a restless kitten. Little Wuyo finished his meal, exchanged farewells with Qingzhou, and set off for school. "Master, I'm off to class now. Be careful, do not fall." "Understood." On another path leading to Linfeng City, a caravan progressed at a leisurely pace, escorted by nearly 1,000 armored soldiers. Stealthy figures shadowed them from a dark. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon alighted upon one of the 8-wheeled carriages. "My lady, a message has arrived." Mo Shinga received the note from the pigeon and, upon reading it, was struck by an ebbing sense of tranquility. Mr. Wang Yu is truly remarkable. Since parting ways with Qingzhou the previous night, she had dispatched a message instructing her associates to seek out Lin Shua's half-brother at the address provided by Qingzhou. To her astonishment, they had indeed located him, urged them to hasten their pace. Acknowledging the command, she leaned against the carriage window, lost in contemplation. Then, she took up her brush and inscribed the elegant characters Wang Yu upon a sheet of plain paper. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she resumed writing, adding a single character, "Kill." Setting down the brush, she rolled the note and concealed it within a slender bamboo tube. She retrieved the pigeon from its cage, gently fastening the message to its leg. With a flick of her wrist, she opened the carriage window, allowing the pigeon to flutter into the sky, her gaze trailing it as it vanished into the clouds, her heart heavy with sorrow. A soft sigh escaped her lips. "Oh, gentlemen, do not hold it against me for being heartless. I cannot find peace while you remain alive." At that very moment, Qingzhou awakened from his slumber, casting his eyes toward the window, realizing midday had passed. Just as he prepared to rise and quench his thirst, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Mo Shinga has successfully located a member of the Lin family bloodline, alleviating her distress. Ding! You have successfully relieved Mo Shinga's worries, triggering a reward, 1,500 points of benevolence. Ding! You have successfully alleviated Mo Xingge's worries, unlocking a special reward. The Xin-level martial art, crushing mountain fist. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, noting the swiftness of the woman's actions. Nonetheless, the reward was commendable. It was indeed the green worries, yielding 1,500 points of benevolence value, minus 50 points for intelligence, plus a pill that had been used to alleviate Ning Feng's burdens. All in all, he netted 750 points, bringing him a step closer to becoming a person of wealth. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the boxing manual and began to peruse its contents. As soon as I unleash my fist, I can shatter mountains, he mused, his tongue clicking in delight, his brows dancing with enthusiasm. This martial art, though not of the highest caliber, pleased him immensely for its ferocity. With a mere thought, he absorbed the essence of the manual. Mastering the 3 forms of the shattering mountain fist, his fingers clenched as he conjured the power from his entire being into the tip of his fist. The force reverberated through the air, stirring the winds and echoing like thunder. In this realm, martial arts were categorized into 5 tiers: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Although the profound tier paled in comparison to his own divine level of 1 leaf in late autumn, it was nonetheless considered a significant martial art for a small clan within this world. After all, the earth and heaven tier techniques were likely reserved for nobility and royalty. It would suffice. Having given away his sword, he found comfort in using his fists. He felt confident that he could effortlessly fell a bull with a single punch. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the eyelid of his right eye twitched several times. Su Qingzhou's smile faltered slightly as an ominous premonition washed over him. The left eye twitches fortune, while the right foretells disaster. Could it be that misfortune was imminent? He spoke to himself, retrieved a glass of water from the table, and approached the window, pushing it open to gaze at the bustling street below. Mo Xingge, I hope you truly honor our agreement, he thought, shaking his head, taking a sip of water, and feeling considerably more at ease. Perhaps he was overthinking things. In the quiet of the thatched cottage, sleep weighed heavily, and waking was delayed. Lin Shuang'er had departed, and Ning Feng was likely gone as well. Why dwell on such thoughts? Why not enjoy a drink instead? Indeed, one should not fret over worldly matters, but rather embrace the tranquility of a carefree existence. Lin Feng City. In the northern part of the city, there lay a desolate and chaotic expanse, home to nearly all the beggars of Lin Feng City. They lived by begging, relying on one another, and forming a semblance of community, with clearly defined roles. They barely managed to scrounge enough for 3 meals a day, though meager, it sufficed. Amidst this chaotic wasteland stood a dilapidated temple. Its purpose long forgotten. Whether it worshipped a Buddha or a deity was uncertain, for none could remember its name. The structure was so decrepit that weeds flourished unchecked, and even the homeless beggars were too disinterested to seek refuge within its walls. Yet, within this crumbling temple lay a young girl. She appeared no older than 10, draped in tattered garments of many hues, caked in dirt. Her hair, a tangled mix of gray and white, bore the marks of neglect and grime, while her face was equally smeared with dust. From a distance, it appeared as though a lifeless corpse lay there, long expired. Yet, curiously, the flies dared not approach, maintaining a peculiar distance. Suddenly, faint sounds drifted in from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the beggar lying on the ground, with closed eyelids, stirred slightly, a mere flicker unnoticed by the ordinary observer. After approximately 10 heartbeats, a figure clad in black entered, standing at the threshold and casting a shadow over the only source of light in the dilapidated temple. As dusk approached, the dimness intensified. "There is a task," the newcomer uttered succinctly. The parched lips of the little girl on the ground quivered, and she echoed with 2 words, "Who to kill?" Despite her youthful voice, it bore a chilling tone, infused with a brutal aura of violence. The figure in black waved his right hand, sending a paper slip hurtling like an arrow, striking the ragged beggar with a force that produced a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Without moving, the seemingly lifeless beggar abruptly raised his right hand, catching the paper deftly in midair, gripping it tightly, producing a muffled thud. The master commands you to be swift. Depart at once, he instructed. Rising, the beggar stretched languidly, his joints creaking like those of a long-dead corpse, and barefoot, he ambled towards the exit, slowly uttering, "Tell her this is the final time. Once the deed is done, I shall cease." Chapter 37. The tattered child, the man in black, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, gazed calmly at the white-haired child before him, responding in a leisurely manner. "If you wish to speak, do so with the lady." The tattered child halted beside him, tilting her head upward. Her pair of crystal-clear eyes, untainted by any dust, stood in stark contrast to her ragged appearance. She fixed her gaze upon him and spoke once more. "Why won't you help me?" The man in black stepped aside, allowing passage at the doorway, his eyes scrutinizing the child from a lofty perspective as he grinned. "There is no reason. I simply do not wish to assist you." The tattered child lowered her head, instinctively retracting her gaze. Then, with a swift motion, she struck. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The man in black, caught entirely off guard, was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring across the overgrown courtyard before crashing violently against the mottled wall. A thunderous crash ensued as a significant portion of the wall collapsed, dust billowing upward beneath the setting sun, startling the beggars passing by, who scurried away in fear. The tattered child withdrew her fist nonchalantly, while from the cloud of dust, the man in black struggled to rise, now in a disheveled state. Not only was he coated in dirt, but blood also seeped from his mouth and nose, staining his black attire a dark crimson, suggesting he bore serious injuries. With reddened eyes, he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Why did you strike me?" The previously indifferent expression on the tattered child's face transformed as the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing two sharp canine teeth. With an unsettling grin, she narrowed her eyes and replied, "There is no reason. I simply found you displeasing." Her smile abruptly vanished as she turned and walked toward the courtyard exit, reminding him, "Be sure to inform her. Otherwise, should we meet again, I shall strike you once more." Watching the retreating figure of the tattered child and hearing her parting words, the man in black slammed his fist against the adjacent wall, causing the last resilient corner of the wall to crumble. "Damn it!" The tattered child emerged from the dilapidated temple, opening the note in her hand, her clear eyes scanning the contents repeatedly. Yet she could only recognize a single character: kill. Indeed, yet again, it was about murder. This marked the 10th time, and it would be the final one. However, before proceeding, she decided to seek out a scholar who could read, to inquire further. 3 days later, in Qingzhou City, at the Wangyu Pavilion, life resumed its ordinary course. The morning still saw long lines forming to draw fortunes, followed by school attendance. Qingzhou continued his visits to the Wang family's restaurant, indulging in wine and storytelling before returning home. Life was simple. As for the incident at the Wangyu Pavilion, it had long been forgotten, transitioning from rampant rumors to utter neglect. All entirely expected. In this era, the death of a few individuals was commonplace. Nothing remarkable about it. As night fell and stars twinkled sparsely, Qingzhou was not at home. Instead, he had ventured to the music hall to enjoy the melodies. For one who understood the value of earning must also appreciate the joy of life. Unrelated to romance or sentiment, he simply relished the music. Little Wuyo found nothing strange in this, for her master had always enjoyed wine and the arts, which was no rarity. It was merely that her master returned a bit later than usual that evening. Little Wuyo was diligently cleaning the house, as usual. When she stepped outside to dispose of the dirty water, she noticed a figure squatting in the corner at the entrance. By the light of the moon above and the faint glow of the candlelight spilling from the room, she could see that the figure was a slightly older child, perhaps a youth. Although spring had arrived and summer was approaching, making the air warm, this child was still clad in heavy, albeit tattered and unkempt, clothing. Long hair cascaded freely, suggesting a life of neglect. It was evident at a glance that she was a beggar, having once been a beggar herself. Little Wuyo felt little trepidation towards those in similar circumstances. Patiently, she approached and called out, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The ragged child slowly turned her head, her clear eyes strikingly visible in the moonlight, surveying little Wuyo with curiosity but remaining silent, choosing instead to turn her head back. For a fleeting moment, little Wuyo was taken aback, for the beggar child's eyes were the most transparent she had ever encountered, devoid of any worldly distractions. Noticing the other girl's indifference, she crossed over to stand directly in front of her and reassured, "Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person." The ragged child remained silent. Little Wuyo pressed on, "Can you not speak?" The child raised an eyebrow, still silent. Little Wuyo pouted, her eyes rolling upwards as if deep in thought. "Would you like something to eat? If you want, I can get you some." At the mention of food, the previously unresponsive child suddenly looked up, locking eyes with little Wuyo. Her clear gaze, once again illuminated by the moonlight, declared with unwavering certainty, "I will eat." Little Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she beamed with delight. "Then come inside. I just made a new dish. I will serve it to you right away." With that, she carried the basin and headed indoors, calling back to the ragged child, "Hurry in. There's no one home." The ragged child slowly rose, glancing at little Wuyo's retreating figure, then looking up at the sign above. She unfolded the scrap of paper in her hand and carefully compared it, murmuring to herself, "Forget Worry Pavilion. It's the same." She was puzzled as to how a little girl, younger than herself, had emerged from the Forget Worry Pavilion. There was an endearing quality to her presence. Most importantly, this child seemed genuinely kind, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling was strange. She had never experienced it before. "Coming quickly," little Wuyo urged again. After a moment of hesitation, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafting through the air tantalized her senses, and after a brief internal struggle, she stepped inside. As soon as she crossed the threshold, it felt as if she had entered an entirely different world. One side was shrouded in darkness, while the other was bathed in light. Outside, the ground was dusty and chaotic, but within, the floor was immaculate. It appeared to shimmer, causing the ragged child to wrinkle her nose. She had seen places far more luxurious than this one, yet this was undoubtedly the cleanest place she had ever encountered. She lifted her gaze to the small figure in the room, who was holding a steaming bowl of food, hesitating in her steps. Her brow furrowed as she stood frozen in place. Little Wuyo placed a hot dish on the table and, noticing that the ragged child had yet to enter, urged, "What are you standing there for? Come over quickly. I am dirty. You just cleaned up. Bring it over to me. I would rather eat outside." The ragged child replied. Upon hearing this, little Wuyo dashed over unperturbed and grasped the ragged child's arm, pulling them inside. It's all right. When master returns, I will clean up again. I don't mind. Just come in and eat." The ragged child was tugged to the table, where they sat down, gazing at the steaming bowl of noodles that little Wuyo pushed towards them. Their fingers twitched instinctively, and they swallowed hard. Sitting across from them, little Wuyo nudged the bowl forward another half-inch with her usual cheerful smile, saying, "I just learned this from Sister Wang today. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold." Okay, the ragged child replied. Chapter 38. The first encounter the ragged child, having devoured several large bowls of food, finally let out a satisfied burp. The quantity consumed was astonishing. Little Wuyo gazed in awe, her small face cradled in her hands, and asked, "Are you full? If not, I can make you more." "No need, I've had enough." "How long has it been since you last ate?" The ragged child pondered for a moment, replying, 3 days. She had traversed a journey of 1,500 miles over the span of 3 days without sustenance. 3 days, and you still seem so spirited. You are indeed stronger than I am. Have you ever been hungry? Little Wuyo playfully poked the chubby cheeks of the child, her large eyes filled with earnestness. "Of course. The longest I've gone without food was 4 days, living solely on water. Hee. Well then, I have you beat. I once went 6 days without eating." The ragged child replied calmly, yet a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. "So, was it your master who denied you food?" Little Wuyo quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. How could that be? My master is very kind to me. Before I met my master, I was just like you, a beggar." The ragged child seemed to ponder this, muttering softly, "No wonder. By the way, do you have any family?" Little Wuyo inquired once more. The ragged child looked puzzled, asking, "What does family mean?" Little Wuyo thought for a moment and replied slowly, "Family is simply the people you live with the ones you care about. In essence, those who are different from others. Then I should have one. Where are they? Little Wuyo pressed on. The ragged child answered, in Linfeng City. Little Wuyo reflected for a moment, saying, Linfeng City? I've heard of it. It seems quite far. Why have you come so far alone? She sent me here. Why? The ragged child slowly shook her head. I cannot say. Little Wuyo felt a tinge of disappointment, responding with a soft "oh," and refrained from asking further. Her master had once told her that if someone did not wish to share, it would be impolite to press them. However, the ragged child suddenly remarked, But I don't like her. Little Wuyo, puzzled, asked why not. Because she always makes me do things that I deem inappropriate. Inappropriate things? Yes, inappropriate things. A shadow of melancholy clouded the ragged child's clear eyes. Little Wuyo chose not to inquire further, surmising that inappropriate things must refer to unpleasant experiences. Her gaze swept over the ragged child before she abruptly stood up, taking the child's hand. Let's not talk about that. Come with me. Where to? The ragged child appeared slightly bewildered. I'm taking you to take a bath. It feels so good. Hee hee. The ragged child remained in a state of confusion. A bath? She admitted that she had never bathed before, nor did she particularly wish to. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, the exuberance of the little girl made her feel somewhat flustered, leading her to follow her inside unceremoniously. In the bathroom. Wow, you're my big sister. Let us bathe together. Hee hee. Do we have to take everything off? Indeed, how can one wash without undressing? Have you never bathed? Being caught in the rain, does that count? Of course it does not. My goodness, why are you wearing so many layers? Sometimes it gets quite chilly at night. Why not dress warmly? Very well, I shall give you a warm garment shortly. Why are you so kind to me? My master once said, do good deeds without concern for the future. Every encounter is destiny, and such fates should not be spurned. What does that mean? I cannot comprehend. Hee hee. It is of little importance. Sister, what is your name? I have no name. They call me the wild child. And you, do you have a name? As for me, I had none before. Others referred to me as wild child or filthy beggar until I met my master. He named me Su Wuyo, and you may call me Xiao Wuyo, for that is how my master addresses me. Su Wuyo, you mean your master is Master Wang Yu? Indeed, the most handsome gentleman in the world, hee hee. Then your master should not have passed away. What did you say? I meant that your master seems like a good person. Naturally, my master heals the sick and saves lives, alleviating suffering without disdain for my status as a beggar, accepting me as his disciple. He is the humblest and most admirable person in the world. The lively chatter intertwined with the sound of water added warmth to Wang Yu Pavilion. Su Qingzhou strolled back, feeling pleasantly tipsy. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard laughter from within and raised his brow. Hastening inside to find Xiao Wuyo and a larger child seated at the table enjoying snacks. As the door swung open, both turned to look at him, and Xiao Wuyo hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Master, you are back. Su Qingzhou nodded slightly, but his gaze was drawn to the other child. She was a girl, clad in attire reminiscent of Wang Er's servant, appearing around 11 or 12 years old, with eyes as clear as spring water, captivating in the flickering candlelight. Her silver hair cascaded down, and while not strikingly beautiful, her features were delicate, adorned with a few charming freckles that did not detract from her allure. At that moment, she was indulging in pastries, her gaze equally scrutinizing him. Wuyo, who is this child? In response to his master's inquiry, Xiao Wuyo explained, This sister has come from Linfeng City. She just arrived in Tianchuan and had nowhere to stay. I saw her at the door and brought her in without informing you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, silently repeating Linfeng City in his mind, his eyes drifting back to the child. He felt an odd flicker in her clear gaze, as if she possessed a hidden depth, yet he could not pinpoint it, for she exhibited no signs of cultivation. Appearing merely as an ordinary child, how could she possibly harbor such darkness? Yet, the coincidence of Linfeng City was rather uncanny. Master, are you upset with Wuyo? Xiao Wuyo's timid voice broke the silence. Su Qingzhou regained his composure, gently caressing Xiao Wuyo's head, a smile illuminating his face as he replied, How could it be otherwise? My master finds joy in helping others. It is a virtue. The fact that Wuyo can embody this brings me great comfort. proving that my disciple is indeed a kind-hearted individual destined for greatness in the future. Haha, is that truly the case, master? She inquired earnestly. Of course. Su Qingzhou affirmed with unwavering conviction. Xiao Wuyou's inherent kindness, perhaps even excessive in its purity, was an undeniable reality that Su Qingzhou accepted. He contemplated that perhaps Xiao Wuyou could follow the path of Confucianism. Among the three teachings, Confucianism and Taoism often emphasize moral reasoning, representing the inception of goodness, and are most conducive to the emergence of sages. Once he accumulates enough merit through good deeds in the future, he would procure for her the profound teachings of Confucianism, specifically the righteous Qi method. Xiao Wuyou beamed with delight and eagerly asked, "Then, master, may this sister stay with me for a night? I assure you, she will not disturb you." Su Qingzhou's gaze fell upon the child, and he chuckled. "Well, you must first inquire if she is willing." The silver-haired child readily interjected. "I can, master." "Very well, then rest early. I shall retire for the night." "Master, allow me to fetch water for your face." "All right, but do so slowly." You go ahead and wait for me." Hee. Chapter 38. The master is heaven in the stillness of the night. The sound of the wind echoed, occasionally accompanied by the soft patter against the window. Su Qingzhou had long succumbed to slumber on his bed, unfazed by the presence of an unfamiliar child, having grasped the situation at hand. After all, an ordinary child could hardly provoke his vigilance. However, the striking white hair of the girl was indeed unusual. He had never encountered such a sight before. Yet, in this bizarre world, a head of white hair was not particularly astonishing. In the worry-free room on the first floor, the soft murmur of conversation between the two little ones lingered into the late hours of the night. "Are you afraid of your master?" inquired the white-haired girl. "Sister, that's not fear, it's respect," the little one replied. "Oh, is there a difference?" "Of course. Although I can't quite explain it, to me, my master is akin to the heavens of Wuyou. And if something were to happen to your master, would you be sad?" The girl in white asked earnestly. Little Wuyou paused, surprised by the question. "Of course I would. Why do you suddenly ask this?" "It's nothing." The girl in white shook her head, then looked at little Wuyou again. "I don't want you to be sad." Little Wuyou's eyes darted about, bewildered by the peculiar words, yet confidently asserted, "I want to be sad. My master has told me that my name is Wuyou, which means free of worries and sorrows. How could I possibly be sad?" Hee. "All right then. Sleep now. It's getting late, and we must rise early tomorrow." The girl in white nodded, wrapping herself more snugly in her blanket. Little Wuyou extinguished the lamp on the windowsill. As they nestled into slumber, little Wuyou quickly drifted into dreams, while the girl in white found herself restless. In the darkness, her clear eyes shimmered with a silvery glow, mirroring her hair, as she gazed intently at the little girl before her. In this world, those who offered her kindness were few. Once, there was Qingzhou, but her affection had waned. Now, only this little girl remained. "He is your heaven. If I were to kill her, would your heaven collapse? You would be so very sad. How can I prevent you from being sorrowful?" She pondered within, seeking a way to reconcile her desires. Yet she hesitated to act. Had it been any other time, Su Qingzhou would have already met his demise. But the presence of this little girl stayed her hand. Surely, there must be a way. Think. The following morning unfolded as usual. Wuyou rose early, and the girl in white had not departed. Instead, she lent a hand to Wuyou. The sudden appearance of the white-haired girl before the Forgetting Worries pavilion sparked chatter among the women who often queued there. "Oh my, a white-haired girl. This is my first time seeing one. Little Wuyou, who is this girl? I've never seen her before." Faced with the gazes and inquiries of the crowd, the white-haired girl remained aloof, her expression unchanged and notably detached, as if she were entirely unconnected to the situation. Little Wuyou enthusiastically introduced, "Aunt, this is my sister, who just arrived in Qingzhou City yesterday. It's perfectly normal that you haven't met her before. Is that so?" "Sister? Is she your biological sister?" inquired another person. At that moment, the silver-haired girl standing behind Wuyou raised her brow, her gaze fixed on Wuyou, with a glimmer of anticipation in her clear eyes. She was curious to see how little Wuyou would respond. Wu Yo turned slightly, linking her arm with the silver-haired girl, resting her head on her shoulder. Her crescent-shaped eyes squinting with delight as she replied, "Yes, indeed, she is my biological sister. Don't we look alike?" Hee. The silver-haired girl's pupils gradually expanded, her brows relaxing, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. Though she remained silent, she was evidently pleased with Wu Yo's answer. "Are we considered family, then?" She pondered internally. Surrounding them were admiring glances and words of praise. "They do resemble each other, both so vibrant. Indeed, they look quite alike. Haha, of course. Now, Aunt, let us proceed with the drawing." After this brief exchange, everything returned to normal, drawing lots, announcing lucky numbers, and then alleviating worries. As they exited, Qingzhou headed to Wang's restaurant for a meal, followed closely by little Wu Yo and the silver-haired girl. Qingzhou paid little mind to the extra pair of chopsticks, pondering the necessity of concern, especially since he felt that this girl was rather unusual, her gaze upon him too peculiar. He was certain that she harbored intentions of harming him. However, when she looked at Wu Yo, her demeanor changed entirely, filled with a deep affection that was not romantic but of a different nature. Given Wu Yo's presence, Qingzhou chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance as if everything were normal. After breakfast, he continued to share stories while little Wu Yo went off to school, the silver-haired girl accompanying her, claiming she was there to see her off. It seemed she had no intention of leaving, nor did Wu Yo wish to send her away. It was as though a tacit agreement had formed. To others, they genuinely appeared to be sisters, inseparable and close. If anyone inquired, Qingzhou merely smiled without elaboration, and to outsiders, this silence was acceptance, and if it was accepted, then it must be true. On the way to school, the silver-haired girl asked, "Does your master make you do many things?" "Not really," Wu Yo replied. "Then why did you this morning?" She hesitated but voiced her confusion. "That was something I wanted to do myself. My master only encourages me to study well." "Doesn't he make you work? Don't you dislike him? Have you never thought of leaving? If you left, you and T have to wake up so early every day. And you often say studying is dull, right? If you left, you and T have to do things you don't enjoy." Her words were somewhat perplexing, yet they stemmed from her own perspective. Wu Yo was taken aback. "Sister, what are you saying? How could I possibly dislike my master? Furthermore, those tasks were all my own choice, and I take great pleasure in them. I could never part ways with my master. As I mentioned yesterday, he is my world. Without him, the sky would surely collapse." The silver-haired girl fell silent. Was it true that one could not harbor dislike for something they cherished? It seemed plausible, for I loathe taking lives, yet she insists I do so, which fuels my disdain for her. She engaged in a silent monologue, attempting to soothe herself. "All right, sister, I've arrived at the academy. You may return now." "Very well," the silver-haired girl replied with a nod. Little Wu Yo waved farewell, and as she approached the academy, she turned back, calling out, "Sister, if you feel hungry, come find me at Wanyu Pavilion. I shall return at sunset." The girl in white smiled gently, remaining silent, merely nodding, or rather, she often found herself nodding. Once little Wu Yo had fully entered the academy, she finally turned her gaze toward the direction of Wanyu Pavilion. Wanyu Pavilion, Chapter 40. Please help me. As noon approached on a scorching summer day, Qingzhou sat at his desk, engrossed in a recent acquisition, chronicles of extraordinary events in the vast world. Just as he became absorbed in the narrative, the door creaked open. Qingzhou lifted his gaze and casually noticed a white-haired little girl standing at the threshold. He chose not to speak, nor did he look up any further, instead returning his focus to the book in hand. The girl, observing Qingzhou's indifference, furrowed her delicate brows and confidently strode into the room. Coming to a halt at his desk, she fixated her gaze solely upon him. "Do you not have any questions for me?" Qingzhou's languid voice shattered the tranquility that enveloped them. "Such as," he continued, his eyes still fixed on the pages he was turning. The girl replied earnestly, "Such as where I come from, why I am here, who I am, and what I seek from you." "Oh." Qingzhou's interest peaked as he closed the book, regarding the child with intrigue. "So I ask you, are you willing to share? In light of Wu Yo's favor, if you inquire, I shall respond." She replied with unwavering seriousness. Qingzhou, adopting a similarly solemn demeanor, posed. "Very well, then who are you?" I'm simply myself. I possess no name. You may call me whatever you wish. And why have you come to Qingzhou City? Su Qingzhou pressed further. I have come at the behest of another, to carry out a task. Su Qingzhou's brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to inquire further. What task might that be? The girl licked her slightly parched lips and gravely uttered 2 words, to kill you. Su Qingzhou maintained his composure, though his heart raced violently for a few beats. Indeed, the way she had looked at him had always suggested a lethal intent. It appears his suspicions were not unfounded. He made an effort to steady his breath. Regarding the white-haired girl with curiosity, as he calmly asked, So, was it Xingga who sent you? A mere child of about 11. A girl with no detectable aura of cultivation, suddenly declaring her intention to kill him, left Su Qingzhou feeling somewhat bewildered. The coincidence of her arrival from Linfeng City only added to his skepticism. Indeed, the girl in white did not conceal her answer in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou felt no fear. Instead, he questioned with a hint of amusement, Then why do you hesitate to act? Are you afraid you cannot succeed? Not at all. The white-haired girl shook her head. Then what is it? You have yet to finish your inquiry. Please proceed with your questions. Taken aback, Su Qingzhou paused for a moment, reflecting before finally speaking. All right, one last question. Why have you come to find me? It seemed she had been anticipating this question for quite some time, as she answered without hesitation, I seek you out to request your assistance. Su Qingzhou found himself in a state of bemusement, contemplating the extraordinary logic of this child. You wish to take my life, yet simultaneously request my assistance? Such reasoning is utterly perplexing. Are you, then, implying that you would like me to assist in my own demise? The girl in white continued to shake her head, stating that it would be too cumbersome and slow for him to do it himself. It would be far swifter if she were to take on the task. Her voice remained remarkably tranquil, yet it emanated a palpable arrogance. Her confidence reflected in her eyes rendered Su Qingzhou momentarily abashed. It was as though she truly believed she could bring about her own end, though he could not fathom the source of her conviction. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the child's right hand, yet at the exposed wrist he found no traces of the black line that had once marred Ning Feng's skin, indicating that this child was not a deaf soldier. What is it that you wish for my assistance with? Pray do enlighten me, he inquired. The girl with white hair furrowed her delicate brows once more, declaring, You are Mr. Worry-Free. Worry-Free states that you can alleviate the concerns of all young women. I was once unfamiliar with the notion of worry, but now I find myself acquainted with it. Thus, before I proceed to end your life, I wish to request your help in alleviating my distress. You have effectively said nothing at all. Su Qingzhou shrugged nonchalantly in response. I desire to end your life. Yet should you perish, Wu Yo will be saddened. I wish to spare her that sorrow. Therefore, you must assist me in ensuring that she does not grieve after I have taken her life, the girl in white asserted, her tone imbued with a sense of earnestness and sincerity. Su Qingzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To wish for my death out of concern for Wu Yo's feelings, seeking my help not to end her own existence, but rather to prevent Wu Yo's sadness. What an extraordinarily peculiar notion. The ingenuity behind such reasoning was truly remarkable. Why do you fear causing Wu Yo distress? Have you not only just met? He asked, his curiosity piqued. That is of no concern to you. Just tell me, will you assist me or not? The innocence of childhood friendships was evidently beyond the comprehension of an adult like Su Qingzhou. Perhaps, to her, a bowl of rice was a profound kindness, especially considering she had shared several bowls, along with moments of bathing and sleeping side by side. Su Qingzhou conceded that for a fleeting second. He had contemplated taking her life, yet he refrained, for the person before him was merely a child, and moreover, her sincerity rendered him incapable of such an act. To declare one's intention to kill you, while simultaneously requesting assistance, was indeed unusual. When the child articulated her desire was for the sake of Wu Yo, his resolve to harm her wavered further. He genuinely wished to observe just how formidable this child truly was and was intrigued to discover her subsequent actions. Thus, a thought began to sprout within him. Very well, since you have sought me out, I shall offer my assistance. The girl with white hair appeared taken aback by Su Qingzhou's acquiescence, responding with a teasing tone, Really? Then I thank you. Do not be so hasty in your gratitude. The rules of Wuyo Pavilion dictate that I only ferry those fated to cross paths with me, a single person per day. If you wish for my help, then come tomorrow and queue at the entrance to draw lots. When your turn arrives, I shall assist in alleviating your worry. Should you not draw a winning lot, it shall signify our lack of fate, and I shall not intervene on your behalf. The girl in white turned her head to glance in the direction of the door, and an uneasy recollection of the morning's events darkened her expression. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke to Su Qingzhou, declaring, "Very well, it is settled. Whoever reneges on this agreement shall be deemed a little dog." "Agreed, it is settled," Su Qingzhou replied with a smile, continuing, "However, before that, you must not lay a hand on me, nor engage in any conflict within this blissful pavilion." "I shan't. In this place of tranquility, I will not harm you." With that, she turned and walked away, only to pause at the entrance, where she seated herself upon the stone steps, the very spot where she had encountered Wuyo the day prior. Su Qingzhou shook his head in bemusement. How peculiar, truly peculiar. That Emotionga would send such a child here. What exactly are you up to? Chapter 41. Coexistence as night fell. The girl in white was once again led through the door by Wuyo. They shared a meal and resided in the same room. Wuyo had also sought the opinion of Su Qingzhou, who naturally acquiesced. He was eager to observe how this silver-haired girl would behave and to discern the nature of her character. Furthermore, he was intrigued to understand why Emotionga had dispatched such a young and inexperienced child to eliminate him. Emotionga was no fool. The child's arrival surely indicated some special ability. Though she appeared somewhat foolish, there was an enigmatic quality about her that piqued his curiosity. The next day unfolded like any other, but among the throng waiting to draw lots, there was an additional silver-haired girl. Wasn't she Wuyo's elder sister? It seemed so, as Wuyo had mentioned it the previous day. How peculiar that she was also queuing for the draw. It was truly remarkable how the teacher treated everyone equally, requiring even his own kin to wait in line for relief. Indeed, the teacher was forever my idol. In an unassuming manner, the presence of the silver-haired girl in line inadvertently elevated the reputation of the Wanyu Pavilion. As the girl drew her lot, she, like the others, anxiously awaited the announcement of the results. Alas, fortune did not smile upon her that day, and she drew nothing. A wave of disappointment washed over her, an emotion she had never experienced before. Wuyo, however, was there to console her. "It's all right, sister. We can draw again tomorrow," she reassured. The girl in white clutched the slip of paper tightly in her hand and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. It's fine." Days passed in a blur. Time flew swiftly, and life continued in its usual rhythm. Rising, drawing lots, seeking solace, dining, storytelling, drinking, reading, eating, sleeping, and waiting for dawn. The difference was that the duo had transformed into a trio, and the Wanyu Pavilion seemed to buzz with a newfound liveliness. The silver-haired girl honored her promise. Ever since reaching an agreement with Su Qingzhou, her gaze towards him had shifted from self-centeredness to a more ordinary curiosity. Gradually, when Wuyo was absent, she no longer waited at the door, choosing instead to remain inside, mostly sleeping. Her conversations with Wuyo flourished, yet she still refrained from speaking with Su Qingzhou. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had elapsed, and the silver-haired girl had yet to draw a fortunate number. However, she had begun to adapt to this lifestyle, discovering it far more enjoyable than before. Another 5 days passed, and everything had subtly changed. The silver-haired girl was no longer as aloof as she once was. A smile frequently graced her face, complemented by her clear, bright eyes, making her a delight to behold. Her complexion improved significantly, and Wuyo seemed to smile more often. The sound of their lively banter frequently echoed from the Wanyu Pavilion. Occasionally, Su Qingzhou would engage in simple exchanges with the white-haired little girl. On this day, the world awakened as it typically did. The little girl, clutching a note in her hand, was in prayer. When Xiao Wuyo made the announcement, she gazed at the mismatched numbers on her note and secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't her turn. Yet, soon she felt something amiss. The relief was swiftly replaced by a sense of gravity. What is happening to me? Humans are inherently social creatures, and once one integrates into a community, transformation is inevitable. Clearly, the white-haired girl had changed, she had come to appreciate this simple yet lively existence. At that moment, she realized she never truly disliked crowded places. She merely detested the clamor of those she did not favor. "Sister, don't be sad. You will surely draw a good number. Just take your time." Xiao Wuyo chimed in, as always, appearing at the first hint of her despair to offer comfort. She would respond with a gentle smile, finding solace in the cheerful eyes of Wuyo, her troubles fading away. Yes, all right, I want to be sad." Naturally, Su Qingzhou observed all of this, a knowing smile gracing his lips. After all, one cannot be devoid of emotions, can they? After a day of labor, the trio ventured out as usual. Following their meal, Su Qingzhou personally escorted Wuyo to school. Upon reaching the school, Wuyo waved goodbye, joyfully racing inside. Once her figure disappeared, the white-clad girl reined in her smile, adopting a more serious demeanor. She looked up at Su Qingzhou and initiated conversation. "She has gone. Let us head home." Su Qingzhou remained still, calling out to her. "Wait a moment. Is there something you need?" With a flick of his wrist, a blue floral fabric bag materialized, and he tossed it gently to the white-haired girl. Instinctively, she caught it with one hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. "What is this?" "A backpack, a gift for you," Su Qingzhou replied with a serene smile. The girl paused, momentarily lost in thought, before asking, "Why are you giving me this?" Su Qingzhou unfolded a fan and approached her, leaning down with a smile. "This is, of course, for school." "School? Me? I've covered your tuition. Whether you attend is your choice. Knowing how to read and comprehend some principles is ultimately beneficial. Otherwise, should you be sold off, you would still owe others money, a rather pitiable fate. Wouldn't you agree?" He remained languid and carefree, a smile ever present. The white-clad girl averted her gaze, lowering her head defiantly. "I don't want to learn. Who asked you to pay my tuition?" Clad in coarse cloth yet rich in knowledge, "I've said it's your choice whether to attend or not," he replied lightly, striding away with an air of nonchalance. "Don't think that by treating me this way and gifting me something, I will feel indebted to you and spare you. I assure you, I won tea." Her voice echoed from behind. Su Qingzhou's steps hesitated slightly as he turned his head. He chuckled softly, remarking that he had already taken enough from her: food, shelter, and debts. So why should he concern himself with this one instance? Without waiting for the little one's response, he continued on his way. Only the silver-haired maiden remained, standing solitary before the schoolhouse. The summer breeze gently caressed her long, silvery locks, imparting an air of melancholy that belied her years. The young girl in white withdrew her gaze, casting her eyes down upon the blue cloth bag she clutched in her hands, lost in thought. Within the depths of her clear, innocent eyes lay a myriad of hidden emotions. An unknown sentiment surged within her, causing her eyes to sting and her nose to tingle. She recalled having expressed her fondness for the color blue, which resulted in blue garments and a blue backpack. Yet, why was he so kind to her when she had intended to harm him? Chapter 42. Cooperation. The night was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the relentless patter of rain and wind. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. In a narrow alley on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, two figures stood in stark opposition, one tall, clad in black, and the other small, with white hair. The young man in black spoke, "Wild child, it has been half a month. The lady's patience is wearing thin." The white-haired child retorted, "And what of it? The lady has asked me to remind you not to forget your original promise." The child replied coolly, "Tell her I will slay the man. But the time is not yet ripe. She should cease her incessant urging." After half a month, you do not truly believe yourself to be one of those from the worry-free pavilion, do you? The young man in black let out a cold laugh. The white-haired child furrowed her brow, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes, though the darkness concealed it from any onlookers. "Have you been following me?" The child's voice carried a sharp edge, more chilling than the rain that fell from the heavens. "It is my duty. I have no choice," he replied. "Leave me be. I am returning." "Wild child, if you do not take action soon, I shall act myself." "You may wait, but I cannot." The white-haired girl halted, turning amidst the downpour to glare at the young man in black. "Do you dare?" "Ah, idare. Then do try," he taunted. "It seems I was too lenient in our last encounter." At his words, he grasped the hilt of his sword, his voice cold as ice. If the task remains unfulfilled, you need not die, but I shall. Do not be so selfish. Then I shall ensure you perish first, the girl countered with a low growl. With a rumble of thunder echoing, she vanished in an instant, slicing through the rain and launching herself forward with lethal intent. The young man's eyes narrowed as he drew his sword, channeling his energy into the blade, its edge gleaming ominously. Do you truly believe I fear you? Today, I learned a phrase I shall share with you. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, a display of utter folly. The white-haired girl struck with precision, her fist colliding squarely with the young man's sword. With a resounding crash, the air erupted, parting the curtain of rain around them, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. The young man's pupils dilated in disbelief as his sword shattered, leaving him incredulous. Cursed be this fate, he muttered. Yet the force of her punch did not wane. It continued forward, crashing into his cheek with a force that knocked him backward, sending him sprawling several meters away. In mere moments, he was rendered powerless against her assault. Fortunately, the downpour and thunder masked the commotion, sparing them from drawing attention. The young man, begrudgingly rising from the ground, felt as if his body were in pieces, pain coursing through him like a vice. If he had been ambushed the last time, this encounter had been a straightforward defeat. He had been unable to withstand even a single blow. You monster, he gasped, blood spilling from his lips. The white-haired girl swayed slightly, swiftly closing the distance between them as the rain poured down, drenching her. Her voice cut through the noise, resolute and unwavering. I do not wish to take your life. Yet there cannot be another chance. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy, the man in black declared, crouching on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His expression twisted in agony as he nearly roared, If you do not kill me, my lady will surely have my head. Death is inevitable. If you possess any courage, in my life. The silver-haired maiden fell silent, pondering for a long while before responding, You are a pitiful soul. You may leave. The man in black, struggling to rise, steadied himself unsteadily and weakly uttered, I am aware you wish to protect them, but it is futile. This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, not only will Mr. Wang Yu perish, but so will you and the child accompanying you. Do not blame me for the warning. She will not perish, for I am here, the maiden asserted. The young man in black snorted coldly. We shall see. With that, he limped away down the alley, while the silver-haired girl returned toward Wang Yu Pavilion. In the shadows, Qingzhou, sheltering beneath an umbrella at the alley's end, witnessed the entire scene unfold, his astonishment lingering. A mere child, frail and small, had effortlessly sent a formidable opponent. One at the 7th level of innate strength, flying with a single punch, nearly annihilating him. This undoubtedly shattered his current understanding, leading him to wonder if the silver-haired girl was, like him, a traveler from another realm endowed with a system. He felt compelled to remark, the extraordinary remains unchanged. Yet, he understood that given the girl's temperament, such a notion was implausible. She must possess an exceptional physique, akin to that of a demonic beast or a divine being, a natural-born warrior. Her strength was incalculable, yet it was evident that her physical prowess could challenge foundational cultivators. No wonder she confidently claimed she could take his life. In the end, he had underestimated her. A newfound gravity settled within him. She was undeniably gifted, yet constrained by others. Still, her devotion to Wang Yu was genuine. If he could take her under his wing, she might become a formidable guardian for Wang Yu in the future. He recalled Wang Yu's side quests, which could position him against the entire world. The profound bond between the silver-haired girl and Wang Yu, especially her declaration that as long as she was present, Wang Yu would remain unharmed, was striking. With patient cultivation, her potential was limitless, destined to be a significant asset. Moreover, her youthful heart rendered her a rare candidate. However, the challenge of resolving this predicament loomed before him. It seemed he must employ some cleverness. Quietly, he followed, positioning himself before the injured young man in black. The rain continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating. The young man in black looked up to meet the gaze of the scholarly figure with an umbrella, exclaiming in surprise, Mr. Wang Yu, Su Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with mirth, maintaining his refined demeanor as he replied, "My good fellow, may I have a word with you? I do not believe we are acquainted. There is nothing to discuss." The young man in black retorted. Su Qingzhou remained unfazed, responding calmly, "True, we are not familiar, but I trust you must know Ningfeng." Upon hearing the name Ningfeng, the young man in black visibly faltered for a moment. "Please, follow me," he instructed, leading the way. The two individuals traversed a narrow alleyway, arriving at a secluded corner of the city. Under the guidance of a young man clad in black, they entered a modest dwelling. Su Qingzhou closed the ink umbrella in his hand and calmly took a seat, displaying no concern for the innate seventh-level black-clad youth who seemed intent on his demise. He leisurely remarked, "A master of such esteemed caliber residing in such a meager abode truly does seem a disservice to you, my good fellow." The black-clad youth, suppressing his pain and internal injuries, leaned against the doorframe and said, "If you have something to say, please speak candidly." Su Qingzhou brushed his sleeve lightly. "Very well. I shall be direct. I have two matters to discuss with you, the first being a favor I wish to ask." Before he could finish, the black-clad youth interjected, "Why should I assist you?" Su Qingzhou, unhurried, replied, "You are aware of Ningfeng, and I presume you also know that I was the one who cured his poison. Naturally, I possess the means to alleviate your affliction as well. If you aid me, I shall reciprocate, a mutual assistance. I, Su, am a firm believer in reason and would never coerce another into actions they do not wish to undertake, whether you choose to assist or not. The decision rests with you." Chapter 43. If one kills me, I shall also kill. The young man in black, upon hearing those words, exhibited a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. He was naturally familiar with Ningfeng, who could be considered his senior. The tale of how Ningfeng was rescued by Master Wang Yu had circulated within their ranks. Furthermore, the lady had dispatched individuals to eliminate him. However, those sent to intercept had not been heard from since, implying that Ningfeng had managed to escape and survive. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was not Ningfeng. He did not believe he could evade the organization's relentless pursuit. Thus, even though Su Qingzhou had subtly dangled a significant bait before him, he had no intention of taking the hook. The master might not be aware that since the day he became a death warrior, he had lost the opportunity to choose whether he aided the master or not. It seemed he was destined to perish. Given this reality, why should he struggle in vain? Besides, the task the master requested of him was likely anything but simple. Risking his life for the master was no different than doing so for the lady. His worth was merely this worthless life. His already tormented visage, marred by pain, was further twisted by a bitter expression, lending an air of desolation to the swordsman. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding the young man in black, and slowly spoke, "Since you have no desire to live, why not take a gamble? Let us wager on whether I die or your lady dies. If I perish, you remain merely dead. Should your lady die, you would gain your freedom. I, Su, assure you, my word is my bond. I know you have only this life left. Dare you to gamble?" The young man in black was visibly moved by Su Qingzhou's confident demeanor. "The master intends to kill the lady? If he seeks to kill me, why should I not kill her?" The young man pondered. Su Qingzhou smiled calmly. "Do you dare?" Faced with the rhetorical question, he fell silent, lowering his gaze without responding. Yet the answer was painfully apparent. He had contemplated it, but he also understood he could not commit the act, at least not yet, for he did not truly wish to die. Otherwise, why would he have brought Su Qingzhou to this place? This indicated he still harbored a flicker of hope. "So, you fear death, do you not?" Su Qingzhou inquired again, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through the young man. With a bitter smile, the young man conceded, "The master lives up to his reputation. I admit you are right. It is better to live poorly than to die well. I do wish to die, yet I still fear." Su Qingzhou chuckled softly, his tone softening. "I understand. But rest assured, I will not allow you to kill Moshinga. I will take matters into my own hands. You need only deliver a message for me, which is not difficult. Just deliver a message." The young man in black was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. "Indeed, though I cannot guarantee your survival. However, if you do survive, I shall provide you with the antidote and grant you your freedom. So, tell me, will you assist me in this endeavor?" Do you dare to take this gamble? Qingzhou spoke calmly. The young man in black hesitated, his eyes shimmering with conflicting emotions as he grappled with the decision, momentarily forgetting the pain of his injuries. Long after, before Qingzhou lost his patience, he finally spoke. Very well, I shall assist you, sir. A faint smile graced Qingzhou's lips as he replied with an air of calm assurance. You are a clever man, and you shall find yourself fortunate for the decision you make today. Ha. The young man in black, however, was unimpressed by Qingzhou's grandiose words and replied directly. What do you wish to say, sir? Simple. Qingzhou began. The first message is for your lady. Tell her to take good care of herself. In a few days, I shall come for her life. The young man's brows furrowed deeper as he regarded Qingzhou's confident demeanor, feeling a profound stir within. Although he understood that the esteemed Mr. Wang Yu was extraordinary, he remained merely a first-stage cultivator. Regardless of any lethal techniques he possessed, he was still just one man. And the Lord's mansion of Linfeng City was not a place one could easily breach, especially with foundation-stage guardians in residence. Moreover, Imo, in addition to possessing countless death warriors like them, had formidable backing. Qingzhou's words seemed exaggerated, yet the esteemed Mr. Wang Yu did not appear to be jesting. Exuding an aura that was difficult to question, the young man steadied his tumultuous thoughts and inquired, Is there more? Qingzhou, with a smile that danced on the edge of ambiguity, continued, There is another message, but it is not for your lady. It is for your death warriors. For us? Indeed. Regardless of how you choose to convey this, whether you speak it yourself or enlist another to do so, you must inform them that Mr. Wang Yu can grant them life. But they must be sensible. What does this mean? Before he could finish, Qingzhou interjected, Do not ask. Simply deliver your message. The young man swallowed his words, seemingly aware of Qingzhou's audacious plan, which, while reckless, was not without the potential for success. After all, most death warriors yearned for freedom. Even if it were but a glimmer of hope, there would undoubtedly be those willing to take the risk. Being human, they possessed blood, flesh, and their own thoughts. No one wished to be controlled for a lifetime. Everyone sought a different way of living. As cultivators, they were not foolish. They had their own ideas on how to choose. Thus, it was not entirely unfeasible. As long as I accomplish this, sir, you shall save me, correct? He met Qingzhou's gaze, his eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Naturally, but remember this, you must survive. Remarkably, he did not hesitate this time and agreed. Very well, I shall comply, sir. What is the second matter? Qingzhou stroked his chin, deliberating slowly. The second matter is simple. Tell me about the relationship between the silver-haired girl and Imo. The more detailed, the better. He sought to uncover the root of the silver-haired girl's connection, and from there, attempt to unravel it. Naturally, he wished to understand everything about the girl. He was keen to know why she, unbound by any curse, willingly took lives for Imo. I apologize, sir, but I do not know much about that anomaly. Then tell me whatever you do know. It shall suffice. The young man in black pondered for a moment and said, Very well, I shall disclose everything I know to you, esteemed sir. Qingzhou adjusted his sleeves, fully prepared to listen to the tale. It is said that the wild child was found by the lady during one of her outings and brought back with her. Subsequently, it was discovered that this wild girl possessed extraordinary strength, capable of contending with those in the foundational stage of cultivation. The lady was overjoyed, for she had no children of her own and decided to adopt her as a foster daughter. However, this peculiar child, rather curiously, showed no inclination towards such an arrangement. Yet, in gratitude for the lady's life-saving kindness, when she turned 8, she agreed to perform 10 tasks for the lady, whatever they may be. Chapter 44. The storm resurfaces summer rain is akin to the unpredictable temperament of a woman in menopause, transforming without warning. Before one realizes it, the rain ceases, and the winds diminish. The thunder and lightning retreat alongside the darkened clouds, allowing the gentle moonlight to cascade down, illuminating the pockmarked surface of the water, presenting yet another captivating scene. Much like the tale recounted by the young man in black, the story spans a mere quarter of an hour. yet it encapsulates 4 years of existence belonging to the silver-haired girl. In the narrative, she remains nameless, much like in the present. People refer to her as the wild child, whom Qingzhou encountered by chance 4 years prior during her travels. At that time, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Qingzhou saved the girl's life, prompting her to accompany Qingzhou back to Linfeng City. Initially, everything was pure and untainted, until Qingzhou discovered the girl's innate strength. This revelation sparked an ambition within Qingzhou. A being capable of rivaling foundational practitioners could wield significant influence within Linfeng City, thus altering many aspects of their world. Strangely, however, the young man in black noted that this wild child was fundamentally different from others, rendering the binding curse ineffective against her. After several fruitless attempts, she acquiesced to Qingzhou's request to perform 10 deeds in gratitude for her salvation, thus choosing to remain. Naturally, Qingzhou also had this child eliminate individuals whom even the most seasoned assassins could not. Though this arrangement might seem illogical, Qingzhou comprehended it. For the silver-haired girl's perspective diverged from that of ordinary folk. Her actions and promises were not surprising to him. Yet through the tale, it became evident that the silver-haired girl harbored a profound aversion to taking lives. Nonetheless, in honor of her pledge, she proceeded to do so, bringing her count to a grim total, with the last victim being herself. She was a fool, unlike the rest of us. She had the freedom to leave, unbound by any constraints. Everything was merely the lady's stratagem. Did she truly believe that the lady regarded her differently? How laughable! If there were genuinely a distinction, why would she be compelled to engage in such bloodshed? Her first act of killing occurred when she was but 8 years old. The young man in black scoffed coldly, a mixture of exasperation at the wild child's ignorance and rage at her failure to cherish the freedom she possessed. She had choices. Qingzhou, having grasped the intricacies of the tale, slowly rose to his feet. The rain had ceased. It was time for him to depart. The young man in black stepped aside, granting access to the door. "Sir, do take care. By the way, I still do not know your name." Merely a drifting reed without roots. A name holds little significance. "I wish to know." The young man in black pondered briefly before responding. "Li San, from the character Lian Mu. I am the third born. Thus, I am called Li San." Qingzhou inclined his head slightly and retrieved a pill from his robe, extending it towards him. "Li San, I shall remember you. Take this." Li San paused, astonished at the pill presented to him. "Sir, what is this?" "This pill can heal your wounds. I would prefer that you do not perish before your mission is complete." After a moment's hesitation, Li San accepted the pill from Qingzhou's hand. "Thank you, sir. There is no need for thanks. We are merely collaborators, each fulfilling our own needs." Qingzhou smiled faintly and stepped outside. After a rainy night in early summer, the air held a slight chill. Water droplets continued to fall from the eaves, playing a unique symphony. The wind rustled through the leaves, the rain painted the pearls, creating ripples that distorted the reflection of the moon in the water. Qingzhou emerged from the house, holding an ink-colored umbrella, treading through the puddles, and departed gracefully. "Sir, after fulfilling your promise, where shall I seek you?" "A month later, in Linfeng City, you will surely see me." Endeavor to complete it earnestly. He did not turn back, leaving only a lingering echo. Li San withdrew his gaze, fixated on the elixir in his hand, as if he had made a resolute decision. Swallowing the pill in one gulp, instantly, his complexion began to change. The pallor of his face regained its color, and the pain subsided significantly. The miraculous efficacy of the elixir moved Li San deeply. Such potent medicine must surely be infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Could this be the legendary elixir? He murmured softly, clenching his fists in determination. A gamble may not end in defeat. 3 days later, Li San returned to Linfeng City, bringing Qingzhou's words directly to Qingzhou. Qingzhou sat at the head of the table, furrowing her brow, exuding an intimidating presence that made the atmosphere unbearably tense. Did the gentleman truly say so? In response to the lady, "Yes," Li San replied respectfully. Qingzhou fixed her gaze on him and coldly remarked, "Since he spoke with you, Why did you not terminate him? The chilling tone sent shivers down one's spine. Even for a merciless killer like Li San, it was daunting. Madam, please understand, at that moment, I was injured by a wild child, and Mr. Wang Yu arrived afterward. I was unable to act, and he did not harm me. He merely asked me to convey his message to you. If you do not believe it, you may investigate. Upon mentioning the wild child, Imo-Shinga's expression darkened slightly. What did she say to you? She informed me that she would kill Mr. Wang Yu, but the time is not yet right, and she instructed me not to intervene while also relaying a message to the lady to refrain from urging further. Li San replied truthfully. Not yet the right time? It has been nearly a month. How long must she wait? Montak Sheng is scoffed. I do not know, but it appears the wild child will not act. Why? It seems she has come to regard Wang Yu Pavilion as her own home. Imo-Shinga's fingers tightened around the hem of her dress. Her teeth clenched in frustration. You may leave, but do not consume the antidote this month. We shall discuss it next month. Li San trembled, hastily pleading for mercy. Madam, spare me. Your mission has failed. You should be executed. I grant you a chance, but do not speak further. Depart. Li San fell silent, bowing deeply. This subordinate takes his leave. Thank you, madam. Once Li San exited, Imo-Shinga could no longer maintain her composure. She shouted in fury, overturning all the tea utensils on the table. Su Qingzhou, it seems I have underestimated you. You possess remarkable skills, having not only subdued Ningfeng, but now even ensnared that girl. You are truly insufferable. Her eyes glimmered with a heightened aura of menace. If that is the case, then I shall not allow you to remain. And as for that ungrateful girl, you shall all perish. Everyone must die. Come forth. A shadow emerged from an unknown source, kneeling before her. Madam, how may I serve you? With a swift motion of her grand sleeve, a token fell into the hands of the kneeling figure. Go to Jianyun Mountain, summon the esteemed Taoist Dongyun, and inform him that I, Imo-Shinga, demand the promise he made years ago. At once, my lady. Ah, Master Wang Yu, for the sake of your demise, I have deployed my final trump card. Let's see how you survive this time. Taoist Dongyun, a formidable cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. In her eyes, Su Qingzhou was already as good as dead. And as for that girl, since she could not be of any use to me, she ought not to live either. After all, the child knows far too much. Why cannot possess, others shall not have either. Chapter 45. A fortuitous surprise during the sweltering midsummer. The sky shifted unpredictably, and the rain poured heavily on this particular day. Su Qingzhou gazed at the note returned by Li San, lost in contemplation. According to the note, the message had been delivered, which meant that within days, given Imo-Shinga's temperament, she would undoubtedly dispatch someone to eliminate him. Moreover, the individual she sent would certainly be her strongest asset. His current objective was to ensure that this asset met its demise in Qingzhou City, and to make certain that Li San and the other assassins were aware of it. Before that, however, he needed to deal with the silver-haired young girl. Only then could he set off for Linfeng City to claim Imo-Shinga's life. Yet, at this moment, his concerns did not lie with this plan. Rather, it was the news brought back by Li San regarding Imo-Shinga's chosen pawn that troubled him. Could he truly defeat Dong Yunjinren of Jinyu Mountain? A practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, he found himself weighing the odds, lost in thought. Ding! Side quest. Su Wuyo's growth has been triggered. Progress increased by 1. Due to Su Wuyo successfully recognizing the character Wan, a hidden achievement has been unlocked, increasing task progress. The host receives a reward of 10,000 benevolence points and an opportunity for a lottery draw at the worry-free general store. For details, please check the system panel. Hiss! Is this even possible? Upon hearing the familiar and frigid sound of the system notification, Su Qingzhou instinctively paused. It had been nearly 3 months since he took Wuyo as his disciple, and the task panel had remained static without any fluctuations. Now it had finally been triggered. Does literacy count? His frown dissipated, replaced by delight and curiosity as he hastily opened the system panel to locate Wuyo's dedicated task section. Side quest triggered. Su Wuyo's growth task requirements. Accompany her as she matures until she reigns supreme. Tip: Su Wuyo will face numerous adversaries in the future, perhaps 1,000, or even 10,000, or possibly the entire realm of Howren. Task progress bar. 2 rewards unknown. Still, there were no significant changes. Merely a 1 increase in the progress bar. Yet, this seemingly minor increment was worth 10,000 benevolence points. If calculated, 100 could potentially translate to 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 benevolence points could purchase 10 volumes of divine scripture or even a small boy. Such value is not to be underestimated. Although this world allowed for cultivation, a handgun could still eliminate a master of the innate stage at close range. With missiles, defeating a Foundation establishment practitioner would be absolutely feasible. Moreover, a nuclear bomb could obliterate an entire city in the blink of an eye. While it remained uncertain what level of practitioner could be vanquished by such means, the mere possession of nuclear capabilities was daunting. Even nascent soul practitioner would likely feel intimidated. The thought of a towering mushroom cloud alone was enough to stir one's blood. Qingzhou's imagination involuntarily drifted to his benevolence points balance. 16,500 points. At last, he had surpassed 10,000. However, this was not a moment for celebration. The pressing concern now was to devise a strategy to deal with emotion. A throbbing headache plagued him as he lamented his past decisions. Had he heeded the system's advice from the outset, he could have simply eradicated her with a mere 3,000 and fled without consequence. Yet here he stood, facing the same predicament, contemplating the necessity of eliminating this venomous woman before making his escape. Internally cursing, he begrudged his former choices but felt no regret. After all, circumstances had shifted, and he had exercised sufficient caution only to underestimate the malevolence inherent in humanity. His current objective was not only to eliminate this woman, but also to evade the pursuit of Lin Fengxian. An endless cycle of bloodshed was far from his desire. Additionally, he needed to resolve the issue concerning the silver-haired girl, ensuring that his efforts bore fruit. With this in mind, he once again accessed the worry-free lottery, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Though rarely superstitious, he found himself fervently praying to the luck of the universe, beseeching for a fortuitous item capable of vanquishing a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He invoked his thoughts and clicked on the lottery option. As the button activated, the screen flickered, and amidst Qingzhou's eager anticipation, the display gradually settled, accompanied by the familiar cold chime of notification. Ding! You have utilized a lottery chance and successfully obtained a superior celestial herb, flamegrass. What? Celestial herb? Item, flamegrass. Grade, celestial, superior. Description, emits intense flames, a quintessentially yang substance capable of dispelling all cold, used in forging artifacts and for warding off chill. The item was undoubtedly remarkable, yet it seemed of little use to him at present. Qingzhou pouted slightly. He had to concede that his recent prayers had indeed borne fruit. This flame grass surpassed the RPG he had previously drawn, as well as the grenades and firearms. No, it was vastly superior. However, its practicality was limited. Such a treasure was beyond his current capability to utilize. Nonetheless, he resolved to consider alternative strategies. With 16,000 merit points, surely that would suffice for eliminating a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. First, he would inquire further. Calling upon the system, he asked, "Foster father, are you there?" "Yes." "How many merit points are required to use the worry-free book to slay a late-stage Foundation establishment expert? Why don't you try writing it yourself to find out?" "Must you ask?" Qingzhou was momentarily speechless, tempted to retort, but ultimately refraining. He smiled and explained, "The target is not within a 30-kilometer radius, so I cannot probe." He chuckled. After all, this was the system. How could he insult it? Without its assistance, he was but a feeble individual. He could dismiss it, yet would never dare to berate it. Betraying gratitude was not in his nature. Cough, cough. Given your sincere demeanor, the system's spirit shall inform you, though I cannot provide a specific figure. Understood. A rough estimate will suffice. Utilizing the worry-free book to eliminate a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator requires between 15,000 to 30,000 merit points. In a response, Qingzhou inhaled sharply at the revelation. "So much. Indeed. All right, I comprehend now. Save a little money, Spent a lot. Had you listened to me earlier, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Aha, what a laugh. Su Qingzhou refrained from responding. What was destined could not be avoided. Even if she had killed her adversary back then, she would still face relentless pursuit from foundational cultivators. After all, according to Li San, Ningfeng had also been besieged. Ultimately, it was her own weakness and poverty that led to this situation. Only the truly powerful can remain unafraid of everything and avert unnecessary troubles. The Book of Worries directly eliminates one's opponent, an inescapable killing move. Even the price for slaying mortals is 2,000. Killing a foundational cultivator is, in truth, quite reasonable. Yet for Su Qingzhou, it remains excessively costly. The fluctuations are too great, lacking in security. I must prepare adequately for other contingencies. Chapter 46. The Woes of White. A bone-chilling cold as night fell. The rain ceased, and the winds were gentle beneath a serene sky. It was the 15th day of the month, and the moon shone exceptionally bright. After a day filled with toil, Su Qingzhou retired early, yet her slumber was restless. Just as the clock struck midnight, the sound of a gong reverberated through the air, and she faintly discerned a commotion from downstairs, her weary eyes straining to hear. "Sister, what is the matter? Do not frighten me. I am so cold. I shall fetch you a blanket." Upon hearing the disturbance, Su Qingzhou rose and made her way downstairs, only to spot Wuyo rushing from another room, clutching a blanket tightly. "Wuyo, what is happening?" "Master, I do not know. Sister said she is very cold," Wuyo replied breathlessly. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and hurried down the stairs. As her foot crossed the threshold, a chilling sensation enveloped her, the temperature plummeting as though it had descended into another realm. She looked up to find the flickering candlelight dim and wavering, as if it were on the brink of extinguishment. The white-haired child was curled in the corner of the bed, tightly wrapped in her blanket, trembling incessantly, frost forming upon her silver hair and brows. This, Su Qingzhou gasped, hastening to the bedside and reaching out to investigate. However, the white-haired girl instinctively recoiled, lowering her gaze, her voice quivering. "Do not come closer, do not touch me, or you will die. Leave quickly." "Sister, what are you saying? I told you not to come closer. Did you not hear me?" Su Qingzhou grasped Wuyo's hand, her gaze fixed on the child. The cold emanating from the white-haired girl enveloped the bed and floor in a layer of frost. The temperature continued to drop, and in mere moments, it reached the freezing point. The stark contrast in temperature caused the candles to extinguish silently. Wuyo, frightened by the scene before her, wore an expression of worry and urgency. "Master, what should we do? What has happened to sister?" A furrow appeared on Su Qingzhou's brow, uncertainty clouding her mind. She turned to Wuyo and instructed, "Wuyo, go stoke the fire." "All right, I will do so at once." With Wuyo dispatched, Su Qingzhou focused her attention on the white-haired girl. "Give me your hand." Though only a brief period had elapsed, frost had already accumulated on the girl's cheeks, rendering her face pale and ghostly. She clenched her teeth, her lips trembling. "Leave. I do not wish to harm you. This cold can be lethal." Yet Su Qingzhou replied calmly, "Have you not always wished to kill me? Now, give me your hand. Obey me. I shall exercise caution." For reasons unknown, the white-haired girl extended her hand, murmuring, "Do not blame me if you perish." Su Qingzhou grasped the delicate, snow-white hand, and at the moment of contact, an intense, bone-chilling cold surged through her. In an instant, that icy essence flowed into her core. Her body temperature plummeted rapidly, and she hastily released her grip, stumbling back several steps, her countenance darkening as she began to circulate her energy. What a formidable chill. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. How remarkable it is that such a chilling aura can emanate from a human body. In but a fleeting moment, even I, as a practitioner, nearly succumbed to this frigid force. One cannot even begin to compare the white-haired child before me, who bears a cold far exceeding my own, yet manages to retain her clarity of mind, indicating that her physical form is anything but ordinary. She raised her brow, and in her crystalline gaze, a layer of frost began to form as she spoke softly. "I warned you, it can lead to death. Take Wuyo outside. I shall be fine. Once the performance has passed, everything will be all right." As she spoke, she wrapped herself tighter, tilting her head to gaze at the luminous moon above, her body continuing to tremble uncontrollably. Upon regaining his composure, Su Qingzhou retrieved a pill and consumed it, restoring his countenance. So, this is not the first time, is it? The white-haired girl nodded in affirmation. No wonder Wuyo mentioned that when she first encountered you, you were clad in tattered garments. Su Qingzhou murmured softly. Do not let Wuyo come in. I merely need to sleep, just a brief slumber. Her voice grew fainter, gradually fading into silence. The white-haired girl succumbed to a deep sleep, yet the icy aura continued its relentless assault, frost forming beneath her feet and mist rising by the window. The temperature continued to plummet, and a layer of frost enveloped her, were it not for the faintest breath still emanating from her. Su Qingzhou might have believed she had perished. Master, the fire is ready. Little Wuyo rushed back, only to find the white-haired girl transformed into a figure of ice. Her eyes widening in horror, words caught in her throat. First, she was overwhelmed by fright. How could this happen? Then, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Sister, please do not die. She attempted to rush forward, but Su Qingzhou swiftly pulled her back, jesting that should Wuyo come into contact with the current chill, it would mean certain death. Master, let me go. I must save my sister, she cried, the anguish palpable in her voice. I cannot bear to lose her. Su Qingzhou's serious tone broke through. Your sister is fine. She will not die. Is that true? My sister isn't dead? Wuyo's eyes brimmed with hope. Rest assured, with me here, she will survive. First, you must step outside. I will save her. Little Wuyo gazed at her master, her eyes filled with fervent plea. Master, you must save my sister. Very well. Wait for me outside and be obedient. All right. Wuyo will listen. Once Wuyo had exited, Su Qingzhou closed the door and retrieved the Book of Worries. It seems this is the only way forward, though resolving this child's distress would leave him no retreat. It is the only means to uncover the source of this chilling affliction. To treat this cold, one must ascertain its root. Only by employing the Book of Worries can he delve deeper. Let me see. What is your true origin? Possessed of immense strength is one thing, but to bear such a frosty venom, do you harbor further secrets? As he spoke, his fingertips glided across the pages of the Book of Worries, and in an instant, it shimmered with light, lines of text emerging before his eyes. Su Qingzhou's pupils instantly contracted as he gazed in bewilderment at the text color on the Book of Worries. His gaze oscillated between the slumbering white-haired girl and the words within the book. The muscles in his face twitched incessantly at that moment. He had even forgotten the biting cold surrounding him. Beyond the 7 hues of worry, the existence of white worry was unfathomable. Indeed, the letters before him were white, a pure and unblemished white. Yet, Su Qingzhou distinctly recalled that the system had stated only 7 colors of worry existed within the book: blue, purple, green, yellow, black, red, and gold. There had been no mention of the white he now beheld. What could this mean? What significance lay beyond the 7 colors? Chapter 47. The white-haired girl and the ancient golden crow. The radiant white light gradually withdrew its brilliance, coalescing into lines of text. Su Qingzhou Gazette Dawat, meticulously studying each word. Name, none. Wild child. Race, demon race. Age, 12 years of transformation. Personal description. The ancient golden crow has fallen from its divine pedestal, its last essence reversing the yin and yang, reshaping into an egg, yet it has descended into the frigid expanse of the North Sea, enduring the relentless onslaught of cold for countless ages, unable to hatch. 10,000 years prior, amidst the chaotic battles of the celestial emperors of the North Sea, it inadvertently fell to the mortal realm, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, ultimately transforming into a fetus. However, due to the bone-deep chill of the North Sea, all memories of its former life have been lost, its ancestral markings erased, and the 12 beast veins severed. Thus, it has descended into the realm of mortals, unable to take form or soar through the heavens. Moreover, during each full moon, when the celestial tides of the North Sea surge, the cold poison erupts, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, suffering the torment of being hewn by blades and axes, wishing for death to relieve the agony. Concern. to take human form, living in ignorance, encountering Su Wuyo, thus bearing the burden of how to uphold promises while refraining from harming Mr. Wuyo. Note, the white concern is an unresolved anxiety, one that cannot be deciphered, only investigated. Su Qingzhou examined the text word by word, his expression shifting with the ebb and flow of emotions. A flicker of astonishment brushing through his deep-set gaze. Prior to this, he had speculated about the origins of the white-haired girl. Yet he could never have imagined that this child was, in fact, transformed from the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. The severance of the 12 beast veins and her descent into the realm of mortals still yielded such formidable vitality. She was indeed deserving of her lineage as an ancient divine beast. He murmured softly to himself, marveling silently. What astonished him most, however, was not the girl's origins, nor her inner turmoil, but rather the fact that this concern was beyond his comprehension. Having traversed into this realm for over 100 days, he had encountered myriad worries. Yet this situation was unprecedented. It appeared to be in stark contrast to the system's introduction. Calming the astonishment within, he hastily reached out to communicate with the system. Adoptive father, what is the meaning of this? Why can I not resolve this concern? In response to Su Qingzhou's inquiry, the system's sprite quickly replied, because the worry resolution system only serves to alleviate the concerns of females. The system's voice was steady and devoid of fluctuation, yet Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, questioning. What do you mean? Is not a member of the demon race considered female? Naturally they are. Then why can she not be resolved? Could it be? Su Qingzhou's voice faltered slightly, his pupils widening, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the white-haired girl on the bed. Exuding an aura of coldness, he spoke in a low tone. Is she a boy? As soon as the question escaped his lips, before the worry resolution book could respond, Su Qingzhou shook his head. The light in his eyes shifting and intertwining, lost in his own thoughts. No. If she were male, how could the book of worries possibly condense into characters? How could I possibly comprehend her past life? The Golden Crow, an ancient supreme divine beast, is androgynous by nature, transcending the boundaries of gender. Although it has taken on a human form due to the chilling influence of the North Sea's extreme cold, resulting in damage to its essence and extinguishing its fiery spirit, it has manifested as a female form because the yin within has overwhelmed the yang. Such a being can be investigated by the Book of Worries, yet cannot be relieved of its burdens by it. This explanation, I trust, is clear to you. The system's spirit elaborated with great detail, and Su Qingzhou, not one to be easily fooled, understood well. The androgynous nature, thus ascertainably investigable yet unhealable, sounded entirely reasonable. Cold is yin, fire is yang. Hence, the male represents yang, while the female embodies yin, which too is quite logical. Nevertheless, the illustrious Golden Crow, the epitome of yang, has succumbed to a chilling affliction. Such a notion seems rather absurd. However, matters of the world are seldom straightforward. With the existence of traversing in systems, what is truly impossible? His gaze fell once more upon the white-haired little girl, the cold emanating from her unwaveringly relentless. The once lively child had now transformed into a frozen statue. The ground and paper windows crystallizing into delicate ice flowers. Even he, amidst this chilling atmosphere, found frost clinging to his lashes and hair. The severity of the cold was the most intense Su Qingzhou had ever encountered in his life. Though you profess your desire to slay me, your true concern lies in wishing for my survival. Your heart is not malevolent, but merely entwined with the wrong individuals and circumstances. You ought not to behave this way. He conversed with himself inwardly, feeling a deep sorrow. Humans are not mere plants, who could be devoid of feelings. The white-haired little girl, though transformed from the Golden Crow demon beast, still possesses a heart rooted in the mortal realm, even as she declares her intent to kill Su Qingzhou. The bond they have forged through their time together has grown profound, making it impossible to simply act upon such threats. Su Qingzhou had once remarked that a child is always a blank slate, and how that slate is inscribed depends entirely on the pen wielding it. At 12 years of age, her intellect, alongside Mo Shunga, still exhibits such innate goodness, proving that this child is not wicked, whether considering her true nature or her background. He felt compelled to intervene and guide her toward the right path. Nurturing her alongside Wuyo would be a wise course of action, both emotionally and rationally. With a resolute gaze, he made up his mind and inquired of the system spirit if she cannot be relieved of her worries. Is there a method to dispel this chilling affliction? It can be resolved. Seek out the 12 most extreme fires, supreme in yang, rigidity, ferocity, purity, and extremity, to consume and reconstruct the 12 beast veins, thereby reigniting the essence of the golden crow and rekindling its fire seed, which will expel the cold toxin. Where shall I search for such? I do not know. Can it be purchased? It can be. However, you cannot afford it, and in the forgetful goods store, only one can be acquired, priced at 1 million benevolence points. Su Qingzhou's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the frost upon his eyelids flaked away slightly. 1 million. This figure is utterly fantastical for his current self. Should one wish to purchase it, it is a mere pipe dream. Moreover, there exists but a singular option, and even with ample wealth, one can procure naught but this. Is there truly no alternative? He, still unwilling to concede, posed the query once more. What resides within her is the chilling essence of the 9 cold ice from the depths of Biming, which, save for the rebirth of the golden crow's essence, cannot be dispelled. Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou ceased his inquiries, shaking his head in resignation, softly murmuring, "Are we truly fated to be apart? Though it cannot be unraveled, there are other means to suppress it." "What do you mean?" Su Qingzhou asked with a glint of curiosity. Although her beast lineage has been severed and her fiery essence extinguished, the blood of the golden crow still courses through her veins. Otherwise, the chilling poison, which manifests once a month, would have surely claimed her life long ago. Did you not acquire a celestial herb today? Simply refine and consume it, for the rich fire essence of the flame herb can suppress the poison within her for 3 years without recurrence. However, let it be clear, it can only suppress, not eradicate. The flame herb is of considerable value, capable of forging divine weapons. Whether to utilize it is your decision alone. 3 years? A single celestial herb can indeed suppress the affliction for 3 years. Is it worth it? He hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze darkened, and he patted his waist, causing a vibrant red herb to levitate in his palm, illuminating the surroundings with an extraordinary brilliance. The cold retreated, and the frost dissipated. Su Qingzhou gazed intently at the herb in his hand, speaking softly. For the sake of tranquility, and for the future, it is merely a celestial herb. One must do good deeds without questioning the outcome. This girl I Su shall save. Chapter 48. The Master of Cloud and Cavern Su Qingzhou remained firmly entrenched in the realm of the mortal, his body merely a vessel for physical refinement. And thus he was incapable of commanding the ethereal energies. It was even more implausible for him to refine the flame grass before him. As he extracted the flame grass, the surrounding chill retreated like a timid mouse fleeing from a cat. When the radiant light enveloped Su Qingzhou, a warmth blossomed within his heart. The cold diminished, yet his worries only deepened. Furrowing his brow, his gaze flickered between the silver-haired girl and the flame grass, leaving him momentarily perplexed. How shall I refine this grass? Am I to seek out a being of innate prowess? But where shall I find one at this late hour? He murmured to himself softly. No need for concern. The golden crow is the sovereign of the sun. Simply place the flame grass upon her, and she shall absorb it without your intervention, a voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. So that is the way of it. I am grateful to my adoptive father. Noticing the weakening breath of the silver-haired girl, Su Qingzhou knew he could not afford to delay. He promptly placed the flame grass before her, as instructed. What followed was a scene of extraordinary wonder. The flame grass, as if guided by an unseen force, began to levitate gently, drifting toward the girl's brow. Subsequently, the icy patterns etched upon her forehead cracked open, and the pulsating essence of her blood coalesced into delicate threads that entwined around the flame grass. The absorption commenced. Su Qingzhou stroked his chin, his eyes alight with a myriad of emotions. It was indeed miraculous. Her body could autonomously absorb the essence of the flame grass. This process was both enchanting and gradual. Su Qingzhou remained transfixed, observing the unfolding transformation. The aura of the flame grass diminished, its radiance dimming, while the girl's vitality surged, the temperature rising as the frost receded. The interplay of increase and decrease shifted the balance in silence. Time became an abstract concept as Su Qingzhou instinctively furrowed his brow and turned his gaze behind him. Something felt amiss. He realized he hadn't heard the footsteps of Xiao Wuyo for quite some time. The world around him had grown eerily quiet. Su Qingzhou understood all too well that such stillness was not the norm. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and took a deep breath, utilizing the system to extend his consciousness and probe the surroundings. After a moment, he opened his eyes abruptly. Indeed, they had returned. With a swift motion, he drew a common azure sword from his waist, and with a surge of energy, he propelled himself forward like a gust of wind. The wooden door ahead burst open with a resounding crash. With a whoosh, the sword's shadow and blade light collided as Su Qingzhou materialized within the grand hall of the Wanyu Pavilion. The sword struck down, yet it was met by an invisible barrier of wind, resulting in a thunderous resonance that sent ripples of air cascading outward, rustling pages of books and stirring the embers of the fire. Su Qingzhou gripped his sword tightly, lowering his brow as he beheld the elderly figure seated at the head of his former desk, a man of 50 winters. The depths of his gaze revealed both apprehension and astonishment. With a weighty aura, it seemed that Master Wang Yu had mastered the art of swift blades. His languid voice, tinged with a sense of melancholy, subtle gloom, and a dash of irony, resonated in the air, reaching Su Qingzhou's ears. Su Qingzhou turned his gaze to the slumbering Xiao Wuyo sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowing ever deeper. His eyes swept over the elderly figure before him. Silver hair, gray beard, sunken cheeks, harmonious features, all draped in a flowing azure scholar's robe. In terms of attire, it was unremarkable, but in countenance, aside from the profound depths of his eyes, he bore no distinction from an ordinary old man. Yet, the aura he exuded set him apart from the common folk, unmistakably signifying his extraordinary nature. Particularly after Su Qingzhou had unleashed a sword strike, his perception of this elderly man had shifted drastically. A full-powered strike could effortlessly slay someone at the third stage of innate strength. Yet against this man, his sword could not sever. Surrounded by a 3-foot barrier of true energy, ordinary weapons could not inflict harm. The man's realm was clearly at least above the innate level, a solid foundation cultivator. Su Qingzhou understood well the implications of such prowess. Such impressive skills, senior. When did you arrive? I had no inkling. He retorted coldly. The old man smiled serenely, stroking his beard with one hand, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Su Qingzhou before speaking again. Concealing one's movements and traversing the night are merely trifling techniques, hardly worthy of note. Su Qingzhou was not inclined to waste words on this individual. He cast another glance at Xiao Wuyo and urgently inquired, "What have you done to her? It seems this child holds great significance for you." Su Qingzhou's grip on his sword tightened, the blade thrusting forward slightly. "Answer me. What have you done to her?" The old man, witnessing this display, felt his smile falter momentarily, yet quickly returned to normal. His gaze shifted from Su Qingzhou to the unconscious Xiao Wuyo on the ground. He spoke slowly. "I have done nothing, merely let the young girl fall asleep." He then turned his attention back to Su Qingzhou, continuing, "I imagine you would not want her witnessing what is to transpire next." Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou's brow gradually relaxed, retracting the sword slightly and stepping back, exchanging a silent stare with the old man. Though the elder seemed to bear ill intentions, he remained courteous, and Su Qingzhou too maintained his composure. Lowering his sword, a hint of serenity graced his lips as he offered a smile. "I never expected that you, Master Dong Yun, would be a man of principles." Despite Su Qingzhou's keen deduction of his identity, Master Dong Yun exhibited no reaction, maintaining a benevolent demeanor and a playful tone. In the realm of martial affairs, family should remain untouched by calamity. Though I am a scholar of the mountains, my descent this time pertains to matters of the martial world necessitating adherence to its customs. Martial affairs? Qingzhou shook his head with a low chuckle. Indeed, it was a matter of the martial world, a grim business of killing, a clandestine affair. The old man merely seeks to fulfill a promise made long ago. A promise rooted in the mundane affairs of this world, which, of course, includes the act of taking a life. From what I gather from your words, esteemed elder, this conflict is destined to unfold today. The venerable Dong Yun waved his hand, his voluminous sleeves stirring the air around him, as his aged voice resonated within the confines of this humble, worry-free pavilion. No, it is not merely a matter of necessity. Rather, it is you, old man, who leaves me no choice but to kill. His words were few yet imbued with an undeniable certainty, radiating an unending chill. This was not a casual conversation. It felt more akin to the pronouncement of an inevitable outcome. Qingzhou felt a flicker of emotion within, recognizing that the elder's confidence stemmed from his formidable prowess, late-stage foundation establishment, in contrast to the first layer of acquired realm. Anyone in his position would possess such confidence. Lacking it would indeed be abnormal. Nevertheless, he bore no fear. Though this man was a stranger, his appearance was anticipated. He gently licked his lips, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes, and calmly inquired, "Will this matter of the martial world be resolved here, esteemed elder, or shall we seek another venue?" Chapter 49. Equanimity. The countenance of the Taoist master Dong Yun momentarily faltered as he regarded Qingzhou, his gaze shifting in the flickering candlelight, weaving intricate patterns of emotion. For an ordinary person, the knowledge of impending death would evoke fear, dread, and trepidation. They might flee in terror or plead for mercy. Clearly, Qingzhou did not belong to either category. His composure stirred something within the master, while the confidence gleaming in the youth's eyes left him perplexed. An unsettling worry crept into his heart. Did Su possess a hidden trump card unknown to him? Yet, as he extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings, he detected no formidable opponents lurking in the shadows. The child within the room, though her breath had steadied somewhat, would not be in a position to act before dawn. Thus, he could not fathom the source of Qingzhou's self-assurance. The distinction between the late stage of foundation establishment and the first layer of acquired realm was monumental. Or perhaps he was merely deceiving himself. Regardless, he had initially intended to share a few cups of wine with his young friend, delving into the profound principles within the texts. Given the urgency exhibited by the youth, the elder, fearing that prolonged night might lead to unforeseen dreams, resolved to delay no further. He spoke in a manner that was baffling yet courteous, maintaining the demeanor of a scholar despite being a cultivator of celestial arts. Even in the act of killing, the ingrained essence of a scholar could not be concealed. Thus, the elder seemed poised to take my life here. Master Dong Yun slowly rose from behind the desk, his hand inadvertently brushing over the cover of a book resting upon the table. Standing upright, he adjusted his scholarly robe and, with one hand behind him and the other before him, began to scan the surrounding shelves of books. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Let us change locations. These books should not be stained with blood." In a brief utterance, he gracefully strode forth, his steps light as the wind, gliding past Qingzhou and moving towards the entrance of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Qingzhou's brow twitched, his gaze sweeping across the books with a hint of bewilderment. He pondered silently. Was it merely that he wished to spare these books from becoming tainted? Such peculiarities left him speechless and intrigued. Indeed, what an eccentric individual. Who would have thought that the Taoist Master Dong Yun, a practitioner of the mystical arts, harbored such an obsession with books? Were it not for the fate that dictated one of them must perish, Qingzhou would truly have wished to sit down with this elder, share a few drinks, and listen to the tales of his life intertwined with those of his books. Retracting his gaze, a tinge of sorrow graced his lips as he waved his fingers, conjuring a blanket into his grasp. He approached Wu Yu's side, gently crouching to lift her and carefully placing her upon the couch, draping the blanket over her with tenderness. Gazing at Wu Yu's serene face in slumber, he tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair from her forehead and adjusted the blanket around her. With a gentle smile, he whispered, "Sleep well. Master shall return shortly." This scene did not escape the notice of Master Zhang Yun, whose graying brows knitted with complexity as he contemplated the unfolding events. Having completed his actions, Su Qingzhou sheathed his sword, adjusted his embroidered robe, and stepped out of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, resolutely following Master Zhang Yan. The two walked side by side, guided by the gentle moonlight, venturing down the narrow alley towards the outskirts of the city. The killer and the victim. It should have been a fateful encounter steeped in bloodshed. Yet, Su Qingzhou and the esteemed Jian Yunzhen were an exception. Not only did they walk together, but they also treated each other with the utmost respect, with smiles gracing their faces and an air of tranquility. Their conversation resembled that of long-lost friends reuniting to share their innermost thoughts, or perhaps two kindred spirits joyfully engaging in discourse. Anyone observing would never suspect that their nocturnal excursion was not for moon-gazing, but rather a matter of life and death. The elder had been present for 2 days, often noting how the young friend diligently immersed himself in his studies. "I wonder if you have aspirations for scholarly achievement?" Jian Yunzhen inquired, slowing his pace. A flicker of curiosity crossed Su Qingzhou's eyes, yet he chose not to respond directly, instead posing a question of his own. "Since you have been here for 2 days, why have you only shown yourself today?" A slight smile played on Jian Yunzhen's lips, though his gaze fell contemplatively. "It is rather embarrassing. The child had not yet manifested the cold poison, and I lack the assurance to strike you down." Su Qingzhou was somewhat taken aback, realizing even a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage would be wary of a girl with white hair. However, the implication in the elder's words was unmistakable. He was aware that the cold poison would soon be unleashed, and he was indeed cautious. It seemed that now, he was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate Su Qingzhou. "Your temperament is truly commendable, elder. With such prowess, your caution is remarkable," Su Qingzhou remarked. Jian Yunzhen tilted his gaze towards the heavens, the bright moon illuminating his vision, its light flowing like a river. Beyond the sky, there are more heavens. Beyond humanity, there are greater beings. In the realm of cultivation, the strong are like clouds. I remain merely a frail being at the late foundation establishment stage. To the mundane, I am referred to as an immortal. Yet in the eyes of the truly powerful, I am but an insignificant insect. Thus, I must tread carefully. As a cultivator, you surely understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, akin to walking on thin ice. You should refrain from provoking that little girl, Imo. Su Qingzhou pressed his lips together, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. Indeed, I did not anticipate that the tale of Dongguo would unfold in my own life. Upon hearing Su Qingzhou's words, a glimmer sparked in Jian Yunzhen's eyes as he turned to Su Qingzhou with curiosity. "What tale of Dongguo? I have never heard of it. Just a story I read," Su Qingzhou replied lightly, though internally he mused that if the tales of this world were known to him, it would indeed be a marvel. Jian Yunzhen paused, instinctively inching closer to Su Qingzhou, his eyes alight with eagerness for knowledge. "Might you share it with me?" Su Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then, with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, asked, "Do you wish to hear it?" "I do wish to hear." "Very well. Since you desire to listen, I shall recount the tale. Once upon a time, there was a man named Dongguo, and one day, his captivating voice resonated under the moonlight, weaving a vivid tapestry of the story. Su Qingzhou, adept at storytelling, brought the narrative to life, and Jian Yunzhen listened with rapt attention. The tale spoke of Dongguo and the wolf, yet it also mirrored the unfolding saga of Su Qingzhou and Imo. Su Qingzhou is undoubtedly that gentleman, while Imo embodies the ferocity of a wolf. The tales recounted evoke a sense of righteous indignation. Though the narrative is simple, it conceals profound truths, tinged with a sense of regret. Once Su Qingzhou concluded his story, the esteemed Jian Yunzhen found himself yearning for more. Lamenting the brevity of the tale, feeling unsatisfied, with a sigh, he expressed, "What a pity indeed. My young friend has been wronged. Yet this world seldom adheres to reason, and complaints are futile." The elder speaks wisely. One learns from adversity, and that is not entirely a misfortune. Jian Yunzhen, however, shook his head, expressing a tinge of sorrow as he remarked, "Yet, since I have arrived, you shall have no future." "Alas, Chapter 50. The inevitable death and its burial place. Su Qingzhou remained silent, for this topic held no significance. Any further probing would only shatter the tranquility of their journey. Dong Yinjinren sought his life due to a prior promise, a duty entrusted to him, and thus the act of killing was unavoidable. Conversely, he too desired the demise of Dong Yinjinren, for only with his death could he, unscathed, infiltrate Linfeng City and eliminate Imo Xinga, which was equally a necessity. Despite their mutual respect, mercy was an impossibility, an established truth. Noticing Su Qingzhou's lack of response and merely a faint smile, Dong Yinjinren, being perceptive, set aside his sentimental musings and returned to the matter at hand. Very well, let's not dwell on this. My young friend has yet to answer my question. What question? There are those who read to comprehend the Tao, like myself. Others seek knowledge like the masses, and some pursue fame through scholarly success. Akin to the officials in the court, I have observed during my few days here that you read voraciously historical texts, extraordinary writings, canonical works, military treatises, medical books. His gaze fell upon Su Qingzhou. He continued, if we speak of comprehension, you do not seem obsessed with reading. If it is knowledge you seek, the people of Qingzhou City proclaim that Mr. Wang Yu has no equal in understanding. Yet, if it is fame you desire, it appears you have little interest in the intrigues of officialdom. Thus, I'm most curious, what is your purpose in reading? After this lengthy discourse, Su Qingzhou could only listen, gazing helplessly at the old man. This individual certainly harbored a profound obsession with literature. Nevertheless, his conclusions were astute. Humanity tirelessly dedicates itself to reading primarily in pursuit of those three objectives. He himself belonged to the second category, seeking knowledge. What the old man asserted was indeed correct. To the world, he was perceived as omniscient and capable. If he wished to enter the ranks of officials, there were indeed straightforward methods. Thus, what value did his studies hold? Contemplating deeply, he feigned solemnity and declared, I read to cultivate my heart. To cultivate the heart. Su Qingzhou smiled faintly, responding cheerfully, indeed. To cultivate the heart. How delightful it is to read poetry in leisure. And how splendid the scenery when rain falls before my door. I seek not to become a worldly scholar like my predecessors. My reading, initially a mere pastime, gradually evolved into a habit, hence the cultivation of my heart. Now accustomed to it, a day without reading leaves my thoughts barren, and a month without reading dulls my senses. Thus, I read daily. The more I read, the more eclectic my choice of books becomes. As long as it is a book, I shall peruse it. Whether I comprehend it or not is of no concern to me. As the saying goes, I read whichever page the wind blows to. If I do not understand a page, I simply tear it out. Su Qingzhou spoke with earnest absurdity, causing Dong Yinjinren momentarily to lose his focus, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Dong Yinjinren read to grasp the profound principles within the texts, as he had previously mentioned regarding comprehension. Su Qingzhou's words flowed like a clear stream, resonating deeply within him, evoking profound reflections. He did not deny Su Qingzhou's sentiments, for they reflected both the essence of Su Qingzhou and his own. He may have spoken of comprehension, yet the understanding of the Tao within the text was no simple task. If it were so, how could he remain merely at the foundational stage of cultivation? To him, reading was akin to a spiritual cultivation. Much like for Su Qingzhou, it had become a habitual practice. The distinction lay in his resolve to comprehend every book he opened. Should he find himself perplexed, he would delve into it repeatedly, forsaking sleep and sustenance. Thus, he often found himself troubled and anxious. Su Qingzhou's words unveiled his true self, resonating as if they were meant solely for him. Particularly the phrase, read the page the wind blows to, tear out the page you do not understand, struck him like a revelation, illuminating his mind. Gazing at Su Qingzhou, this young man before him, he halted, performing a gesture of respect typical among scholars. To hear your insights is worth more than a decade of study. You truly embody the title of master, and I am humbled to learn from you. Among intellectuals, the most compelling means of persuasion was rarely through violence, but rather through eloquence. The esteemed Don Yunjinren found himself captivated by a casual remark from Su Qingzhou, and the young friend's title had elevated to that of a master. His eyes reflected a deeper emotion, respect, if one were to examine closely. Su Qingzhou, though somewhat bewildered, quickly returned the gesture. "You flatter me, esteemed senior." Yet, upon regaining his composure, he felt an inexplicable exhilaration. The sensation of feigning superiority in the presence of a sage was indescribably delightful, especially since he had managed to impress the other. It was far more gratifying than vanquishing him. The two continued their journey, traversing narrow alleys, crossing broad streets, and exiting the city to arrive at a serene riverside. It was midsummer, the river shimmering under the moonlight, with lush greenery flanking its banks. The treetops were adorned with leaves, at their most vibrant and dense. Suddenly, Su Qingzhou came to a halt, saying, "Esteemed senior, let's rest here." Dong Yun Jinren likewise paused, his profound gaze surveying the surroundings. Earlier, during their journey, he had mentioned a strong affinity with Su Qingzhou and sought to express gratitude for the wisdom shared. He had intended to choose a sacred spot for his own demise and burial. Thus, Su Qingzhou's words were laden with meaning. He wished to die and be interred here. Dong Yunjinren held no objections, yet out of respect for Su Qingzhou, he desired to assess the feng shui of the chosen site. However, the slight furrow in his brow revealed his dissatisfaction with the location. "Are you certain you wish to be buried here?" Su Qingzhou shifted his gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, towards a large tree by the riverbank, smiling as he inquired, "Do you recognize that tree, esteemed senior?" Upon hearing this, Dong Yunjinren followed his gaze. Having lived nearly a century in the mountains, he was indeed familiar with the tree. "It is a plum tree," he replied, adding, "Is there some significance to this plum tree?" Su Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps forward. "There is an old saying from my hometown: peach trees nurture life, apricot trees bring harm, and beneath the plum tree, the dead lie buried." Dong Yunjinren's eyes brightened further at this revelation. "This is indeed the first time I have heard such a thing. It seems that the place from which you hail is truly extraordinary. If given a chance, I would certainly wish to visit." Yet, Su Qingzhou shook his head with a gentle smile, remarking that "you cannot go, nor can I return." The hint of melancholy in his eyes did not escape the keen observation of the esteemed Taoist Master Dong Yun, and with the full moon illuminating the night, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. He pondered that this Mr. Wang, you must be aware of his impending demise and his inability to return, which explains his sorrow. A pang of regret welled up within him, yet he knew he must ultimately take the man's life. However, before doing so, perhaps he could offer some semblance of solace. "Very well then, I shall honor the gentleman's wish and lay him to rest beneath that plum tree. He may depart in peace. For I understand he holds great affection for that young girl. After his passing, I shall assume the responsibility of caring for her," thus allowing him to leave with a lighter heart. Su Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at him, compelled to admit that this old fellow had a commendable sense of propriety. Indeed, he was not entirely a villain. Had he not spoken these words, Su would have felt no remorse in ending his life. But now, having expressed such sentiments, he believed his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. With a sigh, he no longer chose to be subtle. "Indeed, senior, you are truly a good person, and it is not in vain that I selected this picturesque spot for you." Master Dong Yun also paused, inquiring, "What does the gentleman mean?" Chapter 51. Confrontation under the moon. Su Qingzhou suddenly turned, raising his right hand to point toward the mountains, the waters, and the trees. The mountains were serene, the waters exquisite, and beneath the trees, this was not a selection made for himself, but rather for his esteemed predecessors. A gesture of humility and courtesy that required no thanks. His voice was steady, yet tinged with an undercurrent of menace, the light in his eyes revealing an unprecedented confidence and composure. In that moment, it left the esteemed Jian Yunjinren somewhat bewildered, as he gazed upon the scholar bathed in moonlight. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he truly sensed the presence of death, an all too familiar specter. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Ah, my dear sir, how could you possibly slay me? Without a trial, how would one know?" Very well. If that is the case, let us conclude this matter here. I shall escort you on your final journey, accompanied by the bright moon and gentle breeze. Pray draw your sword. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The once amiable evening breeze turned sharp, the moonlight grew cold, and the tranquil waters became profound. The energies of both individuals transformed, harmonizing seamlessly with the surrounding world. Qingzhou tapped his waist, and the sword he had claimed in a previous encounter fell to his knees, its blade reflecting a cold glint in the moonlight. It appears I have offended. Jianyun also relinquished his earlier geniality, his gaunt cheeks now expressionless, his eyes clouded as if shrouded in dust. In his hand appeared a ruler, and as he grasped it, adorned in a scholarly robe, he resembled not a cultivator, but rather a venerable teacher. Kulme, if we are to fight, then let it commence. Such is the way of the martial world. Qingzhou unsheathed his sword, executing a strike as smooth as the falling of wild geese upon still waters. Jianyun countered with a foot-long barrier. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Too slow. Let us see how you fare against this strike. Qingzhou pivoted, drawing his sword once more for another slash. His swordplay resembled the deep autumn leaves. As the wind swept through, causing them to fall, the wind rose, a mournful wail accompanying the swift movement. The blade flashed beneath the moonlight, vanishing in an instant. How swift! Jianyun furrowed his brow, noticing Qingzhou's afterimage approaching. He gathered his energy and positioned the ruler horizontally. The clash of blade against ruler produced a clear metallic ring. Clang! Sparks flew. Feeling a tingling sensation in his arm, Jianyun was taken aback, his expression growing grave. No wonder the gentleman faced him with such confidence. This sword technique was indeed formidable. He had to concede that Qingzhou's strike was powerful, had he not been prepared. He could very well have been harmed. Yet, that was merely a possibility. The reality remained that Qingzhou had no chance of victory. I possess not only formidable sword techniques, but also impressive fist techniques. Qingzhou declared proudly, his gaze fierce as his left hand formed a fist and struck with force. The first move of the crumbling mountain fist, summoning the mountain. The iron fist descended like molten gold, landing solidly upon Jianyun, unexpectedly forcing him back several steps. Quite the strength. But that is not the end. Qingzhou flicked his sleeve, directing the black barrel towards Jianyun. Before the wind had ceased and the dust had settled, a series of resounding blasts erupted. Bang! 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 As the esteemed Master Jianyun sensed 3 concealed projectiles hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, illuminating the air with their fiery trails, a wave of alarm surged within him. What manner of weapon was this? Although he had never encountered such a thing before, he dared not underestimate it, and swiftly gathered his true essence for defense. Drawing upon the wisdom found within the texts, he conjured a protective wind barrier that enveloped him completely, halting the bullets mere feet before him. Impressive technique. Yet this is still insufficient. The scene before Qingzhou elicited no surprise. It would be an affront to the art of cultivation if a foundational practitioner could be felled by a mere pistol. Let's see how you fare against this. He produced a talisman and chanted an incantation under his breath. With a sweeping gesture, the talisman surged forth, cloaked in a shimmering aura. The Void Escape Talisman. Surely, you cannot counter this. True to its name, this talisman allowed one to slip into the void and reappear at a designated location, rendering any defensive spells impotent. The mere sight of Qingzhou brandishing the talisman stirred something within Master Jianyun, but the fact that it was a Void Escape Talisman sent his heart racing. While he had not possessed one himself, he had heard tales of its rarity and exorbitant value, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Yet here stood Qingzhou, an enigma already possessing such a treasure. What struck him most was that while others used the talisman for flight and preservation of life, he had never witnessed someone employing it to breach a formation. This revelation deepened his wariness towards Qingzhou, though he did not dwell on it long. As he watched the talisman vanish and reappear above his forehead, confusion clouded his mind. He could not fathom the purpose behind this. While the Void Escape Talisman was indeed precious, it was primarily a means of escape, lacking any offensive capability. In that moment, he speculated that Su Qingzhou must have been rendered foolish by fear, misapplying the talisman. Yet Su Qingzhou remained locked onto him, and as the talisman ruptured the wind barrier, a sinister smile crept across his lips. 3, 2, 1. Boom! With the utterance of his words, the talisman erupted in a blaze of crimson light. Master Jianyun's pupils contracted in alarm, a sense of foreboding washing over him. No, this is a trick. Panic surged through him, but it was far too late. With a resounding explosion, flames burst forth, and the grenade encased within the talisman detonated, releasing its pent-up fury and sending Master Jianyun hurtling through the air. At such close range, the grenade's blast proved devastating. Within the wind barrier, stripped of his true essence's protection, Master Jianyun, despite being in the late stages of Foundation establishment, was still flung backward. Shrapnel lacerated his face, leaving it a gruesome mess, and the scholar's robes he wore were violently torn asunder by the shockwave. A pungent odor of burnt flesh filled the air as Master Jianyun found himself in a state of utter disarray. With a cry of anguish, he plummeted to the ground, regaining his footing while cursing under his breath. Curse be it! What precisely is this phenomenon? Having suffered such a grievous loss, he found himself in a most disheveled state. Yet, he scarcely had time to ponder, let alone assess his own injuries. For Su Qingzhou had already surged forth from the blossoming flames. As the adage goes, seize the moment when one is vulnerable, if not now, then when. With one hand wielding a sword and the other delivering a punch, he launched a simultaneous assault. Predecessor, grant me your life. He gritted his teeth, his charred visage betraying an innate ferocity within his eyes. To attempt to slay me is a fanciful notion. I shall now take this matter seriously. Enlightenment from the pages. Unleash the fury. Attack. Chapter 52. All means exhausted. A stone from the sky, the esteemed Master Jianyun no longer held back, unleashing the full might of his late Foundation establishment stage. His profound, true essence surged forth like a torrential river, cascading down mercilessly as it descended upon Su Qingzhou the moment he drew near. In an instant, Su's offensive was completely neutralized. A flicker of concern shadowed Su's brow. How formidable! The force of the crumbling mountain fist dissipated, the sword intent shattered. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Su sought to retreat, but just then, Jianyun's blood-stained, withered hand lunged towards him, accompanied by a maelstrom of rampant fury. Clenching his teeth in desperation, Su understood that the opponent's speed was too overwhelming to evade, forcing him to guard his chest with the Qingfeng sword. With a resounding thud, Jianyun's 5 fingers struck the blade with unyielding force. The sheer intensity of the impact caused the Qingfeng sword to splinter into countless shards that scattered around. Su Qingzhou was sent hurtling through the air, akin to an arrow released from its bow, propelled by a fierce wind, until he crashed down 100 meters away. In a mere exchange, Su had been utterly defeated. As he landed amidst the verdant wilderness, a trail of mud marked his descent, burying unfortunate flora beneath the churned earth. The wind stilled, the smoke dispersed. Moonlight once more bathed the scene, where amidst the ruins, Jianyun, despite his disheveled state, steadied himself in the air, his hunched form gradually ascending several meters above the ground before finally pausing. His gray-white hair hung wildly, and the tattered scholar's robe draped languidly, swaying in the night breeze. Though blood still dripped from his fingertips and the edges of his garments, his breath remained remarkably steady. Squinting, he focused his gaze on the end of the ravine before him. There, a figure clad in white was also slowly rising, swaying unsteadily, in a state not unlike his own. Su Qingzhou stood up, but a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, staining his pristine robe crimson, mingling with the earthy yellow and transforming the once immaculate white into a novel shade. He too was somewhat disheveled. His garments had been torn by the earlier force, and his hair fell haphazardly. Yet in contrast to Jianyun's disarray, which darkened his countenance, Su's pallor only intensified. A singular condition, yet 2 distinct visages, leading to a starkly different outcome. Ah, my dear sir, you have truly taken me by surprise. I cannot recall the last time I was wounded. Today, I nearly fell at your hands. Jaeyun's voice resonated once more, albeit this time laced with a hint of aggression and emotion, diverging from his previous gentle demeanor. Su Qingzhou wiped his mouth with his sleeve, managing a strained smile. It is my first injury since arriving in Tianquan. I did not expect such ferocity from one at the Foundation establishment stage. Huh, your sword lies shattered, ensuring that you cannot kill me. Before your demise, do you have any final words? Su remained unconvinced. Who says I cannot kill you? Do you possess a hidden card? Indeed, this time I shall surely slay you. I am indeed curious to witness how, at this juncture, you intend to bring about my demise. In their exchange, the venerable Master Jianyun had already begun to channel his true essence, preparing to unleash his mightiest strike to utterly obliterate Su Qingzhou. He harbored no desire to hold back nor prolong the encounter, for Su Qingzhou was an extraordinary figure. He feared that further delay might provoke unforeseen complications. A newfound seriousness flickered in Su Qingzhou's eyes, and the Book of Solace, unbeknownst to him, had emerged, levitating before him. Although I am but a novice in my acquaintance with you, esteemed elder, I am aware of your fondness for literature. If you were to meet your end within the pages of a book, I presume it would bring you great delight. Su Qingzhou's enigmatic utterance eluded Master Jianyun's comprehension, yet he discerned that the aura emanating from the book was far from mundane. Nevertheless, this revelation held little significance for him, as he was convinced that Su Qingzhou could not possibly overcome him. His fate was already sealed. This is my self-created ultimate technique, my most formidable blow. To perish beneath, it would not be unjust for you, esteemed sir. Come forth. Today let blood serve as ink and my fingers as the quill, inscribing a single character. May you ascend to the heavens. As he spoke, Master Jianyun amassed his energy, while Su Qingzhou's fingertips raced across the pages of the Book of Solace, inscribing the character. In an instant, the Book of Solace blazed with crimson radiance, and a voice echoed in Su Qingzhou's ears. Detected the host's request to summon heavenly fire. This summoning requires the expenditure of 20,000 virtue points to eliminate the target. Due to the opponent's severe injuries, an additional 15,000 virtue points are still required. Please confirm. From the moment Master Jianyun appeared, Su Qingzhou had learned from the system that his virtue points were insufficient to eliminate the adversary. However, the system provided a solution. Inflicting significant damage could offset some of the virtue points. Thus, he devised a plan from the outset. Initially, he had intended to rely on his own abilities, supplemented by modern weaponry, to attempt to slay him and conserve virtue points. Yet, judging by the power of the previous strike, even deploying an RPG might not suffice to vanquish this old man. Hence, he resolved to endure the loss and eliminate him swiftly. Farewell, esteemed sir. As he observed Master Jianyun charging towards him, he hesitated not a moment, poised to confirm the action. However, at that very instant, he beheld a colossal shadow racing through the winds towards him. What is that? It was an enormous boulder, and its target was none other than the airborne Master Jianyun. A falling rock from the heavens? Su Qingzhou's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and before he could ascertain the situation, he witnessed Master Jianyun being forcefully struck away by the massive stone. Not far off, a familiar presence surged forth. Get out of the way, let me handle this. Dazed, he turned to see a shadow dart past him, the wind howling chillingly. He soon beheld the figure charging towards Master Jianyun. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth. How is it possible? You awaken so soon. Old fool, dare to kill those I wish to slay, and I shall be the one to end you first. How infuriating! Do you truly believe I fear you? Seek your demise. The cacophony of curses reverberated through the night sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Su Qingzhou stood dazed, his eyes wide in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. It was a blur, swift as the wind, a roar, thunderous as the storm, a force that shook the very mountains and rivers. This was a cinematic spectacle, an action film where special effects reached their zenith. Yet, it was also a gruesome slaughter, a senseless massacre. Two words flashed through Su Qingzhou's mind. One was ferocious, the other tragic. The ferocity belonged to the flowing silver hair, while the tragedy lay in the aged white locks. The wind that swept across his face was almost painful, akin to his disassembled body, prompting Su Qingzhou to instinctively swallow hard. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, truly, as expected of an ancient divine beast. This is undeniably ferocious. Chapter 53. Equalization. The breeze gently swept across the moonlit expanse, traversing from one end of the wilderness to the other. The battle before me raged on. The once pristine stream had become muddied, and the verdant grass lay buried beneath the splattered new soil, entombed in the height of summer. The distant plum tree, once lush and full, now stood bare, stripped by the wind. The roar in my ears persisted, accompanied by clouds of dust that lingered interminably. The silhouette of the silver-haired girl darted through the battlefield, while Su Qingzhou beheld the master Danyun being hurled into the air, only to be smashed down to the ground. He was sent flying to the east and then kicked down to the west. Fresh blood erupted to the north, soon followed by a scattering of white petals across the southern ground. Su Qingzhou had no intention of intervening in this conflict. Instead, he clutched his chest, quietly observing. There was simply no need to intervene. The late-stage Foundation Master Danyun, having sustained his own injuries, was utterly powerless against the silver-haired girl before him. This was not a contest. It was a brutal slaughter. In terms of speed, strength, and defense, they appeared to inhabit entirely unequal planes. Su Qingzhou had never anticipated the formidable prowess of the silver-haired girl, nor had Danyun foreseen her fierce tenacity. It was said that she could shake the Foundation with her mortal frame, yet no one had mentioned that the term shake could also be interpreted as murder. He seemed to comprehend the truth in her earlier words. You are too slow to kill yourself. It would be quicker if I did it. In retrospect, she had indeed not exaggerated. This was an undeniable reality. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps it was a quarter of an hour or merely a few minutes. Regardless, Su Qingzhou was enraptured, oblivious to the passage of time. He only noticed that the wind gradually ceased, and the cacophony in his ears fell silent for a considerable while. As the dust settled, he beheld the silver-haired girl standing resolutely amidst the chaotic battlefield, unwavering. Though frail and desolate, she emanated an inexplicable grandeur. The exhausted Danyun master lay slumped in a hollow, his body a mere shell. Blood stained his features, his disheveled hair thinning, limbs contorted, and his visage marked by despair. Teetering on the brink of death, a massive, gory wound marred his chest. His dantian destroyed, his entire essence dissipated. Redefinition. Danyun master's dantian shattered, true essence fragmented, cultivation lost, life expectancy diminished. Would you like to expend 1,000 virtue points to activate heavenly fire and deliver the final blow? The system's voice resonated in Su Qingzhou's mind at the moment the battle concluded, providing the latest assessment. Su Qingzhou withdrew his gaze from the battlefield, looking at the Book of Solace before him. He inhaled deeply and silently tucked it away. The once formidable Danyun master, now a mere shell, was easier to slay than an ordinary mortal. Yet Su Qingzhou understood that this was not his achievement, but rather the result of the silver-haired girl standing before him. He had not anticipated that she would follow through, let alone incapacitate the Danyun master. Some occurrences were expected, while others were entirely unforeseen. What lay before him was an unexpected twist of fate, although the demise of the Cave Cloud Master was an undeniable reality. The notion of using the worry-free book to enact his death was fundamentally different from the prospect of the white-haired girl executing the act herself. He had saved his resources and recognized the formidable nature of the girl. The fallen divine beast, though reduced to a mortal state, retained its razor-sharp claws. He could not help but feel a pang of gratitude. Had it not been for the worry-free, if this child had turned her hand against him, he would likely have met his demise. Thus, he felt a quiet relief. He held deep sympathy for the Cave Cloud Master, for such a death was undoubtedly agonizing. He steadied his thoughts, channeling his vital energy to reinforce his foundation, before gradually moving forward until he stood beside the white-haired girl, where he finally came to a halt. She remained quietly poised, the frost that once enveloped her dissipated, and the chill that lingered after the battle had diminished significantly. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head slightly. Her pale visage, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared purer than snow. However, her crystalline eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson. No longer solely innocent, but marred by a touch of ferocity. She gazed up at Qingzhou, her eyes studying him intently, reflecting a trace of concern and empathy. After a protracted silence, she spoke softly, "You assist me once, and I shall assist you in turn. Then we shall be even." Qingzhou lowered his gaze to meet hers, and as their eyes locked, a serene smile graced his lips. "Very well, your word is law." Upon hearing this, the corners of her brows twitched slightly, and she averted her gaze from him. In the next moment, the girl, who had been a fierce force just moments prior, suddenly collapsed like a leaf in the wind, her eyes dimming as she fell backward, without any forewarning. Fortunately, Qingzhou had been attentively watching her. With swift reflexes, he caught her securely. His smile froze, and the worry returned to his brow as he crouched down to assess the white-haired girl's vital signs. Her life force was stable, yet her body remained as frigid as before. What could have happened? Why did she faint so suddenly? Alas, what a pity! Qingzhou, seeing her life force steady, felt a slight easing in his heart, but the system's lament caused a jolt of anxiety within him. His brows furrowed tightly once more. What do you mean by what a pity? This child, in her desperation to defeat the cave cloud master, forcibly ignited the blood of the golden crow, causing her already damaged meridians to suffer further injury. To make matters worse, it is the full moon, a time when her cold poison flares up. The flame grass was supposed to suppress the cold poison within her for 3 years, but it seems its efficacy will be halved now. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou's taut body relaxed once again, his shoulders slowly sinking as he exhaled deeply. "You nearly frightened me. I thought something terrible had occurred. You're not distressed? That was flame grass." Qingzhou shook his head and replied slowly, "As long as she is unharmed, that is what truly matters. A single stalk of flame grass is inconsequential when compared to this golden crow body. Moreover, with my adoptive father by my side, a mere stalk of flame grass can be easily acquired in abundance in the future." It is undeniable that Qingzhou speaks with remarkable insight. For the system, Qingzhou is undoubtedly the most perceptive host it has ever encountered, and he treats it with profound respect, regarding it as family and referring to it as his foster father. This brings great comfort to the system. As their conversation concluded, Qingzhou gently set the silver-haired girl down on the ground. The system had assured him that she was merely fatigued and would awaken naturally. But he had unresolved matters to attend to first. He approached the Taoist Master Dongyun, kneeling beside the pit created by the impact. With a soft voice, he inquired, "Senior, are you all right?" Blood flowed from the master's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes as he struggled to lift his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at Qingzhou. It seemed he had expended nearly all his strength, for he soon fell back down. Weak as a whisper, he managed to utter, "Sir, your fortune is truly remarkable. I was careless, and thus I have lost." Chapter 54. A burial with words, a mere phrase. Laden with helplessness and sorrow. In his understanding, all of this stemmed from his own pretentiousness. Had he acted in the forgetting worry pavilion, that silver-haired girl would not have awakened, and he would not have faced defeat. Yet, in this world there are no what-ifs. He had perused countless tomes, lived a lengthy life, and, as a practitioner, he naturally comprehended the truths of existence. Everything was already fated. No amount of regret could alter what was predetermined. I have devoted my life to literature, deriving joy from it. Yet it is also through these very books that I find my demise. Such, I suppose, is my destiny. Qingzhou gazed at him with an unwavering calm, though his heart was somewhat conflicted. "Senior, do you believe me?" Once again, the Taoist master Dongyun struggled to lift his gaze, but this time he could not manage it, nor did he utter a word. Qingzhou, however, spoke as if to himself. "In truth, I was aware that Senior would come, and I have made ample preparations. The moment you arrive in Qingzhou City, your death is inevitable. Whether you strike in the forgetting worry pavilion or here, regardless of whether she awakens or remains in slumber, you will perish. For I am capable of ending your life. Thus, as I previously stated, your demise is certain, albeit in different forms. I recognize the futility of these words, and I am uncertain if you will believe me, yet I must convey this sentiment. I do not wish for you to depart burdened with regrets and remorse. Su Qingzhou spoke with utmost sincerity, his eyes reflecting genuine emotion. Though Master Dong Yun could not discern this, he heard the essence of his words clearly. He was destined to die. Su Qingzhou's self-deception seemed devoid of purpose. The corners of his bloodied, twisted mouth curved upwards, and he let out a laugh. Since you have said so, I shall place my faith in you. His tone shifted, and the glimmer in his eyes transformed as well. He accepted Su Qingzhou's words, finding solace in them. As for his impending death, it was merely the consequence of promises made long ago. I implore you, grant me a dignified end. Let me pass with grace. His voice trailed off as he slowly turned his gaze towards the plum tree by the riverbank. As you suggested, bury me beneath that plum tree. Su Qingzhou was once again moved, lowering his brows. He had triumphed, yet he felt no joy, only a sense of constraint within his heart. In response to the old man's dying wish, he nodded in agreement. Do you have any unfinished business, senior? Having lived for 150 years, he felt he had experienced enough. Having read countless volumes, he was content. To die at the hands of a person like you is worth it. So be it. It is said that the strong fear death and thus seek immortality. Yet when one lingers in a realm for too long, realizing that eternal life is an impossibility, the distinction between living and dying seems negligible. At 50, one may discern their fate. How much more so at 150? He would not dare claim to have comprehended all of existence. But when it comes to life and death, he had long since attained clarity. At his age, life is merely a borrowed span from the heavens, and death signifies the time to repay that debt. The cycle of life and death is a profound truth found within the pages of books, and it resonates deeply with him. Su Qingzhou slowly rose, his gaze serene, and once again retrieved the book of Worry-Free. With swift strokes, he penned 3 characters, text burial, detected that the host wishes to activate text burial. This execution requires a benevolence value of 1,000 points. Do you confirm? Su Qingzhou declared resolutely. Confirm. Confirmation complete. Initiating text burial. Coordinates by the riverside outside Qingzhou City. Target, the esteemed Dongyun Jinren Lin Jianzi, successfully locked. In 3 seconds, the word shall manifest in the mortal realm, and the person shall perish. Farewell, esteemed elder. The book of Worry-Free radiated with brilliance as a meteor streaked across the gray night sky, piercing through the firmament before ultimately descending from the heavens. Golden light cascaded down to the mortal realm, enveloping Dongyun Jinren in a shimmering aura as the characters materialized, their strokes astonishingly vivid. Such a scene was both mysterious and miraculous, defying the ordinary. Within this extraordinary moment, Dongyun Jinren, as if experiencing a sudden illumination, lifted his head to behold the descending golden pages adorned with magnificent characters. In his eyes, there was neither despair nor fear, only an overwhelming sense of obsession and madness. The book from the heavens, the golden words, Master, you truly did not deceive me. To die within the pages, to be buried beneath the words, I have no regrets. Thank you, Master, for entombing me in letters. His voice, once frail, now resonated with strength, piercing the air with clarity. What does it mean to embrace death with equanimity? This is what it means. What defines a scholar? This is what defines a scholar. Though you may slay me, I harbor no hatred towards you. This embodies the heart of a scholar. This reflects the philosophy of a scholar. As the text burial descended, there was neither thunderous sound nor billowing smoke, only the profound essence of life and its vicissitudes captured within the ink. Dongyun Jinren fell, his body shattered and stained with blood. Yet his aged visage bore a serene smile, tranquility etched upon his features. What should have been a scene of tragic demise instead reflected a state of acceptance. Such stark contrasts appeared simultaneously, and to the unknowing observer, one might exclaim, eerie. Su Qingzhou tucked away the book of Worry-Free, shaking his head with a sigh. Life is as fleeting as a wisp, and death as restful as a slumber. There was little more he could do. He murmured softly, a peculiar sensation swirling within his chest, casting a shadow over his eyes that refused to show joy. As he had previously pondered, he had emerged victorious. Yet joy eluded him. Indeed, the words within the book spoke truth. Some victories and defeats bear equal weight. He turned his gaze towards the distance. Raising his voice, "The person has perished. We may proceed." His soft voice, carried by the night breeze, drifted across the waters. At the riverside, two figures descended gracefully from the tips of the willow branches, gradually approaching Qingzhou. Upon reaching a few meters before him, they bowed in unison, paying their respects. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master." Qingzhou turned, his calm eyes sweeping over the two individuals before him. Two figures clad in black, two formidable men, exuded an aura of lethal intent that, despite their conscious efforts to restrain it, remained unmistakably palpable. One of them was Li San, the young man encountered in the rainy alley. The other, somewhat unfamiliar, possessed a strength comparable to that of Ningfeng at his peak, boasting a cultivation level of a 9th layer of an 8. "Have you both seen clearly?" Li San inquired. "Indeed, we have," came the response. "And what shall we do now? I trust there is no need for me to elaborate further." Li San instinctively glanced at the other man beside him, clearly indicating that his status was superior to that of Li San. This individual remained hunched over, unwilling to meet the gaze of the esteemed Mr. Wang Yu before them. They had observed everything with acute clarity. Initially, there was little concern, even when Qingzhou employed some unfamiliar techniques. However, the final scene they had just witnessed, an elegant series of strokes that seemed to inscribe celestial script, lingered hauntingly in his mind. Though silent, it resonated like thunder in his chest and mind. To him, it was a transcendent display of power, and Qingzhou embodied the essence of a celestial being wielding such divine prowess. Within him, tumultuous waves surged and roared without respite. Casting a glance at the lifeless form of the Taoist Danyun on the ground, he clasped his fists in respect once more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Xiao, willing to lead my 3,000 death warriors to follow you, sir. I shall heed your every command." Chapter 55. The gentle breeze knows not the written word. Why then does it disarrange the books? Qingzhou lightly furrowed his brow, softly repeating the name he had just heard. "Meng Xiao," Li San interjected. "Sir, Lord Meng Xiao is currently the commander of the Death Warriors in Linfeng City." His words carry weight. Qingzhou nodded slowly, casting a look of approval at Li San, and gently urged, "Do not be overly formal. Rise and speak." In unison, they responded, "Thank you, sir." Qingzhou had initially intended to allow Li San to spread word among the Death Warriors, and subsequently use the news of the demise of the Taoist Master Danyun to sway their hesitation. With the promise of freedom, or for other motives, they would assist him in entering Linfeng City. The fact that Li San had brought the leader of the Death Warriors and had witnessed the recent battle firsthand saved him considerable effort. Meng Xiao's personal visit indicated his interest, yet Qingzhou was uncertain if he possessed the necessary strength. However, having already slain someone at the late Foundation establishment stage, it was clear what Meng Xiao should choose, and Qingzhou need not instruct him further. Thus, the plan should be advanced to avoid prolonged uncertainty. "I am well aware of your desires and aspirations. The day we slay Mo Xingge shall be your day of freedom." Li San and Meng Xiao fully believed Qingzhou's words, whether based on his reputation in Qingzhou City, the events concerning Ningfeng, or the current situation. They understood that this gentleman was formidable, seemingly otherworldly, and thus trustworthy. "Thank you, sir," Meng Xiao added, pausing momentarily to inquire. "May I ask when you plan to set forth, so I can make the necessary preparations?" Qingzhou pondered for a moment. "The journey to Linfeng spans 1,500 li. Let's depart in 5 days. We shall meet in Linfeng City then." "Understood," Meng Xiao acknowledged. "I shall take my leave." Qingzhou waved his hand, indicating they could withdraw. However, Li San glanced at the lifeless body of Taoist Master Danyun on the ground and softly asked, "Sir, how do you intend to handle the body of Ling Yunzi? Do you require our assistance?" "No need," Qingzhou declined, his gaze also resting on Taoist Master Danyun. I shared a bond with the elder and enjoyed our conversations. As this place was chosen by me, I shall see to his burial myself. You may go and make your arrangements. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions unusually complex. They respectfully bowed and then departed. Sir, we take our leave. Indeed, as they walked into the night, under the moonlight, Meng Zhao's eyes brimmed with reverence as he gravely remarked, "Forget worries, sir. Truly remarkable. He possesses such grace, while others seek to kill him. He chooses to bury the dead." Li San chuckled. "I have long asserted that our sir is no ordinary person. His mindset is beyond our comprehension, and his actions are surely guided by profound reasoning. Meng Commander, you can finally rest assured." Meng Xiao also smiled lightly. "Yes. With the death warriors in rebellion and the lady rendered deaf, once our sir enters the city lord's residence, Lord Sheng will have no means to contend with him. This matter shall indeed come to fruition." Li San replied, "Exactly. Then we shall be free, just like Lord Ning." The bright moon illuminates the trees, while a clear spring flows beside me. The deep green fields are shrouded in night, as the gentle breeze lingers beneath the grass. Half of the plum tree's leaves have fallen, but beneath it lies a newly formed grave. Buried within the earth rests a scholar. Before the grave stands a stone tablet, inscribed with large characters declaring, "The tomb of Dongyun Jinren, Linjianzi." Smaller characters adorn the side. From henceforth, the quiet window hears subtle melodies, the sound of water ever accompanying the scholar. Su Qingzhou personally laid him to rest, burdened by a tinge of sorrow. He rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a thick stack of books, arranging them neatly before the monument. With words, he interred his predecessor, and as he burned some of the books, he wished for the elder to have something to occupy his time, something to read along the path to the afterlife. He spoke softly, confiding in the stone tablet. Suddenly, the wind surged, rustling the few leaves of the plum tree, and swaying his robes with a whispering sound. Even the books before him were stirred, pages turning one after another. Observing this unexpected spectacle, Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, feeling a heavy sentiment. The gentle breeze, devoid of literacy, why does it disturb the pages? With a flick of his fingertip, a fire talisman ignited in his hand, blazing fiercely in the wind. He released it, allowing it to flutter down into the books. Flames erupted, consuming the words, the illustrations, and the narratives within. The youth turned and hoisted the girl from the ground onto his back, departing. The fire blazed more fiercely, devouring the remnants of ink and story. The figure receded, growing distant, leaving behind the matters of this world, the people, and the sorrows. It was finished. It had come to a close. Though regrets lingered, the wind would ultimately disperse them. The passage of time is like a song. Dongyun Jinren's tale draws to a close, yet the legend of Mr. Wuyo begins. Traversing the outskirts of the city and entering its heart, Su Qingzhou walked at a measured pace, guided by the moonlight. A faint rustling emanated from his back, awakening the silver-haired girl, who, for reasons unknown, remained still and silent, resting her head against him. She relished the sensation, her first experience of being carried by another. It was comforting and reassuring. "Awake?" Su Qingzhou's voice disrupted her reverie. She struggled, stubbornly insisting, "Put me down, I can walk myself." "Stay still, behave yourself. I can still carry your petite frame," he replied. "Oh," she responded, startled in his stillness by his low tone. In her clear eyes, ripples danced. If she wished to escape, Su Qingzhou could not confine her. If she were afraid, she would no longer be herself. "Is he dead?" "Yes." "Did you kill him?" The girl's gaze fell upon the crimson stain at Su Qingzhou's neck. "You seem to be bleeding?" "That is his blood, not mine." Su Qingzhou replied with a smile. "If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have perished." The silver-haired girl uttered, inexplicably. Su Qingzhou offered no explanation, continuing on his path. Responding with gratitude, "Thank you." The silver-haired girl paused for a moment, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. And with a voice so soft that even she seemed unable to hear it, she uttered a few words. "I thank you as well." However, Su Qingzhou, who was close by, naturally caught her words and teased her in the midst of their journey. "What do you thank me for?" The silver-haired girl bit her lip, wrestling with her thoughts for quite some time. When you gave me something, I noticed it. It suppressed my cold poison, and I am not as cold anymore. It's nothing. It was the least I could do. Ah, this simple exchange concealed a multitude of unspoken sentiments. She wished to kill him, yet he saved her. She desired his demise, yet she found herself rescuing him. It was an inexplicable and utterly absurd situation, indeed. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, leaving only the sound of their footsteps. Noticing the silver-haired girl had ceased her speech, Qingzhou took the initiative to break the silence, asking, "Why have you stopped speaking? Do you regret saving me?" The silver-haired girl, with her gaze lowered, pondered the question, silently inquiring within herself if she regretted saving him. In just a second, she found her answer. She did not. Shaking her head vigorously, she asserted defiantly, "No. However, I will say this. You are the only one I can kill. No one else can touch you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will strike them." Chapter 56. Some things are fundamentally flawed from the outset. "Oh, so you intend to protect me?" The silver-haired girl shook her head emphatically, declaring, "No, I will inevitably kill you. Once I draw the lot, I shall kill. Su Qingzhou my now win li." Children often utter insincere words with exaggerated volume to mask their insecurities. The silver-haired girl was no exception. Unbeknownst to him, he slowed his pace as darkness enveloped the end of the alley. Qingzhou gently inquired, "Must it be murder? I wish to hear the truth." This question struck her heart like a sharp arrow. Gazing at the young man before her, she found him perpetually gentle, always smiling, even knowing that she meant to kill him. Yet, he continued to treat her kindly. At the very least, she perceived him as a good person. She believed she had encountered 3 distinct individuals, excluding Wu Yu. One was Emotionga, and the other was Qingzhou. What they shared was that both had saved her. However, they were also fundamentally different. One consistently declared, "I will treat you well," while the other had never made such a promise yet exuded kindness in every action. Emotionga often compelled her to engage in activities she despised, such as murder. She frequently conversed with herself, yet she found no pleasure in her own words. Conversely, Qingzhou also urged her towards endeavors she disliked, such as studying. He rarely spoke to her, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she relished his words. She loathed killing, having expressed this sentiment numerous times. Yet Emotionga disregarded her feelings and continued to insist on murder. She adored the color blue, having mentioned it only once, and soon found herself adorned in a new blue dress, a blue cup, a blue backpack, and lavender blooming in blue within her study. Though she had little understanding initially, she gradually began to comprehend what constitutes goodness, what is truly good. In the past, she had been oblivious, as she had not wished to engage with others. Lacking comparisons, Emotionga became her sole definition of standards. Now, however, things had changed. Lost in thought, she fell silent. She understood the answer to her dilemma, yet she struggled to articulate it. Thus, she remained mute, her contemplations running deep. She pondered whether Mr. Wu Yu could be less benevolent. Perhaps it would be easier. Yet, she found herself not resenting his kindness. A sense of frustration welled up within her, leaving her at a loss. Qingzhou naturally perceived the turmoil within the silver-haired girl. He spoke again, his voice low and contemplative. "Have you ever considered that some things are inherently wrong from the beginning?" The silver-haired girl paused, jolted from a reverie. Qingzhou's gentle voice continued to echo through the darkened alley. "Just as when you rise in the morning and mistakenly fasten the first button wrong, you only awaken to the truth when you reach for the last button. Some matters are flawed from the outset, and some individuals should never have crossed paths. Yet, once misfortune has intertwined our fates, we cannot persist in error indefinitely. To err repeatedly while deceiving oneself only results in self-inflicted wounds. Forcing oneself to undertake distasteful tasks is, in itself, an exhausting endeavor. Would you not agree?" Qingzhou spoke in a rather veiled manner. The silver-haired girl possessed a simple heart, yet she was not foolish. She grasped the essence of Qingzhou's words. She had reflected upon her actions. Had she erred? Undoubtedly, she had. Just as Qingzhou articulated, she had long been deceiving herself, engaging in pursuits she detested. Thus, she evaded Mo Shinga, taking refuge in a dilapidated temple. She yearned to extricate herself from her, leading her to commit numerous acts of violence, including attempts on Su Qingzhou's life. Yet, she remained but a child, having been imbued with erroneous beliefs at the tender age of 8, rendering her often unable to discern right from wrong, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. She still refrained from replying, but this time she nodded emphatically. She acknowledged her mistakes, recognizing that she had been wrong all along. She did not deny her wish to have never encountered Mo Shinga. If, and I say if, I had first met you, perhaps things would have been different. Su Qingzhou smiled serenely, casting a sidelong glance at the silver-haired girl, his eyes filled with patience and tenderness. The nature of our encounters, the timing of our meetings, and the experiences we undergo are all predestined. We are powerless to alter them. Humanity presents a myriad of faces. The individuals we encounter may be classified into two categories, those worth our time and those unworthy of it. We cannot dictate whom we meet, but we can choose whom to cherish. When we encounter the worthy, we must hold them tight. When we face the unworthy, we must let them drift away. Life unfolds similarly. We must persist in doing what is right while learning to relinquish what is wrong. As the ancients proclaimed, to err is human. Everyone makes mistakes. Yet one cannot persist in error indefinitely. We must learn to rectify our missteps. The ancients also stated, to recognize one's faults and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. Cherish those who are right for you. Engage in righteous endeavors. Live fully. And embrace a gradual existence. This is what you ought to pursue. We must strive to make life worthwhile, to etch our memories deeply, and to foster a hopeful future. We should learn to bring joy to ourselves, to please others, and why not, to delight in our own company. Su Qingzhou expounded upon a plethora of profound truths, uncertain whether the silver-haired girl could comprehend or absorb them. Yet, he felt compelled to impart this wisdom to her, to elucidate what is right and what is wrong. The silver-haired girl remained silent, her brows furrowed, her clear eyes, which should have been devoid of sorrow, now occupied by it. The sadness seemed to emerge from nowhere, leaving her with no refuge. You, like the teachers in that school, enjoy dispensing grand philosophies. It's rather bothersome. Su Qingzhou, unfazed, continued. Then perhaps you should skip school tomorrow. The silver-haired girl felt a pang of anxiety, suddenly straightening her posture, exclaiming, "Why?" Noticing her strong reaction, Su Qingzhou smirked slightly, teasing, "Didn't you claim to dislike school? Who said that?" She retorted with righteous indignation, then inquired, "You still haven't told me why. Is it because I intend to kill you, or is it due to a lack of funds?" Observing her evident anxiety, Su Qingzhou understood well that her apprehension stemmed not from a desire for education, but from a fear of being separated from Wuyo, of being cast away. Thus, he refrained from teasing her any longer. "Just come with me to Linfeng City." "Why are we going to Linfeng City?" The silver-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise. "Naturally, to meet Mo Shinga." Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head in refusal. "I want to go. I don't wish to see her, nor do I want to return to that place. If you refuse to go, I might be in grave danger. Did you not just say that if anyone were to harm me, you would retaliate? Have you changed your mind so swiftly?" The silver-haired girl bit her lip, questioning whether it was truly imperative to go. Su Qingzhou's brow furrowed, the gentleness in his demeanor transforming into a stern resolve, his tone considerably more somber. "Indeed, it is imperative. For my own reasons, and for you, we must go to Linfeng City, and we must meet Mo Shinga." "For me?" "Yes. I wish for you to witness firsthand what is right and what is wrong. I must guide you back from the erroneous path you have taken." Su Qingzhou's voice was unwavering, imbued with an undeniable conviction. The silver-haired girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and though she did not respond, she quietly leaned her head against Su Qingzhou's shoulder, closing her eyes. Her long lashes brushed the corners of her eyes as she softly murmured, "I'm tired. Let us return home quickly. I wish to sleep." Su Qingzhou smiled broadly, raising an eyebrow. "Home, you say? Indeed, it is your home, and it is mine as well. All right, let us return home." Chapter 57, the conclusion of the tale. Thus, the narrative draws to a close. Su Qingzhou and the silver-haired little girl returned to the worry-free pavilion, where Wuyo lay in deep slumber, her brows furrowed, as if troubled by unspoken concerns. I gently escorted Wuyo to her chamber for rest. The silver-haired girl, reluctant to part from Su Qingzhou's back, softly approached Wuyo and effortlessly cradled the smaller Wuyo in her arms, akin to embracing a life-size doll. Su Qingzhou nodded in acknowledgement. As they reached the threshold of the door, the silver-haired girl paused, casting a glance back at him, and inexplicably remarked, "If you are injured, you should rest early. Otherwise, Wuyo would be heartbroken." Su Qingzhou narrowed his eyes into a fine slit. Understood. The wooden door closed gently, extinguishing the candlelight. The moon descended behind the western hills, and the wind howled heavily through the night. With dawn's arrival, the little Wuyo shed a few tears, but they were born of joy, for her beloved sister was unscathed and right there beside her. Wuyo displayed remarkable understanding for her age, yet she remained a child, lacking the burdens of adult concerns. The events of the previous night were easily brushed aside. As morning broke, all was as usual before the worry-free pavilion, with two long queues forming outside. Little Wuyo was drawing lots, while Su Qingzhou assuaged worries. The only difference was that the silver-haired girl's presence could no longer be found among the throngs. After concluding his duties, Su Qingzhou visited Wang Donger's eatery, where he recounted tales from the three kingdoms, speaking rapidly for an entire hour. The audience listened intently as he narrated the deaths of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Zhuge Liang. Much like the curtain falling on a grand spectacle, the sun setting, and the story seemingly reaching its conclusion. Yet, this ending left an unsatisfactory ache in the heart. As the tale drew to a close, the children, innocent and naive, rejoiced at Cao Cao's demise and mourned Liu Bei's. The women, with their varied levels of understanding, each harbored their own worries and sentiments. The gentlemen sighed, deeply moved by Zhuge Liang's poignant lament. "Heaven is vast, yet so indifferent to me," nearly bringing tears to their eyes. People began to disperse, murmuring among themselves, "They are all gone. Ah, the three kingdoms, where once mighty heroes have perished. I have always harbored disdain for Cao Cao, yet his death brings me no joy. Do you think, in the continuation of the story, the master will resurrect them? Is there truly an immortal capable of bringing the dead back to life?" One person waved a fan, gazing skyward. "No, the master's tale has concluded." A fellow companion, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean, young sir?" Today, the master did not utter the words. To know how this tale unfolds, one must await the next installment. You imply that the master. Those who did not comprehend remained oblivious, while those who understood grasped the meaning entirely. The tale had ended. The master was indeed departing. Having completed his story, Su Qingzhou took the silver-haired girl and journeyed out of the city toward Linfeng City. The following day, the worry-free pavilion remained closed, with Wuyo stating only that the master had gone on a long journey, and his return was uncertain. As the crowd dispersed into solitude, hushed whispers filled the air. Has the master truly departed, and will he return? I overheard Liu, the talented scholar, mention that the master's tales have come to an end, and he might be leaving. I cannot ascertain the truth of such claims. What are you pondering? Did not Wuyo assure us that the master has merely journeyed afar, and shall return in a few days? Besides, given the master's profound affection for Wuyo, how could he possibly abandon her if he were truly to leave? Indeed, perhaps I am overthinking. Let us wait a few days and return then. Quite so. 5 days later, Linfeng City. As dusk descended, the sun bled crimson across the horizon. Within a chamber of the Lord's estate, as twilight enveloped the sky, a cacophony of murmurs erupted. Outside, the courtyard and long pavilion lay desolate, void of life. Surrounding walls loomed high, guarded by hidden sentinels and watchful eyes. As night deepened, the commotion within the room finally subsided, silenced by the cicadas' serenade beyond the thick walls. Inside, Xinga, her cheeks flushed, wore a melancholic expression, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions as she arranged her disheveled, dark golden robe. Before her lay two intricately carved beds of golden silk nanmu. On each bed reclined a man. To the left, one was bound by ropes, his bare form frail and ghostly, staring vacantly out the window as if his very essence had been drained. To the right, the other lay flat beneath golden covers, his features gaunt, his lips devoid of color. His eyes were bloodshot and inflamed, teeth gritted tightly, fists clenched, blood oozing from his split knuckles, a visage of righteous indignation mingled with despair. Qingzhou approached the man on the right, retrieving a handkerchief to cleanse the blood from his hand. Her gaze was laced with mockery, her voice sultry as she taunted. How did you come to harm yourself? Are you not aware of your own frailty? You cannot afford to die just yet. Do you understand? Lin Shuo, summoning all his strength, parted his lips to speak, but could only manage a grotesque expression of agony. Does it hurt? Since marrying into your Lin family and becoming your wife, have I ever known a day without pain or a moment free from suffering? Fear not. I shall not let you die. I intend for you to live, to wish for death. I want you to witness how I engage in illicit affairs with your younger brother, and to see how I shall inherit the vast estate of the Lin family. Were an ordinary person to witness Qingzhou in such a state, they would be utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that the esteemed and dignified lady of the Lord, who once radiated grace and wisdom, harbored such a wretched side in secret? She rose, freeing herself from Lin Shuo's grasp, and exited the room, leaving him engulfed in despair and sorrow. He could never have fathomed that the illustrious master of Lin Feng City would meet such a fate. As Qingzhou stepped out of the courtyard, her spirits lifted, she did not forget to instruct the vigilant guards to keep a close watch, ensuring no one disturbed the Lord during his convalescence. In recent days, the lady's demeanor had appeared remarkably cheerful. Indeed, it was prudent to speak and see less of the lady's affairs. Otherwise, one might meet with misfortune. Understood. Naturally, she was elated. News had recently reached her from the assassins that Master Wuyo had passed away along with that young girl, having rediscovered the Lin lineage. Everything is proceeding according to her meticulously crafted plan. Once the seed takes root within her, Lin Feng City shall undoubtedly belong to her. In truth, the city is already hers. How could she not be elated? Upon returning to the Grand Hall, she naturally overlooked the petitions and matters concerning the city. Unbeknownst to her, 2 rows of maidservants and numerous eunuchs had followed closely behind. As she entered the hall, resplendent with golden splendor and dazzling lights, it presented an impressive spectacle of grandeur and decorum. However, the moment Qingzhou stepped into the hall, the attendants and eunuchs behind her scattered like startled rabbits. The doors of the grand hall slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing the surrounding candles to flicker in the draught. This sudden turn of events tightened Qingzhou's heart, eroding her confidence and composure, revealing a hint of panic in her gaze, while her hands beneath the embroidered robe clenched tightly together. She lifted her eyes to survey the surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze upon the golden phoenix throne where she often sat. There, unmistakably, sat a figure, clad in white, exuding an unparalleled charm. The familiar features and smile rendered Qingzhou anything but calm, as she instinctively took 2 steps back, as if confronted by a ghost. Mr. Wanyu? Qingzhou slowly raised his head, a soft smile gracing his lips. Madam, I trust you have been well. Chapter 58. A reunion if one were to liken the flickering candlelight to a dance stirred by the wind, casting shadows that intertwine and diverge. Perhaps it could be attributed to the dimness of the surroundings, leading to a momentary lapse in perception. Yet, the voice was unmistakable to Qingzhou. In the realm she inhabited, few commanded her respect, and even fewer instilled a sense of dread. She could not be mistaken, nor could she mishear. This was indeed the voice of Mr. Wanyu, resonant like the strings of a zither, clear and melodious. Qingzhou's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, her thoughts racing through her mind. Initially, she was struck with shock and bewilderment, a hint of panic rising within her, but gradually, tranquility enveloped her, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Finally, she gazed intently, unable to suppress her exclamation. Sir, how is it that you are still alive? Qingzhou maintained a smile at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes concealed an icy wrath, veiled beneath the gentle flicker of the candlelight, unnoticed by others. He teased, It seems, dear lady, that according to your words, I ought not to be alive? Qingzhou fell silent. The very existence of Su Qingzhou signified a troubling revelation. There lay a grave issue within her ranks. The news of Su Qingzhou's demise had been conveyed to her personally by the warrior Meng Xiao. If Meng Xiao had deceived her then, she swept her gaze around, then lifted her eyes to the vaulted ceiling. It felt as though something essential was amiss. That Su Qingzhou could appear unscathed in this place, without a trace of battle within the Grand Hall, suggested that those guardians who had once shielded her had likely betrayed her. And as for the Taoist Master Dongyan, her strongest trump card, she feared the worst. As these thoughts coursed through her, her brows furrowed deeper, and a profound melancholy settled in her gaze. She lowered her voice and murmured, "Who would have thought, sir, that you would truly astonish me?" Among intelligent individuals, certain matters need not be articulated with excessive clarity. Understanding is inherently mutual. Qingzhou comprehended this, and so did Su Qingzhou. Upon hearing her words, Su Qingzhou appeared taken aback, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound. His gaze shifted from Qingzhou to the documents laid out before him. The neatly written lines were far more pleasing to the eye than the woman before him. I had long advised the lady to take care of herself, to consider that night as if it had never transpired. Yet, it seems the lady did not heed my counsel, compelling me to personally seek her out to impart a word of reason. Listening to Su Qingzhou, the vivid memories of that fateful night inadvertently flickered back into Qingzhou's mind. She had certainly not forgotten the words he had spoken to her, for in this world, he was one of the few bold enough to issue such threats. His words were etched deeply in her memory. She straightened her posture, regulated her breathing, and her tone gradually regained its customary composure and gravity as she replied slowly, "I dare not forget your words, sir. You mentioned that should I divulge this matter to a third party, you would forsake reason, ensuring my very soul would shatter. Oh, who would have thought, my lady, that you would remember so vividly?" Su Qingzhou paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and continued, "If this is so, why then does the lady choose to defy the heavens? Sir, I have been wrongfully accused. I did not disclose the events of that night to anyone. I merely sought someone to eliminate you." Su Qingzhou paused, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. Upon reflection, it appeared that her assertion bore some truth. She had only requested her to maintain secrecy and had not explicitly warned her to remain virtuous. With a slight shake of her head, she sighed thus, "I must admit that I have misjudged you, madam." Qingzhou gracefully half-squatted and offered Su Qingzhou a respectful bow. "Sir, your insights are most discerning." The world around them was peculiarly quiet, and the atmosphere oddly serene, as it ought to have been a night rife with peril. Amid their exchange, an air of camaraderie emerged, reminiscent of old friends revisiting past grievances, intent on discerning right from wrong. Su Qingzhou waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to delve into such discussions. She rose and began to step down from the Grand Hall, casually stating, "Very well, let us not dwell on right or wrong. I trust you are aware of my purpose here today. Do you have any hidden cards? If so, I urge you to reveal them all. I do not wish to be branded as one who bullies a woman." As Qingzhou observed Su Qingzhou approaching her with measured steps, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her, though she maintained an outward composure. "May I pose a question, sir?" Su Qingzhou halted before her, gazing intently. "Speak," she commanded. "What has become of the two individuals who sought you out?" Su Qingzhou understood that Qingzhou's inquiry was veiled. She merely wished to ascertain whether she had personally slain Dong Yunjinren and whether the white-haired girl had betrayed her. It was a quest for redefinition of her own abilities, and nothing more. Her question revealed that she remained unyielding, clinging to a sliver of hope, striving to extract herself from this precarious predicament. However, given that she had asked, Su Qingzhou saw no reason to conceal the truth. "It is of no consequence to inform you, madam. I personally interred Dong Yunjinren. I dealt the final blow. In truth, I am the one who ended his life, yet upon deeper reflection, it is not entirely so." Qingzhou lifted her chin, her expression distinctly shifting in that moment. "What a child! Is she dead?" Su Qingzhou remained silent, merely shaking her head, the implication clear. Upon witnessing this, Qingzhou did not falter, but instead smiled. Ah. Li San was indeed correct. The child has betrayed me. I suspect she is the one who harmed Dong Yinzhenren. As Su Qingzhou mentioned the white-haired girl, her gaze inadvertently flicked toward a nearby corner, seizing the opportunity to interject. Betrayal? Is it truly appropriate for you to say such things, madam? As far as I know, she had no intention of betraying you. In fact, it was you who intended to eliminate her first, was it not? Faced with Su Qingzhou's challenge, Imo Xingge exhibited no hesitation, candidly responding, "You are correct, sir. I did intend to kill her." "Why?" Su Qingzhou inquit. Imo Xingge's beautiful eyes narrowed, a hint of malice surfacing. "For someone like me, is it not normal to act in such a manner? Do reasons hold any significance to you, sir? Even if I were to speak, would you believe me, sir? Moreover, you are Mr. Forgetful, and surely you are aware of the matters of this world." Su Qingzhou does not deny any of her words. Betrayal and ingratitude are indeed possible. What other actions could be deemed surprising? He is equally aware of the answer to the question. However, that answer holds significance only when spoken by Imo Xingge. The lady seeks my demise because I possess a secret she wishes to remain concealed. Yet, she is unlike others. Her thoughts are pure. She is still young. And she holds value. Surely, the lady's motive for wanting her dead cannot merely stem from this. Thus, Su is genuinely curious. Is the lady intent on killing her simply because she has yet to take my life? Imo Xingge bit her lip and instinctively shook her head. Naturally not. Then what is it? Faced with Su Qingzhou's relentless inquiries, Imo Xingge lifted her gaze, meeting Su Qingzhou's eyes with utmost seriousness as she spoke. A sharp blade can kill in anyone's hands. She is a blade, one that has always been held in my grasp. But one day, I found myself unable to hold it any longer. It fell to the ground. I intended to pick it up, yet for some reason, no matter how hard I tried, I could not. After some contemplation, I decided that since I could not reclaim it, I could not allow others to possess it either, so I buried it. What belongs to me is rightfully mine. The finer things in this world should also belong to me. If I cannot have them, then neither shall anyone else. I would rather endure the pain of destruction than let it fall into the hands of another. Imo Xingge pursed her lips. This is the reason. So do you believe, sir, that I have erred in my actions? Chapter 59. The white-haired girl also speaks profound truths. Imo Xingge's voice resonated with unwavering intensity as she fervently articulated her perspective before Su Qingzhou, striving to convince him of her righteousness. Her words were laden with an earnest desire to substantiate her claims. To her, the white-haired girl was akin to a sharp blade, slicing through every obstacle that impeded her path. Yet, deep within, she was acutely aware that, with the passage of time, the white-haired girl was gradually slipping beyond her grasp, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Knowing that the girl would ultimately depart from her life, she pondered the notion of destroying her before that eventuality could occur. Having utilized the girl, she was aware of the peril she represented. Moreover, like Su Qingzhou, the girl possessed knowledge that perhaps she ought not to have. If Imo Xingge could not tolerate Su Qingzhou, how could she possibly accept the presence of the white-haired girl? It was indeed absurd that a woman of such stature, revered as the mother of the city and elevated above countless souls, could not accommodate a mere child. Su Qingzhou refrained from contradicting her, merely exhaling a sigh of lament. However, he swiftly redirected the conversation, adding, "No, it is not that you cannot accept this child. Rather, it is the entirety of the world that eludes your control that you cannot abide." Am I correct in my assertion? Imo Xingge paused, taken aback. Su Qingzhou's final statement struck a resonant chord within her, as she gazed at him with an almost entranced expression. If there existed anyone capable of discerning her innermost thoughts, she believed that individual was the youth before her. He who understands me, Mr. Wuyo. Yet, Su Qingzhou felt a tightening at the corners of his mouth. Such matters were ones he would prefer to remain oblivious to. He turned his gaze toward the screen on the right side of the Grand Hall. Did you hear that? Imo Xingge, not being a practitioner of the mystic arts, was naturally incapable of sensing the presence of those concealed in the unseen. Otherwise, she would not have entered the Grand Hall with such unperturbed composure. Upon hearing Su Qingzhou's words, she instinctively froze before following his line of sight. From behind the red gauze curtain and the landscape screen, a figure emerged slowly. Clad in blue with flowing silver hair, the individual appeared almost ethereal. She kept her head bowed as she approached, dragging behind her an unconscious man, whose larger stature made the scene all the more conspicuous. Imo was taken aback. She recognized the young girl before her. Equally, she was familiar with the man being dragged, rendered unconscious. Qingzhou's gaze remained fixed on Imo, and from the turmoil and confusion reflected in her eyes, it was evident that she had not anticipated the girl's presence in Linfeng City. Firstly, she understood the temperament of the white-haired girl. Secondly, she was unaware of the intricate tale that had unfolded between the girl and Qingzhou. Thus, when the white-haired girl made her appearance, Imo's heart was ensnared by astonishment, especially upon witnessing the temple's offerings being dragged like a mere hound. Alongside her astonishment, a sense of despair enveloped her. Her final card had been irrevocably torn asunder by Qingzhou. The calm she had previously maintained evaporated, leaving her with a visage tinged with panic and disarray. Her gaze flickered between Qingzhou and the silver-haired girl advancing towards her with deliberate steps. Yet, not once did she dare to meet either of their eyes. She acknowledged her fear and her panic. Indeed, she was the lady of the city lord, commanding Linfeng City, ruthless and feared. However, she remained a woman, devoid of masculine fortitude. Faced with impending defeat, her instinctive trepidation was entirely natural. The silver-haired girl released the leg of the man she had been dragging and continued to approach Imo, step by step. The light, delicate sound of her footsteps reverberated in the brightly lit hall, adding a weighty melody to the already oppressive atmosphere. Imo's legs involuntarily retreated inch by inch. The only sounds in the room were the silver-haired girl's footsteps and Imo's hesitant movements. Ultimately, Imo ceased her retreat, and the silver-haired girl halted as well. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto Imo. Her lips parted and closed, then parted again, ultimately uttering only a few words. "So, am I merely an object in your heart?" Yet, these scant words, coupled with the clarity in the silver-haired girl's eyes, pierced Imo's heart like a sharp blade. Her fingers, hidden beneath the voluminous dark robe, twisted tightly together as she bit her red lip. Her eyes darted around, unsure of how to respond. To be precise, she did not know how to face this child, for she could not bear the purity reflected in those eyes. That clarity, when directed at her, always condemned her tainted soul, giving rise to long-buried feelings of guilt and shame. She evaded, out of weakness and fear. "Answer me, am I truly just an object?" The silver-haired girl pressed again, her tone unwaveringly resolute. She already knew the answer, yet she longed to hear Imo articulate it once more. Perhaps this was her final obsession, her last thread of attachment to Imo. She merely inquired, yet refrained from mentioning the impending threat of her demise. In her heart, the answer to this question seemed to outweigh life and death itself. Imo remained silent, her silence unbroken. Observing this stalemate, Qingzhou, unwilling to prolong the tension, softly interjected, "Having come this far, why does the lady still evade? Do not lose this final shred of composure. I know the lady possesses no lack of cunning, yet she is certainly not one to shrink away. If that were the case, the lady would be indistinguishable from any ordinary woman." Imo had once stated that if there were anyone in the world who understood her most intimately, it would be Qingzhou, whom she had encountered only twice. Just as now, Qingzhou's light yet piercing words struck at her heart, awakening her from her disarray. Indeed, she was the lady of Linfeng City, its rightful mistress. How could she behave like an ordinary woman? Why then should she cower? She should not be afraid. It is others who ought to tremble. She must alter her fate, strive against the heavens, unafraid of life and death. In this moment, her confidence seems to return, and her entire demeanor transforms. She lifts her head, locking eyes with the silver-haired girl, no longer evading, but confronting directly. "Indeed, you're just like them. From the beginning until now. It has always been so. Why?" The silver-haired girl inquires again, her gaze slowly descending. "Did you not profess that I am your family?" A wry smile graces Imo's lips, tinged with self-mockery. Ha, family? My father, you personally took his life. My husband, you inflicted grievous harm upon. And my brother. Are they not all my family? If I can feel this way towards them, why not towards you? Moreover, you never promised to be my daughter, did you? Her tone grows somber, laced with bitterness, resonating with an unsettling chill. Qingzhou, upon hearing these words, is once again moved, gazing incredulously at Shingge. A flicker of fear evident in her eyes. The filicide and fratricide. Who would have thought that even Lin Shua's grievous injury was at her behest? No wonder the system's spirit once harbored murderous intent. A silent lament echoes in her heart. This woman is indeed formidable. Chapter 60. May I have another drink? After listening to Shinge's words, the silver-haired girl fell into silence, as if she had grasped certain truths. Indeed, were those not her kin? Had she not been the one to inflict harm upon them? Turning her gaze towards Qingzhou, her clear eyes regained their former brilliance. Calmly, she stated, "You are right. Some matters are intrinsically flawed, and certain individuals should never cross paths." Shinge likewise directed her attention to Qingzhou. In the midst of their shared gaze, Qingzhou looked at the silver-haired girl and, with a faint smile, inquired, "So, what do you intend to do?" The silver-haired girl averted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Shinge. Just a glance. Yet, that single look severed all ties between her and Shinge. Reflecting deeply, she articulated a profound truth. On the day I attended the academy, the venerable teacher recited a line from a book. What was it? Qingzhou asked, intrigued. Those who abandon me should not linger on past matters, and those who disturb my heart should not burden me with present worries. After uttering this, she inhaled deeply and exhaled, a serene smile gracing her features. Let it end here. You rescued me once, and I have avenged you 9 times. That should suffice, and I owe you nothing more. As for your intention to take my life, I shall be magnanimous and not pursue it further. Having spoken with remarkable calmness, she turned once more to Qingzhou. I will wait for you outside. Qingzhou squinted slightly, filled with appreciation. All right. The silver-haired girl opened the door, revealing Li San, Meng Xiao, and a courtyard full of dark-clad assassins waiting outside. The moonlight poured in, creating a solemn and chilling atmosphere. Please make way. They instinctively parted to allow the silver-haired girl passage through their ranks. Their gazes upon her were complex and peculiar. For the majority of the death warriors, they recognized this girl. Witnessing her sudden awakening, they couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet relief for her. From the very beginning, they had known she was different. She had choices. Shinge also observed the thousands of death warriors outside, her lips pressing down a little further. The trees had fallen, scattering the monkeys. Her influence had waned. Once illiterate, she now spoke such profound truths. Surely this was the essence of soldier recognized anew after 3 days apart. Sir, it seems I have underestimated you, she remarked. Qingzhou did not offer an explanation, maintaining his calm gaze upon her. Madam, let us dispense with flattery and address the matter at hand. Dong Yunjinren, the wild child, the revered one, and the 3,000 death warriors. These were the 4 cards I relied upon most. Now, they have been killed, shattered, or taken away by you. I have lost all means. The death warriors have turned against me, and my ears are deaf to their whispers. I acknowledge my defeat, revealing my helplessness. Initially, I had hoped to delay, believing that even if the hidden revered one could not contend with you, they might still summon the city's army. Life does not inevitably culminate in death. However, in this moment, messages cannot be sent, and she can no longer await reinforcements. Qingzhou adjusted her sleeves thoughtfully. If this is the case, does the lady have any final words? Shinge gazed at her, earnestly inquiring, Do you truly intend to end my life? Why not? If you were to take my life, could you still escape from this Linfeng city? I know your noble intentions to save the world and its people. Should I perish, Linfeng city would be left leaderless, inevitably descending into chaos. What then would become of you? Qingzhou stroked her chin, not giving it much thought. There is no need for the lady to concern herself. I have my own plans. It appears that I truly cannot leave this golden hall tonight. With a sigh, She chose to accept her fate, her gaze towards Su Qingzhou softening and calming. May I speak with you privately? It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul and cannot deceive. Emotionga might be one who speaks without honor, but for some inexplicable reason. At this moment, Su Qingzhou perceived sincerity in her eyes. Driven by curiosity and respect, he nodded in agreement without further contemplation. However, he then summoned Meng Xiao from outside. Take him away. Understood. Meng Xiao and Li San lifted the fallen offering and closed the door behind them. They instructed the warriors outside to retreat 100 meters. The crowd, perplexed, awaited in silence beneath the night sky. Meng Xiao. Will the gentleman and the lady continue their conversation? Li San. The gentleman is not someone we can easily fathom. We must simply wait. Meng Xiao, indeed. Suddenly, a dark cloud emerged from an unknown origin, colliding with another cloud already obscuring the moon. Their encounter sparked a flurry of brilliance. A bolt of lightning shattered the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. And then a tempest arose, unleashing a torrential downpour. The summer season is inherently rainy, and this restless night is no exception, drenched in a heavy downpour. The wind rattled the wooden windows, and the sound of rain cascaded into the hall. Within the grand chamber, Su Qingzhou and Emotionga sat facing each other, reminiscent of that day when they discussed matters of state. The same individuals, the same night, yet different were the winds, the rains, this long table, and the fragrant pot before them. On that day, you alleviated my worries with strong tea. Today, shall we forego tea and indulge in wine instead? Fearing Su Qingzhou's disapproval, Emotionga quickly added, Let be a farewell gesture from you, and I shall summon the courage to reason with you under the influence of wine. Emotionga is a perceptive individual, while Su Qingzhou possesses a tender heart. He acquiesced, a toast of wine amidst the blossoms of spring, and the night rain of the Jianghu. Thus I shall accompany the lady in this final cup of mortal delight. Emotionga smiled with delight, her enchanting gaze transforming into yet another form of beauty. The cup filled, she raised it high. To you, sir. To you, madam. The clear spring flowed melodiously, and the strong liquor warmed the throat, indifferent to the chill of the wind and the cold of the rain, warming the heart within. Emotionga poured another cup. To you, sir. Once again, she drained her cup, and Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow. Emotionga consumed one glass after another. This was exquisite wine, capable of inebriating the soul. Before long, her face was adorned with a rosy hue. Holding her wine glass, Emotionga's gaze became dreamy, as if she had transformed into another person. The noble aura that once moved Su Qingzhou had completely vanished in her intoxication. The lady before him was indeed altered. She had become ordinary, no longer captivating. Su Qingzhou pondered, perhaps this was her final indulgence before death, or perhaps this was her truest self. He did not dwell on it further, nor did he inquire, for human nature is multifaceted, often revealing different facets in public and in private. Hence the adage, to know a person's face is not to know their heart. Su Qingzhou listened to the sound of the rain, not succumbing to excess. Blushing, Emotionga stared into her glass and languidly posed a question. Sir, do you think I have acted rightly? Su Qingzhou was taken aback, puzzled. What do you mean? Killing my father, my brother, my husband, my teacher. Faced with such inquiries, Su Qingzhou was at a loss for words. This question should not be directed at me. It ought to be posed to yourself. Emotionga continued to speak. I believe I am not in the wrong. I may have lost, but it was not to you, sir. It was merely a defeat to fate. Chapter 61. A heart like a bottomless pit, difficult to fill fate? Su Qingzhou furrowed her brow. Emotionga gazed at him unabashedly, nodding emphatically. Indeed, it is fate. As she spoke, Emotionga drank deeply from her cup, refilling it from the wine jug, the froth blooming within the vessel, her words flowing uninterrupted. I once disbelieved in fate, but now I am a believer. People say that beautiful women often meet with misfortune, yet I am no mere beauty, and my fate is a complex tale. I'm the eldest daughter of the Mo family, born a snow lotus atop the mountains, not mere weeds in the valley. I am not only noble, but diligent. I excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. With a pleasant disposition, some measure of beauty, kindness, and a prosperous background, I have always believed I deserve all the beauty this world has to offer, that I am entitled to happiness. Yet fate is capricious, and heaven is unjust. I find myself in a most wretched plight. Marrying into the Lord's estate, the world envies me, but only I know the bitterness concealed within. My husband does not love me. He married me solely for my lineage, nothing more. Unable to bear children, he places the blame upon me. In public, he professes his undying love, while in private, he indulges in affairs, leaving me to bear the disgrace alone. My father and elder brother are aware of the truth. They know, yet for the sake of power and gain, they remain silent, feigning ignorance. I spend my days weeping, yet no one comprehends my suffering. No one shows me compassion or offers assistance. I have endured enough, truly enough. I am weary of the slander, the curses, and the insincerity. All of this is the cruel handiwork of fate, and I refuse to accept it any longer. Thus, I resolve to change my destiny. I have done no wrong. Why should I bear this injustice? Why should I endure? I began to rebel, employing all that I had learned to transform my circumstances. I eliminated my father and all those who turned a blind eye to my plight, and I render my husband powerless. I seized power, unparalleled power. Gradually, I descended into madness, embodying the injustice that had been thrust upon me. Do you know, sir? Power is indeed a marvelous thing. It can alter everything, define everything. Whoever I desire to see perish shall meet their end, and circumstances shall bend to my will. I can invert truth and falsehood, leading the innocent astray. I achieved this. I became the unseen ruler of Lin Feng City, the sovereign of all. Yet, fate continued to turn a blind eye to me. Just as I was once again thwarted by fate's unfairness, I encountered the gentleman, and once more, I glimpsed an opportunity to trample fate beneath my feet. I sought to eliminate the gentleman, yet I held no disdain for him. I played my strongest cards, but still I was defeated. However, it was not the gentleman who bested me. It was fate. Once more, destiny stood in opposition to me. She sighed mournfully, the helplessness in her eyes filling the entirety of her gaze, evoking an involuntary response from anyone who beheld her. How absurd, how tragic. Su Qingzhou listened to her tale, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Every pitiable soul possesses some detestable aspect, yet even the most contemptible individuals harbor their own sorrows. In the narrative, Qingzhou embodies such a wretched being. Life is akin to an ant, fraught with storms and delays, a mere floating weed with no roots, resigned to its fate. Yet, he found no sympathy for the present Qingzhou, for destiny had indeed offered her chances. I, Su, bestowed opportunities upon the lady. Fate allowed me to alleviate her burdens. Had she harbored even a modicum of benevolence, she might have altered her fate, but alas, she chose to pursue my demise instead. Qingzhou continued to gaze at her, asserting, if fate cannot be wielded by my own hands, what difference is there between living and dying? I do not wish to kill you, but if you continue to live, how can I find peace? She tilted her head towards the heavens, where the wind howled and rain shrieked, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The gentleman had recounted a story in Qingzhou City about a man named Cao Cao, whose words I greatly admire. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. The words resonated with a heavy, somber gravity, despite her femininity. They carried the chill of a formidable strategist. She turned back to Su Qingzhou, almost pleadingly asking, "These are your words, so do you now believe that I am justified?" Su Qingzhou, momentarily at a loss for words, discerned that Qingzhou was deeply invested in his response, eagerly awaiting his verdict. As he swirled the wine in his glass, a flash of lightning illuminated the moment, and he delivered his answer. "You are right, yet you are also mistaken. It is unfortunate that you encountered me, for it was destined that you would lose." With Su Qingzhou's affirmation, Qingzhou felt a wave of relief wash over her, her previously taut body relaxing, a glimmer igniting in her eyes as she smiled with unguarded sincerity. "Ha ha ha, I knew it, I knew I was right. To receive your acknowledgement is enough for me. Cheers. To you, sir. She raised her glass and drained it. Su Qingzhou mirrored her gesture, but only took a sip. However, you are mistaken on one point. You did not lose to fate. What? You merely succumbed to yourself. Su Qingzhou licked his lips, gazing intently at the now slightly intoxicated Mo Xingge, and spoke earnestly. Mo Xingge appeared puzzled, her eyes clouded with confusion once more. Lost myself? Indeed, you succumbed to your own desires. Su Qingzhou observed her with calm intensity, imparting his words with weight. The heart is like a bottomless pit, difficult to fill. It is said that among the myriad afflictions in this world, only longing cannot be cured. Yet I, Su, can heal this longing. I have done so before, but the insatiable desires within the hearts of humanity remain beyond my grasp, unquenchable and unfulfilled. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow lingered on Su Qingzhou's brow, and with a sigh, he shook his head. Love can be resolved, but desire is boundless. Longing can be forgotten. It cannot save those eternally ensnared by insatiable greed. Each word, each phrase, falls into the depths of the heart, rivaling the thunder of the heavens, perhaps even surpassing it by a margin. The wine cup held aloft by Mo Xingge hovered in midair as she gazed blankly at Su Qingzhou. The essence of love can be deciphered, yet desires are boundless. Such words were unfamiliar to her, yet upon hearing them, she comprehended and awakened to their meaning instantly, for they spoke of her very soul. At this moment, having arrived at such a juncture, it was to this desire that she had succumbed. Looking at the gentleman before her, clarity washed over her on this rain-soaked night, bringing with it a sense of liberation. She felt a lingering resentment, unwilling to concede to fate, thus burning with indignation, even in the face of death. Yet upon hearing the gentleman's words, her heart was enlightened. She realized that what she had truly lost was not fate itself, but the desires that resided within her. Her eyes trembled, and her hand that held the cup quivered as well. After a lengthy pause, she uttered a single phrase, "Thank you, sir." Her tone was serene, imbued with a hint of acceptance, as she consumed the contents of the cup with deliberate slowness. Once finished, she set the cup down, choosing not to refill it, but instead straightening her attire and gazing at Su Qingzhou with eager anticipation. She inquired, "Sir, do you ever regret ferrying me that day?" Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had posed this question to himself, but had not expected Mo Xingge to voice it. After a considerable pause, he articulated, "What has been done need not be spoken of, what has been achieved need not be admonished, and the past ought not to be held against." Mo Xingge smiled radiantly, muttering to herself, "Indeed, what has transpired is beyond questioning." The gentleman, as expected, possessed a clarity of understanding that surpassed her own. As she spoke, she retrieved an exquisite wooden box from a concealed compartment and slowly pushed it towards Su Qingzhou. "I had originally intended to harm you, yet you are still willing to listen to my woes and offer me guidance. Acknowledging my inability to repay you, I wish to assist you in return before I depart. Inside this box lies the remedy to dispel the curses of those death warriors. I trust it will prove useful to you. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude for your affection, your kind reviews, your gifts, and your continued readership. This special update serves to express my sincere sentiments. I understand that awaiting updates can be a torturous endeavor, especially when you yearn to uncover the resolution of a matter, and I shall strive to hasten the process. Thank you for your unwavering support." Chapter 62. To be buried. Not to be marked, gazing at the ancient and substantial box, Su Qingzhou hesitated, contemplating whether he should take it. Naturally, he should. Yet, it was meant for him to claim or acquire through other means, not for Mo Xingge to present to him. This deviated from his expectations. Nonetheless, he accepted it. The lady's belongings were now in Su's possession, as she owed him for alleviating her troubles. Although he had exchanged them for Ningfeng, the lady was fully aware of what she had done to Ningfeng. He spoke slowly, providing himself with a justification for accepting the item, while also giving Mo Xingge a reason to part with it. Half drunken, Mo Xingge smiled lightly, acquiescing to whatever the gentleman declared. After all, she was the one destined to perish. Su Qingzhou tucked the wooden box into his bosom and adjusted his attire. "So, the lady has concluded her words. Has she? Emotionga nodded slightly, her charm undiminished. Yes, it is concluded. What do you intend to do about my demise, sir? Rising, Su Qingzhou looked down upon her. She did not deny it. Emotionga was indeed a pitiable soul, but her plight was of no concern to him. In his lifetime, Su had never harmed a woman he had once cherished, and the lady was no exception. You shall not kill me? Emotionga paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. With a hint of playful curiosity, bolstered by the effects of alcohol, she inquired, Can you sleep soundly, sir? Su Qingzhou turned with nonchalance, his embroidered robe sweeping elegantly as he strode towards the exit. Only those with guilty consciences fear, and Su was forthright. With a clear conscience, why would he be unable to sleep? As he spoke, he halted, his footsteps ceasing. A cold glint flickered in his lower gaze. Yet, due to the lady's narrow-mindedness, many who should not have perished already had. If the lady were to live, he pondered how many more would die unjustly. His heart was restless. Thus she must meet her end. Emotionga's eyes were clouded with confusion. Did the gentleman intend to kill or spare her? This time, Su Qingzhou offered no response to Emotionga. Instead, he approached the grand hall's entrance and forcefully pushed open the tightly shut doors. In an instant, the frigid wind surged into the hall, howling mournfully, accompanied by a gentle rain. Inside, the candlelight flickered, casting fragmented shadows. Li San, Su Qingzhou called, and though thunder rumbled and the storm raged outside, his voice resonated above all else. Through the curtain of rain, a figure emerged, soon standing before Su Qingzhou, bowing in respect. Sir, what are your commands? Su Qingzhou met Li San's rain-soaked gaze and asked, Do you still remember the words we once exchanged? Li San lifted his head, glancing from Su Qingzhou to Emotionga in the hall, recalling that fateful night after the rain. I remember, he affirmed. Do you dare? Su Qingzhou's words were unmistakable to Li San. Dare you? Li San straightened, unsheathing the long sword at his waist, gripping it firmly as he regarded Su Qingzhou earnestly. Whatever the sir commands, I shall do. Su Qingzhou patted Li San's shoulder in approval and whispered in his ear, Grant her a swift end. Rest assured, sir, I understand. Some blood must be shed by oneself, while some blood is reluctantly spilled. Su Qingzhou merely seeks the outcome. The means to that end are of little consequence. He refrains from slaying Emotionga himself, yet he is not averse to letting others do the deed. It is not that he truly refuses to harm a woman. Rather, having once alleviated her burdens, to take her life now would be to betray his own convictions. Furthermore, he does not wish to stain his hands with blood this night. Li San, sword in hand, made his way toward the grand hall, not forgetting to close the wooden door behind him. Su Qingzhou stood with his back to the hall, gazing at the torrential rain enveloping the night. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. As a shadow within the room descended with a long sword, blood splattering high with the arc of the blade. In less than half a minute, Li San emerged, drenched in blood, his sword sheathed. Sir, the man is dead. He may be buried, but no tombstone shall stand. Understood, sir. Emotionga is deceased. Yet the matter does not conclude here. The events in Lin Fengsheng must also be settled. These 3,000 deaf warriors, having chosen to stand by his side, deserve their due. He intends to grant them freedom, and this freedom ought to be honorable, not a mere act of servitude for personal gain. Meng Xiao, sir, please give your orders. Take me to see Lord Lin Shuo. Meng Xiao hesitated. He could not fathom why his master wished to meet a dying man. Yet he unfurled a black umbrella and respectfully replied, Please follow me, sir. Having concluded matters with Emotionga, Su Qingzhou, under Meng Xiao's guidance, arrived at the courtyard where Lin Shuo was held captive. Upon entering, he was met with a disarray of naked men and the severely injured Lin Shuo. Sir, this is Lord Lin Shuo, Meng Xiao stated, his tone devoid of any reverence for Lin Shuo. Although in recent years, it was the lady who wielded control over them. The source of the deaf warriors originated from the Lin family. Lin Shuo, being of the Lin lineage, was both their master and the architect of their chains. The barely breathing Lin Shuo stared in astonishment at Su Qingzhou, who returned the gaze. The former's eyes were filled with confusion, yet he could not utter a single word. The latter stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in silence. Lin Shua's injuries were more grievous than he had anticipated, but still salvageable. The first method was to directly purchase a medicinal pill from the worry-relieving shop that could heal his wounds. Pros: convenient. Cons: expensive. The second method was to find a young woman who genuinely cared for Lin Shua and wished for his recovery, allowing him to alleviate her worries in return. Pros: inexpensive, with potential rewards. Cons: troublesome. After considerable deliberation, Su Qingzhou ultimately opted for the latter. After all, money was hard-earned, and savings were prudent. With his decision made, he acted swiftly, retrieving a common medicinal pill often rewarded by the system and administering it to Lin Shua. As the pill took effect, the bedridden Lin Shua appeared to undergo a miraculous revival. Not only did he regain sensation in his body, but he was also able to speak. "I can move. What did you give me?" Lin Shua, overwhelmed with emotion, quickly sat up and expressed his gratitude to Su Qingzhou. "Thank you for saving my life." Although it was their first encounter, he clearly sensed that the young man before him was no ordinary person, but rather a celestial being, hence the miraculous elixir. Su Qingzhou replied calmly, "Do not be hasty in your thanks. The pill I provided will not grant you life. It will merely restore your vitality for a brief hour. If you wish to survive, I have a few conditions you must agree to. If you can comply, then I shall save you. What do you say?" Lin Shua, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, having languished in bed for 5 years in a state worse than death, thought that if there was a chance to live, he would agree to any number of conditions, be they 10, 100, or even 1,000. "Speak, and I shall listen." Chapter 63. A new night. As night deepened and the rain poured heavily, Su Qingzhou, unwilling to linger, dismissed Meng Xiao and casually found a stool to sit by Lin Shua's bedside. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of rain outside, he began, "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Su, and my given name is Qingzhou. As I possess the ability to alleviate worries and dispel sorrows, the world oft refers to me as Master Wanyu, the Forgetfulness Master. Lord Lin, I understand you have been unwell for some time, perhaps unfamiliar with my reputation, but I can assure you, my name carries weight, and my words are trustworthy." Lin Shua, though ailing, listened intently. The youth before him appeared youthful, yet his voice resonated with a profound maturity, low yet powerful. The confidence in his gaze was a rare sight. Lin Shua understood. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I shall save you, but in return, you must agree to 3 conditions." With that, Su Qingzhou raised one finger before Lin Shua, gesturing first. "You must promise me to grant the 3,000 dead soldiers of Lin Feng their freedom. Should they wish to depart, you shall not obstruct, pursue, or interfere with them. You are to cooperate." Lin Shua's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this forgetfulness master would present such a considerable demand upon his arrival. The dead soldiers were integral to the Lord's governance, serving as overseers and purging dissenters. Their elimination would be akin to severing a limb or blinding oneself, an undertaking fraught with peril. Despite his prolonged illness, Su Qingzhou had evidently managed to gain control over Mo Xinga, that venomous woman, or perhaps he had even eliminated her. The 3,000 dead soldiers had likely already heeded this forgetfulness master's command. Whether he consented or not seemed to bear little significance. These matters paled in comparison to the preservation of life. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely replied, "Very well, I agree, master." Su Qingzhou smiled faintly, nodding in approval, perceiving Lin Shua as no fool, but rather a man of intelligence. He extended a second finger, stating, "The second matter concerns this man. I trust Lord Lin is well aware of his identity. His presence here is somewhat tied to me. Since I have come and encountered him, I am compelled, out of guilt, to extend my help. He bears no responsibility for the wrongs that have transpired, and is himself a victim. Henceforth, Lord Lin must not pursue this matter, nor harm him." The man bound upon the bed ceased his squirming upon hearing these words. His once dull eyes widened in astonishment, turning towards Su Qingzhou with a glimmer of hope for life. Though he could not comprehend the entirety of Su Qingzhou's words, he grasped the essence, that this forgetfulness master intended to save him, even if he remained unaware of the reasons behind such benevolence. Lin Shua, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at the restrained man on the bed, his expression calm, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips. This was something that required no words from the master. Lin Shuo understood fully. Moreover, he was of the Lin lineage himself, yet his voice trailed off, as if he had uttered something unspeakable, reluctant to continue. Instead, he gazed at Su Qingzhou and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, sir, even if you do not speak, I shall not harm him. If you instruct me, I shall treat him well." Throughout Lin Shuo's response, Su Qingzhou's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon his eyes, never wavering for an instant. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Having been deceived by Shingo once, he wished to avoid a second occurrence. As it stands, Lin Shuo appeared to possess genuine sincerity. Thirdly, and most importantly, the events of tonight must never be mentioned to anyone. Lord Lin should consider that Su has never been here, and in the future, this matter should remain unspoken. Su Qingzhou's third stipulation left Lin Shuo bewildered. He could not fathom Su Qingzhou's reasoning. If he had come to save him, why should he remain silent? To him, this seemed illogical. Could someone truly save an unfamiliar person without reason? Is there truly anyone who does good deeds without expecting something in return? If such a person exists, what would be their motive? Mr. Wang Yu was male, and he was also male, thus it was not a matter of affection. They were neither kin nor acquaintances, having met for the first time today, so it was not familial love either. If there was no affection, no kinship, and no gain, why then save him? Was it merely for the two conditions mentioned earlier? Yet, even without him, this person could have offered assistance, could he not? He pondered deeply, but remained perplexed. His gaze grew vacant as he asked, "Sir, Lin Shuo does not comprehend why you would help me. If you have assisted me, why must I act as if nothing has occurred?" In response to Lin Shuo's astonishment, Su Qingzhou's lips curled into a serene smile, a gentle arc of tranquility. He slowly uttered the phrase, "Heavenly secrets must not be revealed." Those 6 succinct words resonated like thunder in Lin Shuo's mind, causing his thoughts to buzz momentarily. Subsequently, his mind went blank, the reverberations fading away. When he turned his gaze back to Su Qingzhou, he found himself unable to discern his intentions. The man before him now appeared inscrutable. The mere utterance of heavenly secrets must not be revealed left him speechless, and he dared not ask further. If Su Qingzhou were not an immortal, he must surely be an enigmatic recluse. He straightened his posture slightly and bowed respectfully. "I shall heed your instructions, sir." Su Qingzhou was quite pleased with Lin Shuo's reaction. As for that phrase, it was merely a spontaneous remark. He had no intention of expending effort to explain the inexplicable. Some matters, shrouded in ambiguity, often prove more advantageous. Ultimately, his primary objectives for this journey were twofold. First, to eliminate Shingo, and second, to resolve the plight of the white-haired girl. Assisting the distressed warriors was merely an act of convenience. As for treating Lin Shuo and saving his brother, that was a whim, whether for the common folk of Lin Feng City or to spare the 3,000 warriors from undeserved disgrace. This arrangement was more than advantageous for him. Moreover, all these events stemmed primarily from his actions. If he were to ignore them, that would be one thing. Upon witnessing the situation, it is indeed inappropriate to remain indifferent. "Very well, since you have consented, I shall proceed to treat your ailment." With a graceful wave of his hand, Su Qingzhou summoned rice paper and ink from his storage pouch, which appeared unexpectedly at the bedside. In Lin Shuo's bewilderment, he continued, "Now, inscribe upon this paper the names of those women whom you believe wish for your survival." Lin Shuo hesitated, his pale, emaciated lips quivering. "Sir, there is no need for further inquiry. If you desire to live, simply do as I instruct." Lin Shuo's gaze flickered, no longer entangled in doubt, and he reached for the brush. Yet, he hesitated, the brush hovering in the air. Once a lord of the city, he had basked in the adoration of countless women. However, when it came to identifying one who truly wished for his continued existence, he found himself at a loss. "Sir, I cannot write." Su Qingzhou's eyes widened in surprise. Momentarily speechless. "What did you say?" Lin Shuo's gaze fell, devoid of light, his voice barely a whisper, heavy with sorrow. My mother has passed away. I have no sisters and no daughters. Although the Lord's residence is filled with women, none genuinely hope for my survival. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting Lin Shua's self-awareness. Yet, this outcome left him somewhat troubled. Sir, might there be another way to save me? Chapter 64. Just desert for the first time, Su Qingzhou fell silent, stroking his chin in contemplation, while in reality, he had opened the troubled mind general store to peruse its offerings. Lin Shua's injury was not a grievous ailment. It was merely a few meridians fractured by external force. Healing it was not a daunting task. A single spirit essence pill would suffice, though its cost was a steep 3,000 benevolence points. Although Su Qingzhou had already amassed considerable wealth, the prospect of spending such an amount still pained him. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Well, the heavens bestowed upon me the troubled mind book, intending for me to assist the world and save those in peril. Saving one is still a salvation. Saving 3,000 is also a salvation, and rescuing an entire city is indeed a salvation. With Lin Shua alive, Lin Feng would have a master, ensuring stability and sparing the common folk further suffering. I could endure a bit of loss. Su Qingzhou pondered upon his character. Not quite a good person, yet not a villain either. As a traveler from another realm, he had a propensity to weigh pros and cons, proceeding with caution. This world remained an enigma to him. However, as a transmigrator, he had undoubtedly received a commendable education, particularly being born in Huaxia, where he was unconsciously influenced throughout his upbringing. Whether through the knowledge in textbooks or the mythological tales of his homeland, he was consistently exposed to themes of justice, righteousness, aiding the weak, and rescuing those in distress. Thus, witnessing the injustices of the world and the suffering of its inhabitants could hardly leave him indifferent. He would inevitably feel a surge of righteous indignation, especially now, having wielded the Trouble Mind book for nearly half a year, performing good deeds daily and alleviating others' burdens. His disposition had been subtly transformed. Perhaps he himself was unaware that he had developed a heart inclined toward benevolence, accustomed to saving others. He found the idea of wrongdoing or even passively observing such acts to be distressing. The book stated that true strength requires one to maintain a heart of compassion towards all living things. Just as Su Qingzhou contemplated communicating with the system to procure the spirit essence pill, the wooden door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. A gust of wind rushed into the room, unrestrained. Startled, Su Qingzhou withdrew his thoughts and turned towards the entrance. Entering was Meng Xiao, who promptly closed the door behind him and approached Su Qingzhou. As he reached Su Qingzhou, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shua lying on the bed. With utmost respect, he addressed Su Qingzhou, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion, sir. I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Lord Lin. I know of a young lady who is surely eager to save Lord Lin." Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou remained still, yet Lin Shua, filled with disbelief, grasped Meng Xiao's arm and urgently inquired, "Really? Who is she?" Meng Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shua, channeling his energy, and with a slight tremor of his shoulder, he forcefully dislodged Lin Shua's hand. In a low voice, he cautioned, "Lord Lin, please conduct yourself with dignity." Lin Shua, disregarding the pain in his hand, gazed at Meng Xiao in confusion, utterly bewildered. Desiring to admonish, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself unable to utter them. In this moment, though he remained the lord of the city, his position had become merely a hollow title. Moreover, Meng Xiao was no longer the obedient dog at the beck and call of the Lin family. He now stood behind an enigmatic young gentleman. Upon hearing this, Su Qingzhou felt a swell of joy. Intelligence regarding the death warriors typically bore little deviation, and Meng Xiao's confidence in voicing it indicated he held a measure of assurance. Unlike Lin Shua, who had lost his composure, he calmly inquired, "Can the person be located?" "The individual is within the city. With your word, sir, I shall bring them to you within half an hour." "Very well, you may proceed." "Sir, please wait a moment." Meng Xiao retreated, the door opened, and then closed quietly. Lin Shua, however, continued to gaze at the entrance, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Su Qingzhou slowly rose, approached the bound individual, untied them, and offered clothing. Grateful for their newfound freedom, the person knelt in thanks. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving me." Su Qingzhou swiftly helped them to their feet, patting their shoulder, and in a hushed voice spoke amidst the man's fearful gaze. "You have suffered. Now go." The individual expressed their gratitude once more and hurriedly exited the room. The storm continued to rage outside as Su Qingzhou retrieved the Chronicles of Howren and resumed reading. Half an hour is neither long nor short. Yet the deepening night proved arduous to endure. However, the wait seemed worthwhile. If Meng Xiao's words bore truth, a substantial sum would be saved. As the wind diminished and the rain quieted, the candlelight flickered dimly, waning with the dwindling oil. "Do you think, sir, that I have failed?" Su Qingzhou paused in his reading, his hand lingering over the pages, yet he maintained his focus on the book. "Why do you say such a thing, Lord of the city?" Lin Shuo replied with a bitter smile, an expression rife with self-mockery. Once a ruler over a multitude, he had met with such a fate, and as he faced death, he lamented the absence of even one soul who genuinely wished for his survival. His tone carried a profound melancholy, imbued with endless sorrow and pain, yet also suffused with repentance and regret for a lifetime of misdeeds and arrogance. Su Qingzhou turned a page, seemingly indifferent. Yet his words bore weight. A virtuous person shall reap blessings, while a wicked one shall encounter calamity. You, Lin Shuo, have never been virtuous. Your infamy is well known, and the deeds you have committed have culminated in today's fate. Do you feel wronged? Lin Shuo's countenance, already pale, grew even more haggard under Su Qingzhou's unrelenting scorn. He yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. For the truth of Su Qingzhou's assertion was indisputable. He was aware of the filth lurking beneath the glamorous facade he presented in Linfeng City. As the gentleman had articulated, his current plight was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Lin Shuo fell silent, his gaze entwined with anguish, as waves of guilt crashed within him, nearly suffocating. "Do you know why I chose to save you?" Su Qingzhou suddenly posed another question. Lin Shuo, perplexed, gazed at Su Qingzhou, whose eyes were filled with uncertainty. In an instant, Su Qingzhou closed the book in his hands, directing his gaze towards Lin Shuo. Yet there was a stark transformation. His eyes at that moment appeared to be shrouded in a layer of gray, chilling to the bone, resembling the depths of hell, ready to consume all. In this moment, Su Qingzhou was no longer an ethereal being, but rather resembled a demon. To be candid, if given the choice between you and Mo Xingge, I would prefer to see Mo Xingge alive. Mo Xingge wields her blade against the strong, while your strikes are often aimed at the weak. She sought my life, and I had no choice but to take hers. Allowing you to survive merely stems from the necessity of Linfeng City having a leader. I saved you only because she has perished. Her death enables your continued existence. That is all. Su Qingzhou's words, like the cold light in his eyes, pierced through to the very marrow, rendering the listener as if trapped in an icy abyss. Lin Shuo felt an intense chill creeping down his spine, his gaze unable to evade the weight of the revelation. He had surmised Mo Xingge's demise, yet hearing it from Su Qingzhou imbued it with a heavier significance. However, Su Qingzhou's words did not cease there. They continued to flow forth. After 3 years of confinement, enduring the scorn of the world, you have tasted much of life's adversities. Perhaps, given another chance, you could be an ordinary person. There is no need for unwavering integrity. A life of mediocrity could be deemed a blessing for the common folk. Pausing momentarily, his gaze deepened, the chill intensified, and his tone grew increasingly sinister as he added, "Of course, you may choose to disregard your fate, persist in your malevolence, and let us see whether the heavens will hold you accountable." Chapter 65, The Wager. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the night sky, as if the divine were bellowing down upon the earth. The winds and clouds paused momentarily, yet this thunderclap emerged unexpectedly, coinciding perfectly with the moment when Su Qingzhou finished speaking. Lin Shuo felt a tremor in his spirit, unable to dare glance towards Su Qingzhou. Whether it was due to an overwhelming sense of guilt or his inherently timid nature, he could not tell. "I remember what you said. I remember," he murmured, his lips quivering, his gaze cast downward in profound despondency. The words he uttered, already faint, grew ever softer. If indeed there existed a person who could save me, if there were truly someone who sincerely wished for my survival, then I would heed their counsel, strive to be a virtuous lord, a benevolent ruler for my nation and its people. In this life, even the most heinous of individuals may experience a moment of awakening. Yet, such realizations often occur when one is on the brink of death. Lin Shuo was acutely aware of his actions over the past decades. Even those closest to him seemed to wish for his demise. What woman, then, would genuinely desire him to live? Although Meng Xiao had indeed mentioned such a person, Lin Shuo could not recall who that might be, despite searching his memories from over 30 years. Thus, he held little hope. Seeing his dejected demeanor, Su Qingzhou pondered whether she had perhaps pressed too hard. She then stowed away the Chronicles of Howren into her storage pouch and, with a light laugh, suggested, "Lord Lin, why don't we make a wager?" Lin Shuo lifted his head, still shrouded in gloom, staring blankly at Su Qingzhou. "What shall we wager on?" Su Qingzhou rose from her wooden stool and strolled to the window. "You do not truly believe that Meng Xiao can find the woman who sincerely wishes for your survival, do you?" Her words struck a chord deep within Lin Shuo, rendering him silent and uncertain of how to respond. However, Su Qingzhou turned towards him, pointing her finger with earnestness. "Answer me, yes or no?" "Yes." Lin Shuo gritted his teeth in response. Su Qingzhou's solemnity dissipated, replaced by a light smile. "You are acutely aware of your deep-seated sins and recognize that throughout your life, you have done little good for others. Therefore, you cannot fathom that there exists someone in this world who truly desires your survival. Even just one soul. You dare not entertain the thought. Then let us wager. If Meng Xiao truly finds that woman, and she is indeed willing to trade her life for yours, then you shall lose. Conversely, if you win, then you shall prevail. Should you lose, you must promise me to become a good person, a wise ruler, a benevolent lord. What say you?" Though Su Qingzhou spoke with a playful tone, as if jesting, Lin Shuo listened intently, absorbing every word. "Tell me, will you wager or not?" Faced with Su Qingzhou's inquiry, Lin Shuo's bony hand clenched tightly around the bedding before him, and his gaze towards her suddenly shifted, as if he had resolved something within himself. "Very well, I shall wager with you. If, as the gentleman has stated, there truly exists a soul in this world willing to exchange their life for mine, I, Lin Shuo, would undoubtedly devote the entirety of my remaining energy to being a commendable lord of the city, pouring my heart and soul into the endeavor, never allowing a moment of negligence." Though still frail, his voice resonated with unwavering determination, stirring a sense of admiration within Su Qingzhou, compelling him to regard Lin Shuo with newfound respect. As soon as the words left his lips, before Su Qingzhou could respond, Lin Shuo let out a self-deprecating smile. "However, that said, if such a person were to truly exist, and the gentleman's salvation of me required her life, then I implore you, please do not save me." Su Qingzhou took a deep breath, calming his brow. The fact that Lin Shuo, of all people, could utter such a statement felt inherently discordant. Yet the sincerity behind it was palpable. So genuine was his sentiment that Su Qingzhou found it difficult to counter. Could it be that this man, having faced life and death and endured 3 years of illness, had genuinely attained enlightenment? He silently pondered, perplexed. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his thoughts and replied to Lin Shuo. "Do not worry. We are merely wagering. If she truly wishes for your survival, then I, Su, need not borrow longevity from anyone else." Upon hearing Su Qingzhou's assurance, Lin Shuo's brow relaxed somewhat. "Very well, then it is settled." Su Qingzhou, curious, inquired further, "Do you not wish to know what benefits you would gain should you win?" Lin Shuo smiled ruefully. "If I were to win, it would simply be my fortune. If I were to lose, it would be my life. You, sir, are here to assist me. How could I possibly seek any advantage from you?" "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." Su Qingzhou laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice to convey his approval of Lin Shuo. "Then let us await the outcome." Time continued its relentless march, and before long. Nearly half an hour had passed since Meng Zhao's departure. The two remained in anticipation, yet the atmosphere was markedly different. Qingzhou exuded calmness and contentment, while Lin Shuo appeared increasingly anxious, his face betraying his impatience, beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the coolness of the evening. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lin Shuo's frail body to sit up straighter, his heart racing as if lodged in his throat. Though Qingzhou was engrossed in his reading, he observed everything with keen awareness. Despite Lin Shuo's verbal skepticism, his heart was undeniably filled with hope, a desire that intensified in moments of impending peril. How could he not see through it? He subtly lifted his gaze just as the long-closed wooden door creaked open. With a thud, two figures entered, one tall and one lean, moving in tandem. Accompanying them was a faint yet repugnant odor that caused Qingzhou's eyes to narrow. The taller figure was, of course, Meng Zhao, while the slender one behind him was shrouded in a new black robe, tightly wrapped. With a hobbled gait, the figure approached, staggering slightly, and despite appearing cumbersome in movement, she bypassed Meng Zhao and made her way directly to Lin Shuo's bedside. Without warning, she knelt upon the ground and bowed her head repeatedly in reverence. The scene before them left Qingzhou bewildered and Lin Shuo equally astonished, evoking a sense of trepidation within them. "Sir, I have brought the person. It is this young lady." Qingzhou nodded in acknowledgement as Meng Zhao respectfully stepped to his side. Regaining his composure, Lin Shuo shifted closer to the bedside and, in a somewhat teasing manner, urged, "Lift your head. Let me have a look." The woman cloaked in black fervently shook her head, burying her face deeper and instinctively retreating further. "What are you afraid of? Raise your head." The cloaked woman remained silent. "Very well, if you are unwilling, then I shall not pry. Pray tell, what is your name?" Yet, regardless of Lin Shuo's inquiries, the woman in black maintained her silence. Her head lowered deeply as she knelt, curling into a tight ball. Lin Shuo glanced at Meng Zhao and Qingzhou in confusion, wondering why she did not speak. Meng Zhao sighed softly, casting a look at Qingzhou. "Sir." Qingzhou understood the unspoken message and nodded in response. "Speak, if you will." His curiosity piqued. He pondered the reasons behind her reticence and the intriguing tale that lay hidden within. Chapter 66. What is the meaning of desire? Enlightenment. She does not refuse to engage with you. Rather, she is simply a loss for words. The reason she hesitates to lift her gaze is that she fears alarming the lord of the city. As soon as Meng Zhao's words fell, the head beneath the girl's black robe nodded vigorously, seemingly affirming Meng Zhao's statement. What does this signify? While Lin Shuo could comprehend the first sentence, the second, her fear of frightening him, eluded his understanding. Qingzhou felt similarly. "Meng Zhao, there is no need for ambiguity. Please elucidate what you know in detail." Upon hearing Qingzhou's request, Meng Zhao respectfully bowed. "Understood, sir." He then began to recount the tale belonging to this girl. This young woman was once an ordinary maid in the manor. 3 years prior, when the lord of the city was injured, she devoted herself to his care. However, the lady of the house, in a bid to prevent the lord's recovery, had tampered with his medicine. Unbeknownst to her, the girl overheard this and, for reasons unknown, secretly replaced the medication, a process that took several months. Originally, the lord was not meant to awaken. The lady, wishing for him to remain in slumber, found it more advantageous. Yet, due to the girl's intervention, the lord gradually regained consciousness. Upon discovering this, the lady sought to uncover the truth. She had no intention of taking the girl's life. She merely demanded that the girl disclose the instigator and agree to administer medicine to the lord daily, promising clemency in return. However, the girl resolutely refused to utter a word. In response, the lady ordered her tongue severed, and, at this juncture, Meng Zhao's voice unexpectedly faltered, and Qingzhou detected a flicker of hesitation and evasion in the eyes of this man, who had lived a life steeped in bloodshed. Lin Shuo, too, noticed this and grew increasingly anxious, rasping out a question. What happened next? They flayed her alive. Lin Shuo felt as though struck by lightning. His mind buzzed, and he nearly stumbled backward, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at the girl curled on the ground, momentarily at a loss for how to react. A tumult of pain and shock swirled in his gaze. The mere thought of Tung's severance was distressing enough. The agony of skinning was beyond comprehension. Cursed, damned, detestable. Cough, cough, cough. Su Qingzhou shuddered involuntarily, the cold air seizing his lungs, his scalp prickling. The pain of flaying. As a transmigrator, he had perused historical texts and heard of the 10 most severe punishments, and flaying was among them. To have one's skin entirely stripped away. How brutal, how sanguinary. No wonder, upon entering, he had sensed a pungent stench of decay. Reflecting on it now, could it not have emanated from this very girl? It was no surprise that she had wrapped herself so tightly. After flaying her, I was commanded by the lady to cast her out of the manor. Feeling pity, I arranged for her to be sheltered in a dilapidated temple, hoping to spare her from the elements and death. Little did I expect she would survive. A miracle indeed, a testament to her resilience. At this juncture, even Meng Xiao could not help but display a look of admiration. Though his respect was not directed towards the life mentioned in the earlier discourse, but rather towards the girl's remarkable tenacity. Stripped of her skin and abandoned in a desolate temple, facing certain death, her miraculous survival was not merely a testament to her resilience. Why must I be subjected to such treatment when I have done nothing wrong? The depths of Lin Shua's eyes no longer reflected despondence, but were instead overshadowed by an overwhelming agony, his already gaunt visage now contorted in anguish. Silent tears began to shimmer in his blood-red gaze. The girl in the black robe remained prostrate on the ground, her body trembling and convulsing uncontrollably. Meng Xiao regarded Lin Shuo, whose disheveled state inexplicably softened his voice. My lord, when you first ascended to the position of lord, you were not so malevolent. Back then, upon witnessing the plight of the downtrodden, you often acted with compassion and generosity. This girl, in her youth, sold herself in the southern part of the city to bury her father. The lord, seeing her misfortune, granted her a few pieces of silver. It was with this modest sum that she eventually grew up to serve as an ordinary maid in a manor. Yet, over time, the lord transformed, becoming tyrannical, cruel, and wicked. A stranger to all who once knew him. Meng Zhao's words struck Lin Shuo like a key unlocking a dormant recollection, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. In those days, he was of noble lineage, exceptionally talented. A young man on horseback leaning against a slanted bridge, surrounded by fluttering red sleeves. How carefree and charming he had been. He was also the romantic of the Qingzhou mountains, divinely charged with wild abandon, having penned verses inspired by the rain and wind, lifting the clouds and moonlight with his words. At that time, he had dreamed of wielding his sword and traversing the world, of punishing evil and promoting good with a song in his heart. However, upon becoming the lord, everything changed. The treacherous nature of politics, the intertwining of interests among people, a mere gathering of rogues, gradually tainted him as he sank deeper into the mire. His original intentions faded, consumed wholly by power and desire. Yet, he had managed to retain a semblance of rationality until he learned of his inability to bear children, after which his demeanor transformed entirely. It was as if he had become a different person. In truth, how could there exist inherently evil beings in this world? Rather, one step at a time, they become corrupted by the allure of worldly gain, blinded by desire. It is easy to be a destitute wretch. It is even easier to become a malevolent figure wielding power. Retribution. The gentleman was not mistaken. The fate that has befallen me, Lin Shuo, is indeed of my own making. I have wronged this girl and the citizens of Linfeng City. Lin Shuo lamented, his cries filled with sorrow and anguish. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended where he had erred in the root of his transgressions. Until this very instant, he had finally achieved a profound awakening, grasping the profound truths previously articulated by Su Qingzhou. Indeed, such truths are often spoken, but are they not derived from the experiences of life? Heavenly sins are unforgivable, self-inflicted miseries. How can one endure? Su Qingzhou observed all of this with deep sentiment. Before me stands Lin Shuo, and beside him, Imo Shunga, both of whom ought to embody the elegance of youth and the innocence of blooming flowers. Yet, ensnared by the enticements of power and desire, they have lost their true selves, resulting in their current dismal state. As the ancients have wisely stated, it is easy to guard wealth, but far more challenging to uphold virtue. Throughout history, how many honorable individuals, upon seizing power, have strayed from their foundational intentions, succumbed to arrogance, and transformed into irredeemable villains? Power breeds desire, and when one's heart is an insatiable abyss, it becomes a task of Herculean proportions to fill it. How can one articulate this truth clearly? To be a malevolent being devoid of power is difficult. To be a virtuous individual wielding influence is even more arduous. What defines a sage is their ability to master desire. Thus, true sages are a rare breed in this world. Qingzhou sighed softly. Having once proclaimed that he could heal all ailments under the heavens, save for the affliction of desire, which remains inscrutable, one can only strive for self-redemption, self-awareness, self-examination, and self-blame. He rose, gazing at the once familiar yet no longer unpleasing Lin Shuo, and inquired, "City Lord, will you gamble again?" Lin Shuo lifted his chin, this time meeting Qingzhou's gaze without evasion, retreat, or fear. "No more gambling. I have lost. The girl may endure the torment of being skinned alive. What is there to question regarding death?" Despite this, he still did not know the name of the child. Qingzhou remained silent, for the answer was evident. What need was there for further wagers? He gradually crouched down and softly whispered into the girl's ear, "If you wish for him to live, please give me your hand." Chapter 67. A collective salvation. The young woman beneath the black robe slowly raised her hand, revealing a sight that was both startling and poignant. Yet, Qingzhou did not recoil. Instead, he took her hand firmly. In a world teeming with countless souls, few are those who harbor gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon them. Even fewer are those willing to sacrifice their lives for mere favors. Though this individual was an ordinary woman, she commanded Qingzhou's respect. The Book of Worries appeared, ink flowing effortlessly, a blue light illuminating the scene. Large characters descended before Qingzhou's eyes, and he scrutinized them intently. Name, Xiaohua, maid of the Lin family. Age, 18 years old. Status, common woman. Personal history, a resident of Linfeng, orphaned at 3, lost her father at 6. In her youth, she received the benevolence of Lin Sha, the lord of Linfeng City, who granted her a small sum of silver. In gratitude, at the age of 10, she sold herself into the Lin household as an ordinary maid. 3 years prior, Lin Shuo was gravely injured, and she spent her savings to bribe the steward to secure a position caring for him. Subsequently, she defied the wishes of the city lord's wife, Shinga, by secretly altering Lin Shuo's medication. After a year, when her treachery was discovered, she suffered the humiliation of countless men, enduring mutilation and abandonment in a dilapidated temple, surviving until now. Her heartfelt wish: may Lord Lin Shuo recover from his illness. Possible solutions: 1. One spirit essence pill to heal Lin Shuo, costing 300 points of virtue. 2. Remain oblivious and wait 3 years. Lin Shuo will surely perish, alleviating her worries without any cost. 3. Although this individual is a woman, she possesses great virtue, embodying gratitude and benevolence, a rarity among mortals. The system's spirit, moved by her plight, offers an additional option. Under the first solution, one may purchase a pill that can restore her skin entirely. Cost: 1,000 points of virtue. Contemplating the 3 options, Qingzhou felt a flicker of emotion. The account of this girl's life in the book mirrored the words of Meng Xiao. Yet, considering her age, she had endured the agony of skinning at merely 16. The sheer fortitude required to withstand such torment filled him with awe. What surprised him further was the third solution offered by the system, which was remarkably humane. Not only would it alleviate the girl's distress, but it would also heal her afflictions. Having endured the agony of her skin being flayed, her existence was one of relentless suffering, where living felt worse than death. And her life was not meant to last. As he pondered this, he unconsciously communicated with the system, jesting lightly, "Adoptive father, I did not expect you to possess such compassion. I am, After all, a system designed to aid humanity. It is unbearable for me to witness the suffering of mortals. No need for further discourse. Will you part with the 700 points of virtue? Is it too much to ask for a little discount among family? Please, host, maintain your dignity. Do not make my task excessively difficult. Su Qingzhou smiled knowingly. The methods provided by the system during times of concern, whether pills or other remedies, were always offered at a fraction of the market price. The additional 700 points for this pill would have otherwise amounted to a staggering 7,000 points. It is not surprising, after all, that a life-restoring elixir capable of rejuvenating one to their original state would command a higher price, such as only reasonable. In retrospect, one might even consider themselves fortunate. One must not focus solely on immediate gains. Do not commit evil, no matter how trivial. Do not neglect good deeds, no matter how small. Since my adoptive father has spoken, I must honor this request, and in doing so, I shall save this young lady as well. With renewed resolve, Su Qingzhou made his decision and selected the third option. Consequently, 2 pills, one golden and one green, quietly manifested in his storage bag. Amid the bewilderment of those present, he retrieved the suspended Book of Solace and extracted one of the pills, presenting it to Lin Shuo while earnestly stating, "Once you consume this elixir, you shall regain your health. However, I hope you will not forget your previous words." This time, he refrained from mentioning his rather mundane dark humor. Perhaps it was the late hour or the weight of the day's events, but he found little joy in the moment. Lin Shuo accepted the pill, yet his gaunt visage bore no sign of happiness, only lingering pain. He held no doubts regarding the efficacy of the elixir. Through their conversation that night, Su Qingzhou had become, in Lin Shuo's eyes, an omnipotent immortal, a recluse of extraordinary caliber. Lin Shuo dared not forget. He pondered, could the gentleman? As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the young lady, still curled upon the ground, her eyes reflecting not only anguish, but also sorrow. Su Qingzhou perceived his thoughts with clarity. If I were to tell you that I cannot heal this young lady's wounds, what then would you intend to do, Lord Lin? Lin Shuo's gaze returned, his grip tightening around the pill as he looked earnestly at Su Qingzhou and declared, "She has suffered unspeakable torment because of me. Now, she has extended her life for my sake. In this lifetime, I shall remain by her side, caring for her with utmost devotion, never to part ways. Should she linger in this world as a spirit, I will protect her at all costs, even if her body is ravaged, emitting a foul stench day in and day out. You would not abandon her? Su Qingzhou inquit? Never." Lin Shuo affirmed. "Can I trust the words of a person like you?" Lin Shuo gazed at the young lady for 3 breaths, then turned his attention to Su Qingzhou, resolutely affirming, "I can." Su Qingzhou smiled lightly at his response, inhaling deeply and relaxing his brow. "Very well." He then shifted his focus to the cloaked young lady, expressing, "Yet, throughout my life, I cannot bear to see a woman suffer, especially one as devoted and loyal as she. I shall heal her wounds as well." He offered the second elixir to Lin Shuo. "Take this. Once she consumes it, within 3 days, her skin shall be restored to its pristine condition. She has endured suffering because of you. Thus, it is you who must personally administer this remedy." Lin Shuo stared at the vibrant green pill, his pupils widening in disbelief. After a brief moment of astonishment, joy overtook him, and he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Even the young lady in the black robe shifted her posture to bow fervently towards Su Qingzhou. Su Qingzhou withdrew his hand, adjusting his embroidered white robe with a gentle shake. Calmly, he spoke. "The matters here have come to a close, and it is time for Su to depart." Before taking his leave, Su imparted a message to the city lord. "Sir, you must understand that Lin Shuo will indelibly etch this in his heart." Lin Shuo responded earnestly. Su Qingzhou slowly turned away, his back to Lin Shuo, gazing into the dark night beyond the door, embodying an air of profound mystery. Those who cultivate virtue and establish their names are akin to those who build homes and bear fruit. In life, they reap the benefits. In death, they leave behind their legacy. Lin Shuo listened intently, his expression solemn. He committed the words of the gentleman to memory, resolute not to forget them even in death. Su Qingzhou did not look back, resembling an exalted being from the heavens, indifferent to all worldly fame and fortune. He departed. Having uttered these words, he stepped away, with Meng Xiao closely following. Sir, please wait. The kindness you have shown cannot go unacknowledged. Yet, before he could finish, Su Qingzhou's voice interrupted him. I am but a man of the mountains, disinterested in worldly possessions. What I desire is beyond the city lord's reach, and what the city lord possesses, I hold in disdain. There is no need for expressions of gratitude. Just remember to fulfill your promises, recall the words you have spoken, and strive to be a good person. That is the greatest reward you can offer me. His voice resonated like the thunder of the celestial realms, both deafening and soothing, akin to the cry of a crane amidst the clouds. Lin Shaw watched as Su Qingzhou's white robes vanished into the night until he could see him no more, until the sound of his footsteps faded away. He did not withdraw his gaze. The gentleman had emerged from the darkness, bringing him life, yet dawned in white. He entered the abyss of night. He glanced at the elixir in his hand, then at the girl in the black robe, and finally directed his gaze once more to the door, to the place where the gentleman had disappeared. Everything felt surreal, as if it were a dream. He clenched his teeth, his eyes hardening with resolve, and spoke softly. Rest assured, sir, the teachings imparted tonight will forever be engraved in Lin Shua's heart, never to be forgotten in this lifetime. These words were meant for the wind, for the esteemed Mr. Wang Yu, and indeed for himself. With that, the golden elixir was consumed. Lin Shua thus was reborn. Chapter 68. Farewell, Ding. Congratulations, host. Your efforts have alleviated Xiao Hua's troubles. Ding. Reward triggered. You have gained 400 points of benevolence. Outside the city, at a certain stronghold, a familiar notification resonated in Su Qingzhou's ears. A subtle smile graced his lips, a hint of tranquility accompanying the curve. Once again, he had suffered a loss. Beside him, the silver-haired girl, intrigued, inquired about this loss. Su Qingzhou took a deep breath and glanced at her. It's nothing. Sleep quickly. At dawn, we shall depart. Upon hearing that they could leave, a flicker of contentment passed through the depths of the silver-haired girl's eyes. All right, I shall sleep now. Having spent a sleepless night, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she quickly succumbed to slumber, occasionally chuckling in her dreams, suggesting they were pleasant. Su Qingzhou sat at the desk, murmuring softly to himself. From this moment forth, you may be yourself. Once I procure the for you, you shall soar through the heavens. He gazed at the flickering candlelight, yet a shadow of sorrow lingered at the corners of his brows. The silver-haired girl had resolved her inner turmoil. The matter of Shunga was concluded, and the curses binding the 3,000 dead soldiers had been lifted. Lin Shua seemed to have attained a profound understanding, grasping the events in Lin Feng City entirely. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, even surpassing his expectations. Yet, inexplicably, he could not muster any joy. How peculiar! After this act, why did I feel an absence of happiness? He muttered to himself, feeling a lingering discontent within his heart. This sense of unease was more intense than when he had slain the Taoist Danyan. He relished in the pretense, portraying himself as an inscrutable sage before the people of this world. Not only did it elicit admiration and reverence, but it also instilled a sense of caution in others. Do not provoke me. I'm shrouded in mystery, and I possess great strength. This was his little secret. After all, as a time traveler, even if he could not lead a life that dazzled the world, he must at least satisfy his vanity, right? He sought joy in his facade, and he thrived on it. However, this time, despite his efforts, he could not find any joy. The matter of Shunga was resolved. She faced her fate with clarity and composure. The silver-haired girl recognized reality and accepted her circumstances. Lin Shua had regained his true self. But what of himself? He found himself ensnared by desire, lost in confusion. Shunga perished due to desire, and Lin Shua was similarly ensnared. Countless others were also affected by this insatiable greed, some meeting death, eternal rest, while others endured a life of unbearable suffering. Though he had unraveled their confusions, delivering eloquent truths, he pondered, was he not also ensnared by desire? He craved the admiration of others, relishing the worshipful gazes cast upon him. He yearned for immense power, which had led him to establish the Wanyu Pavilion in Qingzhou City. The system insisted on alleviating others' worries, yet he understood all too well that this was merely a fragment of the truth. The initial intent was, after all, to acquire power. However, it is precisely due to such an obsession that these troubles have arisen. The marketplace bustle, proclaimed to the world, has rendered his name known far and wide. Yet he remains incapable of alleviating the worries of the world. Thus, the Forgetting Worries Pavilion is perpetually bustling with patrons. All of this is a consequence of his own desires. He ponders whether he is mistaken, whether he ought to have acted differently. In this world, where hearts are restless and discontent abounds, he is able to ease the troubles of others, but cannot dispel his own sorrows. He can alleviate the distress of one individual, yet remains unaware that the multitude coming to seek solace each day is countless, even within the confines of Qingzhou City. At the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, worries are never fully resolved, and troubles seem endless. The sorrows of Qingzhou, inscribed with a single character of desire, have led to the demise of many who ought not to have perished, such as the esteemed Dong Yunjinren and the offerings of the Lin family. Moreover, the fates of Lin Shuoxin and Qingzhou intertwine not merely in life and death, but also in the shifting of power. How many lives will be lost in this process? His inadvertent actions appear to have already entangled him in the web of causality. These individuals are somehow connected to him. Were it not for the knowledge he has now acquired, he would have previously thought little of such matters, solely focused on alleviating worries, with the rest being of no concern to him. Yet, as he has read more, his thoughts have multiplied, and with increased contemplation, his heart has softened. He gazes out the window towards the place where the dark clouds have dissipated, revealing the dawn's gentle breeze and the waning moon. Perhaps it is time to depart, to venture forth and perceive the world from a different perspective. The following day, outside Linfeng City, as dawn breaks, before the sun has risen, the 3,000 death warriors who instill fear in the hearts of all within Linfeng City assemble here in silence, awaiting the departure of a certain gentleman, a young scholar clad in white, refined and cultured. They stand as if in a typical formation, yet the 3,000-strong army remains eerily still, as if even their breaths are stifled. The cool morning breeze, a remnant of the previous night's sudden downpour, invigorates them. Many in attendance, like Su Qingzhou, have not yet slept, yet their spirits remain clear and resolute. Under the leadership of Meng Xiao, they bid farewell to the gentleman, the one who inexplicably saved them, granting them their freedom. Though he is their teacher, he embodies more than that. He is a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating their lives and pulling them from the depths of despair. In a single night, the seals that had confined them for a lifetime vanished, allowing them to reclaim their true selves and attain freedom. The mountains and seas stretch vast before them, ready for their exploration. Everything seems dreamlike, all because of this gentleman before them. Meng Xiao led 2 fine horses, one white and one black, to Su Qingzhou's side, both robust and with bright, piercing eyes. Is the gentleman truly departing? Su Qingzhou responded with a serene smile, acknowledging that the matters at hand have been resolved, and remaining here would serve no purpose. Meng Xiao lowered his gaze. They were but simple folk, trained in the arts of killing, engaged in violent pursuits. In the presence of such an elegant scholar, they found themselves at a loss for words. Speaking too much might reveal their clumsiness and annoy their teacher, while remaining silent left their hearts uneasy. Ultimately, aside from silently gazing at this gentleman, they seemed unsure of what to do next. However, this gratitude is something they dare not forget. A chance encounter, neither kin nor acquaintance, yet they have been graced by the master's benevolence, a kindness that fills them with trepidation, compelling them to reciprocate. Though the master has his own motives, he is a celestial being. Even without their assistance, he could have vanquished that Mo Shangge. These ordinary mercenaries do not comprehend this, yet Meng Xiao is acutely aware, for they have done nothing at all, from beginning to end, merely weaving a tale of deception. They wish to repay the master, and many even aspire to follow him, regardless of rewards or benefits. Yet the master has expressed his preference for solitude. Meng Xiao produced a storage bag, cradling it with both hands. The master has saved us, granting us freedom. This favor is akin to creation itself. We are but simple folk, incapable of eloquent expressions of gratitude, and the more sentimental words elude us. Within this bag lies a token of our brotherhood, albeit mere mundane gold and silver, which the master surely looks down upon. However, apart from this, we possess nothing else. With that, he raised the bag to his chest and bowed deeply. I hope the master will not take offense. Please graciously accept this. Chapter 69. The Departure of the Master. Su Qingzhou laughed heartily, without a trace of hesitation, and promptly retrieved the storage pouch, weighing it in his hand. Though it was midsummer, his smile resembled that of a spring breeze. Su, an ordinary mortal, was elevated by the world, hence referred to as master. Yet he found little joy in mundane matters. Only money held his affections. I have assisted you and accepted your payment. Thus, we are even, with no debts remaining. Su Qingzhou's composure stirred a slight reaction among the death warriors and Meng Xiao present. They were no fools, having survived to this day, and understood that the master's words and actions were merely a means to grant them a sense of peace. A mere handful of silver could hardly compare to the grace of rebirth he had conferred upon them. However, since the master had spoken thus, Meng Xiao and the 3,000 death warriors were unwilling to disturb his goodwill. Meng Xiao could only bow respectfully and utter, "Thank you, master." Su Qingzhou, holding the storage pouch in one hand, patted Meng Xiao on the shoulder with the other, calmly stating, "Now that we are even, there is no need for further bows. After all, you have aided me as well." He then raised his gaze, sweeping it across each death warrior. Suddenly, he clasped his fists and declared, "Gentlemen, it is a fortune to encounter you and to collaborate on this endeavor. I wish you all the best. May you ride freely upon blossoming paths." With that, he did not wait for their response, but swiftly mounted his horse, and with a flick of the reins, he departed. One must remember the aspirations of the youth, who once promised to be the finest in the realm. His bold voice echoed across the wilderness, resonating like a distant melody. Meng Xiao gazed at the young man clad in white, shouting, "Bow!" The 3,000 death warriors, in unison, knelt on one knee, their eyes fixed on the receding figure, chanting in unison, "We bid farewell to the master. May you travel safely." The resounding voices reverberated beneath the vast sky. Just then, the first rays of dawn cascaded down, illuminating the ground with a golden hue. It appeared as a grand avenue along which the master journeyed towards the light. Su Qingzhou departed. He had come from the light and was now heading toward it. The master illuminated their path, just as the sun illuminated him. This was indeed a scene of joy, yet it was tinged with the sorrow of parting. "Commander Meng, has the master truly left?" "Yes, he has departed. We should also take our leave." A smile graced Su Qingzhou's lips. The heavy sorrow of the night was, in this moment, swept away by the wind and the light. This truly marked the end. In the Lord's mansion, Lin Shuo had regained his former composure, his thick brows exuding authority as he sat in the Lord's seat, pen in hand. Beside him, the restored little flower was half-squatting, preparing ink. Lin Shuo wrote page after page without pause, the desk piled high with sheets of black and white ink. He was transcribing the words left by the master, the forgetting worries master, before he departed. "Little flower, how many have I written?" Returning to the Lord. This is the 900th piece. As the footsteps echoed outside, a number of generals and civil officials entered the hall in succession. Upon reaching the great hall, the civil and military officials lined up on either side, clasping their fists in salute. "We pay our respects to the city lord," exclaimed one of the generals. Lin Shuo continued to write without lifting his gaze, slowly inquiring, "Is everything taken care of?" One general responded with cupped hands, in answer to the city lord. "The military has been thoroughly purged, and the situation has stabilized. The 9 clans of the Mo family and their confidants have all been apprehended and are currently imprisoned, awaiting your orders." Another scholar stepped forward. In response to the city lord, "We have completed all tasks as instructed, and everything is in accordance with your expectations." Yet another voice chimed in, The decree for the pardoning of the death warriors has also been written as per your request and is currently being dispatched to various government offices for public announcement. Throughout their reports, Lin Shuo remained engrossed in his writing, diligently recording the words of that esteemed gentleman, intent on committing them to memory. He transcribed the characters, yet they transcended mere letters. In a single night, with the transition of power, the demise of Mo Qingzhou, and the covert assistance of the death warriors, he regained control over the entire Lin Feng city. While he should have reveled in his restored authority, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped him. He asked in a subdued tone, "Has that esteemed gentleman departed?" In response to the city lord, "He left the death warriors' camp outside the city an hour ago, and has likely crossed the Luo River by now." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo felt a pang in his heart. His hand trembled, causing the brush to stray from its path, rendering his script a mere muddle. He stared at the characters, immobilized, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He has indeed left. The scholars seemed to perceive his inner turmoil. "City Lord, if you wish to pursue him, there is still time." Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to peer through the hall towards the direction of the Luo River. Pursue? He had indeed entertained such thoughts. Who could disregard such a talented individual, especially when he owed him an immense debt of gratitude, akin to that of a reborn parent? Yet, he could not forget the gentleman's words, nor the promises he had made. The events of the previous night were not to be mentioned. Furthermore, how could a figure of such stature be contained within the confines of Lin Feng? For someone of such grand aspirations, Lin Feng was but a trifling realm. Conversely, for the gentleman, the world was far too narrow. He was no mere creature of the pond, but a dragon capable of soaring through clouds and rain. "It is unnecessary. Let him go." "Yes, City Lord." The official responded respectfully, although the City Lord did not disclose the nature of his relationship with the gentleman. They all understood that this individual held profound significance for him. "City Lord, how shall we deal with the remaining remnants of the Mo family?" The inquiry drew Lin Shuo's gentle gaze towards the small flower diligently grinding ink at the side. "Little Flower, what do you think? How should we proceed?" Although Little Flower felt a sense of astonishment and was momentarily flustered, she quickly regained her composure and pointed to the script that Lin Shuo had written repeatedly on his desk. "Listen to the teacher." Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze momentarily lost in a haze, silently reciting, "Those who cultivate virtue and establish a name are akin to building a house and planting fruit. In life, they reap the benefits. In death, they leave behind their blessings." He smiled calmly and said, "Very well, I shall heed the teacher's advice." He set down his pen, sat up straighter, and addressed the officials in the hall, declaring, "Take note. Mo Qingzhou, the lady of the city lord, is involved in matters that pertain solely to my family. Since it is a family affair, it should not implicate others. Thus, I shall release the Mo clan and all associated individuals, restoring their positions and ceasing any further investigations." The ministers and generals were bewildered, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. When they turned to look at the city lord, he appeared strangely unfamiliar, as though seen for the first time. Furthermore, from this day forth, the taxes imposed on the citizens of Lin Feng will be reduced by 30%. Now go forth. The military generals were thrown into disarray, while the civil officials rejoiced. The city lord is indeed wise. Lin Shuo gazed up at the vaulted ceiling, his eyes profound. "Teacher, do you see? I am striving to follow your guidance, to become a good person, to be a wise ruler." Chapter 70. The great river carries the light boat, the verdant woods cast long shadows, while the cicadas serenade the summer's day. Once a fine steed galloping with the wind. Alas, the art of horsemanship eludes them. The two rode slowly, traversing the Luo River, emerging from the maple grove, and reaching the vast wilderness as dusk approached. The setting sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of blush. The breeze, carrying the warmth of summer, felt somewhat cooler than the midday heat. Qingzhou, clad in white and mounted on a white horse, led the way, while a silver-haired girl with a black horse followed closely behind. At some point, she tugged at the reins, catching up to ride alongside him. Qingzhou, engrossed in a book, glanced sideways. Their conversation remained sparse, reminiscent of courteous strangers. May I share something with you? The silver-haired girl suddenly spoke, her voice a novel sound amidst the rustle of the wind and the clatter of hooves. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow yet turned another page, responding nonchalantly, "Go ahead." The girl scrunched her nose slightly, her pupils dilating, revealing a hint of displeasure. "I am quite serious. Could you please show me some respect?" The unexpected statement left Qingzhou momentarily bewildered as he looked up at her. "What do you mean?" Her gaze fell upon the book in his hands, her expression conveying her thoughts. Understanding her implication, Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have imagined this child possessed such depth? However, this marked the first instance of such a moment after their acquaintance, stirring his curiosity immensely. He closed the book, holding in his hands and smiled. "Now can we talk?" "Yes, we can," the silver-haired girl nodded. Yet, silence ensued once more. Qingzhou, patient, waited for 10 heartbeats, then rolled his eyes in her blind spot. "If you don't speak, I shall resume my reading." The girl continued to gaze ahead, and then, with her youthful voice, she chimed in, "I see that everyone has names. After pondering, I think I ought to have one as well. Previously, I had none because no one called me by one. Of course, it matters little to me, except for Wuyo, who always calls me sister. Having a name or not is inconsequential." Turning slowly, she cast a glance at Qingzhou, her clear eyes betraying a hint of disdain, momentarily leading him to question his perception. "As for you, I once intended to kill you. So whether you called me or what you called me held no significance. But now things have changed. I shall not harm you. Moving forward, you cannot continually call me He, as that would be quite inconvenient. Hence, I wish to choose a name." Such reasoning might seem absurd, yet when articulated by the silver-haired girl, it took on a semblance of logic, given her unconventional perspective. Qingzhou maintained a serious demeanor, immediately acknowledging her statement. "That is quite reasonable. Your considerations are thorough. Pray tell, what are your thoughts on a name?" The recognition from Qingzhou unexpectedly brought a hint of secret delight to the silver-haired little girl, though she did not reveal her feelings. Adopting Qingzhou's usual serious demeanor, she stated, "I would like to take the surname Su because Wuyo calls me sister. However, since Wuyo carries your surname, I wish to ask if I may also be surnamed Su." Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Her clarity of thought led him to wonder if the child had perhaps been feverishly enlightened. He promptly affirmed, "Of course you can." The silver-haired girl was also momentarily stunned. She looked at Qingzhou again, clearly surprised by his swift agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she expressed her gratitude once more. "All right, thank you. You're welcome." The atmosphere fell silent again as Qingzhou gazed ahead and inquired, "Aside from the surname Su, do you have a name?" "I do." "What is it?" "Su Dajiang." Qingzhou's expression froze, and even the horse beneath him stumbled slightly, as if unable to believe his ears. The name Dajiang was beyond description. Why that name? The silver-haired girl, hearing this, let her lips curve into a smile, her clear eyes sparkling with innocence. "I really like Wuyo. I want to protect her for life and treat her well. As long as I am here, I won't let anyone harm her." Qingzhou was once again perplexed, lost in thought. "So, what does that have to do with your name being Su Dajiang?" The silver-haired girl suddenly turned to him, solemnly stating, "It has everything to do with it. Wuyo said you were his sky, so I want to support this sky for Wuyo, and Dajiang carries the light boat." The word struck Qingzhou like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing into his chest and stirring up tumultuous waves within his consciousness. He reined in the horse, and the white steed came to a halt. His mind buzzed as he stared blankly at the silver-haired girl before him, silently repeating those 5 words, "Dajiang carries the light boat. Dajiang carries the light boat." Who could have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary name Dajiang would harbor such profound significance, one that Qingzhou had never fathomed? Su Dajiang, seemingly a casual choice, must have been the result of the silver-haired girl's entire heartfelt contemplation. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be moved? What is wrong? Why aren't you moving? Is there an issue? The silver-haired girl's voice broke through his reverie, tinged with a hint of suspicion. Qingzhou regained his composure, took a deep breath, and relaxed his furrowed brow with each breath. He urged his steed forward once more, restoring his calm demeanor. "No problem. It's quite good. Yet he couldn't help but ask again, but have you truly decided on the name, Su Dajiang? Yes, I have. Don't you think that as a girl? Being named Su Dajiang sounds a bit like what? Like a boy. Do you not mind? The silver-haired little girl, upon hearing those words, wore a look of disdain. A name is merely a composition of characters. Since it consists of characters, how can one distinguish between genders? What does it matter? Each mountain has its own unique contours, just as I possess my own rhythm and cadence. How narrow-minded of you, especially for someone of your stature. Those words left Su Qingzhou momentarily speechless, for in this world, few can truly articulate their own thoughts. This silver-haired little girl was the first he encountered. The reason for his defeat lay not elsewhere, but in his underestimation of this child. A seemingly illiterate individual suddenly transformed, effortlessly weaving together lines of ancient poetry. As M.O. Qingzhou once remarked, after a scholar has been apart for 3 days, one should regard them with fresh eyes. Yet, even after a single day apart, he felt a similar sentiment. From whom did you learn such words? Su Qingzhou inquired. The silver-haired little girl smiled nonchalantly, producing a book from her bosom. She placed her index finger to her lips, delicately licked her red tongue, and began to turn the pages with practiced ease. The flow was as smooth as flowing water. Naturally, I learned it from the book. Chapter 71. Please take me in upon witnessing this scene. Su Qingzhou's cheeks involuntarily twitched several times. Until now, he had never seen the child reading a book. However, he gently tugged on the reins, caught up with her, and inquired, "Do you understand what you are reading?" The white-haired little girl was illiterate. Having attended the school for only a few days, could she truly comprehend the characters within the book? This was the perplexity that plagued Su Qingzhou. Yet, the child's gaze remained fixed upon the pages, her small face betraying a slight upward curve at the corners of her lips. "Of course," she replied. "I learned these characters from Wuyo, and I remembered them. There are some characters that Wuyo does not know, so I asked others. In any case, I can recognize all the characters in this book." Su Qingzhou inhaled sharply, taken aback by her remarkable memory. In just a few days, she had managed to learn the entirety of the text. What extraordinary talent was this? Wuyo, despite her brilliance, had taken months to master 1,000 characters. While it could not be said that she had learned every character in the book, she had indeed accomplished it. Truly, there are geniuses in this world, deserving of the title of reincarnated Golden Crow. He marveled internally. A day's effort could rival a decade of labor for an ordinary person. What else could one call this but genius? He chose not to dwell on this question any longer and cast a glance at the book in the white-haired girl's hands. A thought forming in his mind. He retrieved another book from his storage pouch and handed it to her. "Here, take this." The little girl furrowed her brow. Staring at the book, he offered, "What is this?" "The book you hold is too ordinary. Read this one. It is far superior." Hearing Su Qingzhou's words, she did not hesitate, for he was her teacher, and his speech was always eloquent. Her desire to read had been somewhat influenced by him, especially after the events of the previous night, which she had heard clearly. She believed that reasoning with others was far more interesting than resorting to violence. Thus, if Su Qingzhou recommended a book, it must be a good one, and she would not refuse. She tucked her book away and accepted Su Qingzhou's offering. Cradling it in her hands, she gazed at the 4 prominent characters on the cover, softly reading aloud, "The Art of War" by Sun Tzu. She promptly frowned, pondering whose grandson had written this military treatise and whether it was credible. "Su Qingzhou's my lighty, zet ponding." You will know whether it is good or not once you read it. Oh, the art of war is a matter of great importance to the nation, a matter of life and death. The little girl furrowed her brow. She recognized the characters individually, yet could not grasp their meaning in sequence. Still, she stubbornly declared, "It is indeed a good book." Su Qingzhou chuckled lightly and whimsically remarked, "You should call me Su Xiaobai." "What?" The white-haired girl looked at him skeptically. "Do not call me Su Dajiang. My boat requires no one to carry it. I can navigate the heavens and the earth on my own. So you shall call me Su Xiaobai." She protested, I don't want to." Su Qingzhou replied earnestly, "All right, since you also like it, then it is settled. When did I say I liked it? Are you out of your mind?" "You're welcome," the white-haired girl exclaimed, exasperated. "Ah, Su Qingzhou, are you deaf?" Su Qingzhou's lips curved into a mischievous smile. I am well aware of my charm. With that, he tugged at the reins and urged his steed to gallop faster. The silver-haired girl observed in silence. 2 days later, 400 miles outside Tianquan City, beneath a mulberry tree, a young girl clad in black and a man in dark attire stood beneath its branches, raising their hands in joyous exclamation. "Master, sister, I am here, right here." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired girl set aside the art of war, which she had been studying, and gazed into the distance, her countenance brightening as she recognized and heard the voice. "It's Wuyo. Wuyo has come." With that, she spurred her horse and dashed off, while Qingzhou maintained his leisurely pace. From the moment he left the Lord's mansion, he had contemplated departing. The clamor of the city had grown tiresome. He yearned for a different way of life. After all, the world is vast, and there are countless maidens. He could find solace anywhere. Remaining in the city, as his reputation burgeoned, he feared that troubles akin to those brought by Qingzhou would inevitably follow. The powerful and influential, with their burdens of worry, could easily ensnare the unwary, drawing them into disputes even against their will. He believed there were many like Qingzhou and Lin Shuo in this world, and their concerns were far from trivial. Their worries stemmed from insatiable desires, a greed that knows no bounds. Acknowledging his inability to untangle himself from such matters, he felt it wise to take his leave from Tianquan, to depart from this place altogether. Thus, a few days prior, he had sent Li San ahead to escort Wuyo out of the city to meet him. As for Tianquan City, he would not return, nor would he concern himself with the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. "Master, Wuyo misses you so much. Why have you been gone for so long? I thought you no longer wanted me." Qingzhou reached out to gently pat the little one's head. "Silly apprentice, how could that be? It has only been a few days. I have returned, have I not?" He. His eyes sparkled with fondness, while the girl's gaze radiated joy. Li San observed this scene, and even his typically stern expression softened with a hint of longing. "Sir, I am honored to fulfill my duty." Qingzhou glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your efforts, brotherly. It was no trouble at all. It is my fortune to serve you, sir." Li San replied with humility. Qingzhou chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are best left unspoken, and some individuals remain enigmatic. "May I inquire, sir, where do you intend to go from here?" Li San ventured, having sensed Qingzhou's intention to leave this place. Qingzhou's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where verdant landscapes stretched before him. With a mysterious smile, he boldly declared, "The sky is vast and the earth expansive. I shall explore its wonders as I journey forth, accumulating virtue and doing good." Upon hearing this, Li San knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in reverence. "I wish to accompany you, sir, and humbly request your acceptance." This unexpected display took Qingzhou aback, and even Wuyo regarded him with wide-eyed astonishment. "Li San, what are you doing? Please rise." Li San raised his head and gazed directly at Qingzhou, solemnly stating, "On that day, when you conversed with Lin Shuo, I remained hidden beneath the eaves, and I heard every word you uttered, which I have duly noted. You spoke of how a household that accumulates virtue will surely enjoy blessings, while one that harbors malevolence will inevitably face misfortune. Having long lost my family, I am devoid of a home, yet throughout my life, I have been engaged in the act of killing. My hands have been stained with the blood of men, as well as that of women. I have slain octogenarians and even infants who had yet to open their eyes. I am acutely aware of the weight of my sins, and thus I seek redemption. I yearn to emulate you and perform acts of kindness, to aid others. You, as the carefree master, possess the ability to alleviate the worries of the world, which is why I wish to follow you, to do good deeds, to repay your kindness, and to cleanse my own malevolence." His tone was earnest, and sincerity shone in his eyes. Qingzhou regarded him with a grave expression, offering no immediate response, merely instructing, "Please rise and speak." Should the master refuse, Li San would remain kneeling indefinitely. Qingzhou's displeasure was palpable, and his countenance darkened. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" Li San, filled with trepidation, replied, "Master, that was not my intention. If that is the case, then rise." Sensing Qingzhou's discontent, Li San acquiesced and stood, yet he remained bent at the waist. I humbly request that you take me with you. I am willing to do whatever you ask. However, Qingzhou shook his head, fully aware of Li San's motives and the reason for his desire to accompany him. The notion of karmic retribution was merely a fade, a hollow phrase employed to intimidate Lin Shua, wherein lay the reality of retribution. Furthermore, Li San's desire to follow him stemmed not from this principle. Li San, have you ever heard a particular saying? I humbly ask for your guidance, Master. Chapter 72. Walk not together. Seek your own path. Let me first inquire of you. How do you perceive yourself in comparison to me and to others? A flicker of doubt appeared in Li San's eyes. He was perplexed by the master's inquiry, but nonetheless replied earnestly. In comparison to you, I am but a drifting speck, a frog at the bottom of a well. When compared to ordinary folk, I am somewhat better. Qingzhou pressed further. And how do you measure against this vast world? Li San's eyes grew more expressive, tinged with a hint of sorrow. The vastness of the universe is like the Milky Way, while I am but a flickering firefly. Qingzhou nodded in satisfaction, imparting a profound piece of wisdom. The voice of the humble carries little weight, and the feeble do not aid others. Do you grasp the meaning? Li San was momentarily taken aback, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He was not foolish. The master had articulated his thoughts so clearly that he could hardly pretend to be oblivious. The master implied that he was too weak, that even in following him, he would only be a burden, hence the master's disdain. Qingzhou regarded him with calmness. Would you prefer to hear a falsehood or a truth? What is the falsehood? Disdain. And the truth? Truly disdain. With each question and answer, Li San was again momentarily stunned, but soon he chuckled lightly. Master, you are indeed humorous. The atmosphere lightened considerably due to Qingzhou's playful banter. He spoke the truth, yet it was a truth that Li San did not find objectionable. For the master's words were, in essence, accurate. Qingzhou patted Li San on the shoulder. It was merely a jest. I do not harbor disdain for you. However, remember my words. You are now Li San, the Li San of this vast world, no longer the Li San of Linfeng. Pursue whatever it is you desire. It is not that you cannot do good, but at present, you are unable to, at least not alongside me. Mountain birds and fish are inherently different. Ultimately, we are not the same kind of beings. Do you comprehend my meaning? Listening to Qingzhou's earnest counsel, Li San nodded earnestly. I understand all that you say, Master. But he lowered his gaze, evading Qingzhou's eyes, as if reluctant for the master to glimpse the confusion in his own. I simply do not know where I should go or what I ought to do. Qingzhou squinted his eyes and smiled. So, you wish to follow me merely because you have nowhere else to turn, rather than out of a genuine desire to do good? Certainly not. Yet, the master speaks the truth, I sigh. Perhaps even he himself was unclear about his own thoughts, much like Ningfeng. Such individuals are bound by a curse throughout the first half of their lives. They remain trapped within a fixed circle, yearning to break free. But when the day comes that they indeed leap out, they find themselves at a loss as to what to do next. This world is vast, yet they can never seem to find a place to call home. They are restless not only in body, but also in spirit. Qingzhou, too, was well aware of this, for there was more than one Ningfeng. He retrieved a cloth bag and placed it gently into Li San's embrace. Sir, Qingzhou said, you are not unaware of what you ought to do, so please do me a favor and deliver these items to Wang Dong, who runs a restaurant in Tianquan City. Li San did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. All right, I shall assist you, sir. Qingzhou patted his shoulder again, heaving a sigh, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He turned and walked towards the horse and Wu Yo, but after taking a few steps, he paused and glanced back, saying, Li San, sir, I am here. The journey from here to Linfeng will take you nearly half a day. I shall ask you 3 questions, and you must remember them. Please, sir. Qingzhou began slowly. First, ask yourself, who am I? Second, where do I come from? And third, where am I heading? After a moment of silence, he withdrew his gaze, shifting it to the sky where the blue expanse and white clouds floated lazily, and continued. If you reach Tianquan City and still cannot find the answers, then keep walking to explore this world, transforming the vastness of this universe into the path you traverse until you uncover your truths. One day, you will attain clarity, and perhaps you may even become a great teacher. With that, Su Qingzhou waved his hand and departed. He took Wu Yo and the silver-haired little girl with him, leaving Li San alone, clutching the cloth bag at his arms. On this occasion, Su Qingzhou did not bid farewell to Li San, nor did he say goodbye. It was not that he looked down upon Li San. It was simply because Li San was a man devoid of a soul, a lost spirit. The distinction between seeing and not seeing, speaking and remaining silent, held little significance. He hoped that Li San could find his own path and understand what he was meant to do, until he discovered who he truly was. Li San stood frozen in place, unable to divert his gaze or regain his senses, as the three questions posed by Su Qingzhou echoed in his ears. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I heading? These were three deceptively simple questions, yet Li San realized he was utterly incapable of answering them. After a prolonged silence, until the wind ceased to blow, the clouds dispersed, and the figure he had been watching vanished, he finally emerged from his reverie. First, he glanced at the bundle in his arms, then at the path he had traveled. Tightening the grip on his satchel, he took a step forward. He decided to heed the Sur's advice and continue walking until he found his answers. Meanwhile, on the road, Wu Yo and the silver-haired little girl shared a horse. Walking alongside Su Qingzhou, the little girl inquired, "Is what you said to that fool really true? Which part?" "The last part. Can he truly find the answers?" Su Qingzhou smiled knowingly and teased, "Little Bai, it seems you care for him a bit. I've only beaten him up a few times. We are not close. And I am called Su Dajiang, not Little Bai." "Very well, Little Bai." In the silence that followed, Su Qingzhou refrained from answering whether he could find the answers. He did not know. In any case, life necessitates moving forward, does it not? As long as one keeps walking, they are bound to discover their true home. He only harbored resentment towards himself for being unable to alleviate the troubles of men. It is precisely for this reason that he immersed himself in books, seeking the profound truths and methods within them that could guide and support others. Yet, this journey was destined to be a protracted one. Su Qingzhou remained silent, and the silver-haired girl intuitively refrained from asking further questions. "Master, where are we headed?" asked Wu Yo, echoing a question similar to that of Li San. The silver-haired girl glanced over, as this too was a question she wished to pose. Su Qingzhou responded with a hearty laugh. "We shall traverse countless mountains and rivers, witnessing the splendor of the world, journeying day and night, riding forth and singing, wandering the vast expanse of the earth." "Ha ha! Will we return, Master?" Wu Yo inquired. "Perhaps we will, perhaps we will not." "Oh, I hope we do, for I long to see Sister Dong, Aunt Wang, and Uncle Zhang again. I never got the chance to bid them farewell. I wonder if they will be upset." Listening to Wu Yo's murmurs, Su Qingzhou gently spoke into the wind. "They will not be upset, and there shall be no farewells. In the realm of cultivation, the path is long, the horse slow, and most partings are eternal. Farewell may indeed signify a separation of lifetimes." Wu Yo, at present, did not comprehend this, and he hoped she would remain forever oblivious to such truths. This journey has no end in sight. With the spring breeze urging the horse to hasten, one cannot believe in the separations of this world. "Farewell, Tianshuang. I come with great aspirations for the world. P.S. My guiding principle is to heed advice. Dajiang, may you find happiness." Chapter 73. Seeking the Divine. Why not seek me in the southern city of Tianshuang? As night fell, a figure cloaked in black rapped upon the door of the Wang residence. "Who are you?" "I am Li San, sent by Mr. Su Wu Yo to deliver this bag to you, Miss Wang." With that, he extended the cloth bag toward her. Donger Wang accepted it, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Su Qingzhou had been absent for several days, and now, with Wu Yo also having left the city, the arrival of this parcel only confirmed her suspicions. Clutching the bag tightly to her chest, she bit her lip and inquired softly, "Does he have any message for me?" Li San shook his head. "None." Wang Donger's sorrow deepened in her eyes. "Do you know where he has gone?" Again, Li San shook his head. "I do not. Since the parcel has been delivered, I shall take my leave." With a subtle movement, Li San vanished into the night, having his own path to tread, leaving the young lady to her thoughts. Wang Donger gazed into the vast darkness, feeling emptiness all around her, and tightened her embrace around the bag. She turned to enter her home, but paused, glancing back with reluctance before finally closing the door behind her. Approaching the flickering candlelight, she opened the bag. Carefully, she extracted its contents: a letter, a property deed, several gold pieces, and an unfamiliar dark object. She took the letter, which bore the salutation, to Miss Wang. Unfolding the letter, she read the neatly penned script. Dear Miss Wang, do not hold resentment for my abrupt departure. Upon my arrival in Tianshuang, I was fortunate to have your kind hospitality, and I have lingered here ever since. I cannot forget your kindness, but now, I fear I may not see you again for many years. These items are tokens of my appreciation. I hope you do not find them unwelcome. The property deed for Wuyo Pavilion is yours to decide. Whether to sell or keep is entirely up to you. The gold and silver are for your future needs. The dark object is a firearm, a type of concealed weapon. Within a 10-meter range, if you aim at the vital point of any target and pull the trigger, you can take a life without a sound. It is effective against anyone beneath the third tier of innate strength, albeit with only 6 shots. Use it wisely for your protection. Alas, all gatherings must come to an end. Our paths diverge from here. Yours sincerely, Su Qingzhou. As Donger read the letter, tears unknowingly brimmed in her eyes. She had always been a resilient young woman, managing the inn on her own. Yet, upon finishing the letter, she found herself unable to suppress the welling of emotions. The ink on the paper was dark, yet the words were steeped in the sorrow of parting. She understood that Su Qingzhou was no ordinary man, and with his departure, she realized he would not return. This farewell felt eternal, and she had not uttered a single word of goodbye. This was not the farewell she had envisioned. There were no ancient pavilions, no autumn winds rustling through the trees, nor lush grasses to bid adieu. Instead, there lay only a sheet of rice paper, filled with ink and now stained with her tears. Dear sir, I too call you Su Wuyo, yet you have not allowed me to forget my worries, but rather have added to my sorrows, crafting an indelible ache within my heart. Memories cascaded through her mind, deep and poignant. The night is slow and the sorrow lingers, intensifying with each passing moment. A few days later, on the streets of South City in Tianshuang City, one could note the absence of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, yet a new establishment has emerged, aptly named, Longing for Your Return. The city has also lost a Mr. Forgetting Worry, but gained a girl who seldom smiles. Who are you? Help! Don't come any closer, Hurry and inform the real person. Immortal, spare us. We did not do it. Please let us go. In the land of Qianchuan outside Yun City, a heavenly fire descended, reducing the entire Han Peak Ridge to ashes, with hundreds of mountain bandits perishing without a single survivor. Amidst the inferno, a white-haired old woman stood atop Han Peak Ridge, holding the hand of a child with crimson eyes. Beneath her feet lay a Yuaning period old monster, crushed and dismembered. The old woman's expression remained composed as she spoke slowly. Yenner, let's wait here. That gentleman will come. Replied the child with red eyes. Months passed. In a secluded mountain area of Fan Prefecture, early autumn brought a hint of yellow to the leaves. A small temple nestled among the hills stood desolate, its walls mottled and long neglected. The ground overrun with weeds and covered in fallen leaves. With no one to tend to it, the deity that was worshipped remained unknown. However, today, an elderly woman arrived, weary from travel. Upon entering the temple, she first swept away the dust, polished the statue, and lit 3 incense sticks, kneeling in sincere prayer. Blaze me, immortal. Though I do not know which deity you are, I have come seeking your grace. If you can grant my wish, I shall exhaust my family's wealth to restore your temple and recast your golden form. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door, clad in snow-white garments, untouched by dust, with eyes that sparkled with kindness and a gentle smile. Good lady, why seek the divine when you can seek me? The old woman, upon hearing his voice, ceased her prayers and turned, gazing bewilderedly at the young man in white. Who are you? Su Qingzhou smiled with a calm demeanor, confidently introducing himself. Who I am is of little consequence. You have come here to seek an unnamed deity, which suggests you harbor worries within your heart, rather than beseeching a stone statue. Why not ask me? I'm far more capable than that statue. As she listened to Su Qingzhou's playful remarks, the old woman's expression shifted between hope and skepticism. Though it was their first encounter, she sensed that he was a learned individual. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to believe his words. Throughout her journey, she had prayed at temples and sought out deities, yet her wishes had gone unfulfilled. How could this ordinary scholar possibly rival the powers of the divine? Lacking discernment, the old woman considered herself no fool. With a tone of lament, she replied, "Young sir, please do not jest with an old woman like me. You are not an immortal. How could you possibly help me?" Su Qingzhou, upon hearing her words, raised an eyebrow, remaining unfazed, as if everything was within his anticipation. With a mere flick of his right hand, he grasped a withered branch and waved it gently. The wind stirred. A rustling sound filled the air, and the leaves danced with the breeze, yearning to ascend to the heavens. The old woman was merely an ordinary villager living in these remote mountains, and had never witnessed such a scene. She was instantly struck with fright, staring blankly at the youth before her. Su Qingzhou chuckled softly. "How would you know, dear lady, that I am not a celestial being? Indeed, why could he not be that celestial entity, commanding winds and rains? Was that not the hallmark of an immortal, and moreover, a living one?" The fear in the old woman's eyes dissipated in an instant, replaced by excitement and fervor. She hastily knelt and crawled towards Su Qingzhou, bowing her head fervently, as if in a frenzy. "Forgive this foolish old woman for failing to recognize a true immortal and for her inadvertent disrespect. I beseech you, do not take offense." Such a scene left Su Qingzhou somewhat at a loss, prompting him to quickly crouch down and support the old woman's arm to help her rise. "You are my elder, and I am but a junior. Please do not bow so low. I cannot bear it. You are an immortal, and surely you can endure. I implore you to help me and rescue my unfortunate daughter," the old woman cried out, nearly in tears. Su Qingzhou firmly lifted her up with both hands. "Do not fret, dear lady. I promise I will help save your daughter, if that is agreeable to you." "Thank you, immortal, thank you." Su Qingzhou replied with a calm smile. "Shall we step outside and discuss this further?" "As you wish, immortal," she responded eagerly. The woman encountered in the mountains would no longer refer to him as sir, but rather as immortal. Su Qingzhou did not mind. As long as he could alleviate someone's worries and receive the reward he deserved, that was sufficient. As they settled down, the old woman impatiently began, "Sir, the matter is this, my daughter." However, she was abruptly interrupted by Su Qingzhou. With a mysterious smile, he said, "There is no need for further words. Dear lady, allow me to discern the truth myself." Chapter 74. Weo asks, why not report to the authorities the winding path through the forest led to a secluded area? "Master, are we truly going to rescue that old woman's daughter?" Weo inquired softly, tilting her head as she sat upon her horse. "Of course," Su Qingzhou replied. "But that a den of bandits," Weo protested. "I read in books that such brigands are heinous villains, merciless in their killings, capable of unspeakable acts. Wouldn't it be too reckless for us to venture there?" Su Qingzhou gazed at Weo with a tender expression and asked gently, "Then Weo, what do you propose we should do?" Weo thoughtfully tapped her chin, pondering before exclaiming, "Naturally, we should report to the authorities about the bandits." Her innocent tone, complemented by a childlike expression amidst the falling leaves, made Su Qingzhou reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of the moment. 3 years prior, a band of marauders descended upon Yun City, abducting all the unwed maidens of the village, leaving their fates shrouded in mystery. The woman had traveled far and wide, searching through the vast sea of humanity, invoking deities, praying, and consulting oracles, yet she had never once reported to the officials. The reasons for this were self-evident. Yin City was plagued by banditry, not merely due to its expansive rivers stretching 3,000 miles. The system, as usual, provided a solution, offering intelligence that the maidens still lived, residing in Hanfeng Ridge. Su Qingzhou advised the woman to return to the village and wait, then set off with Weo and Xiaobai towards Hanfeng Ridge. He sighed and patiently instructed, "Weo, the affairs of this world are myriad. Those recorded in books represent but a fraction of reality. The world has its own principles, distinct from those found in literature. Not all bandits are inherently evil, nor are all officials necessarily good. If reporting to the authorities were effective, why would people still seek divine intervention and worship? Would the incense in temples burn continuously otherwise? Wuyo fell into contemplation, seemingly grasping some understanding. She looked at Su Qingzhou earnestly and said, I understand now, Master Goodness. However, I still worry and do not wish for you to take risks. Before Su Qingzhou could respond, the silver-haired girl placed her hand firmly on Wuyo's head, gently tousling her hair. Do not fear, Wuyo. I am here. With a single punch, I possess immense strength, and I can send those bandits flying. She declared confidently. You're bragging again. Can you possibly be stronger than Master? Wuyo rolled her eyes in skepticism. She had never witnessed the silver-haired girl in action. In her eyes, her master was undoubtedly the most formidable. The silver-haired girl narrowed her eyes, her smile fading, and turned to Su Qingzhou, raising her voice. Su Qingzhou, tell Wuyo that I am right, won't you? Her tone flowed seamlessly, a transition as graceful as a gentle breeze, devoid of any harshness. Su Qingzhou juka akwadili, fighting golfundi. Xiaobai is not wrong, yet she's not entirely right either. My punch bears its own weight. When unleashed, it shines like the midday sun, commanding all martial artists to bow in reverence. Upon hearing this, Wuyo's eyes sparkled with admiration, clapping her hands in delight. Incredible. Master is truly impressive. Your aura surpasses that of my sister. The silver-haired girl found herself at a loss for words. In terms of rhetoric, she was indeed at a disadvantage. And in terms of strategy, she was utterly outmatched. Yet, it was inconceivable for her to belittle her master in front of Wuyo. Her face flushed with indignation. She angrily exclaimed, Do not call me Little White. I have a name, Su Dajiang. Su Qingzhou, however, remained unfazed, retorting, But I find Little White to be more melodious. Don't you agree, Wuyo? Wuyo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Little White does have a certain charm. Observing Wuyo, the silver-haired girl, devoid of any temper, softly remarked, Since Wuyo likes it, you may call me that, but I shall stick with my name, Su Dajiang. Su Qingzhou, seeing her demeanor, was instantly filled with joy and burst into laughter. Of course, Dajiang carries Qingzhou. But Dajiang can also overturn Qingzhou. What are you two discussing? Oh, nothing of importance. We must hasten our journey. 2 days later, at a road junction several dozen miles from Hanfeng Ridge, a signpost was erected, inscribed with, No bandits on this road. Travelers may proceed. Su Qingzhou dismounted, scrutinizing the clumsy calligraphy, muttering softly, Is this sign serious? Beside her, Little White, equally curious, chimed in, I have read about this. It's akin to saying there's no silver here. 300 taels. Wuyo quietly echoed, Sister, you are quite knowledgeable. It's impressive. Ahem, it's just modesty. After speaking, Wuyo turned to Su Qingzhou, confidently stating, Master, these bandits seem rather dim-witted. We should be able to rescue that old lady's daughter. Su Qingzhou pressed her lips together, gazing ahead. Well then, let us proceed and discover what manner of bandits would engage in such absurdity. Chapter 75. Xiao Bai's Reasoning in the Night at Hanfeng Ridge. Under the luminous full moon, the vast road lay eerily silent, with a hint of red flickering in the darkness ahead. Is there a temple up ahead? Xiao Bai pointed forward. The presence of fire within indicates there are people inside, replied Xiao Wuyo. Su Qingzhou, stroking his chin, remarked, Better to sleep in a chaotic graveyard than in a desolate temple. It is a place fraught with peril. Should we retreat, then? Asked Su Xiaobai. Su Qingzhou smirked. Retreating is not an option. The strong fear nothing. Xiao Wuyo chimed in. Master, you're truly impressive. Having departed from Tianchuang for some time now, they traveled by day and rested by night, finding solace wherever they paused. Though they had no fixed abode, they reveled in the freedom of their journey. For Xiao Wuyo, home was wherever her master was, while for Xiao Bai, home was where Wuyo resided. As for Su Qingzhou, he was a wanderer, finding shelter beneath the heavens and a bed upon the earth. They journeyed, doing good deeds along the way, seeking tranquility and in pursuit of the path to immortality, carving out their own cultivation journey. Naturally, they also sought the mention by the system to restore Xiao Bai's 12 beast veins. Moments later, the trio arrived at the temple. Dismounting, they stepped into the courtyard, where their feet rustled through a bed of weeds and withered leaves. Within, the flicker of candlelight revealed voices engaged in conversation and laughter. A glimmer of suspicion crossed Su Qingzhou's eyes as he halted, straining to listen. Xiao Wuyo and Xiao Bai followed suit. Though deep in the mountains, it was not uncommon for merchants to seek refuge in abandoned temples. However, this was Hanfeng Ridge, notorious for its banditry, a route ordinary folk dared not tread. The din within indicated more than one person, and Su Qingzhou strained to discern their words. "Boss, how should we deal with this bookworm? Are we to eliminate him? Nonsense. We are bandits, after all. We only seek riches, not bloodshed. We'll let him go at dawn," came the reply. "Right. Listen to the boss. He's clever. Hanfeng Ridge will be our territory from now on. Stick with us, and you'll enjoy the good life." The courtyard was merely 10 meters from the temple, and the words exchanged within were clear. A frown formed. Bandits? Xiao Bai also turned to him, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. What fortunate luck! Su Qingzhou, possessing some cultivation, and Xiao Bai, with her unique constitution, heard distinctly, while Xiao Wuyo grasped little, merely sensing a multitude of figures within, her large eyes shimmering. "Master, there seem to be many of them. Should we retreat?" Su Qingzhou slowly shook his head, his gaze shifting to Xiao Wuyo, the light within outshining even the moon above. "No need for concern. We are here to reason, not to fight." A slight smile graced Xiao Bai's lips as she stepped forward, eager to take the lead. "This time, I shall speak. Is that all right?" Su Qingzhou did not decline, but nodded. "Very well. Remember to speak kindly." A smile of cunning flickered in Xiao Bai's eyes as she reassured, "Rest assured, my reading has not been in vain." With that, she took dainty steps towards the temple. This scene left Xiao Wuyu momentarily stunned. Neither her tone nor her expression suggested that her sister was inclined to reason, particularly when she witnessed Xiao Bai deftly manipulating her fingers. An inexplicable vision surged within her mind. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Bai executed a dynamic kick, forcefully flinging the door open with an air of undeniable authority. With a resounding crash, the wooden door was sent flying inward. "Hey, what is happening?" Xiao Bai entered nonchalantly, followed by a cacophony of tumultuous sounds and anguished cries that echoed relentlessly. Wuyu gasped, taken aback by the horrific tumult within. She looked up at Su Qingzhou, her voice laced with uncertainty. She inquired, "Master, is my sister truly engaging in discourse with someone?" Listening to the clamor, Su Qingzhou could not help but click his tongue. However, he responded to Xiao Wuyu's inquiry with calm assurance. "Ahem. We must trust Xiao Bai and allow her some creative freedom." Xiao Wuyu, though still perplexed, did not press further, merely displaying a sympathetic expression. After approximately 3 minutes, silence enveloped the world. The roaring ceased, the cries faded, and only the moon in the sky remained. Xiao Bai clapped her hands, leaning against the door, her eyes gleaming with a luminous whiteness under the moonlight. With a cool demeanor, she declared, "Su Qingzhou, I have finished. Would you like to come in and take a look?" Su Qingzhou nodded and smiled in response, "Certainly." Chapter 76. Cold eyes fixing on the bandits. An unexpected encounter with Jian Xiaoshu, Su Qingzhou securely tethered the horse and entered the temple with Wuyo. What greeted their eyes was a scene of utter chaos. The blades lay shattered across the ground, and 7 or 8 burly men were left battered and bruised, bound to the fallen statue. Some had lost consciousness. Others gritted their teeth in pain, while a few gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of collapse. The expressions on their faces were hardly remarkable. Little Wuyo stared wide-eyed. Everything unfolded as she had anticipated. She surveyed the surroundings earnestly and then quietly patted her small chest. Thankfully, there were no fatalities. Although her voice was soft, it was still captured by Xiao Bai, who earnestly remarked, "Wuyo, reasoned discourse does not lead to death." This statement left those remaining conscious among the burly men on the verge of tears. They had never encountered someone who employed their fists to convey reason. Moreover, they had been met with a barrage of blows without any warning, delivered by a seemingly frail little girl who possessed strength akin to that of an ox. The beating they endured was not only unjust, but bewildering as well. Elder sister, this is hitting, not reasoning. Weio pouted in protest. Xiaobai rolled her eyes and gravely stated, in battle, one must employ cunning, engage with integrity, and overcome with surprise, striking as swiftly as thunder and as ferociously as a tiger. This is the superior strategy. It is a principle found in the tomes of warfare. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Su Qingzhou. Weio felt somewhat dazed by her sister's words, unable to comprehend fully. Yet, the very incomprehensibility lent an air of profound wisdom to her speech. Still, sensing something amiss, she turned to Su Qingzhou with an innocent gaze. Master, is that so? Su Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and affirmed, indeed. With 8 adversaries against one of ours, the advantage lies with us. We must strike decisively, using our strength to overwhelm them into submission. He then shot a look of approval at Xiaobai. Continuing, Xiaobai has made significant progress. Her studies have not been in vain, and her understanding is commendable. Xiaobai crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, with a proud smile gracing her lips and her brows raised in triumph. Of course, Weio, too, cast an admiring glance at her sister, convinced that her master's words were undoubtedly correct, thus making her sister exceptional, a belief she firmly held. All right, let us prepare a meal. I am quite famished. Su Qingzhou's gentle voice echoed in the drafty little temple. Little Weio retracted her gaze and nodded obediently. All right, Weio will cook for master right away. Su Qingzhou nodded, then with a flick of his hand over the storage pouch, pots, pans, and all the essentials, rice, oil, vegetables, and meats, magically appeared on the ground as if conjured by a magician. At first glance, it seemed a chaotic array. Upon closer inspection, everything was indeed present. This spectacle filled the remaining bandits with greater panic and dread. Such an ability to summon items from thin air could only belong to one of innate talent. Thus, the scholarly figure before them was, in fact, a practitioner. This realization deepened their fear. What misfortune it was to encounter a cultivator. This scholar was even more formidable than that girl. At this very moment, it is a true reflection of their innermost feelings. Yet, they dare not voice their thoughts. Instead, they evade gazes and silently pray, with no other recourse. Su Qingzhou and his companions remain oblivious to their sentiments, each engrossed in their tasks. Outside, their roles are distinctly defined. Xiao Weio prepares the meal, while Xiao tends to the fire. Su Qingzhou, bearing a significant responsibility, primarily handles the eating and enthusiastically encourages them. Sister, let's set up the stove here. All right, I will get it ready. As they converse, Xiao swiftly strikes down, splitting a discarded stone stool with a resounding thud. Placing the two halves upon the ground, a rudimentary stove is swiftly assembled. Following this, Weio busies herself with her culinary endeavors. The sounds of chopping vegetables, breaking kindling, and the crackling of flames blend harmoniously with the chatter of the two little ones, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst this cacophony, a plaintive whimper can be heard. Su Qingzhou certainly notices the commotion. In fact, he had observed it earlier. The source of the sound is a scholar, a rather destitute one at that. This observation arises from the scholar's attire, a scholar's robe tinged with a shade of blue, accompanied by a scholar's cap. However, his otherwise commonplace garments are marred by patches of varied colors. His frail physique, sallow complexion, and weary demeanor unmistakably identify him as a scholar in dire straits. Su Qingzhou approaches the individual and liberates him from his bindings. The man, freed, expresses his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, noble hero, for your act of salvation. Su Qingzhou waves his hand nonchalantly, dismissing the gratitude, and finds a convenient place to sit, remarking, "It was a mere trifling matter, no need for thanks." The now unbound, impoverished scholar scrutinizes Su Qingzhou and his companions, feeling that this assemblage is rather peculiar. The composed scholar, always seen engrossed in a book, the silver-haired girl capable of shattering steel with bare hands, and the small figure currently cooking, wielding a ladle nearly as tall as herself. All of them exude an extraordinary essence. He recognizes that these three individuals are far from ordinary, both in manner and in presence. He rises, bowing to Xiao Wuyo and Xiao Bai in succession, and finally to Su Qingzhou, slowly articulating, "I'm deeply grateful for your assistance today. I am Jian Xiaoshu, a resident of Xiqing and a candidate on my way to the capital for the imperial examination. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The impoverished scholar, speaking with a balanced breath and a clear timbre, embodies the youthful spirit of a scholar. In response to this courteous exchange, Su Qingzhou reciprocates with equal politeness. "I am Su Qingzhou." He gestures toward Xiao Wuyo. "This is Su Wuyo," and then towards the silver-haired girl tending the fire. "She is Su Xiaobai." Wuyo smiles back at Jian Xiaoshu, nodding in acknowledgement, while the silver-haired girl rolls her eyes, a hint of disdain gracing her lips as she continues to stoke the flames. "Ah, so it is Su Xiong. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Su Qingzhou responds with a serene smile. "Indeed, Jian Xiong, why not sit and converse for a while?" "Certainly." Soon, the little girl, Xiao Wuyo, had prepared the meal and, after setting the table, began to eat. As for Jian Xiaoshu, lost in the desolate mountains and forests, with the night deepening, he had nowhere to go. Thus, he felt justified in sharing a meal. The moment he took his first bite, he exclaimed in delight and continued to savor every morsel, feeling an insatiable craving even upon finishing. In response to his praises, Xiao Wuyo squinted her eyes and beamed with a radiant smile. Though still a child, not yet 7, her culinary skills were commendable. While not quite on par with those of Wang Donger, they were nonetheless impressive, and any ordinary person would surely sing her praises. Moreover, the young scholar before her likely had not tasted many exquisite dishes. The aroma wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of the bound men, who swallowed hard and remained silent, too intimidated to gaze upon the white-haired girl. Having eaten to their fill, it was time to attend to business. Su Qingzhou approached the group, bringing a stool and taking a seat. In the chill of the autumn night, he exuded an air of calmness. Yet his piercing gaze was unsettling, akin to a predator observing its prey. A palpable tension filled the air. "Do you wish to live or die?" Although Su Qingzhou spoke in a serene tone, his cultured demeanor was overshadowed by the chilling light in his eyes, leaving the men breathless with fear. "We want to live. Please spare us. We won't dare again," they pleaded, seizing the opportunity to beg for mercy. Before them stood Su Qingzhou, a practitioner of the martial arts, and the white-haired girl was also a formidable figure. They were not to be trifled with. Seeing their fear, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Su Qingzhou's eyes. He snapped his fan shut with a sharp sound, pointing at the men as he continued, "If you wish to live, answer my questions truthfully. If you respond correctly, you shall live. If you answer incorrectly, well..." His voice trailed off into a low chuckle that sent shivers down their spines. "Ask away. We will answer whatever you wish," they stammered in unison, desperation evident in their voices. "Yes, please ask anything." Su Qingzhou replied, "Very well, then. My first question, is there a girl named Zhang Yu in your bandit lair?" Chapter 77. Heed my words upon the mention of a woman. The 7 or 8 burly men visibly paused, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear that, at that moment, began to dissipate, not replaced by confusion, but rather illuminated with a newfound brightness. This unexpected shift caused Su Qingzhou to blink in disbelief, as he felt a sense of familiarity in their gaze. Reminiscent of a time when a roommate had bellowed about a beauty, sending ripples of excitement through the dormitory. Those who understood. At this moment, the eyes of these men sparkled with that very essence. "A woman?" Master Ma exclaimed, bewildered. "When did we ever have a woman here?" "I have no idea," came the murmured responses as they seemed to forget that Su Qingzhou was still observing them. The leader, Master Ma, shook his head in confusion, asserting solemnly, "There are no women here. Our band consists entirely of men. I must confess, apart from these 2 young ladies, we haven't seen a woman in several months." This scene did not escape the notice of Xiao Wuyo and Su Xiaobai. Wuyo, with a glint in her eye, leaned closer to Su Xiaobai and whispered, "Sister." They seemed rather dim-witted. "Did you perhaps knock some sense out of them?" Su Xiaobai, wide-eyed in bewilderment, instinctively shook her head. "Surely not. I haven't struck them at all." Meanwhile, Jian Xiaoshu sat quietly, though her eyes roved restlessly among the group. Su Qingzhou, tugging at the corners of his mouth, felt a sudden clarity. It was no wonder that peculiar sign had been posted at the crossroads. These fellows appeared genuinely lacking in intelligence. He then inquired in a grave tone, "So, your band has no women at all?" "We did have some," Master Ma replied, "and one used to cook for us, as did the wife of our chieftain. However, 3 months ago, the officials came, and we were scattered. After I led my brothers to escape, we haven't seen any since." Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "So, you are not the bandits of Hanfeng Ridge, but rather hailing from elsewhere?" "Indeed, my lord," they affirmed. "You come from another place and dare to invade someone else's territory for plunder? Do you take me for a fool?" Su Qingzhou's voice rang out like thunder, startling the men into a shiver as they quickly defended themselves. "My lord, you see clearly, after our lair was taken, we planned to head to Hanfeng Ridge for sustenance. But upon our arrival at Hanfeng Village, we found it completely deserted. That village has been razed to the ground. We had no choice but to take refuge here." "Wait," Su Qingzhou interrupted Master Ma's lamentations. "You claim there is no one at Hanfeng Ridge. Are you certain?" Master Ma swallowed hard, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, truly no one is left. If you don't believe me, ask them. I would never dare deceive you, my lord." "Right, we all witnessed it. Not a soul was around. The village has been reduced to ruins." Observing their demeanor, it was evident they were not deceitful, which elucidated why such a vast den of iniquity had a signpost proclaiming an absence of silver in this very spot. It seemed only these few fools could conceive such an act. Yet, Su Qingzhou was perplexed, if no one was present. Why did the intelligence provided by the system indicate that the target was indeed within this lair of bandits? Although this information was 2 days old, the hulking men had claimed they had lingered in this territory for some time. Thus, the bandit stronghold could not have been dismantled merely in the past 2 days. There was certainly a hidden agenda at play. Has my adoptive father taken a rest? If there are matters to address, proclaim them. If not, you are dismissed. Su Qingzhou was left speechless. Is the intelligence you provided truly accurate? Please do not doubt the information given by the system. The target must be on Hanfeng Ridge. You shall see for yourself. With the system's affirmative answer, Su Qingzhou ceased his internal conflict, though he muttered softly, "It appears this matter is far from simple." Originally, he had planned to rely on overwhelming force to reason with the adversaries, rescuing the young woman without bloodshed. If they were wise, all would end well. If not, he would eradicate this malignant presence. However, it seemed now that the plan had undergone a transformation. Noticing Su Qingzhou deep in thought and silent for an extended period, the burly men grew increasingly anxious, exchanging glances, uncertain whether they had answered correctly and thus secured their lives, or had unwittingly sealed their fates. My lord, Master Ma timidly and cautiously called out twice. "What is it? Did we answer correctly? Can we be spared?" Su Qingzhou toyed with the folding fan in his hand, contemplating. Before responding slowly, "I may choose not to take your lives, but you must remember today's lesson. Upon your return, seek respectable employment, be it tilling the land or engaging in commerce, and refrain from indulging in unlawful activities." Pausing, his tone grew more earnest. "Do not misunderstand. I am not urging you towards virtue, but rather, your intellect and capabilities are ill-suited for this line of work. Do you comprehend?" The 7 or 8 men stared blankly at Su Qingzhou. Although they had received the answers they sought and the outcome they desired, an inexplicable gloom enveloped them, rendering them unable to rejoice. His final words pierced deeply into their hearts, inevitably leading them to reminisce about their past. They wished to refute Su Qingzhou's assertions, yet found themselves at a loss for words, for he spoke the truth. They were ill-fitted for the life of brigands. Surviving seemed a mere stroke of luck. Devoid of intellect, strategy, or courage, they were aptly described as lacking in all essential qualities. "We shall remember your words, my lord. Yet, to speak candidly, had we any choice, we would never have pursued this line of work. Even so, we only resort to petty theft, never taking lives. We merely yearn to survive." Master Ma's voice carried a profound sense of resignation, and the sorrow in his eyes was palpable amidst the desolation of the autumn night and the forsaken temple. its intensity overwhelming. The others, too, revealed expressions of a similar nature. There exists a type of wrongdoing that one is fully aware of, yet feels compelled to pursue. Another kind of error is recognized as such, yet one must engage in it out of necessity. The outcomes remain indistinguishable. However, it is evident that the individuals before me belong to the latter category. They have become outlaws, driven to desperation, perhaps merely to survive. After all, in such turbulent times, as Qingzhou has articulated, the concepts of right and wrong elude definitive characterization. Qingzhou sighed inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an exceptionally grave demeanor. Laced with a hint of ire, retorted with a question. So, by sharing this with me, you seek to convey that you are compelled, and I ought to feel sympathy for you, or perhaps deem you justified. Is that correct? Chapter 78. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. The expressions of the bandits momentarily froze. The resentment and dissatisfaction that had previously flickered in their eyes dissipating entirely with a single utterance from Qingzhou. They exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. No, absolutely not. Yes, my lord, we simply cannot fathom why fate is so unjust. Nonsense, absurd. Qingzhou sudeli et galim. His folding fan striking the pillar before him with a sharp crack. Though the force was minimal, it dislodged a cloud of dust, accentuating the chill in his gaze. The crowd tensed instinctively, their hearts racing in alarm, momentarily frozen in place. None knew the reason behind Qingzhou's inexplicable anger, nor were they certain if they could survive the wrath of this youthful scholar. The unknown breeds danger, and danger breeds fear. Yet, Qingzhou remained indifferent to their thoughts and reactions, leaning forward with one hand on his knee and the other brandishing the fan towards them. You, merely victims of oppression, with no recourse to the authorities, uprooted from your homes, devoid of kin, cornered with no way out, turning to banditry as a last resort. The most severe plight arises when treacherous officials reign, burdened by heavy taxes, ultimately forcing the populace to revolt. Am I not correct? The bandits continued to look bewildered, their throats moving nervously as Qingzhou's words rendered their minds a chaotic blur. Some nodded while shaking their heads, others shook their heads while nodding, conflicting in their reactions. Nevertheless, Qingzhou's observations were astoundingly accurate, as if he had seen through them entirely. They felt both fear and a newfound respect. Qingzhou noted their expressions, his anger subsiding as a sense of calm washed over him. He continued, "Thus, your descent into banditry was not by choice. Rather, it was forced upon you by local bullies, landlords, wealthy merchants, and corrupt officials colluding together. You were oppressed and rendered powerless to resist, leading you to this desperate path. But have you considered how your current actions differ from those who have driven you to this state?" As he spoke, Qingzhou gestured toward Jian Shaoshu, a mere scholar with no strength to harm a chicken, who had been robbed of his funds for traveling to the capital. If he were to continue on his journey, would he not also be compelled to join your ranks, forsaking his values for survival? If all were to act as you do, what kind of world would we inhabit? Qingzhou's voice grew impassioned, and he sighed deeply, the light in his eyes revealing a profound depth, reminiscent of the vast cosmos. If you were to engage in acts of nobility by robbing the rich to aid the poor, perhaps I would even deem you heroes. Yet you have not. How can you then complain or seek sympathy? Are you not merely bullies preying on the weak? The strong wield their blades against the stronger, while the weak turn their weapons on those even weaker. In essence, you are nothing more than a band of cowards. Pausing for effect, Qingzhou gazed earnestly at the crowd. I have a word for you. Heed it closely. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. As these words resonated, Qingzhou elegantly unfurled his folding fan and, with a graceful sweep, conjured a gust of wind that transformed into a blade of air. With a swift motion, he directed it forward, severing the ropes that bound the multitude inch by inch. Once his voice fell silent and the wind subsided, the group remained in a daze, oblivious to their newfound freedom. The eerie stillness of the dilapidated temple was punctuated only by the crackling of flames. 7 or 8 robust men stood before Qingzhou, their expressions a mixture of confusion and wonder. Despite the ropes having been untied, they showed no inclination to leave. Their eyes widened, fixated on the man before them, as his words echoed in their minds. Though they were simple folk, uneducated and unfamiliar with the written word, they retained a significant portion of what he had said and understood much of it. Strangely, they felt an innate sense of correctness in Su Qingzhou's assertions. He appeared not merely as an adult, but as a sage. They were overcome with an unprecedented sense of shame, ignited by his words, a profound shock that reverberated within their very beings. Even though the source of this upheaval eluded their comprehension, it left them in a state of disarray. Not only were the men affected, but also the young girl, little Wu Yo, and Su Xiaobai, who gazed at this gentleman with equal perplexity. There was also the impoverished scholar, well-read and perceptive, who grasped Su Qingzhou's sentiments, furrowing his brow and quietly repeating the phrase, "Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself," his heart marveling at the profundity of all. The atmosphere remained palpably still, as if time itself had been suspended. Su Qingzhou regarded the bewildered group of men with a hint of pride, relishing the moment of appearing enigmatic while simultaneously hoping to inspire a transformation within these brigands. Whether they were rogues or officials, he had no intention of slaying them, provided they did not provoke him. The world is vast, rife with injustice, and he cannot possibly rectify every wrong. With a sense of moral ambiguity, he had not planned to take any lives, especially since these men posed no real threat to him and had not instigated any conflict. Rather, it was Su Xiaobai who had dealt them a blow. Nevertheless, having encountered them, he felt compelled to act, hoping his words might enlighten them. Maintaining his stern demeanor, he urged, "Why are you all standing there in a stupor? Depart at once." At this, the bandits snapped back to reality, realizing their bindings had been loosened. They exchanged glances, hesitant yet eager, and began to rise, making their way toward the temple's entrance. Throughout the entire ordeal, they kept their postures low, whether from injury or design remained unclear. They were dazed, lost, and filled with uncertainty, not even uttering a word of gratitude as they hastened toward the door. However, upon reaching the threshold, the leader, Master Ma, abruptly halted, prompting the others beside him to follow suit in their bewilderment. Master Ma cast a sidelong glance at the gentleman in white, who remained seated with his back to them, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Suddenly, he turned around and, with a resounding thud, knelt on the ground. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply in the direction of Su Qingzhou. "Gratitude for Mr. Xie's mercy in sparing us. Gratitude for Mr. Xie's teachings." The other 7, witnessing their elder brother's actions, promptly followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence. "Gratitude for Mr. Xie's mercy in sparing us. Gratitude for Mr. Xie's teachings." Their voices rang out, filled with both valor and sincere devotion. At least for this moment, their bow was not born out of fear. Su Qingzhou did not turn around nor respond. He merely waved his folding fan, his intent unmistakable. That was a silent dismissal. Master Ma rose, retrieving a floral fabric pouch from his bosom, and carefully placed it on the ground. He then addressed the others. "Let us depart." One by one, they followed closely behind. Their footsteps hurried as they ventured into the vast and enveloping night. Chapter 79. The rumor of Hanfeng Ridge once the bandit had departed and the sound of footsteps faded. Wu Yo swiftly picked up the money bag from the ground, swallowed hard, and gazed back in bewilderment. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister, this master truly embodies reason. Look." He voluntarily surrendered it. What does it mean to embody reason? At least between sister and master, Wu Yo would unequivocally choose her master. Su Xiaobai let out a soft snort, a hint of pride in her tone. "I simply do not wish to. Otherwise, I could manage it too." Though she feigned defiance, her heart had already been swayed. Yet her gaze towards Su Qingzhou held a trace of resentment. She acknowledged her inability to articulate those profound principles and lacked Su Qingzhou's eloquence. However, she could not entirely blame herself, for the book Su Qingzhou had given her was The Art of War, which primarily taught strategies for military campaigns and did not delve into such philosophical concepts. Little Wu Yo presented the money bag to Jian Shaoshu. "Brother Shu Sheng." Is this money bag yours? Jian Xiaoshu immediately rose, respectfully accepting it. Thank you, Mississippi. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. You're welcome. Wuyo smiled sweetly, a sight more delightful than the winter plum blossoms in the chill of December. She relished the joy of helping others, much like her master found solace in alleviating others' burdens. However, the little girl soon realized something amiss. Turning her head, she asked, "But master, they said there is no one on Hanfeng Ridge. What about that old woman's daughter? How will we find her?" This was precisely the dilemma that troubled Su Qingzhou, yet he comforted little Wuyo, saying, "Do not worry, there will be a way." Little Wuyo's gaze fell, and she murmured, "Could it be that these bandits deceive my master?" Just then, Jian Xiaoshu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Su, are you and your companions here for the bandits on Hanfeng Ridge?" Su Qingzhou instinctively nodded, directing his gaze toward Jian Xiaoshu. "Indeed. I possess some knowledge regarding the matters of Hanfeng Ridge. I wonder if it may be of use to you?" Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly closer to Jian Xiaoshu. "Then I would be grateful for your insights, Jian." Jian Xiaoshu smiled calmly. "You are too courteous. You saved me and retrieved my funds. I owe you a debt of gratitude. This small matter is nothing. Please do share. I heard from someone that a few days ago I stayed at a hunter's home, and he told me directly that 3 months prior, a celestial fire descended upon Hanfeng Ridge, incinerating it completely, leaving no survivors among the hundreds of bandits." Jian Xiaoshu spoke earnestly, vividly painting the scene, while Su Qingzhou listened intently. Little Wuyo and Xiao Bai inched closer, their large eyes wide with curiosity, hanging on every word. In the early autumn night, the forest was markedly quiet, save for the occasional howling wind. Only Jian Xiaoshu's voice softly echoed. His tale, steeped in the supernatural, spoke of celestial fire and spirits, captivating little Wuyo and Xiao Bai, who were utterly enchanted. After all, children of such tender age possess little resistance to tales of wonder. Yet, Su Qingzhou occasionally raised an eyebrow, feeling that the tale recounted by the simple scholar was somewhat exaggerated. However, given that it was derived from the words of a hunter from the mountains, it was not entirely surprising. At the very least, there was one point of concordance. The previous few individuals had mentioned that the Hanfeng Ridge had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The narrative of the simple scholar also involved fire, albeit of a heavenly nature. Yet, it was precisely the term heavenly fire that lingered in Su Qingzhou's ears. As the saying goes, when the heart is preoccupied, it cannot help but dwell on the subject of its contemplation. He had harbored a desire to seek that heavenly fire, and now, upon its mention, it was inevitable that his thoughts would gravitate in that direction. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the heavenly fire in question was not the same as the one he sought. "Brother Su, this is all I know. As for its veracity, I cannot say, but it is indeed true that the bandits on Hanfeng Ridge have vanished." As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery graced his lips as he chuckled. "It is precisely for this reason that I embarked on this path, only to unexpectedly encounter that group of bandits and nearly lose everything." Hearing him speak thus, Xiao Bai became intrigued and, without preamble, inquired, "Scholar, as a learned person, have you not come across the story of there's no silver here worth 300 taels? After posing her question, she felt compelled to add, "I have read it." Whether she was boasting or genuinely curious remained unclear. Hearing such a question from a young girl only deepened the scholar's embarrassment, his face flushing with awkwardness. Let's not dwell on this matter. Perhaps I have truly become the bookworm that the sages spoke of." While the two conversed, Su Qingzhou remained lost in thought, occasionally furrowing his brow or scrunching his nose. "Master, what are you pondering?" Upon being asked, Su Qingzhou returned to the moment, glancing at the bright moon outside the broken door, and softly replied, "Nothing of consequence. The hour is late, and we should rest." As he spoke, his right hand brushed against his waist, and a pile of bedding materialized before him, causing the simple scholar to stare in astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, practitioners possess remarkable conveniences." Xiao Wuyo echoed in agreement and began to distribute the bedding, preparing for slumber, ensuring that the scholar received a fresh blanket. "Brother scholar, this one is for you. It is new." The simple scholar, flustered, hurriedly gestured in refusal. By no means, by no means. I require no bedding. I can sleep without it. Traveling to the capital for the examination, enduring the elements, and living in such an era inevitably subjected him to the disdain of others, especially as a destitute lad. Not only the people he encountered on the road, but even those in his village regarded him with indifference. The three individuals before him, however, were decidedly different from those he had met. Their manner of speech and conduct clearly indicated their affluent backgrounds, with the young man being a practitioner as well. Yet this person was approachable, unlike those lofty nobles or scions who looked down upon others. Not only had he rescued him, but he had also invited him to share a meal, and now he was offering him bedding. As a scholar, though impoverished, he understood the importance of propriety and the principle of not accepting favors without merit. Hence, he dared not extend his hand to accept it. Brother Jian, in this vast world, to encounter one another is a tremendous fortune. The verdant mountains intertwine with the flowing waters, sharing a humble abode in an abandoned temple. This is fate. One need not decline, but rather embrace it. Su Qingzhou gently urged him. Jian Shaoshu was taken aback for a moment, hastily rising to respectfully accept the gesture. With such goodwill from Brother Su, I shall not refuse. My heartfelt thanks to you, Brother Su, and to both young ladies. Wu Yu smiled sweetly, replying, there is no need for courtesy. It is only natural to look out for one another when away from home. Su Qingzhou nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his thoughts drifted back to matters weighing on his heart. It seems that one must tread carefully on the path to Hanfeng Ridge. Jian Shaoshu, cradling the soft blanket, felt an inexplicable sting in his eyes. A person dwelling in the lower echelons of society often perceives the world with greater clarity, possessing a profound understanding of human nature. Yet, paradoxically, the more insightful one becomes, the more difficult it is to accept kindness from others, especially when such kindness is offered repeatedly. Chapter 80. We shall listen to the master in the vicinity of Hanfeng Ridge, a few miles from an abandoned temple. A bonfire blazed under the moonlight. The autumn night breeze wafted over, causing the flames to flicker and crackle. 8 individuals sat in a circle by the fire, some gazing into the flames, some adding more wood, and others bowing their heads in silence. The scene created a stark contrast, one of stillness and one of motion, an elevation and a descent. Master Ma, do you think that gentleman is truly a celestial being? One voice broke the silence, uncertain of its origin. I don't know, but he is indeed quite knowledgeable. His words are beyond my comprehension, came a response. It sounds as if I understand, another chimed in. Yet, Master Ma remained silent, poised and contemplative, fixated on the fire, as if pondering something profound. The 7 younger men looked to him, momentarily lacking their leader's guidance, their eyes dimmed, resembling lost souls. It was a remark from Su Qingzhou that roused them from their stupor. They were at a loss as to what to do next. Should they continue their life of robbery? The answer eluded them. Master Ma, do enlighten us on our next course of action, one of them implored. Regaining his focus, Master Ma surveyed the group of younger men and solemnly asked, do you believe what that gentleman said is correct? The group exchanged bewildered glances, then nodded in unison. I feel it resonates with me, even if I don't fully grasp all of it, one admitted. Me too. Like that saying, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. I couldn't quite fathom its meaning, another added. Seeing the consensus among them, Master Ma continued. Since you all agree with the gentleman, shall we heed his words? Faced with the inquiry, the group hesitated but ultimately responded affirmatively. I have no objections. Nor do I. But if we are not to rob, what else can we do? One queried timidly. This was met with a sharp slap from Master Ma upon the unfortunate soul's head. Who said we are not robbing? The words left 7 of them in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they gazed at their leader. Had he not just said to listen to the gentleman? Are we still robbing then? Are we not following the gentleman's advice? One questioned in confusion. Master Ma shot him a look of disappointment, then rose to address the group. Why would we disregard the gentleman's words? Do you not remember the most profound of his teachings? The younger men remained bewildered, one murmuring, I find every word he spoke to be quite profound. Master Ma, however, was unconvinced, his demeanor growing more serious as he adopted Su Qingzhou's tone. The gentleman said, the strong wield their blades against the stronger, While the weak strike at the weaker, he further stated that we are all weaklings, so what does that imply? What does it mean? They responded, shaking their heads in confusion as if in a daze. Master Ma declared with conviction, the gentleman's message is clear. We must become strong and target the wealthy, not prey upon those who share our plight. We must stand against those who oppress us and vanquish them. What is that phrase? Rob the rich to aid the poor, uphold justice. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, so that is how it is, they exclaimed. I understand now, brother. Come, let me lead you to the Black Wind stronghold, where the leader has always been a valiant hero who robs the rich to aid the poor. Following him, we are bound to prosper. Very well, we shall heed your words, brother. I will join you. Master Ma chuckled heartily. Indeed, you are truly my good brother. Fear not. We have all been enlightened by a gentleman of such caliber. Great undertakings are surely within our grasp. The group, now invigorated, cast aside their previous despondency. Yet one young bandit could only offer a resigned smile, murmuring softly, as the gentleman said, do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire. Yet, you speak of it not at all. Beneath the luminous stars and the bright river of the heavens, silence enveloped the surroundings. Outside, the dilapidated temple. On the long stone steps, Jian Shaoshu sat alone, gazing up at the brilliant moon, clutching a white handkerchief in his hands. The handkerchief, pristine and unblemished, glimmered in the moonlight, a stark contrast to his worn scholar's robe. However, the pair of mandarin ducks embroidered upon it harmonized beautifully, especially when coupled with the deep longing reflected in his eyes, imbuing the scene with a unique charm. At some point, Su Qingzhou approached him, whispering, Brother Jian, are you longing for your beloved? The sudden inquiry startled the young man, causing him to hurriedly conceal the handkerchief in his palm. Turning to face Su Qingzhou, he instinctively rose. Su, brother. Su Qingzhou gently pressed a hand upon his shoulder, wearing a faint smile as he observed the boy's flustered demeanor. Sit down, let us converse. With that, he too settled onto the stone steps, tilting his head to admire the radiant moon, a look of contentment gracing his face. Jian Shaoshu cast a sidelong glance at this young man, his posture becoming more formal and upright, revealing a noticeable change from earlier, now steeped in a sense of restraint. Gazing up at the moon, it remained silent, lowering my gaze in thought, none comprehend. Su Qingzhou recited softly, turning his attention to Jian Shaoshu. I wonder, does your beloved also gaze up at the moon as you do, Brother Jian? Having his thoughts laid bare, Jian Shaoshu felt somewhat uneasy. Yet Su Qingzhou's words stirred ripples within his heart. The corners of his mouth turned downward, tinged with a hint of sorrow. So, brother, you yist. However, your recent poem was exquisite. I wonder who penned it, as I have not encountered it before. Su Qingzhou regarded him intently, playfully inquiring, why does Brother Jian not consider that it was composed by me? Upon hearing this, Jian Shaoshu first tucked away the handkerchief, then turned to Su Qingzhou, offering a respectful bow. Gazing up at the moon, it remained silent, lowering my gaze in thought. None comprehend, speaks of the profound emotions of love and longing from afar. It is not that I underestimate your literary talent, but rather that your eyes are so clear, your understanding so profound, that your countenance exudes charm. I see not a trace of melancholy in your longing. With such a mindset, it seems unlikely you could craft such poignant verses. Concluding, he bowed once more, respectfully stating, of course, this is merely my humble opinion. Should I err in my assessment, I hope Su brother will forgive me. Su Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the young scholar before him. He felt a subtle stir within. He had not anticipated that this scholar possessed such astute discernment, able to deduce from mere observation that the poem was not of his own composition. Truly impressive. Despite the failure of his pretense, he remained undeterred, his interest only intensifying. Brother Jian has indeed earned my admiration. It is true that the poem is not my own. It is borrowed, though I cannot recall the author. I imagine he, like Brother Jian, is merely a romantic at heart. Jian, the young scholar, offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Su Qingzhou, lost in his own thoughts, produced a flask of liquor, taking a sip. Ah, the fiery liquor slid down his throat. He wiped his lips with his sleeve and offered the flask. "Brother Jian, would you care for a taste?" Chapter 81. The frenzied life. Jian Xiaoshu's face bore a hint of youthful innocence, appearing rather reserved beneath the moonlight. He hastily declined, saying, "I cannot drink. Let Shui brother indulge instead. My apologies." Shui Qingzhou smiled and replied, "Wine is the elixir of forgetfulness. It can dissolve myriad sorrows and alleviate the weight of countless troubles. When paired with love, it offers an exquisite experience. This jug of wine I present is truly a treasure from the world of mortals. Are you certain you will not partake, Jian brother?" The light in Jian Xiaoshu's eyes flickered, yet it remained fixated on the wine jug in Shui Qingzhou's hand, clearly revealing a burgeoning desire. "I have sincerely invited you to drink. Why do you hesitate?" Jian Xiaoshu furrowed his brow, reached for the jug, and unable to refuse the warm invitation, declared, "Today, I shall make an exception and share this drink with you, Shui brother." With that, he raised the embroidered robe to shield his face and tilted his head back to take a hearty swig. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, it was potent. Shui Qingzhou observed the young scholar with a hint of amusement, remarking, "If you are to drink, you must prepare for a hangover." As he spoke, another identical jug appeared in his hand, raised high. "Come, Jian brother, let us drink together." Though Jian Xiaoshu was momentarily choked, he gazed at the jug and hesitated only briefly before clinking it with Shui Qingzhou's. "Fortunate to encounter a kindred spirit, I shall risk my life to accompany you." "Shui brother, please." "Ha! Your words resonate deeply with me, Jian brother. Come, what was once a desolate autumn night, filled with longing, transformed into a realm of exquisite sentiment due to the wine held by Shui Qingzhou." Jian Xiaoshu, who was not accustomed to drinking, appeared flushed after only a few sips. His previously pale face now tinged with crimson. With 3 parts tipsy and 7 parts intoxicated, his boldness emerged, casting aside his earlier reticence and speaking more freely. As they drank, they reveled in the wind, admired the moon, and shared their innermost thoughts. "Jian brother, I recall that the Tsangyue imperial examination traditionally occurs in autumn. Why are you setting off now? Is it not a bit early for the journey to Jiangnan?" Jian Xiaoshu leaned against the stone steps and waved his hand dismissively. "Not early at all. My family is impoverished and I lack sufficient funds. I must seek some work along the way to sustain myself. By the time I arrive, it will be autumn." Shui Qingzhou nodded, understanding the situation. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "However, although Tsangyue is a nation, it is governed autonomously by the city lord. The imperial examinations in the capital select officials merely from the 3 provinces of Jiangnan. Given the thousands of miles to Jiangnan, even if you succeed, you will be far from home. Why not try your luck in a nearby city instead? It would save you the lengthy travel, would it not?" From Shui Qingzhou's understanding, the Tsangyue nation, where he resided, had a governance structure different from his previous impressions. The king was supported by princes, and the city lords held dominion over the land. Sangya, named a nation, had its capital in Jiangnan, directly overseeing the wealthiest 3 provinces, while the numerous cities below were managed entirely by the city lords. Akin to feudal territories, it resembled the era of the spring and autumn period when the emperor ruled over 800 vassal states. However, there were distinctions. Historical records indicated that conflicts between cities were rare, and the annual tax revenues were remitted without fail. However, there exists a so-called examination system akin to the imperial examination, designed to select talent. Yet, despite the emergence of capable individuals, they can only be positioned within the 3 provinces of Jiangnan. It seems rather peculiar that the central authority possesses no real power, while the populace beneath it harbors a distinct reverence for the emperor above. Nevertheless, Su Qingzhou chose not to delve deeper into this matter. After all, in a world where formidable cultivators exist, it is likely that the cities tremble not in fear of the imperial power of the capital, but rather of the practitioners standing beneath or behind that power. Indeed, should a nascent soul-level expert manifest in Yun City or in the realms of Linfeng and Tianshuang, they would traverse freely, unmatched by any adversary. In response to Su Qingzhou's inquiry, Jian Xiaoshu posed a counter-question. "Brother Su, are you not a person of Sanyue?" "How so?" Su Qingzhou replied calmly. Jian Shaoshu took a sip and remarked, "If you were of Qingzhou, you would not utter such words." "What do you mean?" Jian Shaoshu gazed at the luminous moon above and solemnly stated, "In Qingzhou, apart from Qingzhou, there are no noble offspring from humble origins. Moreover, we cannot even be considered among the humble. The city is limited in size, and the noble houses naturally occupy their positions. How can an ordinary person possibly ascend the ranks within these cities? This is precisely why Jiangnan has become a coveted destination for scholars. For only there might one defy fate through education, albeit with exceedingly slim chances." His words grew increasingly despondent as he returned his gaze to Su Qingzhou, envy evident in his eyes. "Unlike Brother Su, a cultivator such as yourself could secure a respectable position there, elevating oneself above the common folk. In this world, strength in cultivation surpasses that of soldiers, and soldiers, in turn, surpass scholars. Unless one can comprehend the Tao through study. Yet the books merely contain principles. Presenting a bundle of theories to those who reason not is, in itself, quite unreasonable." Jian Shaoshu's discourse encapsulated the helplessness of scholars in this era. It cannot be said to apply universally, but it resonates with the majority. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, fully aware of the truth, yet he pondered. Why pursue education at all? Living in this age, one's fate seems predetermined by the family into which one is born. It is evident that for the common man to alter their destiny is a monumental challenge. There are but three paths: the first, cultivation; the second, military service; and the third, education. Beyond these, no alternatives exist. Whether one can cultivate is likewise dictated by fate. One must possess the fortune to cultivate and encounter those who can guide them. As for the military path, the hardships endured are no less than those of the third path, and the risks are substantial, requiring one to achieve merit on the battlefield, where life hangs in the balance. Then comes the path of education. Of course, one may also choose to remain an ordinary citizen. With a stroke of luck, one may lead a mundane life, passing their days in obscurity. Yet, with less favorable fortune, one might, like the 8 ruffians encountered this very night, find themselves cornered, forced into a life of banditry, or perhaps meet an untimely demise. This illustrates the plight of the populace in this realm. It is not merely a failure of the rulers, but rather the immutable laws of heaven and earth and the institutional frameworks that govern the world. In the realm of cultivation, one may seek immortality. However, the path to longevity is littered with bones. In such a world, the plight of the ordinary person is indeed unbearable. To illustrate this in contemporary terms, consider the vast chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished. The affluent squander their riches with abandon, while the destitute are forced to scrimp and save. The rich may indulge in a bath, tainting the waters in which they soak, whilst the ears of the poor are incessantly filled with admonitions to conserve water. Returning to the conversation, Su Qingzhou remarked, "Brother Jian, your insights are remarkably clear. I find myself at a loss for words, so I shall simply wish you the swift fulfillment of your aspirations and success in your scholarly pursuits." Jian Shaoshu clenched the wine pouch tightly, emboldened by the effects of the drink, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. "I will succeed, I must. If not for myself, then for her. I shall undoubtedly achieve academic acclaim." His voice, fervent and unrestrained, echoed with conviction. Without awaiting Su Qingzhou's response, the young scholar rose unsteadily and made his way to the moonlit space, tilting his head back to take several hearty swigs. Pointing towards the luminous moon, he recited aloud. Chapter 82. Mad Life 2. I lifted my pen and laughed towards the heavens, inscribing the myriad paths of this fleeting world. When the golden list of success is unveiled, who dares to declare the world unjust? The resonant voice, akin to the evening drum, reverberated through the vast lands and echoed in the night sky. The young scholar pointed to the heavens, vehemently denouncing the injustices of this realm, simultaneously releasing the pent-up grievances within his heart. Su Qingzhou, listening intently and observing keenly, felt a stir within, taking a slow sip of aged wine, uncertain of the reason behind his emotions. Before him stood a learned scholar, and after the wine, a wild spirit. This seemingly unremarkable scholar, with hands too delicate to harm even a chicken, appeared harmless to any onlooker. Yet beneath this fragile exterior lay a fierce beast, with grand aspirations, yearning to transform into a dragon. If fortune ever smiles upon him, the world would either rejoice in great fortune or suffer profound calamity. Quite extraordinary indeed. Brother Su, should I ever rise to power, today's gratitude shall be repaid 100-fold, if not 1,000. Come, let us drink. Before the wine could touch his lips, the swaying figure of the scholar suddenly succumbed, collapsing into the withered leaves, drifting into slumber. Su Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Such grandiloquent words, yet his capacity for wine is lacking. Originally seeking to alleviate boredom with a few words exchanged with this young scholar, he was taken aback by this unexpected facet of the boy. Gazing at the unconscious figure of the scholar, Su Qingzhou remained contemplative, scrutinizing him closely. To declare the world unjust? Such ambition. I am genuinely curious to see how you intend to bring about justice. He murmured softly to himself. Autumn, with its long nights, lingered until dawn. Su Qingzhou, accompanied by Wu Yu and Xiao Bai, packed their belongings and set off towards the cold peak ridge, departing without a word, leaving the scholar behind. Despite the ruckus of the morning, the youth remained undisturbed by their commotion, still under the spell of last night's revelry. Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain, embarking on their ascent. At that moment, the scholar stirred from his stupor. As he rose, he felt a splitting headache, and it took a while for the pain to ease. Looking around, he found himself in solitude. A glance to the side revealed his money pouch lying nearby. Confused, he thought it should have been in his possession. What had transpired the previous day? He strained to recall, only managing to remember drinking with Su Qingzhou, after which his memory faded into darkness. Shaking his head, he stood up and reached for the pouch. Immediately sensing something amiss, his expression tightened. Something was wrong. He hastily opened the pouch to find that the copper coins were gone, replaced by glistening silver, nearly 100 taels at a cursory glance. His pupils dilated in astonishment. He had never seen such a sum before. The headache seemed to vanish in that moment as he gazed around in bewilderment. He called out loudly, "Brother Su, Brother Su." After several calls, realization dawned on him. They had departed, leaving behind the money. Clutching the pouch tightly, his heart stirred. With this newfound wealth, he could travel unencumbered towards the capital to prepare for the examination. Brother Su, our chance encounter has brought me such immense gratitude. How can I ever repay you? At the peak of Hanfeng Ridge, under the midday sun, lay a desolate wasteland, charred and ruined. Observing the bleak scene before him, Su Qingzhou furrowed his brows deeply, as if reflecting the somber atmosphere. Just as the bandits and Jian Shaoshu had described, the entire stronghold had been reduced to ashes, with remnants of walls scattered about, and as the wind blew, grass and debris danced in the air. Master, it seems what that scholar said is true. This place has indeed been ravaged by fire, and thoroughly so, Wu Yu whispered, trailing beside Su Qingzhou. Su Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings, darting left and right. In such a state, are you certain there are still survivors here? Su Qingzhou? In response to Erwa's inquiry, Su Qingzhou remained silent, yet the intensity of his frown deepened. Abruptly halting, he murmured, "Something is amiss." What do you mean? Su Qingzhou's gaze swept across the area. Have you noticed? Throughout our journey, we have not encountered a single corpse. Upon hearing Su Qingzhou's observation, both companions recalled their path through the stronghold. Indeed, they had not seen a single skeleton. Not only human remains were absent, but even those of animals were nowhere to be found. Wu Yu tilted his head thoughtfully, stating earnestly, could they have been reduced to ashes? After all, the fire was quite fierce. Su Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe Wu Yu has a point. Perhaps they were completely incinerated. Su Qingzhou, however, stroked his chin, instinctively shaking his head as he reasoned, that cannot be the case. Look at these wooden beams. Some have not been entirely consumed, indicating this was merely an ordinary fire. If the wood still retains its form, how could human bones have been completely obliterated? Even if they could, there would surely be some trace left behind. Erwa, bewildered, shook his head. I don't understand. I too find it perplexing, Su Qingzhou replied, continuing. In any case, something is decidedly amiss here. It must be the work of man. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Hanfeng's stronghold housed over 300 bandits, among whom were martial artists who had cultivated their bodies. He estimated that at least some must have reached the innate qi refinement stage, having traversed this place without encountering a single soul. He also noted the absence of any signs of struggle. Where, then, could these bandits have vanished? There were two possibilities. The first, they were quietly slain. The second, they left just as silently. Logically, the latter seemed more plausible. If the first were true, with over 300 deaths, there would inevitably be some traces left behind. Yet here, not even a weapon was found. However, he found himself grappling with a question regarding the second possibility. If they intended to leave, why would they set their stronghold ablaze? As the saying goes, even a rabbit knows to leave its nest untouched. Why would these bandits willingly destroy their own lair? There could only be one explanation. They sought to conceal something unknown. Only in this manner could their actions be justified. But what then could that be? He pondered deeply, striving to uncover a plausible answer. Yet, regardless of the hypothesis he entertained, the feedback he received was disheartening. The situation appeared increasingly enigmatic. Where could the person be? Just then, a sudden exclamation from Xiao Bai jolted him back to reality. Who goes there? Su Qingzhou regained his focus, recalling how Xiao Bai had darted away like a gust of wind. Not far off, amidst the ruins, a dark figure flitted past. Su Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he urgently called out, Xiao Bai, come back. However, it was evident that Xiao Bai either did not hear him or chose to ignore his plea, continuing the pursuit. Sister. Su Qingzhou swiftly scooped up Wu Yo with one arm. Hold on tight, he instructed, then dashed in the direction of Xiao Bai. Chapter 83. The celestial beings, as swift as the wind and as elusive as a shadow, they traversed the mountain peaks and descended into the streams. With every ounce of speed unleashed, Su Qingzhou advanced, yet the tail lights of the figure ahead remained perpetually out of sight. Fortunately, the sounds of commotion occasionally reached him. Fallen leaves scattered around, withered branches snapped, and fresh mud was churned, ensuring he would not lose track of them. Rushing at such a pace, after approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, a sheer cliff emerged before him, its face steep and daunting. Beneath the cliff, Xiao Bai was entangled in combat with a dark silhouette. From a distance, their figures intertwined, resonating with thunderous clashes, while gusts of wind howled, sending stones and soil flying. Arriving late, Su Qingzhou halted at a distance, placing Xiao Wuyo beside him, and leaned against his knee, panting heavily as he observed the fray. From his vantage point, he discerned that the combatants were evenly matched with Xiao Bai. He could not precisely define her strength, but he was aware that when she harnessed the power of her fiery Golden Crow bloodline, she could effortlessly vanquish late-stage Foundation establishment experts. Under normal circumstances, those at the Foundation establishment level would not pose a challenge for her. Although Xiao Bai had not yet tapped into her bloodline abilities, her opponent undoubtedly stood at the same level of Foundation establishment. Strangely, Su Qingzhou found himself unable to gauge the true strength of this shadowy figure. This person, akin to Xiao Bai, exuded a mortal aura, yet possessed the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator, a formidable physical powerhouse. In the Sanyue Empire, within the territories of 100 cities, Foundation establishment warriors were rare. Were it not for the patronage of a prominent family within a city, such individuals could carve out their own mountain, cultivate, and proclaim themselves as true immortals, much like the renowned Jian Yunjinren. Now, in this humble Cold Peak Ridge, a place typically rife with common bandits, such a being, reminiscent of Xiao Bai, had emerged. This development was anything but simple. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, his gaze heavy with contemplation, not out of concern for Xiao Bai's ability to prevail, but rather due to the unsettling emergence of a peer at the Foundation establishment level in Cold Peak Ridge, which instinctively suggested deeper entanglements at play. The ridge had been consumed by flames, with hundreds of bandits vanishing without a trace, their remains obliterated. Now, with the appearance of this individual, It was evident that a hidden agenda was afoot. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such musings. The immediate priority lay in capturing this person and demanding answers. Xiao Wuyo, equally transfixed by the scene, was merely a mortal child. Witnessing the chaos of flying sand and stones, and the rapid movements of the two combatants, she was filled with dread. Tugging at Su Qingzhou's sleeve with urgency, she anxiously inquired, "Master, can my sister win? Will she be all right? I can't see anything clearly." Su Qingzhou gathered his thoughts and forced a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not fret, Xiao Bai is safe. That person is no match for her. Rest assured, your master is here too." She instinctively nodded, falling silent once more, her gaze returning to the distant battlefield. Despite his comforting words, Su Qingzhou harbored no intention of intervening. After all, there existed a disparity between his strength and Xiao Bai's. Rushing into the fray would not only be unhelpful, but might also complicate matters for her. Thus, it was wiser to await the unfolding of events. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle for approximately the duration of a tea session. As Su Qingzhou had anticipated, Xiao Bai grew increasingly tenacious, while the shadowy figure gradually succumbed to disadvantage. Ultimately, with a powerful punch, Xiao Bai sent the shadow flying, crashing through several large trees before finally halting its momentum. Seizing this momentary reprieve, Su Qingzhou discerned the true form of the shadow. It was a boy, only slightly larger than Xiao Bai, yet he bore an otherworldly appearance. His long hair, disheveled from the skirmish, framed a robust physique. Aside from a piece of unidentifiable animal hide secured at his waist, he was entirely exposed, exhibiting an unusual degree of cleanliness. As the shadow landed, he swiftly rose. However, to Su Qingzhou's astonishment, he did not stand upright, but rather crouched low, resembling a wild beast. Suddenly lifting his head to meet Su Qingzhou's gaze, their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. Su Qingzhou felt his brows involuntarily furrowed deeper. The shadow possessed a pair of crimson, slitted eyes, brimming with untamed ferocity. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him. In that instant, the creature's mouth gaped open, and with a primal roar directed at Su Qingzhou, it revealed a formidable set of sharp teeth. Before Su Qingzhou could react, Xiao Bai charged through the swirling dust, leaping high and delivering a powerful blow. With no option for evasion, Su Qingzhou's mind snapped back into focus, his form darting aside just in time. Xiao Bai missed his target, momentarily halted, and in that brief window, the boy turned and fled, leveraging his momentum to scale the sheer cliffside. Within moments, he had ascended to a position halfway up the mountain. Su Qingzhou, witnessing this, felt a weight settle upon his brow. With a flicker of intent, a verdant metallic tube materialized in his grasp. He hoisted it onto his shoulder, gripping it firmly with both hands. "I shall not let you escape. Let us see where you can run," he declared, taking aim and locking his focus with unwavering precision. "Xiao Bai, stand back." With a resounding shout, he pulled the trigger. A swift whoosh echoed through the air. To Xiao Bai and Wu Yu's astonishment, a massive iron ball, trailing white smoke, hurtled toward the fleeing figure. The boy, sensing the impending projectile, had no protective barrier and could only attempt to evade. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to dodge, yet he could never have anticipated that the iron sphere would curve, ultimately colliding forcefully with him. An explosive boom reverberated through the air. A brilliant display of fireworks erupted against the cliffside, unleashing a torrent of flames that carved a crater into the mountainside. The entire cliff trembled thrice in response, and a cascade of rocks, varying in size, tumbled down, accompanied by a smaller object amidst the debris. A slight smile graced Su Qingzhou's lips as he murmured to himself, "Lock on and pursue. How will you evade?" This spectacle left both Wu Yu and Xiao Bai utterly speechless. Su Qingzhou, acutely aware of their astonished gazes, especially Wu Yu's fervent stare, quickly concealed the device upon his shoulder. Resuming his usual composed demeanor, he cleared his throat softly. "Ahem, even the celestial objects above can be struck down by my master. Xiao Bai, go retrieve him. He should still be alive." Xiao Bai sniffed lightly, snapping back to reality from Su Qingla's pretentiousness. With a soft exclamation, He made his way towards the area where the shadow had fallen. As he walked, he muttered in frustration, questioning why he had to endure such a prolonged wait. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiyou gazed up at Su Qingla, entirely unperturbed by the earlier explosion. Her eyes filled with admiration. "Master, may I learn that technique you just performed?" "Technique?" Su Qingla inhaled sharply, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. He replied calmly, "Of course, but you must wait until you are older to learn it. Right now, you lack the control." "All right," the little one said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Su Qingla affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Fear not. When the opportunity arises, I shall teach you something even more formidable." "Really?" "Indeed, master never deceives a child." Before long, Xiao Bai lifted a stone from the ground, dragging a figure out from beneath it as if he were hauling a lifeless fish, tossing him down before Su Qingla. "Is he dead?" "Su Qinggo in Gui," Xiao Bai replied slowly, "No, just unconscious." Hangundens, Su Qinggo Vimat. Chapter 84. The wind approaches. At noon, the air was gently warm. Beneath the steep cliffs of the back mountain in Hanfeng Valley, three figures, Weiyou, Xiao Bai, and Su Qingzhou, sat on the ground, their gazes fixed ahead, occasionally wrinkling their noses, furrowing their brows, or narrowing their eyes. Weiyou remarked, "Master, its fingertips are quite elongated and appear rather rigid." "Su Qingzhou zet ponde." "Indeed, it resembles a being that straddles the line between human and not." Xiao Bai interjected, "Isn't it cold for it to be without clothing?" Weiyou continued, "Master, I recall a passage from that book of yours, which mentions a creature dwelling in the mountains, similar to a human but silent, with long hair, often seen alongside wolves. It is regarded as a wild man." Su Qingzhou considered, "That is plausible. Its ability to contend with Xiao Bai suggests its physical prowess, though it likely is not a pure wild man. Too clean." Xiao Bai stated, "If I were in its position, I would certainly feel cold. I would definitely wear clothes." Weiyou questioned, "How can it be so dark yet so clean? Do you think it knows where that old woman's daughter is?" "Su Qingzhou Zipli." "That must be from something it touched. We'll ask it once it awakens." Xiao Bai pondered, "I cannot fathom why it chooses to remain unclothed. It's already autumn and quite chilly." At that moment, both Weiyou and Su Qingzhou turned to Xiao Bai, their eyes wide with meaning. Xiao Bai, taken aback, questioned, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" After a brief interval, the boy before them gradually opened his eyes, his dark red pupils still strikingly vivid. Despite the weariness reflected in his slit-like eyes, they still exuded an unsettling intensity. With a sudden gasp, he struggled vehemently, disregarding his injuries. Yet no matter how fiercely he fought, it proved futile. "Do not waste your strength. You cannot free yourself from those ropes," Su Qingzhou remarked languidly. Upon hearing this, the boy bared his teeth in a menacing snarl, his expression resembling that of a wild beast. Weiyou instinctively grasped Xiao Bai's arm, retreating slightly in fear. However, Xiao Bai remained undaunted. Noticing Weiyou's alarm, he stood up and approached the boy. With a stoic expression and clear eyes, he looked down upon the boy and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. The sound was crisp and melodious, and the force was such that it nearly rendered the boy unconscious once more, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints embedded upon his skin. The boy was momentarily stunned. Su Qingzhou inhaled sharply, internally acknowledging the pain this must have caused. Weiyou also appeared taken aback. Xiao Bai, hands on his hips, pointed at the boy and declared with authority, "If you have the capability, show me another ferocious display." For reasons unknown, whether due to the shock of being struck or the overwhelming presence of Xiao Bai's aura, the boy surprisingly subdued, though he continued to glare at them with malice. He ceased his snarling and struggles. Xiao Bai, satisfied with this outcome, clapped his hands and turned to Su Qingzhou and Weiyou, smiling. One must reason with such impolite children. Little Weiyou shrank back slightly, swallowing hard, fearful that one day Xiao Bai might strike her. Su Qingzhou, on the other hand, could only rub his forehead in exasperation and remained at a loss for words. Ever since he had introduced the child to the art of war, the already aggressive Xiao Bai had become even more violent, frequently resorting to physical force for domination. Nevertheless, one could not deny the evident results. She indeed had become more obedient. Su Qingzhou took a few steps forward, continuing to crouch slightly as he gazed at the boy before him, asking, "You have seen, we are reasonable people. I will pose a few questions to you, answer them well, and I shall release you. All right?" The boy remained silent. Su Qingzhou, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, focused on alleviating the old woman's worries and sought to locate that moon, eager to distance himself from this place of turmoil. He directly inquired, "While on this mountain, have you encountered a young girl?" The boy's eyes flickered with hesitation, instinctively avoiding Su Qingzhou's gaze. He did not respond. Su Qingzhou furrowed his brow, already forming a conclusion in his mind. "Tell me, where is she?" The boy turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Seeing this, Su Qingzhou cleared his throat. "If you choose not to speak, then I will have to let her reason with you." Upon hearing this, the boy instinctively trembled, glancing sideways to find Xiao Bai cracking her knuckles, a playful grin on her face, reminiscent of an enchanting yet fearsome specter. He feared not death, nor the human before him. Yet for reasons unknown, he feared the girl, not from pain, nor from an inability to defeat her, but simply a primal, uncontrollable fear that gripped him to his core. "Humans have killed 8 of my kin, and yet you dare to approach me." His broken dialect left Su Qingzhou momentarily bewildered. It seemed Wu You's suspicions were indeed correct. This was a wild child. Furthermore, the mention of humans suggested that this boy, like Xiao Bai, might also be a shape-shifted beast. However, his words sufficed to indicate that he had indeed seen the girl and seemed intent on protecting her, willing to endure any hardship rather than betray her. Quite resilient. Just as Su Qingzhou prepared to explain that he was entrusted by the girl's mother, a peculiar gust of wind howled down from the mountaintop. This wind was strange, roaring as it descended, yet failing to stir a single speck of dust or a fallen leaf. As it approached, it bore no chill, rather it felt unexpectedly gentle, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort. The wind, once formless, now possessed a palpable warmth. Su Qingzhou halted his words, cautiously regarding the source of the wind. Though the breeze bore no malice, it instilled within him an unusual chill, for this wind was no ordinary mountain breeze. It was conjured by a person of extraordinary ability. He rose to his feet, gazing intently at the mountaintop. Xiao Bai also sensed the anomaly, her clear eyes widening in alarm as she instinctively shielded Wu You behind her. In stark contrast to the tension of the three, the bound boy displayed a flicker of delight upon sensing the wind, his dark red eyes brimming with anticipation. "Dear friend, the young and impetuous child, if he has inadvertently offended you, I earnestly hope you will not take offense and will grant him mercy." At that moment, a voice, deep and resonant with the weight of experience, arose like the wind, echoing from all directions and filling the air. Su Qingzhou was taken aback. He could discern the distinct tones of both male and female, yet the origin of the voice eluded him, whether it emanated from the mountaintop, the rear, or even from the heavens above. It resonated within his mind as if he were enveloped in a 5D surround sound experience. Su Qingzhou scanned his surroundings, striving to identify the source of the voice, and instinctively activated the probing function of his system. His system possessed an automatic alert feature, which would notify him if any practitioner posing a threat within a radius of 500 meters approached, marking their position and realm. Initially, when a system was at its first level, the range was merely 100 meters, but after upgrades, it extended to 500 meters, increasing with each enhancement. However, to his dismay, his panel remained utterly devoid of information, indicating that the target was beyond the 500-meter threshold. The ability to create such an immersive auditory experience from beyond that distance suggested that this individual was indeed formidable, certainly beyond what Su Qingzhou, with his understanding of the foundation establishment stage, could achieve. It was unmistakably a reclusive master dwelling in the wilderness. He steadied his thoughts. Since the other party had not taken direct action, there must be a reason for it, and he must not lose his composure. Analyzing the situation in his mind and offering himself some solace, he bowed respectfully in the direction from which the voice had come. "I, the unworthy junior, inadvertently disturbed your serene cultivation. I dare to request your presence, esteemed elder, to pay my respects in person." Chapter 85. The old man in the mountains, as Su Qingzhou's voice faded, it echoed once more. Come then. At that very moment, the ropes binding the boy inexplicably loosened, breaking free from Su Qingzhou's control. The boy, now unshackled, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, bearing sharp teeth akin to a vicious dog emboldened by its master. Qingyan, do not act rashly. Bring the young friend into the cave. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately calmed down, albeit casting a resentful glance at Su Qingzhou. Then, to their astonishment, a chilling current descended from the mountain peak. Where the cold air passed, frost formed, swiftly crystallizing into a translucent ice bridge that extended to the cliff above. This breathtaking scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Qingzhou and his companions dumbfounded. Clearly, such a feat required celestial capabilities. Su Qingzhou understood well that anyone capable of such prowess was far beyond mere Golden Core practitioners. They must be at least at the nascent soul stage, if not beyond, an unknown realm entirely. With such power, eradicating hundreds of bandits without a trace became comprehensible. Yet, how could such a formidable being exist in the verdant valleys of Yun City? It was no wonder he had been unable to detect their presence. They were simply too powerful. Surely, all that had transpired moments ago had been observed by this individual in secret. But why had they not intervened? Su Qingzhou pondered this conundrum. As he was lost in thought, the boy had already stepped onto the ice bridge, glancing back at the three with a single word. Come. Su Xiaobai and Wu You instinctively turned to Su Qingzhou. After careful consideration, Su Qingzhou instructed, Wait for me here. Do not wander off. I shall return shortly. He added a reminder for Su Xiaobai. Xiaobai, take good care of Wu You. Master, don't go. It is fine. The elder harbors no ill will. Otherwise, we would have perished by now. I'll be back swiftly. Wu You released her grip as Su Xiaobai nodded at Su Qingzhou. Go. I will watch over Wu You. After reassuring the two, Su Qingzhou took a deep breath and stepped onto the ice bridge, following the boy toward the cliff. As he ascended, the suspended ice bridge vanished in that very instant. Just as it had appeared, it dissipated in a fleeting moment. Without allowing Su Qingzhou to contemplate further, he saw the boy disappear straight from his sight, leaving behind a ripple in the air where he had vanished. Although he had been in this world for nearly a year, Su Qingzhou had not encountered many